Trucking, huh?
Drop the bomb.
Well, welcome to the B stream here at Rainbow Six.
I mean, it is Rainbow Six Siege, Des.
It is Rainbow Six Siege.
We're
Just
not
remind
at Rainbow
ourselves
Six Siege.
of what game we're actually commentating on today. Indeed, it is the Six Invitational 2026. I'm Des. This is Tim. Shut up, Tim. We've got some games coming up for you today. Why you gotta do me like that? Smooth. Oh, dearie me, dearie me. We have got some games coming up for you today. We'll take a look at the bracket in a minute as well and look when we get into our show. But Tim, how are you today? How did you sleep?
I'm great. I enjoyed our planned intro.
Yeah, me too. Very highly planned.
I've just rescued you. I did not sleep well at all. Des, I woke up feeling...
I was so excited for the siege today.
I just woke up feeling like I'd slept in a box, to be honest.
Maybe you did.
Oh, honestly, the pain between my shoulders. It was.
We don't get beds
morning.
here, I'm afraid. We just get to sleep in little boxes. Like mine's over there. You can see my pillow there from last night.
I made the mistake, as you quite rightly said, of buying a mattress a month before I came away. So I've got really used to my nice new mattress at home, and now I'm like, ugh.
You feel like you're sleeping on a rock.
I'll survive.
I'm sure he will. He just likes moaning a little bit, doesn't he, as well? Let's get to our show, though, and look how things are going for today. This is our playoffs bracket, if you haven't already seen where things are at. If you missed all the action yesterday, well, you missed some absolute screamers. We have Wildcard, FaZe, Falcons, and Furia all through to our main stage already, Tim. 3 of them all coming from the same group, which probably goes to show Group B was a little bit of a group of death. But, Tim, today we're focused on the lower bracket. Talk us through what's going on.
Yeah, we've got a lot of heartbreak today, Des, is the reality. 8 teams are going to go home. So you're looking at all those matches on the bottom half of your screen that are in white. They're the ones that we're going to be seeing today. So everybody on the left, there's 4 matches down the left. We're going to play all those first, and the loser goes home in every single one of them. So 50% of those teams, out of the 8 of them, will be gone. The winners will move on to play in the next one that's in the middle of your screen. So, for example, if G2 beat M80, M80 go home, G2 move on to play Team Secret, and the loser of that one gets eliminated as well. So, for the teams that are starting on the left side, it is a day of double jeopardy, Des. They've got 2 times that they have to survive.
And then they've got to do it all again tomorrow, Tim. It's just brutal for so many teams in this lower bracket. You get that nice pass if you've got that upper bracket round 2 bye. You win 1 game, you're on main stage. And hey, everyone else has got to play 4 or 5 series. It's going to be bruising. But in case you are looking to see what games are coming up when, here is your schedule for the day. Now, we are on the B stream, as you can see, so we've got Daystar versus D plus Kia to kick things off. We've got Heretics coming up against OXG, and then it'll be the winner of the first game against Waybo and the winner of the second game coming up against W7M or Fluxo W7M at the bottom. And a similar sort of mirror match set up on the A stream as well, but of course, different teams are all playing there. So, lots to look forward to, Tim, and frankly, some big names have got to go home today.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I did some very quick maths and very not accurate maths this morning. We can't say definitely because obviously the pencil lines up, but we're going to have at least 2 APAC teams go home. I think there's a good chance that we see 2 EU teams go home. We've got a chance of 2 or 3 NA teams going home, at least 1 Brazilian team. Like, it is absolutely brutal for every single region. Out of those 8, the makeup of it could be a bit wild.
Well, Tim, let's zoom in 1 level deeper. Come down from 10,000 feet in the sky and take a look at this game. Daystar coming up against D plus Kia. One of those games where I think throughout the tournament, Tim, we've seen both have these high moments, but struggle to deliver consistently enough that they are really trying to push their way up. D plus Kia, though, I will say, have impressed us at points throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster ride, hasn't it? And with D plus Kia, it's
You're not at Disneyland yet, Tim. Calm down.
It's just recognising whether they're sort of at the top of the hill about to, come down, or whether they're on the way climbing up. We'll see. They have had some really good performances, particularly, the game that we covered of theirs was fantastic from them. They were really, really surprising. It was the game against FaZe, and they came out and they really did deliver some great siege. So I think, the opponents on the other side of the table today, Daystar, they need to definitely be paying some attention and respect to this D plus Kia side.
Absolutely do. And on D plus' side especially, I mean, you look at some of the players that are on this roster. Bullet's won a major before. Yep. It's finished 3rd at SI22. We've got a similar story for players like Falls and Levy, who've gone to win majors or have big performances and finishes at Six Invitational prior. For them, seeing that main stage again, right now it feels like a distant memory, like a strange hazy dream from a week ago. They are dying to get back on that main stage, and we've seen the performance really step up to a level that can get them there. But first, they've got to overcome Daystar, who themselves have had a little bit of a taste of success, dare I say, in being at SI, but none have ever made that big main stage. It's very much a game of dreams for me, and for Daystar, they've really got to step up if they're going to be able to overcome D plus Kia and then carry on their run at this tournament. Yeah,
I would agree. I think the reality here is they, again, have had some good performances. They've impressed. We're looking at players like Azuki, Pecan, both, very, very exciting to watch. They're going to get aggressive. They're going to come out. They're going to take those fights. This is what I love about Daystar. They will not play scared. They will not come in with any assumption that any team is better than them or that, it's going to be an easy game or anything else. They will come in and they will fight hard for the result. Is it going to be a step too far today? Personally, I think it might be. I think there's a real chance D plus Kia, get this win. Daystar, either way, getting out of groups, getting to this point, it's been a fantastic tournament, and it's a great foundation for growth for them. We always, that's something that I think gets overlooked a little bit at, the big tournaments like this sometimes. It's that opportunity, it's that experience to come and play against these teams and to grow from it as well. Really, really important for these guys.
It's already quite a big step up for them because Pecan and Souffle, when they played at SI a couple of years ago, were on Direwolves. I remember Direwolves, but wonderful green logo. They went 0-0-0-4 in groups. Yeah. They got absolutely deleted. The fact that these guys are here, as you say, is already an improvement
100%.
over last time with 3 new players. It's basically a whole new team, but at some point the dream does have to end and we have to be dragged back to reality, and that is today is going to be a very tough day for them. But fingers crossed, Tim, they've got themselves ready. They're well prepped for today and they can put on a show. Pecan looking fly.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely got the moves when it came to the fashion shoot. Whether he's going to have the moves in the server or not, time will tell.
Well, and on what map are they going to have those moves, Tim? What is the dance going to be? Let's take a look at our map Veto and see where we're going for today's game. First map coming out from Daystar is going to be Nighthaven Labs. We then go to Lair, Tim, and then into Chalet. 3 fantastic maps in this series.
Yeah, I love that. I love that spread of maps there. I would say you've covered my 3 favourite maps in there. I'll be honest. Yeah, I would say at the minute they're my 3 favourite maps to watch.
Ooh.
Phenomenal lineup. Love that.
I've kind of come full circle on Border. I used to hate Border, but I really like it
Just
now.
like
It's a raw, honest game of Siege. I don't know, I really, really like it. Fortress I'm really enjoying as well. But zero complaints about Labs and Lair. Of course, may not even require Chalet come to the end of it, but we will see what happens as we start getting into things. Both teams are ready. So let's get into Labs to get things off then, Tim.
Both teams are ready, so are we, Des, absolutely. And as a reminder, we've got Daystar versus D plus Kia. It's a best of 3, and the loser will go home. We are ready to get into this one. The socials fancy D plus Kia, but which way is it going to go?
We're going to find out, Tim, very, very shortly. For me, some key players to keep an eye on today. Bullet, I've already spoken about, has tasted a hell of a lot of success prior, so why not get excited about him? On the other side, Pecan has been pretty massive, although I've just seen a couple of players had to drop out of the lobby for Daystar. I believe they're in the wrong order, Tim. So they've got to get themselves rearranged in the lobby by the looks of it, and then we can get things back underway.
Come on, back you go.
You've done this a few times now, boys.
They will get themselves sorted, so we've got all of our nice player cams and everything else in the right place and where they should all be. And we'll be getting into this one just momentarily. We got all excited there, Des. We got all excited. Ready to roll.
What a come down that was.
I know.
Feel like I'm back to square one again.
We get to see Lax, Fox and Ann there. Look.
Yeah, they are just yammering away. I think they've just finished their death segment. They're just going into Cafe. I've just seen it flash through. So that's the first map in the other series happening over on the A stream. In case you have missed it, I don't know how the hell you found Bravo without knowing about the main stream, but we are running 2 streams still. Tomorrow, that all condenses down to 1. So this is your last day of a smaller chat, smaller viewership over here on the B stream. Everything comes together in 1 tomorrow because we only have the 4 best of 3s to get through, I believe.
There is.
In fact, no, they are on both streams, aren't they?
I was just going to say there are 4 best of 3s, but they are across 2.
I am a terrible,
streams,
terrible
so
liar.
We just have a little bit of a shorter show tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow is the last day of the B stream. There you go. It's our last day of the B stream, Tim.
It's our last day of the B stream. It's our last day of the playoffs today. We get a nice little day of relaxation tomorrow. Sitting watching the Siege.
You say a day of relaxation tomorrow. We've got Tuesday off, then there's Wednesday off, and then there's Thursday off, and then we'll see what will work on the weekend when we get towards that stage in the week. But it's been a few days kicking back, watching Siege. You're going to Disneyland on Wednesday. I'm going to try and find a French barber, which I'm sure is going to go absolutely swimmingly. Have a bit of fun.
To be fair, you've never done too bad. You've had haircuts all over the world, and you've always managed. So.
The random street barber that I found in Boston was wild.
Yeah.
Expensive. Mate, I pay 15 quid for a cut back home. It was $90 there. And that was a normal thing. They were just you're going to tip? I'm just like, what? For $90?
I'm pretty sure I've already done that.
I paid about 5 tips in that already, I think. Are you having a laugh? I couldn't believe it. But it was probably the best cut I think I've ever had. It was very, very good. So I can't complain too much.
Yeah, if it's good, we don't mind paying for it. I think we are just about ready to get on into this one. Daystar versus D plus Kia are going to kick things off on Nighthaven Labs. And there we go. Round 1. So our operator bans have gone through. We've got Kaid and Mirror taken away. And we've got Thermite and Ace being banned out. So D plus Kia really going in on those hard breach bans. Having a look at the likely lineup. We've got the Hibana there.
I wish I could ban you out, Ace.
Do you? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I think given the opportunity, you would definitely keep me in the lineup.
Who else would ban out the lineup then?
I don't care as long as I'm in it. Doesn't matter to me.
That's the easy politician answer, that one, mate.
Oh, they've switched out, so they've
Can't
not
drop
brought
any
any
names.
hard breach, actually. They had.
They'll have gadgets.
They had Hibana.
They've got 6.
Yeah, they had Hibana in the lineup, but rather than bring sort of Hibana or Maverick for the out-and-out hard breach option, they have instead gone with a weight, I think we will call it, of those hard breach gadgets. But I think it's probably down to the site that they're playing against as well. So they're not going to be attacking onto top floor. It's going to be that mid-floor site. It's going to be the storage site. So it does mix things up a little bit. There really isn't, you know, breaching in the same way that you need to do on there.
Imagine how miffed off you'd be. You're at base, getting ready to go on this, you know, top... Well done, Tim. Drop your phone everywhere. You're at base, you're going on this top secret operation. You're all getting ready and loaded up. Like, right, lads, 6 hard breach gadgets. And you're like, oh, are you taking the piss? 6? They're a bit heavy, them. I don't want to drag them around with me. But that's what they're about to do. Haul them in. I'm ready to start getting things opened up. IT, first one to be opened up and exposed. And that shotgun doing a good bit of work for Azuki here, who's certainly making a bit of a meal of it, but the wall has been opened up, which means they can now march into top floor. There is a player laid down on top floor. It is Levy on the Warden. Probably somewhat mindful of a bunch of flashes coming in his way, or potential smokes being dropped down. Unlikely, but still possible. And it's mainly towards Pecan on looking at there who has those flashes in back pocket. Otherwise, all the secondary gadgets, Tim, as we said, are those hard breach charges and 4 frag grenades.
So the top floor clearance will continue from Daystar. Seal manages to pick up Levy. Good start for them. That leaves just Bullet all alone up there on the top floor. And I think the pressure is going to continue to mount from Daystar here. They know that there's an opportunity to go in and get that other kill. He's just going to hold them back from Aqua for the time being. He's going absolutely... I was going to say he's going absolutely nowhere here, Bullet, but he has scarpered back to those stairs. He's still going to play round about the midpoint and try to use that shield, but something Daystar need to be aware of for the time being at least. They're not too far away from having what they need, but falls is the big problem. If they want to plant inside of storage, they have to deal with this pulse downstairs.
We've seen so many teams suffer through ignoring players that are underneath the site, or in general just underneath them, opening up verticals, whether on attack or on defense. Haven't had to have a player in a good enough position to be able to go and contest them here, so that's what I'd like to see them being slightly mindful of. C4 from Mitty going to find absolutely no one. I'll say it again, Tim, if he gets the ace, he is mighty. But I think it's going to be a little bit of a stretch for him to get one of those today. He will struggle against Daystar, I expect. Finds at least one, though, to start the killing in the round. If he gets an ace this round, Tim, I will cry.
He had a great day the other day. Really impressed with Mitty. Played fantastically well. Really putting up some big numbers. And like you say, a real opportunity for him to continue that and sort of build himself into the Waybo game, should it be D plus Kia that get the win. But at the minute, we stand 4 versus 4, 15 seconds left to go. Falls underneath, has been left alone on the pulse. He could be the win or lose condition here for D plus Kia, because I think we're going to start seeing that diffuser going down at some point. But there you go, Seal has dealt with him just in the nick of time, and the diffuser will be planted. Nears is trying to get something going from up above, but it's not there. Nears looking in the wrong place. Daystar managed to get themselves out of sight, into position, and they know exactly where this challenge is going to come from. The castle does manage to find nearly one. I don't think he's going to find too many more. Nah,
really good first round from Daystar as well. Like, it was a very slow, methodical approach to their attack, but even as we saw, they were mindful of the pulse downstairs. Didn't go chasing after him into the basement, because that invites all kinds of risks to go along with it, but made sure they had an answer to him. And sure enough, one of my favourite coaches at the tournament, firing his boys up there after a good first round.
Yep, great start from Daystar, and they will get themselves a first attack on the board. And look, attacks on Nighthaven aren't always too easy to come by, so getting themselves started off there with what we would see as normally the third choice site, to be fair, it's a good start, because that is a round we would really expect you to win on the attack. If you're going to win any, you better be winning there. They're going to go to the 2 more difficult sites now. It's probably going to be top floor and basement in that order, I would expect. We do see D plus Kia load into the top floor. This is where the difficulty increases a little bit for Daystar. I think D plus Kia may be going to storage in that first round of thinking, you know, maybe Daystar are a little bit cold. They're coming into the day. It's their first attack. Maybe we can grab that third choice site straight away. It didn't work out for them, and it might have actually hindered them, because now Daystar come into round 2 to what we would say is a more difficult site to attack. and they're already rolling, Des. They've already warmed up. They've already got themselves a few kills under the belt. They've settled into the game, so maybe now they have a better chance of getting this top floor. So what do we want to see from the attackers? We want to see multiple points of pressure. Throughout this Six Invitational, we've seen a lot of the time when teams have come into this one-dimensional, that's when the attacks are lost. We saw a great example of it the other day whereby, I can't remember which team it was now, we've seen so much now at Avon Labs, but the coach basically, I think it was Fury, was it Fury? It might have been. In attack timeout, the coach basically came in and said, look, we just need to split up here. We need to, it was Super, I think, for Shopify Rebellion. He said, look, we just need to split up. Somebody go Aqua, somebody come from Garage Catwalk, a little bit of pressure on IT, and they did, and they won the round, quite easily. So it is sometimes just about having those multiple sort of pain points, and we'll see whether that's something Daystar can achieve.
Absolutely. We've seen so many teams get single bottlenecks into a one-angle push, as we've seen so many times now. It just costs them the round, essentially, when it makes it a bit too readable. But a rush will definitely help out, Tim. They're in there, and that smoke can do absolutely nothing. Joe absolutely rushing his pants off there. No ability to get away either because of the Lion. What a start to the round.
And exactly what I said. We've got Azuki and Seal over by IT, and we've got Souffle and Joe out by Aqua. And then, on top of all that, you've got the Buck Pecan working from underneath as well. This is brilliant from Daystar. They are ticking so many boxes. Niers manages to pick up Azuki, but the trade is there. The Blitz is going to see him through the soft wall. Nia's still on his feet, but it's Mitty who was downed in all of that. Likely to be finished off nice and easy. Then Seal walks in for the second. 4 versus 1. It's all up to Bullet on the clash. He gets one. How much can he do with this shield?
Not a lot when it's against another one, I'm afraid, Tim. They've got another, a hell of a lot of time to work with here as well. I don't think he's going to have an awful lot to work back with. Only 40 seconds on the clock. If you get into this post-plant situation, they don't need to move here. It's him who's got to make the step forward. And this is a great idea, I think, from Daystar. Don't feel the need to swing onto the clash. Just let him be the one that has to step on towards you. Now going into the 1v1. Joe down quite low on HP, but he won't mind too much, Tim, because that clock is down to about 10 seconds for Bullet to kill 3. He won't even find a single one. And a really, really cool round actually coming out from Daystar. The early rushing towards Fish meant that Catwalk was no longer safe to play on. I don't think that communication was made between D plus Kia because they go aggressive on Catwalk, lose a player to the Blitz as a result, and it all just collapses from there. But what I love was then the flashes that just rained in towards Catwalk, flashed out the Azami entirely. There was nothing that the side of D plus Kia could do, but they've really got to respect when they lose that Fish control, that playing around Catwalk and around site itself then becomes so much harder.
Yeah, really good round from Daystar there. I was really impressed. I've spoken at the beginning about those multiple pain points, getting in there and attacking from several sides, and they did it from second one. That was always the plan. IT, Fish, get themselves onto Catwalk. They had the Buck underneath. Pecan doing work to disrupt and dislodge the defenders. Brilliant stuff from Daystar. Really showing a good command of that top floor site. They're going to move on this time to attack down into the basement. D plus Kia deciding that they're not going to double down on any of these sites that they've lost. They're just going to keep their rotation going. And then the thing is, I was going to say we might see a shield ban later, but it's pointless at this. Okay, take the Blitz away. It doesn't matter. They'll bring the Monty. They'll bring the Blackbeard. You've lost that opportunity by going in with the double hard breach. And at the minute, the other interesting thing here is the double hard breach isn't hurting them in the slightest. It's almost like D plus Kia's bans have been wasted.
Yeah. It's starting to feel that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was looking at the stats yesterday for Daystar. Their most played operator is Twitch, and I was like, that's a really rogue, primary pick for a team, but just in the last round, it was in there getting them a lot of information early. This aggression coming out from his army. Niers looking to challenge them on entry in towards the building and does get some damage down, but no kill, unfortunately. Wasn't too far off finding Niers as he stepped across in towards storage either. And just to touch on this really quickly, Daystar have actually got the worst attacking win rate of any team at the tournament right now. Of those remaining, admittedly, there are 1 or 2 others that are below them, but they've already been knocked out, as you might imagine. Yet they've come out here with 2 really good attacks. They also had the lowest plant rate in the whole competition at 6%. It was atrocious. Yet they've already got a plant down, as we've seen throughout this game, but it's Levy getting one back onto Azuki. It's more the nature of things are turning around for Daystar, at least in this game. I've been really impressed by what I've seen so far, given it isn't even their map pick.
Solid start from D+ Kia in this round, getting themselves the advantage in manpower at least. Also by taking down the Striker, you take a lot of utility with them. For anybody unfamiliar with Striker, they get, of course, 2 secondary gadgets. No primary gadget like the exothermic charge or the black eye cameras, but they do get 2 of those secondaries, so they could bring along nades and flashes as an example. So a lot lost on the side of Daystar there by Striker going down, but they do find a response. Smitty is taken out again. We said he was one of their key players the other day, Des. Really struggling to get himself into the game today. Just 1 kill in 3 rounds.
Absolutely. Well, not that it matters too much for the other side, though, Tim, because Daystar are absolutely flying through this one, squaring themselves up here for potentially a 3rd attacking round in a row. Do stand corrected, by the way, this is their map pick. Should have stressed that. Which probably shows, Tim, why they're looking pretty hot on it to start things off. I would be very, very surprised if D+ Kia don't pull in attack timeout after this round, because they are crumbling, and I think it's pretty fair to say they need a little bit of help to try and get things back on course here. They're not the best on this map, admittedly. A 2-4 record over the last 6 months or so does show that it's one of the maps they do not really like going to, only when forced. And so far, Daystar are putting on one hell of a show. Now focused around cargo, starting to square themselves up here in the last 40 seconds for an execute.
Yeah, they need to get moving. They don't want to leave this too late. You've still got 3 smoke canisters in the pocket of balls. However, Pecan's going to deal with those. Manages to find the kill. So all that denial, all that time wasting that D+ Kia could have possibly played behind has just disappeared. And now Daystar just need to find themselves a little bit of space to put this diffuser down. 15 seconds left to go. And they're going to look to start getting aggressive. Flashes go out. Souffle manages to trade bullet as he picks up Seal. Pecan with the final kill, and Daystar close out another round. 3-0, and what a start for the APAC team here on Nighthaven Labs.
Commanding is the only word I can really think of using. That's a lie. Fantastic, excellent, dominant. There are many other words that describe how those first 3 rounds have gone. It's not looking too pretty for D+ Kia. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a attack timeout after this operator ban comes on through, because PJH does need to step in and have a word with the boys about how the hell they recover this half.
Yeah, big trouble at the minute. Interestingly, we've got the bans come in there. If you remember, Des, I said they might take a shield ban out because of the trouble that they've had with them. But I also said it's a waste of time, because instead of the Blitz, you're just going to see the Blackbeard being brought along. You're going to see the Monte. There are other options because they haven't committed to that shield banning.
They can control the kitchen. They do nothing, literally nothing. So like, don't play to not to lose, play to win. Just don't try to protect the one side. Just play, such as like the kitchen. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think I borrowed the game and did what he was saying there, Tim, but I heard him speaking about Kitchen needing to play around that part of the map, so whether or not that's going to Kitchen site or if it's trying to play that part of the map to waste a bit of time, we'll find out when we get back into it. But like I say, that was a very, very needed timeout, I think, because right now D+ Kia need to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking, you know, we've spoken briefly about the map choices there as well. Daystar having chosen Nighthaven Labs, and they're going into Lair next. It's important when we look at Daystar on Lair previously. Recent record is 2 wins, 1 loss. 2 of those players have been at Six Invitational. 1 was lost to Furia, fair enough.
Fair, yeah.
But it was 7-5, Des. Daystar took Furia to 7-5 on Lair. The other time they played it was against another APAC import team, Elevate. So, very similar situation.
And did they smoke them?
They won 7-1.
Whoa, they smoked them. Nice.
So, look.
Could be a 2-0 if this carries on.
Looking towards that second map and saying, you know, whose map choice is whose, I'm going to say it right now. D+ Kia need to be coming in and getting a win here, or, you know, really stretching them as far as they can. What's going on at the minute is not good enough for them in a sense of looking towards Lair and thinking, well, it's okay because that's our map pick. You know, yes, it is a more popular map for D+ Kia. They play more of it. Their recent, you know, results are 5-2 on Lair, so they're definitely capable there. But, you know, so are Daystar. That's what they've shown us. And I'm really impressed with this attack so far. I think it's been brilliant. 3-0. They've ticked every box. They've given no room whatsoever. I think D+ Kia, for me, are a little bit off the pace. Like I say, those operator bans all feel a little bit redundant. It's, you know, they've taken away hard breach bans that haven't affected Daystar in the slightest. They've played around them brilliantly. They've then reactively banned the Blitz, generally for that round 4 ban ban. It's either a preemptive where it's already planned and you go in and you're going to take, you know, such an operator away, or it's reactive. And I feel like this one has been reactive to remove the blitz, but I just, again, I don't think it's going to have the impact that they want it to. Azuke, he has an impact. Mitty taken down again, and his bad day goes even worse.
Bit of a needless swing, honestly. Like, you're not getting away with much there. You know they're taking out the bulletproof from below, so you can't challenge it anyway. And then you're swinging on towards a Hibana who's just holding that breach because now she can't push in against the bulletproof, was waiting for it to go before she wanted to step on through, and you've just given away an absolute freebie there from the side of Mitty. Looking a little bit... What's the opposite of composed, Tim?
Rattled.
Yeah, they're looking rattled. They just don't look very ready for the game overall, I think, overall. Like, they might have their, like, setups in mind, but the actual method of play is what's been really, really uncomfortable. It's why they've only got 5 kills across those first 3 rounds.
Foles is trying to play on the clash. They need to be aware, of course, that there is a Capitao there. Seal manages to pick up Nears. 5 versus 3. Daystar continue the onslaught that has been happening through these first 3 rounds, and they look good for it. This is the thing. This is Daystar coming in and winning rounds.
Ooh,
you know, I'm sure areas to be critical of D plus Kia and
Run!
what they've done, but Daystar has just made their lives so difficult. They've completely surrounded them up on this top floor now. They've just got attacks coming in from everywhere. Levy stands tall on Aqua. D plus Kia needs somebody to do this, and right now it's Levy with the shotgun.
Yeah, and it's Souffle pushing in. Hasn't really got any flashes that can make this easier for him, and Bullet's going to find Joe. That's looking a little bit better for them. If he'd lost that fight, it would have been absolutely calamitous, but there's 2 kills for Bullet. Massive. Souffle gets Levy, though, Tim. That's the one thing I really need to see them hold on to, because now you've got Foles under a little bit of pressure. They've got to be really respectful of what's coming in now from Daystar.
Yeah, Foles is kind of pinched in between the 2, but Bullet gets an important kill, because if Seal could have played onto Catwalk a little bit more, then Foles can't really turn either way, because he'd have had one either side of him, whereas now he can just front up towards Souffle, who's coming in from Aqua. That was much better from D plus Kia, so it feels like what they did there, particularly through the second half of the round, is that they actually just slowed down Des. You said at the beginning, Mitty taking a peek, he didn't really need to, getting a little bit over aggressive. They sort of sat back and said, we'll just take the fights as they come to us. We're going to let Daystar play the round, and that worked a lot better for them.
It was really on Bullet, right? He got a 3k on that IT door just by standing on the other side of it and letting them swing him.
Yeah.
They're the ones who had to scan the entire room. All he had to do was see a pixel change colour, click his mouse, and players start dying. Bodies will hit the floor. So really, really good from Bullet, especially, who moves up to 5 kills in the game, the same amount of the rest of his entire team. Most critically, Tim, it's a round on the board. That is what they needed. Now we're going down to control and storage in round 5, which I imagine will play out somewhat similarly. We'll see a defense up on the top floor, players trying to waste time upstairs. It won't be as reinforced and as locked down as what you saw in the previous round, given it is a different site, but it will be largely the same process that Daystar needs to go through. Unless they just rush in with the glass. Glass? Fuse.
Yeah, you know, like I said, that blitz ban, it's just going to attract different shields. As it is, they've gone with the Fuse shield, you know, which wouldn't necessarily be your primary thought. As I mentioned, Blackbeard Monte, but Fuse brings a lot of additional utility with him. Get him in there, up on that top floor, chase these roamers away, and you're going to be seeing those pucks, explosive pucks flying into sight and taking out a lot of the utility that is there. They brought the Fuse along last time for this site as well, if I remember rightly, and it worked fantastically well. So Daystar, I think, are just going to be looking for more of the same this time.
I'd hope so, Tim. Yeah, I mean, get back to winning ways. What we had in those first 3 rounds was really, really impressive, and you have to expect that D plus Kia are going to adapt throughout a game. It's one thing I've been watching very, very closely throughout the tournament is how teams adapt mid-game to what they've seen in that first quarter. I've often spoke about breaking the game down into quarters since we had the new banning system come in. You get 3 rounds, you get a ban, and you tend to see the same 3 sites played again. So you kind of get those 4 quarters per game, plus anything that happens in OT2. So, all onus now turns back onto the attacking side. They're the ones who've got to figure out a way through the changes that D plus Kia have made, and a Fuse to get IT opened up nice and easily is certainly one way of doing it, Tim.
Yeah, just getting everything cleared out there. It's going to be Bullet that's playing on Catwalk at the minute. We could see his outline crouched. There he is. He's going to be charged with trying to hold back this pressure from IT. Mitty manages to finally find one of those peaks. Pekanzu is taken down. So 5 versus 4, good opener for D plus Kia, but They got the opening kill in round 3. It's the only other one they've had. They didn't go on to win the round, so this time they need to use that man advantage. And honestly, I think they took what happened in the last round and they learned from it, and that is just take the foot off the gas a little bit now, let Daystar play into them, and take the opportunities when they present themselves like that.
Shot from Mitty as well. Second man removed. But it kind of comes back to the sort of thing we've seen several teams getting wrong over the last few days, Tim. They've let Mitty run away with it. He's just been running around the map here, causing absolute chaos. They haven't had eyes on him, and now they're sort of stuck trying to make this push happen on the top floor. Bearing in mind, the site is on the downstairs. Bullet, yet again, just waiting for them to push onto him. A nice, quick, easy swing. He gets a kill. They've at least got him somewhat squeezed in here, Tim, but no one actually able to get the kill.
And the thing is, it's like I said, Bullet's now playing this game where he's just going to stay there. He doesn't need to really peek. He doesn't need to look. He doesn't need to give them anything because it's just wasting so much time, him sitting here. He's got his kill. He used his FNAT to support it, and he could use it again here in exactly the same way as they try to approach him. You can see it's active. There you go. But
nice.
This time, Joe is ready for it. But the damage is done because it's taken 2.5 minutes. D plus Kia finding far much more success with that time-wasting game. No idea that Foles is waiting for them. That's one left. And it's going to be Joe going up against 3. Manages to make it 2.
It's got to be an ace all the way as well, Tim. He has to know they're inside the site here, but of course, zero idea actually where they are. Can step in here and go for a plant maybe, but it's the amount of time that he's got that's really not going to help here. He's going to try and stick it, but immediately both players mobilize. They hear that diffuser going down, and Joe's got no choice but to give his life away to Mitty there, who gets a 3K in the round. The second in a row for D plus Kia, who have woken up, Tim, and arrived into Night Haven Labs.
Yeah, they really have. And like I said, I think the answer largely has been, you know, in a way, it's stop trying so hard. You know, don't chase the kills, just let them come to you. And it's working perfectly. It's exactly what Bullet did. He didn't move his feet through the entire round, did not move his feet, and didn't need to. Wasted 2.5 minutes, got kills, great stuff. D plus Kia then get 2 back, and they're going to be looking for a 3-3 split at the half.
All right. If they can get that, Tim, it will feel like a real recovery effort has gone completely right for them. After it looked like we might be seeing like a 4 or a 5-0 start to this game from Daystar, they have recovered. And Tim, I mentioned it during the time up. We heard him talking about Kitchen a little bit. I didn't quite expect we'd actually go to the site itself, but that's exactly where we're headed here. And immediately Daystar's lineup just springs into action. The Ram on side, the Sen's coming along. It looks like, Tim, they've got all the right tools here for an execute onto the site. But first, it's going to mean they need to get top floor control. Yeah,
there's 2 areas in particular that are key here. You've got top floor control, and then you've got that kitchen area that I always speak about. So inside of kitchen, you've got a gap between the kind of bench with the partition in the middle and the window. Teams will almost always, when defending, play somebody in that kitchen area, and there's a very good reason for it. Thank you very much. It's just to the right of your screen there. So they will often play somebody in that area because there is no verticality that will get to that point. So what's the answer to it? The answer is to play a kitchen window. We often see that overlooked by teams, and what it does is it allows a clash, it allows an Azami, it allows one of these difficult operators to stay comfortable in that position, and then it becomes 20 seconds left to go and you still don't have a clear path through to a plant spot in kitchen. So it's something that Daystar need to pay attention to. As it is at the minute, D plus Kia don't have anybody there, but as I say that, Levy is playing kind of in towards that area that I'm talking about now.
Yeah, but they've got to go through it first, Tim. Here we go on the starting up and towards connector itself. I know there's going to be stiff competition on the way through, though, that they can't just march on in there and take control of it and start getting the site itself opened up. But I'll be watching this time because last time we came down, like you say, to about 25, 30 seconds left when they finally got top floor control, it was too late at that point. Here they've got to worry about top floor again and then look towards the downstairs where we now have every single player on the side of D plus Kia. They've all fallen back, all got themselves cozy, but they're not all sat on site. They are holding the rooms around to it. So it's like having a bunch of hurdles to jump over. Top floor hurdle, cleared. Now we've got to worry about the perimeter rooms, work in progress, and then the site itself. But with things like the Sens on side, you can kind of shortcut that a little bit. You can roll some of those light screens through and make a hit happen. Azuki with those in hand now. He's rolled out a couple actually by the looks of it, just to try and get them into a spot to be able to try and pick somebody up. But no one to be found quite yet.
No, given the positioning of that one, it suggests that they're maybe going to try and work their way down lobby stairs because it just blocks off the view from the corridor, so it kind of protects the flank a little bit because nobody's going to want to be so aggressive. Just turns away at the wrong time, but to the right place. Manages to get a double there, the Warden, with Azuki being downed and finished off by Mitty. 4 versus 3, and that attempt to jump on into sight to get aggressive falls apart for Daystar as the kills keep rolling for D plus Kia. Mitty with another, traded out by Seal. 40 seconds left to go.
Problem is the clash here really has been feeding that information back and forth the whole time, Tim. As much as they might have found a couple of kills and got us to a 2 versus 3, this now feels really hard to accomplish with only 30 seconds on the clock. They did all the hard yards, but D plus Kia just had crossfires ready at every opportunity and have punished them for it.
Yeah, it's gone really well. You've got Joe on super low health. Seal's trying to work something from up above, but if you remember that position I spoke about at the beginning of things, Levy, he's in there, and there is going to be no moving him whatsoever. He's the backline. He's the redundancy here for D plus Kia. So even if it kind of goes wrong, he's in the position to mop things up, and they've got to deal with that. The drop comes in through the hatch. Here's it, no problem. There's your redundancy. Dealt with. Bullet on the final kill. D plus Kia of serious, and maybe they just don't like the first game of the day as they've woken up in the last 3 rounds.
I don't think they like the first 3 rounds in particular, Tim. Really good recovery effort from them, and yeah, that's kind of how I expected all the rounds in that half to go, truthfully. I really thought D plus Kia would come out swinging today. Fair play to Daystar. They started out strong. They did get battered in those final 3, but now they get to move on to the defense of their own map pick, and we'll see what they can cook up. First ban away is going to be the Monty, our most banned operator at the tournament so far, and I expect the Kaid will follow on the other side here alongside the Bandit.
Yeah, I would have thought so. They'll double down on that electricity, and we'll see where Daystar go with theirs. And as they come through, we get Grim and Kaid. So yes, as expected on the defence, and then basically our 2 most popular bans on the attack.
Absolutely, yeah. Grim has really grown in ban rate throughout the competition too. Like, started out with a couple of bans on day 1. I think it's only increased as time has gone by. I think I mentioned the other day that he's our 2nd highest attacking win rate percentage, at least for attackers. A lot of defenders are above him, I think it's fair to say, as you've probably come to expect by now. But he has been up there alongside Dockerby for one of the most successful attackers that you can pick in the game. So no shock, it's been taken away. Kicking things off then is going to be this top floor. Bullet jumping across on towards the Capitao, who we spoke to the absolute death about throughout this competition so far. But Tim, I want to talk about the Thorn for a second, because we spoke about this quite a lot early on. Of course, had some recent changes come on through that make her gadget more effective now. Its arm time is quicker, its detonation time is quicker. Doesn't quite do as much damage as it still caught us off guard yesterday. We were like, oh, that looks painful. 10 damage. And that was on towards the Blackbeard. But you do also now get that effect that lingers after you've been hit by one of those, slows you down for a while. So there is a lot more that it brings in terms of utility now rather than outright lethality, but that is certainly not a bad thing.
We did see a Thorn die to their own Razor Blade.
We did see that, yes.
Which is a little bit unusual.
Which feels very, very difficult, but I also understand how...
If you're moving quickly through an area and it's been detonated, then
because of the detonation time being so quick, it is very, very plausible, yes.
Very easily done. So here we go then. Daystar move on to the defense. They're going to be up on the top floor. We saw them have a fantastic attack here back in round 2. Is it something that D plus Kia are going to take on board and maybe replicate themselves? Certainly looks like it could be, because we've got Nias already looking towards that catwalk window, whilst on the other side, oh, look at this, he's going in super aggressively on the Deimos. On the other side, we do have that kind of textbook work going on around Connector as well. I think
they're just going to swing.
There you go.
I mean, he still wins. At least they lined up for the 2 versus 1, though. And if he had hit that shot there, Seal, it would have been wonderful, because that default cam, as you saw, is still up. They knew that he was there, just couldn't quite land the shots.
That might lead to a situation where Daystar feel like they've dealt with the catwalk push. The problem that they've got is Bullet is working his way in through warehouse door. Here he is. And if he starts moving up those stairs, he could well give them a little bit of a surprise here. What he needs to do, really, I think, is just wait for his team members to catch up. They need more pressure through IT. They need more pressure through Connector. As it is, he's gone in. He's made that move, so they are aware of his position now. And that might just take away a little bit of his edge, Des.
Yeah, managed to burn through all the ADSs with the smokes as well, but now really needs to get the fire coming if they wanted to go so before those ADSs can recharge. And no, he's let it come back on to him. They've lost it, but it was bait all along Full stepping out and getting rid of Azuki. It might not have been the cleanest way of getting Catwalk cleared out, Tim, but they've got the kills they need.
Yeah, and that allows Bullet now to move up onto Catwalk and to start pushing forward more aggressively to site. Souffle is in a position to hold things back for the time being. He's pretty much the linchpin of this defense right now, because as soon as they've got him cleared out, then there are big problems for Daystar inside of site. He continues trying to take that fight because he doesn't really have a choice. He's got intel coming in from Seal that's feeding him that. He's on the cams at the minute.
Can't get away with this.
Let him do it. He's just strafed out and picked up one. Can he find a second? Falls. He manages to take down Pecan. Still advantage D plus Kia, but a big play from Souffle as he gets himself another 2v2.
Levy really can't be letting him get away with this, Tim. Souffle's still alive and standing here. Everyone's super low HP, but Mitty carries on his reign of terror. Closes out the round with 2. But I want to come back to that. Souffle should never be able to get that cross. Levy no doubt saying, don't worry, I've got IT held, he can't swing you. You start running down Catwalk, and then what happens? You get swung by Souffle. You'd be screaming at him for that. The worst part is he's on the Nomad. He's got air jabs, Tim.
Yep.
He should be able to have the moves on the door to stop that kind of push happening, but Souffle's got away with it there, taking the risk, and it did pay off. However, the round doesn't go their way. That is now 4 in a row for D plus Kia, and they are in the lead for the first time this game.
It's interesting that you mentioned the air jabs, because I believe one had been played into that area earlier in the round, and I'm not sure if it was purposeful or not, but I think Souffle had triggered it. I heard the sound go off, and I think it was Souffle who triggered it, so he knew that his path into that area was clear of air jabs, so it was really well played from him. But unfortunately for Daystar, it wasn't enough to get things over the line. It leaves D plus Kia 4-3 on the scoreboard now. And we're going to move on. Daystar looking to defend the basement this time. The big question always being, how much are they going to play into the roam? Where are they going to set up? Once we get into the round, we will have a look at that. We'll break that down exactly what the sort of split is looking like, how many are on site, how many are around the map. D plus Kia bringing along the Blackbeard, so shouldn't have too much of a problem in chasing down any roamers.
The word 2 gunfights you just saw on the replays there, where Daystar really should have had a D plus Kia player dead to right. So early on it was the Deimos out in towards Garage that should have been dead, and then we saw that swing coming in from Fish where they got the kill onto the player in other site. Those are angles that were being held or where player locations were known by the side of Daystar, but they still lose the gunfights. And as painful as it is to say, if you want to be competing for a title at SR, or even to make it to main stage, those are the kind of like 100% easy kills that you cannot afford to be missing. And I'm not saying that's strictly costing the round there, Tim, but it was a 2v1 at the end to the side of D plus Kia. They probably could have got away with it if they'd managed to find those kills. Daystar, Souffle at least making sure that mistake isn't repeated. An easy kill on towards Nia, is taking no damage himself.
Yeah, taking the IQ out is big as well. That's going to leave those Valkyrie Black Eye cameras a little bit more difficult to find. Not impossible, but it might just mean that 1 or 2 of them survive. The Deimos of Levy is going to make his way on him. Look to be tracking out and trying to do some work from above. They have at least got a bit of space on the top floor. If you look across the bottom left of your screen, you'll see the positioning of Daystar is actually quite advanced here. They've got themselves across that mid-floor. So they're certainly not giving any of this map up very easily, Des.
No, you do have to play it here and waste time for D plus Kia. It was something I spoke about all week, but when a team is a little bit slow and takes their time to get moving, best thing you can do is get out in the map and disrupt them early so they haven't got a chance to put this well-crafted plan together. It always makes them have to problem-solve in real time as well. If they lose one of their key players on the push on forward like they've done here, Valkyrie now is a big threat to you, as you've already mentioned, Tim. You've now got to factor that into towards your plans. That takes another 10-15 seconds of discussing and figuring out, okay, back on drones, where are we going next? What have we got to do here to avoid this problem created before us? The more Daystar can get up in front of their face and shut them down, the better they'll be. And Fury were really effective at this yesterday. However, 2 collapse on the side of Daystar as Falls and Levy come together to get rid of Joe and Souffle. Suddenly, the round is spun on its head. Yeah, there's not loads of time to work with, but they've got the control they need now up on this first floor, and 45 seconds with which to get this done. And
importantly, they've got the kill onto the smoke, which is your big player for denial there, for wasting out that time at the end of the round. But Seal has managed to just get onto the backside of them. Pecan with one onto Bullet as well. 3 versus 2. Falls is just kind of full sending this into sight with the Blackbeard, looking to get aggressive, see if he can find some kills. He does flush Azuki into the path of Mitty. So that leaves us now in a 2v2. Mitty had a slow start to the match. It's the only way to say it, but he really has come out with a little bit more pace in this second half. Pecan manages to find the headshot onto Falls. Blackbeard down. It's all up to Mitty. 5 seconds. And he doesn't win this one. Seal picks it up. And Daystar managed to get themselves a successful defense.
I was just about to wax a little bit lyrical about Mitty, how he was 1-4 to start and has really turned things around, as you say, Tim. But can't quite win out the 1v1, I'm afraid. And that keeps things all even, 4 apiece now. This is the reawakening of Daystar, who, it's worth stressing, have still got their attack timeout. D plus Kia win this next round. Even if they don't, actually, you may still see attack timeout come on through from Harambe, who used to play for these guys. It's worth stressing. I mentioned earlier on that he's my favourite coach, Jim. It's because of that attack timeout the other day. We understood very few words of what he said, except for, guys, all right, be cool, and the F word. A lot of the F word. But it was a very, very fun timeout.
It's all it took.
He looks like a really cool guy. It's the hat.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll get you one day.
We'll get you a beanie, mate. Let's get you a beanie. We'll hide the hair, or lack of.
I get headaches when I wear hats.
Even a beanie, because they're really soft.
Yeah, nothing.
Seriously. I can understand like a cap, because they can be quite tight in your head, but
I think
a
it's
beanie?
more because of like heat, because obviously your head gives a lot.
Is that why you shaved? Did all your hair just like boil
I was
off?
just getting headaches. No, it's a lot of heat pours out of your head, doesn't it?
Yeah, but not
a
that
lot
much,
of heat
Tim.
leaves your body. No, but
You're not a geothermal vent now.
no,
Come
what
on.
I'm saying is when I've got I think it just keeps it all in there, and the brain gets a bit cooked, so it's not happy. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not the expert. I just know
That
if
is just.
I wear hats for more than about an hour, I get a headache.
You're the only person ever who said I get a headache from wearing a beanie.
I do.
They're the softest thing. Get a thin one or something.
Don't matter.
Get a slouchy. Go back to the early 2000s, Tim.
Headsets do the same thing for me.
Yeah, but because they're tight in your head, though, so I understand that. But a beanie's like not. It's really soft and.
I think it's more my ears being covered, but anyway.
Oh, now you're just changing excuses.
Well, no, because the ears are, in my mind, the ears are kind of like the vents, aren't they? They're like a
stop
hole
it
in
now.
your head,
No.
so that's where the heat comes
Tim,
from.
shut up.
So if you block that up, the heat can't
do
get
your
out.
job. Just cast the game.
That's where I see it.
Shut up, Tim.
Oh, a little insight into the workings of my mind. 4-4 we are then, 50 seconds into the round, attacking onto top floor. D plus Kia, what are you doing is the big question. They are currently heading towards Connector. They don't have any pressure anywhere else at the moment. Last time around, they sent the Deimos. It was Nias on the Deimos that went in through the catwalk window, got an opening kill. Bullet moved in towards warehouse side. At the moment,
Nom. 3 gadgets gone, by the way.
yeah, there's just a lot more kind of presence over towards that Connector side.
Yeah, well, Nias, like I say, has been in there doing good work. But I think they've both finally
they are
realised
there, though.
that the bulletproof camera has been the main issue for them. The one that's been sat inside of IT every single round we have played it has largely gone ignored, except for the one round when the Deimos got in underneath and removed it. I believe here it got hacked away nice and early on, was then shot out by, of course, Daystar. Don't want to leave it there when it's been stolen away from you. But it's good that they've adapted here, brought on the Brava to help deal with that.
So Bullet at the moment is kind of working around the periphery on that warehouse side. He is going to be a nuisance later in the round, one to just keep in the back of your mind, while Nias here has tried to get into IT. Going to just be slowed up a little bit by that Razor Bloom. Absolute freebie for 2 as he walks in. They must have known he was pushing. He triggered the Razor Bloom. They've not reacted, and they've been punished heavily.
What did I say about that bulletproof, Tim? They didn't see him marching on up. They've had a player coming up at the same time on catwalk to distract, and he's walked in and got himself 2. They're on for a flawless round here, Tim. And Bullet closes it out. That is an excellent attack and something we've been waiting to see from both of these teams, but D plus Kia were the first to get there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from D plus Kia there, like you say, just a complete understanding. It was a little bit of a slow start to the round, but that's absolutely fine. They were just gathering that intel. They were piecing together exactly what was where, and they've gone in and taken full advantage of it. I love it, and I love the little bit of aggression from Nias to get it started as well. Sometimes you've just got to take that risk. I'm going to have a little look in here and see what I get, and it's 2. And I think that's going to be a little bit of a discussion within the Daystar team of, I'm watching Connector here. You've got to be watching IT door, and the cover just wasn't there for him.
Harambe in for the tack timeout then for the side of Daystar. Tim, that hat's even got a little Rainbow Six logo on it. You get one of them.
I've got one. I've got, not that exact one, but
He's even wearing glasses under a headset, and you moan about that all the time.
I've been wearing my glasses recently because my eyes are getting worse because I'm old. But I've got 2 SI SI beanies, and I love both of them, and I do wear them. I have my Boston 25 one with me here in Paris in case it got a bit chilly. I just can't wear them for long, Des, is the thing. Unless I roll them up above my ears, in which case it does help, because then the vents are clear to let the heat
then you're like
out.
an absolute knob.
I'm interested now in like whether that's a real thing. Somebody could probably tell me. Whether your ears kind of act as vents for heat.
Well-known vents. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
It's just how it seems to me when I look at my head. That's how it seems.
Honestly, Tim, it's almost like they have another function like to help you hear things.
Well, hot air pours out of your mouth, doesn't it? So that's the same thing.
What?
It's just a lot of hot air, isn't it? You don't know that phrase?
Yes, I've heard the phrase, Tim.
There you go.
Bomb located by
It's a bit too close to home for the conversation we're having, though, about air vents and hot air and whatever else. Well, I hope what came out of Harambe's mouth was a bit more than hot air, Tim, because they're going to have to turn this round one way or another. It is their map pick, Daystar, let's not forget. Yet they find themselves on the back foot against a rising tide of D+ Kia, who have won 5 of the last 6 rounds. Let's see if they can turn things around here. We're going to try that top floor again and hopefully not let Nias march into IT and mow you down.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to struggle with this site. You know, maybe they can get it done, but I look at the last... I'd have been going somewhere else, personally, because D+ Kia have put together 2 really good attacks here. So first time, they send the Deimos, it's Nias again, they send the Deimos up warehouse stairs, onto Catwalk, he gets a kill. Yeah, he gets traded, but it just clears the path for Bullet to then be able to push in there later in the round, and it goes really well for D+ Kia. The last attack that we just saw, instead, there's a little bit of pressure elsewhere. Nias walks into IT and gets a double kill, and that allows Bullet up onto Catwalk, and the round falls apart from there. So, D+ Kia, they've had multiple really strong attacks here on this top floor. So, for me, if I'm Daystar, I'm thinking, you know what, just get me away from there. Let's worry about that later on in this map. You know, for now, let's try and just get this one sorted out. Oh, we've got some moves! We've got some fancy moves from Nias on the Twitch. How about that? Gives it a little boost, hits him with the razzle dazzle, and takes out the bulletproof cam.
Is that the official name for that, Tim? The razzle dazzle?
That's the razzle dazzle. He's giving the footwork, he's giving the eyes, he's giving the movement.
But it is now the second round in a row. Oh!
Nias!
That's some of my favourite moments when we both go, oh, together. It's amazing. But it's the second round now where you've seen D+ Kia have a good answer to that bulletproof cam. They hacked it out last time. Here, they said, oh, forget hacking it. We'll get in there and destroy it. And then I've done the same to the Clash. Wonderful start for D+ Kia.
I think they're just waiting for the push to come from Azuki now. He's going to actually, I think, smart choice. Get yourself back into sight. There's 3 guns facing your way in IT. So for the time being, just hold yourself back. You're just trying to burn out time now. You certainly don't want to give your life away. Levy could take that advice as well. Gets a little bit aggressive in through that catwalk door. Could have been swung by Azuki, but wasn't. Joe manages to pick up Mitty. But this is going to be a little bit of a defining moment within the round. I think D+ Kia just need to chill out for a minute. Let this wall get opened up and let things develop.
They do, but it feels like it's a bit of a stem the bleeding moment for both sides in a way. D+ Kia starting out so strong, and like that, they lose 2, Tim. A round of Rainbow Six Siege can change in a millisecond, and here it's changed in about, I'd say 300 milliseconds. 2 quick kills, and now Daystar are in full command of the round. Levy and Falls really got to work some magic. Hit the deck, get back on your back, get on your belly like a snake, and just sit and wait. Bait him in, draw him in. Souffle going down like that, Tim. That's 2 kills back.
That's effectively now a 2v2, and they know where one of the 2 is. This is a dangerous spot now as the kill comes in from Levy. It's 2v1. Souffle is down, but so is Falls, actually. So we find ourselves now in a 1v1. The swing comes across. He's going to get his man. And Daystar managed to get themselves leveled up again. 5-5.
I was so worried we were about to see another incredible 2vx bottle there by the side that had the man advantage. The number of times this week, Tim, that we've seen 5v3s, even 5v2s or 4v2s, you name it, just get spun on its head has been absolutely ridiculous. It's definitely been one of our most clutch events for that. Does it always make for convincing siege when the team keeps on losing those man advantages? No, but it definitely makes for entertainment. And with that Daystar hold on, we're guaranteed to see all 12 rounds of Nighthaven Labs in regulation. Could even yet see OT.
Who knows where this one is going? The only place we know that it's going is down to command and servers, because That is going to be our next defensive site for Daystar. Again, I'll be asking the same question. This is a beautiful opening kill from Niz. Again, I'm going to be asking the same questions of, how much of a commitment is made to that top floor. Great final swing from Pecan as well to pick that up. Not easy to win that one out.
I've missed those slow-mos. We had a great one the other day. They really do draw sound effects out of us, Tim.
They do.
They really do.
Right, here we go then. What's it looking like up on the top floor? We've got Seal and Azuki joining Joe up there at the minute, so that's 3. Whether that changes as we get a little bit deeper into this round, we will see. It may still be kind of just setting things up. But I think as a benchmark, we can say 3 roamers on the top floor for D plus Kia to deal with.
Absolutely. Again, it is going to demand all 12s. This won't be the last round that we see on this map. Still at least 2 to play. And very dug in, I'd say, on the side of Daystar, especially towards the Mute and the Mozzie. It's very rare that you see these two as a pairing these days. You'll normally see one or the other, because there are just so many strong operators in the game. I mean, look, you got Thorn, we can never mind. Tim, they're just going straight in.
Forget it.
And Nia's getting 2. They're looking for a 3rd already. This could be over before it's even started, Tim. They make it a 3, and yet again, Mitty continues his reign of terror. They have just destroyed the other side here. Daystar, it's only Pecan left.
Yeah, opportunity spotting at its finest there from D plus Kia. Just seeing that window of a chance to get in there, get aggressive. They do so. Pecan finds one. At least stops it being a flawless, but can do no more, as that now leaves us 6-5 on the scoreboard. Brilliant stuff from D plus Kia. They seem to go from strength to strength at the minute.
Barely even around that, was it?
Yep.
It was over in about 60 seconds flat. Very impressive from D plus Kia. Daystar not quite playing the way that I'm sure Harambe wanted them to off the back of a couple of timeout rounds. They're going to try and stage their final defense down into the basement assembly and tank to close out regulation and potentially the map. But it does mean D plus Kia are going to have to work their way through the majority of the map. Big question there is, do Daystar want to play out on the roam? It's kind of a given that you have to on this site. Once again going back in towards the Mozzie, but dropping away on the Mute and instead trying to slow things down a little bit with the Ella coming out from Pecan.
Map 2, when we get there, not necessarily after this round, but when we get there, will be Leia, as chosen by D plus Kia. I did speak earlier, Daystar are no slouches on there. They did lose to Furia the other day, but it was 7-5, which, is always an accomplishment in itself against a roster like Furia. And they were able to beat Elevate 7-1 there. So, Daystar, every possibility that they come back, and take things a little bit further than Leia. But if D plus Kia can take their map away from them here on Night Haven Labs, it puts them one big step forward towards surviving in this lower bracket.
I'm looking at that lineup. Mitty, by the way, I've got to stress, 12 and 8. What a clawback from me in 1 and 4. Very well played. But I'm looking at this lineup, especially those final 3 operators in the side of D plus Kia. That just screams, you are not safe anywhere. If the Blitz ain't rushing you down, you're getting flashed out by Candelas. If you feel that you're safe from even that, well, there's Fire to force you to move as well. And Lion Scans, it's going to be a rushing towards sites. If they're not even here, and with all this utility, this should be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, and I think at this point, no idea. Absolutely no idea. Daystar, you can be forgiven because he's just come running straight in there and got aggressive. Next kill comes in. Levy putting the plant down. This almost certainly looks like it will be going to D plus Kia. They've said enough is enough on Night Haven Labs. We're coming for the win and we want to get this map done. They don't want any extras, and it's currently 5 versus 3. The post plant is in position.
They've been enjoying that French cheese, Tim. 2 rounds in a row here. They've absolutely cheesed the face off the side of Daystar. They're into a 2v3, but this feels unwinnable. You're against the Shield, you've got the Capital, you still got the Ying on side as well. It is not looking pretty, but a wonderful execute coming out from D plus Kia. As we say, completely catching them by surprise. Falls down to low HP, but hits the flash, and this one is pretty much done. Souffle with it all to recover by himself. He won't even get the chance. D plus Kia with a great recovery after being down 0-3. Take away Daystar's map pick.
Great judgment of movement from Foles on the blitz there. You could see his feet getting peppered, and he was just trying to close that distance to be able to use the gadget. Did it brilliantly well, and D plus Kia, a great last couple of, I think the entire last couple of rounds has probably been about 2.5 minutes of gameplay. They've just gone rushing straight in, taken their opportunities, and that leaves Daystar a little bit stunned going into map 2.
It does. Going to have to recover a little bit here, Tim. As you sort of said earlier on Lair, this is the map we're going into. They're not slouches on Lair.
They can play.
They can play it, but can they play it against a team that have picked it as their own map pick? That is what remains to be seen.
Yeah, it really does. That's going to be the question that remains to be answered. Just seeing there the team just having a little bit of a debrief straight away. The thing is, they've got to just get this out of their heads. Labs is done. You got to just move on.
Very common to see teams disappear out towards the lobby to do this as well, but clearly saying, well, you know what? They probably can't understand us over the weekend, Mandarin, so we'll crack on here in front of the booth and figure this out so we've got more time to actually talk, because they do really need to get things course corrected. Otherwise, this will be a very, very quick series, Tim.
Yeah, it will be, and it certainly it could be really quick if D plus K carry on like they did there. I don't think they will. The foot will come off the gas a little bit, and they'll know that they need to get themselves established on lair. But yeah, phenomenal stuff. Like you say, Mitty was 1-4 at a point, so in those final 8 rounds, he's got himself 8 kills, 11 kills. Great stuff from him to turn that around and bring it back and be the player that D plus Kia need him to be. Bullet as well up there at the top. Shout out to Souffle. He had some big moments. We saw a couple of big swings from him where he really did almost turn around, but it just didn't equate onto scores going up onto the board.
The big challenge that both teams are facing, I think, coming into this series too, one stat I didn't speak about, was collectively they've got the lowest multi-kills as individual teams out of anyone in the competition, even those eliminated.
Yep.
Both teams have really lacked that star power historically. And while you see Mitty show a little bit of it, there was still only really the 1-3K from him in the game. So someone has got to be that superstar going into map 2 for the side of Daystar. Otherwise, they'll be having a nice early exit here at Six Invitational. We'll take a quick exit for now and come back in just a minute after a short break. See you then.
Available now.
I've got a bone to pick with you first and foremost.
You always do, Des.
I've done my research. They are not vents. They are localized radiators.
Thank you. So what
in
we
the
are
same way my hands are.
So what you're saying, Des, is by covering them up, they could heat up my head, which causes the headaches. That's what you're saying. That's what I heard.
In the same way covering up your hands can give you a headache because it raises your body temperature.
Well, no, but it's localized to my head, isn't it?
Oh, my God.
It's localized so my brain's getting hot. That's what I'm saying.
They are not vents. You described them as heat vents.
I've seen cartoons. I've seen cartoons where they are. Where the
It's an
steam
animation.
comes out.
It's a cartoon. It's not real.
All I'm saying is my lived experience is if my ears are covered, my head gets hot and I get a headache. Explain it however you will. Maybe
your ears are covered now, Tim. Is it getting hot?
Maybe
I'm overheating. Have you got a headache, Tim?
Maybe I'm a medical marvel. Thanks for asking, Des. Actually, yes, I am a little bit.
That's because you're old.
And I've not slept.
And you've not slept. But no, it's the ears' fault, Tim.
I guarantee.
Well, we're going into game. Let's get back into what we're actually here for, shall we? Lair coming up. It was a 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs to D plus Kia. Despite Daystar starting out 3-0 on their attack and looking commanding, D plus Kia did fight their way back in, and with it being there, Matt picked him. This might mean this series now goes the way that we all anticipated, which was a 2-0 to D plus Kia.
It feels like you've kind of, if you D plus Kia, I think it feels like you've hit the downhill a little bit. The social prediction, is really reflecting that as well. Get them onto Lair, get them onto their map pick, given the confidence that they played with. Mitty really hitting his stride towards the second half of that game. Yeah, I think things are looking good for them. D plus Kia start on the attack as well, so they can just kind of continue rolling.
Humans rely primarily on sweating,
Give it a rest.
evaporative cooling, and increasing blood flow to the entire skin surface, not just the ears.
I love how much you hate to be wrong. That's the best bit.
Fun fact, it's because they have no insulating fat, which is why when it gets cold, it's the first place that you feel cold.
Yep.
And it also makes your ears most susceptible to frostbite. You know how you avoid getting frostbite on your ears, Tim?
Do you cover them up?
Yeah, you do.
But
Do you know what you wear?
But then I get a headache.
Do you know what you wear, Tim?
Then I get a headache.
Do you know what you wear?
I'm not
Tim,
talking
Tim,
about frostbite.
do you want
At what point
do you want a
mention
headache
you're
or
such
frostbite?
Oh, you're such
Headache or
you're
frostbite?
such a baby.
Tell me though, which one would you want? Headache or
Honestly,
frostbite?
Frostbite.
Thank you. You're such an idiot, man.
I can be just as stubborn as you, Des.
Oh, I love it so much. All right, we're going to go to match run office for our first site. The bands mirroring exactly what we saw back on the last map, at least for one of the halves. Electro Bros taken away, and then two of our strongest attackers also taken off the board. Kicking things off on the top floor then, Tim, it's going to be the attacking side for D plus Kia and Daystar on the defense.
Yeah, same bands as we saw last time around to kick things off, so nothing has changed drastically there. What are we going to need to see from Daystar? Well, they're on the defense, it's Lair, it's top floor, so there's a few key areas here. First thing they need to do is recognize where the attack is coming from D plus Kia, because there are multiple options, and I would hope D plus Kia will push at least two of those different sides. One area they need to keep a hold of here, or at least make difficult for D plus Kia to come in and take control of, is Ops. We can see Souffle is over there on the Jaeger at the minute. He's just put in a couple of bits of utility. They've reinforced the wall through, but we're going to see, I would say, Mitty, we've seen him do it previously. We've seen D plus Kia already on there. Mitty on the ace will come into Ops. He'll try to breach that wall, and he's going to give them control of mezzanine pretty quickly. So somebody needs to be tasked with holding on to that area and keeping them out of there. Also, you're going to have Mask Wall. That's probably going to be opened up, given that the Electro Bros have been taken away by D plus Kia. It's going to give them an easy option, thank you very much, to get that breached, which we can see is already happening straight away. Selma Charge goes on there, nice and easy. It does get taken away though, so a little bit of a question as to whether they go back to it or not. There is people lining up to take Ops, so Daystar, they need to be recognising this now. There is nobody there to challenge for Ops. This is a concern for me. They're letting D plus Kia in and to get established. Look how easy that's just been. They've just lost the utility there. Too easy.
And a C4 over the top to try and collect their man, and they're not going to get away with anything, I'm afraid. Bit of a waste of a C4 overall, because they've now lost Ops. They've also seen Mask opening up, as we've already remarked on once or twice. Which should mean this gets that little bit easier. Also trying to apply pressure here on towards Rockets there. There isn't a player playing there. But so far, Daystar have just been moved around like warts, and they're being pushed to wherever the hell D plus Kia want them to go.
Bullets on the Deimos as well. You just saw him there just on the left of your screen as that drone's going through. This drone is being done by Bullet because he wants to go underneath and he wants to work his way up mezzanine. I thought he might go and try and deal with Desk, but instead he's just getting aggressive because he's seen an opportunity. And again, it's something D plus Kia have done really, really well so far. It's to opportunity spot and to take aggression. Brilliant from Bullet. Absolutely phenomenal. Double kill. Gets them rolling now. 5 versus 2. This is a round going to D plus Kia almost certainly.
Yeah, great movement by Bullet as well. Just kept on pushing, knowing that he could get flanked by Azuki. He was a little bit asleep at the wheel and let him get away with that one. But look at this. 70 seconds to play with, Tim. They've got gadgets for days. They've still got these traps coming out from the Deimos. this is D plus Kia's round for sure.
If you remember, I said I wanted Bullet to deal with that position behind the desk, and he's done exactly that. He's gone. Joe manages to get the kill, but look at how low health he is. He's got no toxic babes left anymore. Simple as that. Seal gets dealt with from below as well. Bullet has had a great round there on the Deimos. So his initial plan was go in and deal with that desk position by using the verticality and the track onto the smoke. But he sees an opportunity. He knows they're not ready for the push-up rockets there, so he goes and gets his kill. He comes back down and gets the player who was supposed to be downstairs to stop him getting the verticals onto desk. Just really well read in that situation from Bullet. The team do the rest of the work elsewhere, get everything else prepped. Brilliant stuff. D plus Kia 1-0.
Yeah, certainly zero complaints there about Bullets playing the round. Absolutely excellent. Going to go down to the bottom floor, though. Daystar taking us into the basement. So D plus Kia, no doubt, going to have a bit more work to do. Probably a full map clear on the go if Daystar choose to play it out on the baton with a thing like with an operator like the Valkyrie on side. It screams to me that they are not going to be sat inside of sight. Nia's already at least hovering over the IQ here, just by default. Good bit of respect to show on to the other side. But everything else on the side of Daystar, Tim, I look at and say they're really looking to try and keep themselves locked in. There's a nice picture from yesterday.
That's Wildcard.
That was Wildcard's win yesterday, indeed. It was quite an emotional moment for Baby Shark, because as he went on to say on social media, he's getting to play in front of his friends and family on the biggest stage there is to play. You know, a year like, bless him. I remember in the video of Who's Your Rookie of the Year, everyone was actually saying Stompin. A bunch of the Brazilians were saying Boxera, and Baby Shark, he was like, I would like to say myself, but I'm not going to because that's quite vain, so I'll say Stompin. But I do think he's been very much underrated as this rookie that's come in. And he's been meandering around in Tier 2 for a while, but to then come into Tier 1, get picked up, flown, and move your whole life to a different part of the world and play the way that he has, I'm absolutely loving seeing it. It's been amazing. Yep. And his whole team was so happy that he gets that moment in front of his family and friends. It's a wonderful thing for him.
Great pickup from Seal there to kick things off. That's Levy taken out, and it's the Raura as well. So usually if you've got the Raura, it is going to be a big part of that execute. There is going to be a specific plan about where those panels will be deployed, where they will hold down in the map to prevent the pushers coming through. So that's now something that D plus Kia need to kind of think their way around. They lose Bullet as well. Big round from Seal. That's going to be a double for him. 5 versus 3, and the basement hold is looking a little bit better for Daystar.
It is. I've got a lot of work still to do here. D plus Q, if they want to try and recover this round. It's a 3 versus 5, but as we've already seen back on the previous map, these rounds are losable. So, need to ensure they're playing as a team. They've got all 3 C4s still available to deny away players like Falls especially. We saw some really cute play out of Fury yesterday, making use of the C4 on the stairs down to the northwest to keep the shield at bay as a flash comes on through. Souffle hitting the deck there for a second, and here we go. The march on forward from Falls begins. Will he find his man?
Just going to try to work around the extremities of that toxic babe canister. Doesn't matter as Joe manages to get one, but here come D plus Kia. Mitty and Nia's one apiece. Mitty in a second, and this is the problem. You just can't legislate for a pillar for a player like Mitty. We now find ourselves 2 versus 2, and there's an age on the clock. There's still a minute 15 left to go. They can take their time here. They've got Roteros. They've got Buck for the verticality in a lot of ways. D plus K still have what they need to turn this around.
This is very winnable, which is very concerning to say. Again, we were in a 5 versus 3 not 20 seconds ago. A little bit nervous, but it is harder to attack when you've got so many angles to cover here as just 2 attackers, and knowing one of you needs to be holding that diffuser and getting it down the ground leaves you in an effective 1v2 for a while. So the longer they leave this, the sooner that clock becomes the 6th man for the defenders, and it really is kind of what you might say is a 3v2 in essence.
They know at least where one of the positions is, but the flash comes in perfectly done. Nia's then manages to take down Pecan. 2 versus 1 now. Daystar could be left seriously kicking themselves. Nia's is in a position to think about putting this diffuser down. He just needs a little bit of support against Azuki, and they just got a little bit mistimed there. But it's Azuki versus Mitty. Who is going to come out on top? Mitty is the one with low health. I think he knows exactly where Azuki is. But a quick pre-fire around the corner does the job. And Daystar managed to close it out. They needed that one, Des. That would have been a huge throw had they not got it done. They were 5 versus 3 at a point.
Saving the round there. Big time is Azuki. It shouldn't have come down to a 1v1, but it did. Good effort by D plus Kia. Daystar managed to hold on. And I touched on this on our broadcast yesterday, I want to say. I was looking at all our operator-based stats throughout the competition. Mira has the most clutches of any operator by an absolute country mile when it comes to this tournament, and I think you can see why. Often the last one left alive, always got that Vector, a brilliant gun for a 1v1 given its fire rate. And while you've just seen another one of those added onto the board. Great stuff. 1-1, and back up to the top floor we go.
Yeah, really well played from Azuki. Little 1v2, didn't panic, got the job done for his team. And like you say, going to just try again on that top floor. They have to be more aware of the possibility of play coming in from beneath rather than the Deimos this time. Nias is going to be stacking up. It was Bullet on the Deimos last time, but Nias is going to be stacking up on the Buck. We saw it use it in the last round. I say that, and it all switches again. There we go. So Bullet's going to go on to Deimos, and there's not going to be a Buck. So they need to be aware of it. They need to be aware of it here today, Star. I think that D plus Q were expecting to be on the mid floor, by the way, then. I think that's why we've just seen the change. I think initially they were probably droning in thinking that they were going to be attacking bunks and briefing, and that was the lineup that they'd chosen. And then when they've seen its top floor, they've switched back to what they did previously. It worked so well. So a big win condition, or a big part of a win condition here for Daystar, is stopping Bullet's work underneath on the Deimos.
We'll seal for now. So dance around Ops, as we've seen so many times, Tim. Normally see these keepers actually scattered in throughout Ops itself. Little love tap attempt coming on towards Seal. I believe he missed. I didn't quite get the damage down. But for now, looking to waste a little bit of time, and then we'll dig himself back in behind that table and get a nice little setup going on with those keepers. But honestly, would have liked to see a little bit more of an aggressive hold inside of Ops itself. We saw a wonderful one coming out in the series yesterday between Furia and Waybo, but ultimately it was, you know, handled as it often can be, but it's more a case again of putting up more hurdles in front of the attackers to waste time, because as it stands now, Falls is going to march into Ops and start working his way forwards. No real bother, no real challenge.
Pecan just trying to hold on from Rocket Stairs. So this is part of what I was talking about in dealing with what Bullet was able to do last time. They have adapted to that. They've played the Malusi there on Rocket Stairs instead, so it prevents Bullet just being able to walk in and take the ground that he did like he did last time around. But he does have the shotgun. That wouldn't be a bad weapon to be taking this close fight. That's exactly what he's going to go for. But I like this. They've managed to just create a bit of distance, but then somehow Bullet closes him down. Manages to get the headshot with the shotty onto Pecan. Elsewhere, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, it is 5 versus 3.
And they're ready for the flank this time. They've learned from last time, Tim. They know that Azuki tried to come up behind them, so they stuck a second player in behind Bullet, and he's done all the work required. It's 5 versus 2. They've bypassed the Goyo canister, the craziest one. That was there to slow them down, Tim, but it's got round 2 gadgets.
And again, exactly the same as last time. Bullet's gone underneath, and now he starts using the tracks, and he will just start bullying this smoke from below. He's going to force them into bad positions. Joe somehow just kind of wheeling around, jumps up on a counter, manages to find the kill, and Daystar fight their way back into this one. A 2v5 becomes a 2v3 as they get quick kills back to back, but the problem they've got is that D plus Kia are starting to soften up the site and look for a plant.
Falls has got fire here as well. They can force Seal out from behind this desk. If he gets it in there, then Seal is dead to rights. Don't peek him at this point. They don't need to. Fire is more than an... They thought someone was in the corner. Fair enough. I was like, wrong gadget? What? Why have we burnt fire? I don't understand. I don't understand.
This is a mistake from D plus Kia, like you say.
What are we doing? I'm sorry, but that was so easy to read. A fire. Okay, they got one in there. Granted, one fire did go down behind it.
Not good enough.
But why not both in there? I think they were so terrified of a player being just inside the breach when, as we saw, there wasn't. You know, a moment on drones that revealed that. They could have got both fires down, burnt Seal out, smoked off the wide angle in front of the desk so he couldn't be challenged as he goes in for a plant deep, and that would have been it, round over. But instead, they've somewhat misplayed that, Tim.
I think what's happened there, or a part of what's happened there, is Bullet went to work underneath on the Deimos. He tracks the smoke, which I think is the operator that you would assume would be playing in behind the desk, possibly, because he's going to be there to smoke off the plant spot. He's going to be in behind those keeper barricades. As it was, he wasn't. So he was more towards display. So then Bullet relocates, goes for the challenge there, but then they lose the Deimos. And, you know, maybe if Bullet doesn't commit quite so heavily to that challenge on the smoke and, nope, I'm here to deal with behind the desk.
I didn't feel like Joe was the key operator to get rid of
No,
him.
the one behind the desk is the key spot in that situation. That's going to be the one that makes it difficult for you to put the diffuser down. So I think they've just got a little bit blinded. They've just got a little bit distracted by the other stuff that was going on. Bullet's committed a little bit too heavily to that attack there onto the smoke. He's lost his life for it. And then, to be fair, it's still then an error from D plus Kia because they still had the utility that they needed to deal with Seal behind that desk. They just didn't deploy it well enough, unfortunately. But these are the fine margins that we're dealing with. And you've got to give Daystar, the credit where it's due there, because they haven't panicked. Joe has dealt with bullet from below when he's being pushed by Hidemos. He's got himself into that little space up on the counter there, and he's been able to use his shotgun brilliantly. He's slowed down the push onto him with the Toxic Babe canisters. Great situational awareness from him. And then Seal, with his Kiba barricades, has got himself onto some beautiful angles. He's not panicked when the fire has come in, because it's not come close enough to him, and he's got himself a couple of kills. Brilliant stuff from Daystar. They take the lead 2-1.
It's the same conversation I was having in round 2 about throwing away these massive man advantages. That's a 5v2 that D plus Kia have given away, and they will be kicking themselves for letting that happen. But we move on. We're into the second quarter of the game now. Let's see how things march on. And we have got the Thatcher coming along in this round. And we've seen some really interesting uses of this operator on this map. Fury yesterday, for example, had their pre-placed nitros. They were dealt with by the Thatcher so that a Blandit could run on forward, only to die straight to a shotgun waiting on the other end. It wasn't ideal, but it does mean that you can undo a lot of the threat that might come from the other side with their gadget. So keep an eye on that. I actually don't know. Maybe you'll know. Can you Thatcher EMP a warden when his glasses are on? I would assume so.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
But I haven't seen it throughout the tournament so far.
No, we haven't seen it
happen. What are we doing? Okay, fair.
It was certainly the old way of dealing with the warden was to drop the EMP just above him outside of the map. Levy is going to pick up an opener with a nade there. So that's Seal taken out. The hero of the last round is off the board, leaving us 5 versus 4. And the clearance can continue now for D plus Kia.
Yeah. Seal was stuck in a rock and a hard place, but this is again one of those rounds where we're in a 5v2, Tim. I'm sure we can close it this time.
Yeah, I don't think D plus Kia will be making the same mistakes. Both of the players remaining on the side of the defender up on the top floor, so it is now just a case of chase them down and go for kills. He's got a Blackbeard up in his face. Really nice kill there from Souffle. Manages to take out Falls, but he's not going to get any more. You could see bullets coming from all directions there. D plus Kia had him surrounded. They managed to level things up 2-2.
All right, much better and much more clinical is the key thing to stress. We got to the 5v2 and I was like, okay, breathe, hold on. A little nervous when they got down to the Blackbeard and there was a shotgun in hand, but after losing the second player, I think there was just no chance they managed to clutch that one out. As you say, it keeps things tight at 2 apiece. D plus Kia, that reminder again, this is their map pick. You'd expect to see a pretty good defense coming out of them, and I touched on that stat earlier. Daystar have been the worst attacking team at the tournament that's still remaining, 26% attacking win rate. They've still got to make their attacks work in this second half. They've shown they can win on this map, granted, but again, it is D plus Kia's map pick. It's where they'll feel most comfortable.
Okay, then down to the base. You're exactly right, Des. I was just thinking the same thing before coming in here. I thought, yeah, it's not been a bad, start for Daystar. 2-2 is not the end of the world for them, but they've got to attack yet. And I think D plus Kia will be even better when they get onto that side of the map. So really, I think Daystar need to get themselves 2 back-to-back rounds now, find the 4-2 half, and then they do give themselves a platform that they can build from. But it's looking less and less likely the more that D plus Kia attack, because just round after round they seem to have these big opportunities and are quite happy to take them. This time I'm just looking at the lineup they've got. Keep an eye on Nears. He's going to be playing the knock. You just never know where they're going to pop up. Of course, keeping themselves off the cams and very, very quietly moving throughout the map. They can always provide some surprises. And then other than that, we're fairly standard. We've got the Roteros, we've got the Blackbeard, we've got the Boogie drones of the Ram. So it's going to be a mid-floor clear. Try and get in there and create some verticals.
Yeah, same sort of stuff, absolutely. All right, let's see how we fare. Nears, especially the one... you see a nut picked up and you're just like, ooh, what are they cooking, Tim? They've got something special waiting in line for us. Of course, it was a while ago now that the changes came in where that gadget can technically last pretty much forever. As long as you aren't sprinting or shooting or doing anything to wear down the gadget's charge, you can just very merrily walk through the map for an unlimited amount of time and be invisible to those cameras. Doesn't mean you're invisible to players, and as you're seeing here, Daystar like to ask a few questions early in the round. Falls with that shield in front of his face means he'll be alive and well. But even now, Joe's looking to ask questions from a different angle as a nade comes on through. Sees a player sprint back across. It is Pecan. So already, Tim, we've got a couple of players on the side of D plus Kia starting to look at sight here and maybe even considering a bit of a rush in because a couple of players aren't even here.
Yeah, Falls has just got himself into lockers again. He's just taking what's offered to him. He's just walking in there, having a look and thinking, well, you know what? If you're not going to play anybody in there, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to push through. He now gets himself into missile. There's been a drone ahead of him as well. So he can just sit on that side door and he can just start to make life a little bit of a nuisance. They do know he's there, but it starts taking attention.
It does. This is the real danger of shields. Like, you might look at a Blackbeard and say, well, he's died an awful lot this tournament, so is he really that effective? It's the threat that he provides, the distraction, the attention that he draws away from the defenders that what makes him so potent. Yeah, the gun's fantastic and having frag grenades is also great, but it's what it means when you can do things like this. Nia's marching on forward, trying to do what he can, but this is why we have those thorn traps on side Tim. Didn't slow him down. It's a kill back and forth, but 2 kills go the way of both teams here at this point, down to a 3v3.
They have managed to take down the Blackbeard. That is a big kill for Daystar, but Azuki, Pecan, both taking damage. Souffle manages to pick up Mitty. It's all up to Bullet and Nias from here. Nade goes out, just trying to get people moving. 2 versus 3 now as D plus Kia try to march on through, but Azuki had a great round down in the basement last time around, hitting that 1v2. Now steps up for his team again, takes down Nias, and it's all up to Bullet in the 1v3. Diffuser down cold as well, and they've got one up above Des.
If anyone can do it, it's Bullet, let's be frank, but I think even he's probably a little bit out of his depth here. There's just so many angles that you can be challenged on down here. He's got the right idea, sees the mirror and finds the headshot. That's a great kill. Now looking for the second, but has to be so careful of the verticals up above. Last 15, doesn't have the diffuser either. Sorely needs to win this gunfight, but I don't think he'll be given the chance, Tim. He's also got to find a way to get the diffuser, which is down towards his south. He ain't going to have any clue on where it is and how to get there right now. Has to win this gunfight. 1 HP to his name and does get it, but 2 seconds left. This round is over.
The mistake from... I don't think he wins the round anyway. Bullet played that really well. 1v3 down to a 1v1. He walked past the diffuser. He was in the room with the diffuser, and he's gone in looking for the kills. Nothing wrong with that, but he's left the diffuser on the ground. You know, had he been aware of that and grabbed it on his way, with that 2 seconds, he could have at least tried. You know, he could have, I think, like I said, Souffle has done the right thing. He's taken the top floor. He's taken the vertical there. He's just going to pick him up as he tries to put the diffuse down. But still, you know, there was a possible opportunity there. But a good round from Daystar again. Not being rattled. You know, they went in there, they lost a couple of bodies. D plus Kia got aggressive. But Daystar, they were confident in their core positions, particularly Azuki and where he was playing on that mirror. And they were able to just sort of scrap their way through the round. 3-2. I said they needed a 4-2. I stand by that. I'm not sure 3-3 will be enough when D plus Kia get themselves onto the defense, but Daystar, they've still got that chance. They could still get 4-2. It's going to be a last attempt up on the top floor.
I want to go back to the entry as well for a moment, because back on that previous map, across all 12 rounds, we only saw 4 entries going the way of Daystar. It has somewhat continued onto this map as well, but currently 4-1 on the entry to D plus Kia. So there is work for them to do. Even though they're getting the entry, the actual conversion has been the problem for them. You can't be starting strong and then seeing rounds going the other way. This is where you've really got to see discipline. And we saw that a little bit at the close of the last round. Yeah, Bullet was left 1v3, but that's only because Nias, I think it was, went in to try and go for a challenge when Bullet was nowhere near the action. He was still holding off towards a breach, expecting to get pushed onto. And at the same time, someone else on your team is doing something different and trying to go aggressive. You've got to be in sync, as we've seen. The top teams have done this all week long, Tim. When they move as a unit with the same idea in mind. Very rarely do they take actions independently, and that is what I think cost them a little bit in that 2 versus 3 that could have been won. But instead, as you said, they find themselves down, around and behind, looking to try and play catch-up.
Nias has just drawn his way through ops and into the corridor, so he knows that that's not being held. Falls is going to look to go in and take that ground again. It's something that D plus Kia have done quickly every single time. Bullet on the Deimos is working from exactly the same position, so this should come as no surprise to Daystar whatsoever. I think this time he may focus more on that position behind desk,
entry
but it's
again.
going to be Levy who manages to kick things off. 5-1 on the entry now as he picks up Azuki. That's the Malusi gone, and that's Mezzanine now opening up a little bit ahead of D plus Kia.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? They've really got to get a move on now. Levy's inside the bathroom and starting his push on forward. So smokes get rolled out towards Mez. Bullet once again making that push, but Pecan gets him while half flashed out. Finally gets pushed in from bathroom. I will give it to them, Tim. Their push on towards Mez and bathroom every single round has been excellent.
Brilliant kill from Nias. Knows where Seal is located. Manages to open up that soft wall and find the angle. It was a tough one, but he got the job done. That really opens things up. 3v2 though, as Souffle again. He always has these big flashpoint moments. Out of the map he goes, gets a kill and gets Daystar back into this, but Falls is putting the diffuser down and he's almost certainly going to be able to stick it. Toxic Babe goes out too late. The damage is done.
Really, really good round from D plus Kia, and they haven't messed up the plant this time around. They've ensured there isn't a player in behind the desk, despite there being keepers there, and have managed to get a plant down. And this is the thing, when you see them attacking like that, you just think, these guys are actually really good at this stuff. They can attack very, very well. just sometimes they make these really questionable decisions in the middle of rounds that cost them ultimately. Losing out 5vx situations, sometimes losing out in the plant situation like we saw on this site earlier on, and that has given Daystar a window here to still be competitive. 3 attacks will guarantee OT, 4 will see them with the map win, and that will take us into Chalet.
Yeah, round 7 I think is going to be particularly important here because it's going to answer the question for us of how capable are Daystar on the attack of Lair today. That's going to be a really important point because D plus Kia now, they can just lock down top floor, basement. If they can get those 2 sites done and defended, then they win and they head through into that next round of the lower bracket against Waybo later on today. So it's down to Daystar now. They're the ones. The onus is on them to start breaking this down. Given that it is D plus Kia's map choice, we know that they're good here. I think it's 3rd preference for them overall. They're 5-2 in recent history. They have got a pedigree here, and I think that their defending is going to be pretty good.
Definitely. Big one for me, I'm thinking about later on already for the Waybo game. If D plus Kia come up against Waybo, they actually played each other just a few short months ago for the major qualifier. Waybo won 2-0 on Lair and Bank, going 7-3 and 7-5. That's only a rematch that I can imagine they're gagging to try and get online with, and, correct old wrongs as it might be. And as much as people hate watching D plus Kia, Tim, they will then stand as the last remaining APAC team and will be the best team in APAC if they can get that done. I'm sure many want to see Waybo make a deep run because they've played very well this tournament so far. Fantastic on the attacking side. Just yesterday was a little bit of an off day for a couple of their key players, and ultimately they were against Furia, who for me at least now are probably in contention as one of the favourites to win it all.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to argue against Fury. It always comes down to form, doesn't it? Again, it's something that I often speak about. The ability to win tournaments is not necessarily being the best team in the world. It's being the best team at the right time. And it's about form. It's about being able to, have those big matches, have those big performances when you need to. We see teams quite often win a tournament and then come in and struggle in the next. And so it's not always about, your overall. It's a point in time. And Furia, they were great yesterday, but will that continue day after day? Rotero drone is going to go in, remove the mirror window, and open up that soft wall. So that is Ops now softened up. It's going to allow Joe to crawl in on his belly, see if he can find anybody through there on the glass, and just take that ground more importantly and prevent D plus Kia from playing inside of mezzanine.
What do you think he swapped gun there, Tim?
Sorry?
Really curious to hear your thoughts. Why do you think he swapped the gun to shoot the camera?
I don't know, Des.
I was going to say maybe not to indicate who the operator is because they've tried to keep the glass relatively tucked away.
More than likely, there's an element of that. Maybe a little bit of ammunition management if he thinks he's going to be pushed, doesn't want to reload.
We were watching the football for a little bit with Doki on Saturday, and he was saying, literally, I can hear that there's 2 1-speeds coming from this direction of the map, and I can tell you exactly who they are. Like, I just know what we're being hit with, if it's going to be a rush, whatever else it is. Like, the cues they pick up from sounds just on footsteps alone tells you an awful lot, right? So I'd be kind of surprised if D plus Kia aren't somewhat anticipating this, especially given there is that Warden on the other side.
Daystar are moving a little bit slowly at the minute, is my concern. We're a minute 10 left in the round. We haven't really seen Pecan do much yet. We see now the track come out from the Deimos. It's going to be onto Mitty, but he's over the far side of the map. It's not really going to help him out too much. He actually drops down to go and have a look for a fight with this Deimos possibly, because obviously Deimos gives his position back over to the other side as well. Nearly gets caught out, but Mitty just ahead of where he needs to be there. So 45 seconds and Daystar not too much progress. The fire canisters have started going out from the Tachanka, as of the Toxic Babes, and that is now
a bit there,
preventing this plant from going down.
Almost like overstacking a little bit, I want to say.
They just stood waiting.
But like you say, Levy's just very happy to sit here and just keep on raining down fire because he can keep on doing this all day long. Still got 10 left. And as you know, Tim is our resident Chanka expert. That is enough time to keep things locked on through. But Joe's in behind the glass. But look at this, nice and close. Must hear the rip, surely. All he's got to do is spray if he looks up towards his side and find his man. But no! Joe pushes out the smoke. A C4 up over the top. He's going to find his man as we're into the final 5 seconds. They get another kill. It is panic stations for the other side. Mitty, the last one standing as we get to the last 2 seconds. He's done all that he needs to hold on. And D plus Kia will win with the help of the clock.
That was really nice from D plus Kia there. There was no panic in them. So what happens, there was all sorts going on at the same time there. I'll break down for you a little bit what happened. Azuki goes in for the plant in the normal spot, just inside of that mezzanine wall. Tachanka sends the Shumikers over. Levy manages to hit the spot beautifully, by the way, from the far side. He's on the R6 room wall, and he still manages to hit that plant spot. In goes the Shumiker canister, so Azuki has to move, because you can't plant within the time frame, if you're wondering. As soon as the Shumiker goes down, you're going to die before that case is completed. So Azuki moves. He moves up onto mask wall, and the plant is still going down. The kills are raining in. Bullet, however, he has the presence of mind to not take any other fights, and he just sends the nitro over towards Azuki. He triggers that nitro. Azuki is dropped. The diffuser's down on the ground. D plus Kia recognise very quickly at this point that 2v3 has just become about survival, because they've stopped the plant and it's down cold on the ground. They predict that Daystar will make the call to go for kills, and Mitty just keeps himself out of danger as much as he can. This is the nitro, absolutely beautiful, but they know that nobody's in position, so now Mitty starts dropping deeper into sight so that he can play that game of protecting himself and keeping himself out of trouble. Really, really nice round from D plus Kia, just managing to rescue that situation that initially seemed extremely chaotic.
Okay, let's see if we can get this one done. D plus Kia have got a chance here to go 2 rounds clear and get themselves moving, but I'm looking at that lineup from Daystar, and they are gagging for an execute sim. That round going upstairs to clear things out, of course, making sure those upper floors are locked down with the gridlock once that's done. And then in towards that Raura yet again. Now, Raura, as we spoke about an awful lot, Tim, as I said when she first came into the game, lowest win rate of any operator in the game. She was frankly absolutely awful. I think because teams were often trying to make set-piece plays work with her, but then realizing actually there are several holes in this that are very easy to figure out, or teams have got responses to it, and so she wasn't very effective. But now they've had a little bit of time with her, you do find she's got this really cool spot as an operator where, like a few other ops in the game, she's very, very niche. She's got very, very specific use cases on certain sites. So when you see one, you know that a team has got something cooked up. So keep an eye on Souffle and where he looks to make use of these gadgets.
Yeah, very much the same as Castle in a lot of ways. You know, if you bring in a Castle along, it's not what we'd call sort of general utility. It's not something like a book or a sledge. It's kind of just always useful. You know, you've got a very specific plan for it. Bullet manages to pick up Souffle. That's a big opener. That's the Raura gone. So we're not going to get to see what the plan was after all that talking. Thanks for that, Bullet. So it leaves us 5 versus 4. He's going to drop back to side. This is a really important round for Daystar. You know, we often talk about these rounds sort of later in, maybe round 9, round 10. But for me, this is the one, because if you remember, coming into the second half, I said D plus Kia, they just need 4 rounds to win this one. So they need their primary site and their secondary site. If they can lock down top floor and basement, it doesn't matter what else happens. This is the first attempt on basement. They've already locked down top floor, so you start then looking, if they get this one done, thinking they are heading towards that 2-0. Daystar, now is the time to step up.
I love Mitty's set up here with the trip, by the way, because it makes it so hard to... Never mind, he's dead.
The Caster Curse is real this round. The Monte manages to knock Nias down, and Pecan is there to finish the kill. Azuki is likely to be collected as well at this point, because Falls, I was going to say Bullet are both down in sight, but no, Bullet's lurking. He is waiting, but they're aware of his position. If he comes around, it's an easy pickup. They had the drone intel on him, and that is Bullet out of the round. 1v4 now. 25 seconds, that is going to be the key factor.
So look how much time they can waste here, Tim. They've still got Denari down, they've still got 2 smokes they can play with. He can't really drop into this too easily. If he does, he'll take a bit of damage, and no doubt a second one can follow on through here. Going to start his push, sees the operator. Did he miss his legs to the right? He must have... No! He must have seen his feet, Tim! Time is on their side! Daystar! They're going to absolutely crumble, Tim! Down to the last 2 or 3 seconds. Falls has got to look to his right, and he does! D plus Kia! They hold on, but how on earth have Daystar let that one get away from them?
What a clutch from Falls. Absolutely beautiful stuff. There was just no panic like in the round previous. It didn't matter the situation. A 1v4 locked out. Des, I think the whole audience was screaming there. You've seen his legs. You know where he is. But the Monte, for whatever reason, just didn't. The thing is, you're taking a drop, you've 20 seconds left to go, there is a lot going on there, and you're scanning quickly.
Chat. Nia's had a lot of fun spanning the whole time after that.
You're scanning around that room quickly. There's lots of factors that come into it. We see the legs. You know, the players can all play on, I'm not giving them excuses, but they can all play on different ratios, different, setups. But also, you're going into that room quickly and you're scanning around the room.
You'll see yourself on the replay, Tim. It's unreal.
If you don't know, or you don't see what you don't see, and if you just tunnel vision towards maybe a specific location that you think that player is around, it is what it is.
And the self-flash as well.
This from Falls, those two
They're
kills
phenomenal.
are the one for me.
They're phenomenal.
Getting the Monty is a bit of luck. That's the bit of luck that you need, that the Monty doesn't see you. But then Falls hitting them 2 long-range kills with the SMG. Unreal from him.
I always say it, Tim, for a player to go 1v4 like that, the other side really has to flop up, and the errors are very obvious, but it's still on that one player to be able to hit those shots, as you say, and make the play that he did. But it's certainly not helped by Daystar, 1, missing his legs, and 2, flashing their Monty, who then turns towards the left rather than towards the right, and they pay the price as a result. That is going to be a bit of a mental break, and no doubt Daystar, well, it's starting to look more like it getting towards dusk at this point, Tim. That moon's starting to rise, and they could be going into that sweet good night if this carries on. 2 more chances before they're sent home.
Yeah, a brilliant tournament it has been from them. They've certainly given plenty of entertainment, and there might be plenty more left to come. But like you say, they are now down to the wire. Just 2 more chances. And the big risk here, as I said, D plus Kia have won the top floor. They've won the basement. Yes, both of them have had to have been kind of grasped from the jaws of defeat, but they have got them done. And you look, when they rotate around, when they continue on, Pecans has just wandered into sight here. I don't think you're going to find anybody because the majority of them are upstairs, but you do have Mitty down with you in bunks, so maybe there will be a little bit of a coming together.
All right. Let's be careful. Super Bowl was last night. No more throws, thank you. Let's play this one sensibly, Daystar. We know you can fight it back because you've already gone through. Your record on this map is pretty solid. We've seen good performances from you. One of them being here at this event already. That 7-1 they had, very impressive. They can recover, but it's got to be done safely and sensibly. They stepped away from the shield in this round, Tim. I'm already feeling at least slightly nervous because no one has gone down too early on here. They've still got 2 players to worry about upstairs. We're getting towards the last 60 seconds, and the site is on the first floor. There is a lot to do still.
There is a lot of work to be done. They've not really cleared a lot of utility inside the site. We're going to see nades start going in. That might be to move players around, but also to give them a little bit of access, take out barbed wire, those sorts of things. But yeah, I think D plus Kia are reasonably in control here. They've still got Falls and Levy up on the top floor. They're the ones to watch really at the minute. They're in a position to push forward and get aggressive here, and it's something Daystar can't take their eyes off. I think Seal is very aware of that fact, but Nias does manage to pick up 1. That's going to be a kill onto Joe with the Nitro, leaving us now 5 versus 4. 20 seconds left to go. Look, Daystar, they've got to start pushing into sight, and Levy's going to hurt them.
For sure. It's again 10 seconds left or so at this point. It's going to be an absolute calamity again, Tim. I said they had to tighten things up. Instead, they're really going for throwing this one away as quickly as they can. We're looking into a 6-3 lead here for D plus Kia. Mizuki going to get absolutely nothing. Not even a single kill. And no rounds to be found in this half either. It is looking bad for Daystar.
Yeah, D plus Kia know that they've got this one in the bag. They are 6-3 up now. They've just done a complete defensive rotation on there. 2 of the rounds were very close. If Daystar can refocus here, there is definitely opportunities for them to win on top floor and basement based on what we've seen previously. But I just feel like maybe the spirit is broken a little bit at this point. I'm sure they've had a wonderful tournament at SI26, but they can feel that they are right on the verge of going out. They will have desperately wanted to continue, but you can kind of see it on the faces now. It's all looking a little bit glum, a little bit low energy. They just need somebody to fire up and refocus them.
I'm just really sad that we don't get to see those jerseys anymore. Yeah, every single time I walk out in the lobby, they're the one that your eyes are immediately drawn to because they're so bright. But I think they're really, really cool.
Alright, let's go, guys. Let's go. Heads up, heads up, heads up.
Potentially Harambe's last time out here for his team. An attempt to try and get them back into things. And it may be an attempt that we only see last for a single round if things carry on as they have. D+Kia have had a lot of fun this half. 2 rounds being won thanks to the clock especially, and of course a couple of misplays thrown in there as well. But this does look to be a 2-0 for them, and that rematch against Waybo from just a few months ago will be on the cards. A chance for them to get revenge more than anything else. Let's see if they can get it done here in round 10.
If that's how it goes, it's going to be a hell of a match later on today. Not one to miss here on the B stream. D+Kia versus Waybo will be, I've got a feeling, a little bit of a classic, because Waybo, they had a tough day of it yesterday against Furia. They're going to be coming back with a little bit of fire, a little bit of aggression, I think, wanting to put a marker down and make a statement. But D+Kia have got to get there first. It's up on the top floor. It is round 10. They have got 3 chances to lock this one down. 2-0. And for me, unless something changes after that tactical timeout, I feel like Daystar are a little bit broken. And we're not going to see necessarily the best out of them for this round.
I mean, they're going for broke, Tim. They've got the Rara on side again. Of course, seeing the Sens coming out. So they've got an idea in mind, but an idea is just that until the execution really comes to bear. So, last time around they had the Rara. Souffle was the one playing it. He got picked off as the entry. We never got to see that operator have an effect. We'll see if they can do it in round 10. Now, back in the first half, Bullet was an absolute madman, charging his way up rockets seemingly every single round and deleting everything that he came across. No matter what you sent at him, whether it was Goyo canisters, whether it was Malusis, he still managed to find a way through. Are we going to see someone else on the side of Daystar try and do that to repeat back onto D+Kia what D+Kia did to them? That remains to be seen, because for now we've got 3 players gathered up inside of Ops. That is their single point of focus. 2 players in Ops, sorry. He's peeking underneath.
Peekan's underneath on the book. He's just looking to, I think, assist Mask Wall, because they've got Bullet on the Kaid, who's playing with the Electroclaws there. So they just want to be getting him moved along once they're in position to breach. But this is good from Daystar. They've recognised the ground that they've been given, and they've gone in and taken it. There's been no real resistance from D+Kia into allowing them into Ops. So good stuff so far.
These are the 2 Rao really early on the actual door in towards the A site, because it reopens up the Rao, so it hasn't got a chance to deploy here and make Mez safe for them to come down. So they can keep on playing this if they want to, and just keep on seeing it delayed out until eventually it will get rolled down again at some point. But for now, for Joe, it's a nice, lovely little sightline all the way through, and there we go. We'll shoot it out. That now gives him a little bit more safety to clear out Mez and focus on getting this op wall opened up. I like it, but yet again, it's been frozen out, so it just opens straight back up. It's all going to slow Daystar down, and they've lost 2 rounds this half already to the clock, and this certainly isn't helping.
Yeah, this is great. This is great from D+Kia, fully prepared for what's going on here. We're going to see the Grimbees go in just to try and assist the push from top rocket stairs and try and get Mezzanine from this other side. And the pressure is going to start mounting on the player in behind Des, but guess what? Bullet saw it coming. He's already moved. He's out of position, and he's got a kill onto Joe. That leaves them now 5 versus 4, 45 seconds left to go, and they can start holding their final positions here, D+Kia. They haven't even started with the Shumika launcher yet.
Good point, Tim. They've got 17 of them left. They can literally cake the whole site 3 times over if they need to here. And they've still got smokes coming on through. There is very little that Daystar can do. Once again, they have painted themselves into a corner where the clock is their worst enemy. Even now burning out this fire onto Mezzanine itself. Bullet will get down, but they need far more than just a down, I'm afraid, Tim. They need magic.
Yeah, it looks like Bullet might even be collected. Nias has made a move in his direction, but they're going to go in for the plant. No real choice otherwise. Nias taken out by Seal. The cover is there. The plant is stuck. This is good from Daystar. They continue fighting 2 versus 3, but Bullet is one of the 3, so effectively 2 versus 2. But how about this? Levy, he's going to go and pick his man up. That could be a big choice. It gets another gun on the board.
Oh, Mittia went off running up towards Highway as well to see if he could help on Mass, but no, it was closed off, and now all 3 have joined together. They need to get Seal. He's the main man holding the key power position for them. They're going to step round and lose at least 1. They're going to swing round for the Chanka for the second, but Seal gets another, and now looking for number 3. The C4 not quite finding his man. Bullet has got to go now, Tim, but I'm afraid he's out of time. Daystar managed to hold on by the skin of their teeth.
Tactical timeout sees them through 1 more round. They've got 2 more to go to take us into overtime. I think 1 more and fans will start to dream. It is 6-4 still for D+Kia. I said, to be fair to Daystar, the attack on top floor first time around, the attack on basement first time around were both close losses. They were mistakes that could be avoided. there is an opportunity for them to get another one.
Oh dear, oh dear. I've just seen that we're going back to the same site, but there's a small tweak in the lineup for D+ Kiert, and we've got an Echo coming along. And if you need to deny in some way, well, that's certainly the way to do it, because all of the tools they've got have done the job wonderfully so far. They've gone in towards having Levy on the Chanker. They've had the smoke previously too. They've got a couple of C4s to play behind, but now they're adding a third layer of denial. And I'm seeing it, and I just kind of know what's coming. And my heart is already breaking for Daystar here. It was a really, really good effort and great cover from Seal, like I say. He was in a perfect position, just in behind where he could see the other side of the wall to know who was coming and be able to take any gunfights onto them. Wonderful stuff. And he also was the one that got the business done at the very back end of the round 2. Let's see what they can get away with, Tim. It's a full change in lineup, a full change in... I'm not too sure about the Ram, granted. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where the Ram comes in there.
Noise.
Yeah, that's going to be the only reason that you're going to bring the Ram along. Really, it's not going to gain you too much otherwise. They were teasing the dock a bit to begin with, but they moved away from that. I don't know if that was a play into, maybe assuming that D+ Kiert would put somebody on the mid floor because of the work that the Buck did from underneath last time around. So they were kind of trying to lean into seeing if they could, be able to take that roamer out. But interestingly, this time they're going to put a little bit of pressure on from the other side. So Seal looks over towards R6 room, knows that there could be a little bit of a peek out of that door as he relocates himself around to display window. So last time around from Daystar, it was kind of all very one-sided. It was ops, it was mezzanine. It meant that D+ could focus towards that area, but this time they're mixing it up a little bit. I like Seal's position on display window that he's going to leave.
Yeah, you cast a curse in there, Tim. You scared him off.
It would appear so.
It's like when we disrupted Spiker's sleep the other day.
Yeah.
Bro, didn't appreciate that one.
I think it would have been a good idea to maintain some pressure over on the far side of the map here, because D+ Kiert otherwise are just going to sit and watch ops, and at the minute that's where all of the pressure from Daystar is coming.
I think the pressure can still
There you
come.
go.
But it's certainly not great to lose your entry yet again. We spoke about how dominant throughout this series the D+ Kiert have been on the entry, and while that certainly hasn't changed on this map, they've got all but 2 entries, Tim.
Pecan's working his way through Skybridge here to try and get a little bit of aggression onto that top side, as I was kind of suggesting would be a good idea, but you just saw the Yokai drone jump up in front of you there. Mitty has got information. He's working hand in hand with Nia's. Bullet manages to pick up another. They haven't really got anything on side to deal with this Echo. No IQ has been brought along, no intel to be able to feed them and tell them where these cams are coming from, and D+ Kiert are winning the round, they're winning the match on this intel at the minute.
They're so spread apart as well, Tim. Pecan's actually won out his gunfight here on Highway despite having the Yokai to assist Mitty. It's a start, but as I was just saying, Daystar are trying to push 3 different angles all at once, and that is normally a recipe for disaster. But every player on D+ Kiert is dug in pretty tight, all playing in close proximity and looking to support one another. Bullet, 17 kills on this map, Tim. He wants to go through to that game against Waybo, and they're about to lock it in here, unless Pecan can carry on. He's good for 2.
Souffle's moved his way into bathroom as well, so there is pressure coming from both sides, but as soon as one goes, it makes it difficult for the other. Pecan taken out over on the top side. Echo stunned. They know where he is. Nia steps around and gets the final kill, and D+ Kiert continue their run in the lower bracket. They will face Waybo later today.
The expected outcome we thought we'd get, Tim, maybe not quite in the pretty fashion we thought it could happen. D+ Kiert will have to step away and do a bit of work and a hell of a lot of prep before they face off in that rematch against Waybo. Last time they lost it 2-0 in the qualifiers. So a lot to work on ahead of that game later. And of course, commiserations to Daystar. The bright jerseys and some fun moments throughout the competition. We do see them going home, but it's an improvement on the last time they were here, Tim. So it's still a success.
They can hold their heads high. They have come in here. They've given us some fantastic performances. I don't think anybody will forget about the map, the game they played against Furia for a long time.
Absolutely.
They've been part of a classic matchup at Six Invitational 26. Their journey has come to an end, but they have been fantastic competitors whilst they've been here. D+ Kiert, they continue on, and it is straight back to work for them. They'll be preparing for that next matchup.
Absolutely. They'll be locked in for this one. PJH, for example, earlier on, I saw him sat upstairs and he was like so locked in, getting prepared for this game alone. I imagine he'll be doing exactly the same. He'll be skipping lunch, no food for him, lock in and get ready for Waybo, because if they win that one, they're 2 games away from getting on to the main stage.
I've got a feeling that is one not to miss later on the B stream. It's match 3 on the B stream, and I think it's going to be an absolute classic. I really do. We can see the performances that have come out of D plus Kia today. Bullet, Nias, Mitty on the last map, you know, they've all really had some big contributions there. We've had plenty of highlight-worthy moments as well. D plus Kia certainly earning their spot in that match against Waybo.
Yeah, Bullet especially going 17-6 on that last map was insane with a 91% cost at that. It does put him right at the front here for the team's rating. 4-0 on the entry across the series too. Lights out performance from him. We've got to see a little bit more of that later as well. And while Mitty had a good first map, quiet in the second, that's why he falls down into second. But I'd say overall, Tim, a good team performance from D plus Kia. They're going to need that later on against Waybo, like I say, because there are some players on that team that are waiting. I'm thinking about Hoven. I'm thinking about Reaps and Ape. It ain't going to be easy for them. But that's our game over and done with. Another one coming up to you soon after a short break. Catch you in a bit.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Run until the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you. Well, I'm human just like you, like you. Into the night, every shadow hides a spark inside. As to wrap the skies, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you.
Oh my god, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well.
Colin.
And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah. What are
really
you
big
going
fans.
to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole
it
wall.
for you. All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank
Wonderful.
you so much.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So
Yeah.
really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to
Push
come
deep.
here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipok's round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
I'll reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR, he could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk, I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he would be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the Capital fire over there, and then
dude, just.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close. That one.
Yeah.
And our day of siege continues to roll on. We've got 2 more teams fighting to stay alive in the lower bracket. One team was known as Project Zero about a week ago, frankly. Now they're called Team Heretics, a giant Spanish organization, and they're going to go up against OXG, a team that consistently makes it to the Six Invitational, and actually is one of the best track records of any organization here.
Yeah.
But they're already in the lower bracket, Jesse, so maybe this event's not going the way that they'd hoped.
Yeah, it's the day of culling here at SI. We send 8 teams home. Daystar are the first of the 8 to fall today. Heretics or Oxygen will be joining them now on the B stream. And of course, with these 2 squads, they both kind of came in as underdogs, didn't they, Parker? You kind of expect the top dogs from NA and EU to be guys like Falcons, Secret, Space Station, maybe even Wildcard coming out now from North America. But Heretics and Oxygen weren't on a lot of people's radar coming in through this game. So it might be fitting to see them facing off here in the lower bracket. You can still go on a run. Many of the best teams in the history of Rainbow Six have started down here in the first round of the lower bracket. In fact, our last 3 champions all played in this very spot. So there is still hope for both of these teams, but certainly it is do or die now.
Really, the key to being an SI champion is to qualify for the LCQs and then run through the lower bracket. It is the most absurd path to the hammer, but it tends to work. Today will be a busy day. Tomorrow will be our very final day before we go to the main stage. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. We will have the winners playing tomorrow, so they can just sit back and watch these games. On your screen, you might notice that D+ Kia defeated Daystar 2-0. If you were tuned into this channel moments ago, you will see that the APAC team of Daystar has gone home. Daystar defeated by the Night Star. Whoa! If people watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, they'll get that reference. On the other channel right now, on the A stream, Shopify Rebellion and Nip going blow for blow, Jesse. 1 map apiece. Loser goes home there. Do we send a North American team home, the first one to go home, or does the first, I suppose, official Brazilian team go home?
Yeah, it's going to be tight one down here in the lower bracket all day long, teams being sent home. So it's very exciting to see how the chips will fall, how things unfold here at the Six Invitational. It always sucks when we have to send so many teams home, but you got to have people being sad in order to get a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams show up at SI with the goal of lifting a hammer, and only one team will succeed. We've still got a bunch of existing winners that are here as well. So repeat championships are possible. On your screen is Team Heretics. You know them previously as Project Zero. They don't compete in Tier 1 Siege. They are a Tier 2 squad, though there are former Tier 1 players on this roster.
Yeah.
They've had a bit of mixed results here so far through this stage.
Yeah, I think they've honestly impressed given a lot of their expectations. A lot of people had these guys going out in groups. A lot of people didn't give, I think, the proper respect to this Heretics squad, but they have been grinding through Tier 2 all year long. They've played so many of those Tier 2 competitions. They've won a good chunk of them, often thought of as the best Tier 2 team inside of Europe through the past year, and I think they're showing that now at the Six Invitational, being able to go blow for blow against some of the top teams in the world.
I mean, there was a trail of T1 teams' corpses in the wake of this Project Zero at the time squad, now known as Team Heretics. I mean, they were able to defeat Twisted Minds as well, a very, very strong Saudi Arabian team. They beat Virtus Pro, which broke a lot of hearts, mine included. Let's see Oxygen, their opponents. Because, Jesse, this has been an interesting story, too. They also qualified through the LCQ. So you got the NA team and you got the EML team.
Yeah.
Both from the LCQs. OXG made a couple changes. Yaga has been IGLing for the squad. It has had an effect on this roster, maybe not in the way that they want, but you have to wonder if this is more of a long-term project than just hoping for immediate results.
I mean, it's clear the rebuild is well underway for OXG. The days of Fox AI gelling this squad to top 3 at the Six Invitational are long behind us. So instead, we now get this new colorful core of Forrest and Yaga and Grixer, Gomez and Adam, of course, they're on the entry duo as well. And they've had some successes so far this season. Don't get me wrong. They've looked really good at certain points in the season, especially earlier on in the North America League. Coming in through this SI, I don't think they've quite had the results that they were hoping for. Their successes have been limited, and I think part of that does come through to the role swap that we've seen from them today.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take some time, right? If you come in with your roles being swapped up, and something as big as an IGL will have such a profound impact. You're going to know this better than me, but I don't even know if Yaga has ever IGL'd a team on land before. So, I mean, that...
He's IGL'd some Scarecrows in the cornfields of Iowa, but not a Rainbow Six team.
I don't know if the Scarecrows are competing on land, Jesse. They compete on land, but not on land.
That's correct.
So I think there is a little bit of a difference there. The maps are on your screen. Team Heretics will start off on Cafe Dostoevsky. Then we go to Clubhouse, which is OXG's pick, and we round things out with a bank. Jesse, you and I were actually talking about this. We don't think we've casted a bank so far, at least not that I can recall.
Yeah, no, we haven't. So it could be a fun series if we go all the way to map 3, but starting on Cafe, of course, going to be a favorite map for Team Heretics, already playing it 3 times through the group stage, beating NIP, losing to M80, and then winning against Waybo.
Well, map number 1 is on deck. Team Heretics looking to do something they haven't done all event, Jesse, and that's win map number 1. It's their own map. Expectations are high. One of these teams will go home. One moves on. Which team is it, Heretics or OXG? We'll find out now.
There are no cornfields, at least that we can see from the Cafe Dostoevsky exterior. It's a little too snowy for that, unfortunately, and that might explain why OXG have struggled so much on Cafe through this last couple of months. They went 0-2 on this map in the NALCQ, so against some Tier 2 teams, some squads that didn't make it. They were unable to find any victory. They did win it on the final day of groups against Enterprise, Parker, but that was a 7-5 victory. It was a close game, and Enterprise, unfortunately, dead last here at the Six Invitational, so unfortunately weren't able to find any success for the Australians here in Paris. Means that it's going to be an uphill battle for Oxygen. You did say the stat, and I want to repeat it here, that Heretics have yet to win the first map of a series since this tournament began. They are notoriously slow starters, and they've talked about it in interviews. I know there was a great conversation that was had a few weeks ago, I think earlier in group stage, by Oscar, where he talked about how sometimes, just because they are a younger team, because they do have a little bit less experience, they can be a bit nervous loading into some of these games, but once they get the ability to warm up, once they are able to learn their opponents and really read what kind of a play style they like to go for, Heretics are able to heat up and do a lot better later in the series.
And if that stat does end up being wrong, if somebody says, wait a minute, no, they actually did win this, it was Fresh who told us. So you can blame him.
There you go.
Jack looks great in his cream/off-white colored turtleneck. Jesse, you in your off-white cable knit.
And you in your mustard yellow sweater as well.
I look like Arthur.
Yeah, I could see that. Ball.
I look like Arthur, but I didn't bring my appropriate glasses. Heading into this series, it's a giant disparity between the top and the bottom of Heretics. We imagine that both Flexi and Groovy will be carrying the weight for this team. They have some hard support. Unfortunately for them, Skeptic enters as one of the lowest rated players in the entire event. Yaga is also down there, but again, if these guys are going to be doing most of the primary shot calling, they're going to be doing most of the dirty work. And when I say dirty work, I mean the thankless work. You're not really expecting them to have a great rating, and you're certainly not expecting them to find a lot of kills in the process.
Yeah, and that Miraban as well, going to be targeting Groovy, one of the best players that you were just talking about here on Heretics. Loves to play it on this reading room bomb site. And Heretics, they're kind of a weird team. You won't see this squad go to defend the top floor. Instead, it's mid, and we've already got a strap from Oxygen in with the blitz and in with the frags.
Of course, it's Forrest, who's thrown his brain into the map, and it's working out so effectively. Diffuser now at the halfway point, just about finished. There she goes. 8 players still alive. What was over 2 minutes left in the round will now get dramatically shortened to 45 seconds. A retake from Heretics will be mighty tough. Yaga on the board very early. You don't expect many kills from him. How about a sensational round to start off with? 1 kill's all he's going to find as Oscar shuts him down. And there's Forrest getting active too. Groovy in the ground. Flexi and Oscar, last 2 standing. And this blitz just terrorizing them. Forrest, the absolute pain point for this Heretics squad as he dances with a blinded Azami. Flexi hopping on that defuse kit, has to get off. Now it's Oscar's attempt. Grixer and Forrest will get the final 2 kills. A breakneck pace set by OXG on round number 1. You gotta pace your opponents very effectively. and OXG will go up 1-0.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of homework coming out from Oxygen, understanding that that reading room bomb site was very likely to come out first, so they draw up a little rush strat that they're expecting to play in the first round of the game. And maybe they even know about Heretics' slow starts in these tournaments. They recognize that this young European team kind of don't do well on map ones. They do take a little bit to load into the game, so why not give them something really annoying to deal with right off the bat? Didn't bother taking top floor control, didn't bother droning out some of those off-site positions, said let's just go in the site, get that defuse kit down ASAP. What are they going to do about it? Perfectly played by Forrest, of course, one of the best blitz players that we have inside of North America. You will often see him running in on very annoying operators, the Ying, the blitz, ops that are trying to get space, disorient you, and take it without really waiting too long, or without trying to pace themselves at all. So good to see Forrest playing his playstyle here at SI.
I mean, if there's ever a player who's going to strike fear into the hearts of competitors and probably strike fear into the hearts of his own team sometimes, it's Forrest. We are professionals. We don't get everything right. And there are things that we miss because we are human. And this game is really challenging to spectate and catch every single thing, especially if you're not a coach who is tuned into everything that might happen. But there are plenty of times where we will watch Forrest play and we will watch professional coaches and former players, and they will look at what Forrest is doing and go, what is he doing? And if they, smarter than us, say that, maybe sometimes Forrest is going, what am I doing? Sure, there's a method to the madness, but madness is a part of this OXG team, and frankly, it's been a part of every team that Forrest has been on. It makes for quite the spectacle, but it's entertaining to watch.
Forrest has his own way to play the game, Parker, and listen, it got him to the Six Invitational. It's gotten him this far. Certainly has found a lot of success on previous squads as well. Core part of that Space Station gaming roster, which has done so well over the last couple of years. Multiple deep international runs with him on the team. Was traded to Oxygen in exchange for Newers at the beginning of this season, and I think that trade has worked, frankly, pretty well for both teams. I think especially with SSG looking like they are one of the top teams in the world, still trying to prove that on their own lower bracket run. This is a full bottom floor hold from Heretics. A little bit of pressure on the white stairs from Groovy. Maybe wants to get a little bit cute with it, but gets droned out. Valkyrie camera there was hopefully going to feed him some information, but decides to rotate all the way back in towards Whiskey. And now they can start to get to work with this vert play, Parker. They've got the buck, but more excitingly, they've got this fuse as well from Forrest. It is fuse shield. He's going to be trying to plant with that thing on his back, but before he gets to it, launch down those cluster charges. Try to clear out some of the, maybe the Kaid Claw, maybe some of those Surya Gates, maybe the Lamai Magnets as well, or even just displace people, right? It's pretty easy to dodge these cluster charges because they are so telegraphed where they're coming through, but it makes you move no matter what.
You said two words that made me black out, so I didn't hear what else you said. You said fuse shield, and then I just immediately went into a fit of rage. But I mean, you've already seen it do some serious work. Oscar's taken a bit of damage. It has completely pushed these defenders off of that freezer spot. Forrest is still up there. At this point, he's got one cluster charge in back pocket as there go the ROU projectors. Not been gone up. They will do so, and now Forrest will watch. Just waiting for the call to go over this B bomb site. Look at how far back Heretics are. Jesse, they have completely bailed out of this bomb site.
Yeah, they're letting them have their space right now. This is a bomb site that you can retake, and they've actually just waited for those walls to go down. Don't know if Yaga purposely put them down or if they ran out. He puts them back up, and now this will be the real plant.
And an opportunity to get Diffuser down. Groovy dies, Flexi taking some damage. So far, objective play working out very effectively for OXG, shutting down Heretics.
Wow.
OXG suffers a single death. Skeptic the only player to get a kill. And my, what an incredible round from OXG. 2 in a row here. Doing something on Cafe that is quite unheard of. One of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the game and one of the most defender-sided maps. And OXG have not made it look so.
Very clear that Auction came into this match with a game plan. 2 really good strats to start at the Six Invitational here in the lower bracket versus Team Heretics. And I think you can honestly trace this back to the map Veto, Parker. Heretics picking Cafe was kind of an obvious pick. All of the maps that we have in our three maps here today are maps that Heretics have played a lot through the group stage. They've shown a lot of VODs on them. And even if OXG aren't going up against the exact same comps that Heretics have shown against other teams, Oxygen very obviously knew this map was coming out. It was not going to be a surprise that Heretics picked it just because of how often they played it through groups so far and because of Oxygen's poor record on it throughout the North American Last Chance qualifier. So they prepped their strategies. They came in with cool little plays. Obviously that Fuse and then Sen's combo being brought by Oxygen allowed that plant to go down just by the sinks, where it was able to use those Sense walls as coverage, and there wasn't really anything Heretics had that could stop that plant from going down. They got displaced by the cluster charges, and then the plant perfectly placed by Forest. The ideas from Oxygen have been really good to start this series.
Today is a day of doom and gloom. While we celebrate teams, and we will celebrate 8 squads, we will also say goodbye to half of the teams remaining at the Six Invitational. Earlier on this stream, we said goodbye to Daystar. The APAC team is no longer here. Who else will fall? One of these teams, OXG or Heretics, will join them, as there'll be a lot of flights leaving Paris tomorrow morning. A shame they just set up a crepe station, actually, in catering, so these players better get one on the way out.
I'm sure that'll be top of their mind.
Hey, we might have lost.
Losing, SI.
I believe the phrase is, we might have lost the war, but we won the battle for crepes. So, really, not all is lost.
Well, as I told you at the start of this game, Heretics do not play the top floor on Cafe, so expect a full 3-site rotation on these bottom 3 sites. It is mining dining to finish the rotation through the first quarter, and Heretics are using a really cool strat with this pulse to try to gather that information. This is another kind of new setup that we haven't seen out of Heretics. They're not playing the same setups that we've seen them play previously through the group stage. They just have been countered by Auction. They've done a great job of reading them despite the new things being brought out.
Halfway point of the round right now, and by far and away the slowest pace that we have seen through the 3 rounds played up to this point. Gomez on Repel will take down Groovy. Groovy being first death so early in these rounds is not helping Heretics, especially when he's one of the 2 players on the squad who has a positive KD. Flexi, the other player with a positive KD, and he's as good as gone. Now Skeptic will falter too. What is going on with this Heretics team? They are on the right side of this map. OXG opting to attack first. They certainly knew something that we didn't. The job for Oxygen should get easier the deeper we go into this. Oh my! Oscar with 2 relatively easy kills. But his position over on Red Stairs now known. You said the Fuse cluster charges were telegraphed. Well, the Valkyrie getting back to the bomb site, equally telegraphed now. Shrugging off a bit of damage as Diffuser gets planted by Grixer, who then finishes the job. When do you call a timeout of your Heretics? Because it's 3-0 for the North Americans on your map.
It's a great question, Parker. Through this SI, we actually got the stat that it is most common to see attack timeout after round 3. The majority attack timeouts, or at least the plurality of them, have been called after this 3rd round. So we'll see if that does get called by DMC, head coach of Team Heretics. We'll have to go through the operator bans first. Great little double entry from Gomez there, if I can give him a little praise. Playing on the Red Stairs, expecting good aggression. Mike is up for DMC, and we are playing the replays, so I believe we are no timeout. So this is going to be Heretics coach trusting in the boys to bring this matchup back. There was a lot of aggression in that previous round, Parker. Bombsite was mining, dining, but basically everybody died fighting in that top floor, and it's not just like you're fighting for cocktail or fighting for bar. They were getting aggressive inside piano, inside of cigar. I mean, these are not areas of the map where you often see multiple players pushing for engagements. Gomez was patient. He was cautious. He watched for those swings. He pushed forward out the door when he needed to, and then retreated when he had to as well. I thought Gomez played that expertly. At a -6 KD, he's been the best Oxygen player so far through the tournament.
It's not just the 2 players he took down too, right? I noted if it's Groovy and Flexi you're getting rid of, then the 2 guys who usually are on the aggressive roles with some of the best aim on the team are off the board. You can breathe a bit of sigh of relief. Not that any of the remaining players on Heretics are something to sneeze at, but I mean, if the 2 that usually dominate good opposition are gone, your job should get a little bit easier.
And if Oxygen have been thriving off of strong prep work, Parker, this is going to throw them for a bit of a loop. For the first time at the Six Invitational, Heretics will choose to defend the top floor. This is their 4th time playing the map. They do not play this bomb site historically, so hoping to switch things up, hoping to catch Oxygen off guard. Knowing this was coming is probably part of the reason why DMC didn't want to call the attack timeout. He knew his team still had one more trick up their sleeves. if this goes 0-4, then that tack is surely to come.
Just to underscore how typically defender-sided this map is, all 4 bomb sites see regular play. This top floor, as you pointed out, not just for Heretics, but for everybody actually, Jesse, it's the least played bomb site.
Wow.
And it is the weakest defender win rate with 50%. Every other bomb site is won more often than not by the defenders. OXG did not get that memo. I guess Heretics technically didn't either. So now they're going to go to what is statistically the weakest defender bomb site and hang their hat on that particular top floor. And, well, OXG are likely to be prepared for it. They've looked quite prepped for all 3 of these sites so far. I see no reason why they wouldn't be successful here on Cocktail.
With the Valkyrie ban, they're going to use this Echo to try to get around that and have information. They've got Flexi playing down below with a Nitro Cell to hopefully be able to get one of those players if they try to drop in on the new hatch, or if they end up over in that cigar area. He's playing just inside of Pillar at the moment. Gomez hoping for a flank, but none come his way, and they will walk into Cigar, and Flexi, actually the angle from below, that's through the hatch, I believe, takes down Gomez. Nice little tricky spot.
And a huge first blood for this Heretic squad that are desperate for just about anything at this point in time. Now, Flexi did get the opening pick on round number 1. It did not work out in their favor. OXG trades it back pretty quickly, and now Groovy is on the move. That back bar position upstairs, under watch by OXG. A minute left on the clock. You've lost Gomez, but you haven't lost the round just yet. Still plenty of utility, and Yaga does still control the diffuser. So Adam walks in, and Upor has that angle. Advantage goes back to Heretics.
Yaga Grixer playing together in Piano. Forrest, the one player who's over on that Cocktail side, he's got to be a distraction or capitalizing off of all the guys that are currently trained west.
Still in this back bar, and Freezer, Echo, a very common spot to be in. I mean, Echoes have been playing in that Freezer portion of this top floor for almost a decade now, frankly. I mean, Echo was released in 2016, if memory serves correctly, in the fall of 2016 when Red Crow came out. I should know this. It's the season I started playing. Grixer shuts down Skeptic. Grixer now bleeding out, though, paying for his trouble as Yaga looks to sweep on in. That's his teammate, but he's clearing out with his own set of eyes. Will die to Upor in this position, and Forrest is miles away, dying to Groovy, who picks up a double. And would you believe it? The least favorable bomb site for the defenders ends up working out in favor, and Heretics do finally get on the board.
Don't think it's a coincidence as well that the first time we see Heretics go to a new bomb site, Oxygen start to stall out a little bit. That's by far the slowest push that we've seen from OXG. 20 seconds in that round, and they still didn't know exactly what they wanted to do. Ended up just being the call to run deep, try to get that kills. Understanding they probably couldn't get a plant with some of those yokais potentially still up and around the bomb site too. So I like the call to go deep and try to fight the kills. In the end, Grixer's only good for 1, and then it's a good swing from Upor over towards Cocktail, which finishes off the brunt of that push. Forrest not really impactful. I said he had to be the main player getting that pinch pressure in, but wasn't able to do so. So Heretics get on the board. They finally get 1 round win. The problem is, Parker, they win their first bomb site in round 4, which means it's going to be locked for the rest of the half. If that's the one bomb site where they are stronger than OXG, where they could catch the North Americans off guard, then they're not going to get to repeat it until at least overtime.
That's a rough place to go. Good news, though, you still have positive win rates for the remaining bomb sites. You just need to approach them maybe a bit better. The Valkyrie has been taken care of in the previous round. There's some good speculation that I saw on social media as to whether or not we would see more Grim bans. Grim having the highest prominence rate of attackers through most of Phase 1. I did see Grim bans start to tick up a bit, so maybe those numbers came down as we shifted here into Phase 2, but Grim really does it all. Great gadgetry. The Commando's a good gun. You got the Bailiff as a secondary. You got secondary hard breach. There is literally no weakness to Grim, especially now that one of his biggest counters, which was Mute, got nerfed. Now if you shoot that Grim Bee near a Mute Jammer, it still activates because Mute only works on active gadgets that you have to turn on. So Grim obviously seeing a buff in that regard, and yeah, great jack of all trade-offs and has a lot of strength here on this map that can get a bit claustrophobic.
Grixer was on the Grim in round number 1, Parker. It's the only time we've seen OXG bring that operator out, but that was for the rush strategy on reading. Don't forget, we're back to reading, but OXG clearly not going for the same style of push, so I don't know if they even would have brought a Grim through this 5th round. Obviously, was still a strong operator, can be good, especially against this Uzami, as you try to force her out of these positions. They've got the DMRs instead, of course, to try to rip through those Kiba barriers and make it so that this last player inside of Piano Groovy can't find success. It's a run out from Flexi, who had the intel thanks to his pulse scanner right out the back door to take down Grixer, and it's the Habana for the first player to fall.
Flexi has now drawn blood first 3 times in this series. That is very good stuff. And again, he came in as the highest rated player on this team, just 1 point above Groovy with a plus 21 KD. Skeptic will die at the hands of Forest. That's a bit of an early death for Skeptic. Oscar will trade it back and then immediately die at the hands of Yaga. Neither of these teams gaining much of an advantage. Upor will be the only one whose phone not ringing as the logic bomb goes off, but Upor is seated on top of that mute jammer. This is a rough go of it for Flexi, who will now ascend red stairs with just a little bit under a minute left. If Flexi can heat up and Groovy can help him, this might get dire for OXG.
Defenders on the 1st, 2nd, and the 3rd floor. Now Flexi will change that as he vacates the bottom floor of Cafe, trying to go for a bit of a flank, link up perhaps with Upor. This is a very spread out defense from Heretics. Oxygen have done a good job picking it apart so far, but at some point they've got to start thinking about when this plant is going to go down. It is sitting in the A bomb site just inside a fireplace.
Flexi's still roaming. I don't know if they have a read on him. He's getting closer to the bomb site, but he's evaded their gaze for the time being. Yaga seems to have a basic idea, but you will underestimate him at your peril. He pulls Trig on the UMP. Down goes Gomez at the hands of Groovy. Flexi is still tucked in this position. Yaga now all alone. The Yog Dog's got some bark and some bite, but he's running out of time. He doesn't hold the fuse kit, and he's still got 2 players to confront on the side of Heretics. Whether they get the kill or not, they'll win the round. They do get the kill, but the timer was under a second away from giving Heretics their 2nd round, and this first half is tightening up. You were correct. Having faith in his boys, not calling the timeout. We would have said, oh, look, he called the timeout. They immediately converted 2 rounds, and then we would give him a golf clap. But no, he trusted the boys, and they're getting it done.
Yeah, we see that a lot this SI with coaches blowing their tac timeouts early. It feels like it's been more often than previous events where tac timeouts get blown in the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then the coaches, they don't have any tools left in the second half to try to recover when things start to go south. So really nice to see Heretics bringing this one back. Oxygen, for their part, 2 rounds in a row now, Parker, where they get to the mid-round and they just stall. They get to a 3v4, or in that round, a 3v3. It was good moves from Heretics to get to that point, but I liked the trades from Oxygen as well. Yaga was really well placed inside of Mining. They had a couple of positions that Heretics were not aware of, despite the pulse being played down inside of Bakery, but at the end of the day, it was just that stall that happened once again for OXG. They can't let that happen a 3rd time. They were on pace to dominate this first half. If it falls to a 3-3 split, that might start getting in their heads.
OXG are a team that often, as we saw in North America, can completely collapse when things go bad. Lots of long faces on that squad. You need good leadership to bring your team back from the brink. Maybe that's a part of why Yaga took the reins from Forest on this squad. Things have been relatively even keel on the side of Heretics here, which again is not abnormal, but everybody is contributing in some way, shape, or form. The lone standout is Skeptic. That we come to know, and as I said, his numbers are really quite poor. He entered with a minus 46. That is among the worst we have seen at the Six Invitational. And I mean, again, that's his role. He is not designed to get kills. He is not designed to be an early action. He, out of 142 rounds played, has only been involved in early action 11 of those rounds. So he plays very sheltered. Again, that's what you come to expect with a guy who's going to be playing primarily hard breach, Hibana and Smoke being his 2 most played operators, and well, that just kind of comes with the turf. We started off this first half with a rush on the blitz, or a rush on the site, and we will see it yet again as Forest charges in, but Heretics are ready for it. They've already counterpunched. OXG losing 2 players. You can't lose any more, or that'll be the round. And with it, the first half will go down. 1 kill from OXG at this point in time, but the kills will continue to come in for Heretics. Right now, leading the way, Grixer in a 1v3 shut down by Flexi. Read so well. Skeptic gets on the board too. The go for broke strategy ends with that last word, Jesse. Broke 3-3 the first half, and a good recovery from Heretics.
And I'm really glad you brought up Skeptic in the midst of that, Parker, because he really was the player who stepped up in that anchor position. Wasn't needed as much through the first 5 rounds, but it's not just the 2 kills he got in the midst of that push while Oxygen were jumping in through the mining and through the red windows, but more importantly, he was the one sitting in sight that identified that rush was going to come their way. He was smoking the rush before it even began, before anybody hopped in a window. He was chucking toxic babes at them. It was really nice information being come through from Heretics as they got that intel. They were aware of the plan Auction were trying to go for. They smoked it out before it could even come out. And you got to think, maybe for OXG, are we being a little bit too telegraphed in that final rush?
Talking through the middle portion now as we swap sides. Heretics will go onto the harder side of Cafe statistically. Again, every single bomb site is at worst a 50% win rate for the defenders. It stretches upwards as you rotate around the map. I will not bore you with the individual numbers because some of your eyes will glaze over as I just vomit words and numbers that you don't get to see on your screen. But believe us when we say this is the 3rd most defender-sided map in the map pool, and every bomb site is favorable and fertile soil for these defenders. So OXG should have an advantage here. But again, familiarity is important too. Heretics picked this map. They are trying to do something that they have been unable to do so far through Phase 1 and Phase 2, and that's win map 1. If you lose map 1, you lose your own map choice, you are constantly on the razor's edge. You don't want to be there.
I like the operator bands coming through from Oxygen. Both Grim and Capitao taken out. Grim, one of the only operators that Upor likes to play here on Cafe. He's a big Grim fan, so he's going to have to find something else to switch over to. Looks like it's the Ying to start things off, so an explosive change of operators for him. And then the Capitao, often brought out by Skeptic and sometimes Oscar as well, to initiate some of those pushes, give themselves a little bit of space to go for some of those rushes perhaps as well. And really, it's 2 displacement operators from OXG being taken off the board. So they're hoping to hunker down and play certain positions. Heretics watched Forrest on that blitz go for a quick reading rush, and they think to themselves, why don't we do the exact same thing? Skeptic outside the door now. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but they are certainly poised to go for the very same rush that Oxygen started this map with.
Yaga and Adam now upstairs inside of Cocktail waiting for what could materialize.
Here it is.
As a rush. Lion scans, logic bombs, candelas, and a blitz looking to go off to the races. Skeptic is in the sight, and there's the coverage from above. Read so well by Adam, tearing strips through these attackers. Killing Skeptic, getting a good piece of Oscar. Adam gets another over on Flexi. Adam has been deceptively quiet so far in this series. He'll finish what he started on Oscar now, leaving just Groovy to clutch out. Maybe an impactless kill onto Grixer. 4 more to be found on the side of OXG. Grixer, some salty words in the chat. I don't know, maybe he was actually being genuine, but I very much doubt it. A huge round from Adam as he picks up a 4K. And that first defender side goes in favor of the North Americans.
Pretty little 3-piece for the Californian. Of course, playing on that Warden inside a Cocktail, really nice positioning, was so ready for that. The second that they heard the logic bombs, the second that he saw the candelas being tossed in, I was really worried, and I was getting ready to criticize Adam for saying they don't have holes on the reading door. Adam is playing Cocktail position, but he's got no angle down on the doorway, down the default plant spot. That could come back to bite them. But he was so quick to toss that Nitro Cell. Clearly that was his plan all along. He said, if we're going to get rushed, I can just chuck that out, give myself the angle, and it almost gave a false sense of confidence because Heretics droned that. They saw that there were no holes up above the default plant, so they said, we can go for this rush. They're not ready for it, but OXG, so smart to bait that out right there with the Nitro and get an angle to kill 2 players down through the verts. Another one as well coming horizontally. I mean, he just played so phenomenally throughout the entirety of that round. Has often been the best player on Oxygen, has often also been the worst player on Oxygen this season. His inconsistencies has been his biggest problem, but in that round, and I think through this game, he's been looking really, really tight.
There aren't really any good numbers on the side of OXG. Every single player entered this matchup with a negative KD. The best KD on the team was Gomez at -6. Adam followed at -8. And then it kind of drops off a cliff, going all the way down to Yaga in last. So it really does kind of cover over how bad this OXG team has been from a consistency perspective. They have really struggled. Now, mind you, they did have a bit of a tough group, so we will give them a nod there. I would argue their group was tougher than the Heretics group. I know that some people would disagree with me, and that's fine. Disagreement is quite healthy. But either way, OXG have the lead here on Heretics map, so maybe there's something to be said for all this prep that's come in. Heretics need to be concerned with their own attacks.
And here comes Parker, another rush.
I was stunned there. I was like, no way they're doing it again, Jesse. And they are. They're off to the races once more. The sound of the starting gun is the EE1D used by Oscar's Lion. Grixer's been dropped. Forest is dead. But Oxygen winning in these engagements time and time again. Now in a 4v2 for OXG with still 2 minutes left.
Yeah, really nice retreat there from Yaga to get back towards the bomb site. Now Adam in a strong position as well. This rush has been silenced. It's nice to get one back, but they've got to do a lot more work, Parker. All their positions are still known in mining.
And he should have seen Flexi, but I just suspect he probably plays a different res, and Flexi would not have appeared from that angle. Flexi and Groovy now still upright again. If there are two players that you want for Heretics to have in a 2vx, these have got to be them. Yokai drones getting into position. If Grixer can stay alive for the remaining 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, you know how damaging those drones can be. Not from a knock you off the plant perspective, but from an intel perspective. 3 Yokai drones could still be up for this OXG squad, and boy oh boy, they can give so much intel to the remaining defenders.
Yeah, what's your win con right now for Heretics? The information is fully to your opponents. The time is on your side, I suppose, but there's no way you get a plant down with this Yokai staring you down. They're hoping OXG overstep and make a mistake, but Oxygen are not giving them that right now.
Flexi will cover as Groovy had attempted the plant, but he bails off because of the Yokai drones. Yaga almost taking the bait here. The comically long AR of Zofia pops out through the doorway, but good patience from Yaga might be rewarded. They read these remaining defenders like a book, and now they've moonwalked their way into the adjoining part of this bomb site. It's all up to Gomez to clutch this one out. The advantage for OXG going up in smoke. No nitro cell to be had. Gomez taking engagement. Flexi gets the job done. Flexi has been terrific so far today, and with it, Heretics will tie the game.
No fucking ego us, bots.
Let them know.
Guys, fucking win con.
Oh my god, Groovy and Flexi. A ridiculous 2v3, Parker. No universe that should still happen. I mean, they're still typing in chat, Echo, what are you doing? They bait that plant. They use their time so well in the 2v3. They're just begging Oxygen to make a mistake. They're waiting all that time for OXG to do something, to overswing, to give themselves an opportunity. And Heretics, that patience pays off for them. Flexi and Groovy lock down that site. They have control of it the whole time. They're so worried about planting because of the Yokai drone, and they should have been worried about planting. I mean, it wasn't really a good win con for them, but they threatened it just enough that Oxygen felt pressured, felt like they had to do something. They started moving, they started getting nervous, and they started making mistakes. Heretics found the one and only win con in that round and exploited it to their own benefit.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I believe is what he was saying.
Yeah.
We're going to have to go translate that into wingdings because that is clearly not decipherable for most English speakers. And of course, they were yelling bot. They were yelling a whole bunch of things. Team Heretics comms in English.
Yeah.
Even though they are a mixed European squad.
Yeah, I mean, what, 3 Brits.
3 Brits,
a
one
Polish and a Portuguese.
I was going to say. I realized I've never said like Portuguese like that, and I second guess myself.
A Portuguese?
Well, it's like if you're from Britain, you're a Brit. If
Yeah.
you're from Poland, you're a Pole or you're Polish.
Yeah.
But if you're from Portugal, or I guess they just say you are Portuguese. But
Yeah.
would you say a Portuguese? No, I don't think so. Somebody correct me. This might shock you, but I don't interact with a lot of people from Portugal these days.
Wow, you're going to have to. If Heretics keep on with this run, Parker, they've looked very good so far. Flexi making himself known throughout that round, and of course in the post round too, getting very vocal with the enemy team.
A reminder of the stakes of this matchup. Loser goes home. Today is the day of doom. We will be sending 8 teams back to their respective regions as we cut the amount of teams at SI in half For those of you that watched this stream prior to this matchup, you saw D plus Kia, the Brazilian team playing out of APAC, go up against Daystar, and Daystar unfortunately lost. They're the first team to go home today, but they're in good company. In that Shopify Rebellion Ninjas in Pajamas game, spoilers inbound, the North Americans stay alive. Ninjas in Pajamas, the second team to go home, a thrilling third map. SR will be in action later today, as will the winner of this affair. They will be playing Fluxo W7M here on this stream.
Well, their first rush copied the reading rush from Oxygen. Their second play copied the mining rush from Oxygen. And now this looks like a copy of that Sens fuse strat that OXG ran the one time they attacked the bottom floor. Now, there is no fuse, but they've still got full top floor control. They're working the vert now with the buck and the sledge. And they're going to try to use these Sens walls from Flexi to open up a position for the shield player to plant. It's a blitz, not a fuse, but otherwise looking very similar to what we saw from OXG previously. As I say that, they start to pivot over towards Bakery. So unlike the Freezer finish, they're going to go Bakery and lose the opening pick because of it.
Not ideal for this Heretics team that were able to find another gear on that previous round. This could be a 5-3 scoreline, but a great clutch out from Heretics has kept this as close as it can be. This round, things maybe look a little bit dire. Skeptic on very limited HP, holding that defuse kit. Oscar and Groovy now will have to rotate around the bomb site with limited time. Adam is prepped and ready for that one, and he walks right into the waiting arms of the Goyo. Groovy on full HP now, suffering quite a beating from Adam yet again. Adam has had these multi-kill rounds in pocket. Skeptic is outside the building with 5 seconds left. I don't even think he's going to dare give them a duel. He'll try to get it, and Gomez will actually get the job done yet again with a nanosecond left. OXG will regain the lead.
Nice flawless coming out from Oxygen. Good answer back after the previous round ended in disaster for them. They will regain 5-4 now here with the advantage on Cafe. Still no tack time on it's being taken, and you got to think, what is the point of the Sens at that point if you're not going to go for that vert drop? We have seen it sometimes being thrown out through the whiskey window and through restaurant and trying to make a push over on that side of the map, but I didn't see the Sens having a huge impact in that actual execute. It kind of just got shut down too early, I suppose, with Gomez getting aggressive with that Nitrocell, Grixer an early pick as well, Adam finding some frags in the midst of it. It felt like they were very prepared for what Heretics wanted to do on that conversion through Bakery. Hoping perhaps that more of OXG players would be focusing on the Freezer side, focusing over towards VIP, but Oxygen were ready for that switch up, and so that push in through Bake doesn't go the way that Heretics were hoping for. If they want this done in regulation, Parker, they will need all 3 of the next rounds on their own map pick.
Yeah, and this one's going to be really quite tough. Again, you're running uphill on this map. As good as Heretics have been, they have struggled to open up these rounds since the side swap came in. Flexi was sensational in that first half. You got to see the Nitro Cell tossed out by Gomez there. That was a beautiful throw. Flexi responsible for 4 of the 6 first wins in each round, winning, of course, in your engagement, not the actual round itself. Gomez and Grixer were on the board for OXG. Since the side swap, OXG have passed around who gets to draw first blood. Adam, Yaga, and Gomez. That leaves Grixer and Forrest as the only 2 players this half to not strike first. Grixer did it in the first half. You are constantly running uphill as attackers on Cafe, and if you are doing so in a perpetual 4v5, which seems to be the case with Heretics, your job only gets harder. Keep in mind, while Heretics, Jesse, are down in the lower bracket, they've made a pretty decent run so far. They've staved off defeat up to this point. So there's something to be said about, losing the first map and then still going on to win the series, but the competition is only going to get tougher. You might be able to do that in Phase 1 against weaker teams, but the better teams, the deeper you go into this lower bracket, are going to take first map and then are going to take map 2, and that's curtains for Heretics.
Auction had their Mira band out coming in through this round, and so Yaga has to change up his operator, but so has basically everyone on OXG. They're playing this really reserved. They've got a lot of players over inside of Reading and just above inside a Cocktail. They don't really have pressure over on the piano side, inside Cigar, or inside a Pixel. They are very condensed on this map, just over towards the east. We'll get a great top-down POV. Look at all those orange bodies on the right side of your screen. Gomez going for a bit of a walk. He's in train right now, likely trying to play around with a Nitro Cell to try to catch someone inside Piano. They might have some intel on that too, especially if they can get a Valkyrie cam inside a Piano. I'm not sure if one was placed, but it's a good bet. There will be one there to feed the info.
Jesse, remind me. Did Gomez not die to a very similar kill hole right here, and now he's doing the inverse? Almost as if he was like, oh, that's a good one. And then just lifted it and is now employing it himself. Obviously, different part of the map.
Yeah, DMR through the hatch, but the Nitro Cell is same idea.
Different part.
For
but
sure.
Same. You could shoot up?
Well, I don't think he'll be shooting.
He's not a pig. Pigs notoriously cannot look up. He's a human being, and he can see what's above him. Grixer gets down as Groovy goes on in. Skeptic first to die. Why is the sledge of Skeptic in the line of fire so early on? Grixer will continue to bleed out as Yaga does get taken care of. Yaga and Adam top fragging on this team. There goes Forrest, and the guns are alive on the side of Heretics as they sweep through this top floor with OXG not able to muster much in response.
Yeah, perfect clear of the top floor. They timed that expertly. Oxygen not expecting it to come through maybe at that exact moment. A little bit of pressure in the mid floor too, drawing that attention away. So now it's a 3v4. They did get Grixer up despite being the first one downed in this round. He's back in action and ripping that Nitro Cell just like he was hoping to earlier on.
Now you're in the office, and Gomez uses his Nitro Cell. Adam dies to Flexi. Heretics can continue to trade. Flexi has been so good. 12 kills for him. The new IGL of OXG, the Yog Dog himself, kept in a cage by this Heretics team, and they will tie things up again.
It's never fucking over until it's fucking over. Fucking recenter, okay? Let's work these rounds, okay? Well fucking done. Take our time. Take our fucking time. The smoke jumped up cocktail, they lost the round. They lost top first, okay? Force them into making these plays that they think are good, but we actually allows us to roll over, okay? Take our time, let's work solutions.
Flexi, the 23-year-old Parker, has really risen to be a leader on this Heretics team. He's not the captain, he's not the IGL, but he's done a lot of their interviews. He's been a very forward-facing player, and I think he did a great conversation with Milos back in the group stage where he talked about how good his team was. He talked about how sometimes while they are slow starters, they do a really good job of reading their opponents, understanding what it is their opponents like to do, and adapting to it towards the mid-round. And after he gave all this praise to his team, after he did all that, he looked around him and he said a quote that really stuck with me. He said, "We know who we are. We know we're not the best team here, but we also know what we're capable of." And I think that is exactly what he's been telling the team. That's exactly the mindset Heretics have brought to this Six Invitational. Nobody's doubting they're the underdogs. Nobody thinks this team is going to go ahead and lift the hammer, but they still know what their strengths are. They still know they're a very capable team, and if they continue to play with that confidence, they could start earning results against teams that nobody really thought they'd be able to take down.
I mean, the fact that a T2 team even made it here is deserving of a lot of praise, right? There is always, when you have LCQs, an opportunity for a team that isn't in the T1 circuit to make it. Upsets happen, surprises happen. I mean, this Project Zero team was an intriguing one to watch. We actually got to see them front row at that Spoit Contender Series where they were able to get some LAN experience, and I honestly think that it has helped them quite a bit, even if they did make a roster move, bringing Oscar onto the team, but Oscar, of course, having T1 experience, not the end of the world.
They also went to Malta right after that.
That is true. They competed at Malta at that EML Finals, just as we had T2 teams competing in Philadelphia at the NA League Finals.
Yeah.
So it's good experience for a team, and you do have former pros on Heretics. So it's not like this is just a bunch of bums that, got picked up off the street and said, we like Rainbow Six. That's not how it works. These are actual professionals.
Yeah.
But it is safe to say that in terms of experience, OXG has their numbered, has them beat. But sometimes experience is not a suitable replacement for skill and preparation, and Heretics on their own map are showing that it's OXG whose skill and preparation is equally matching this European squad.
Flexi's got the number of Forrest, and he gives him a call just to see what he's up to. Walking around those white stairs, but it doesn't end up being an aggressive play from the Dokkaebi, so just going to continue to lurk down on that bottom floor. Another logic bomb is going to come through. A lot of his teammates now are kind of taking that top floor, starting to work around with this vert that they might have as well. Already Oxygen prepping that freezer hatch, hoping to go for a late drop down to deny this plant with a Nitro Cell. Lots of information, and an opening pick from Gomez will make sure that this bottom floor is securely in the hands of Oxygen.
Not just any opening pick, Jesse, that's Flexi down. Flexi has been striking first on this team so frequently. He's been rising to the occasion of dealing with the aggression from OXG. Now there's a lot more weight on the shoulders of these Heretics players as their top fragger is gone.
And I'm not sure if Auction are realizing that Gruby is trying to retake this bottom floor as well. They will know now. He takes a gunfight, but unfortunately not able to find the head he was looking for. So many bodies, but it's the Nitro that takes him down. At the same time, plants happening, but denied by the C4.
Another Nitro cell. Why put yourself in harm's way when you have explosives that can get the job done? OXG with a flawless round already in pocket will be denied at this time. Skeptic gets a single exit frag. It's impactless, and OXG move to map point on their opponent's map. Team Heretics once again looking like they'll drop the first map in the series.
We talk about how good Heretics have been at reading their opponents, but Oxygen deserve just as much credit in this round, doing a great job of understanding that Heretics want to go down, take below, stop some of that C4 play, stop the Pulse, stop the Valkyrie, stop the Nitros from being so much of a threat as they have been throughout this series. But Oxygen, they flood the bottom floor with bodies. They make sure they have full control down there before they go to deny that plant, before they try to get anything else done. Fine to concede the top floor because bottom floor was really where everything was happening inside the kitchen. OXG are ready for it. The Pulse feeds that information.
Smoke Warden again.
A little bit of conversation with the admin. We are in the round, but it may be recalled if there's some issues. And we will get a rehost.
I wonder if it's an issue with Gruby's setup. Jesse, have I just been asleep at the wheel here, or has there been no timeout called yet?
There's still no tactical timeout. This will be our first technical timeout.
Actually, it says technical pause.
Okay. I feel those terms are interchangeable.
I feel like you feel that, but I feel like the viewers don't.
I like
and it
the
behooves you
alliteration.
to read the things that are on the screen. See, look, there's this beautiful blowing piece of fabric over top of it with two hammers, obviously hearkening back to our communist roots here on this stream, showing that the we're doing some work.
Yeah. Listen, they're hammering out the issues, Parker. They're getting the job done. They're getting down to it. Looks like there might also be some issues for Forrest, but gives the game.
His monitor hasn't been on this whole time.
Okay.
He finally decided to turn it on.
Come on now, Forrest had some very good plays. I think even to start this series.
That was a compliment. He's doing well. He's going even with no monitor.
You're right. Okay. Fair enough, Parker.
Forrest didn't just put the word. I'm not going to say Slayer, but Forrest put Slayer at the end for good reason. The man has no monitor, and he's still fragging out.
Yeah, I was having a great start to this series. I really liked his blitz play coming through in these first couple of rounds. Rounds 1 and 2 in particular, felt like he was the real impact player, getting the plant down twice in the first 2 rounds. Since round 3, though, we actually haven't seen any of these plants go down. It was a couple of early rushes from Oxygen, then they got adapted to. Heretics were able to change up their defensive style, were able to catch Oxygen off guard a little bit better.
They won't even broadcast it.
Oh, we're broadcasting it, Crixer.
They'll just be like, oh, here's the...
And in the meantime, some of the second half, I mean, we just haven't seen Heretics find as much success with the diffuser. They've had some cool attacks, they've had some cool ideas, but Oxygen really have kept the mental up, and they've been able to lock down most of these sites.
Technically, they're not supposed to be talking to each other, but I'm not a narc.
I mean, the rule is they can't, discuss strategy about the game.
Mods, they're talking.
They're fine to talk, of course, just can't discuss the game as much, is my understanding of the rules.
Over on the A stream, if you want to mosey over there while we're in this tech pause, but then come on back because we don't want you to leave. Or if you want to run both at the same time, there is another elimination game. Every matchup you watch today will have one team go home and one team move on. Stakes have never been higher for these squads at this event. M80, the defending major champions, are currently squaring off against G2. Fabian versus his old team. Both squads, G2 and M80, have shown very obvious issues so far throughout this tournament. Consistency problems on the side of G2. A set of fear seemingly getting into the hearts of these M80 players. Both squads have not quite looked like themselves. We'll lose one of them. This is the worst part of SI, Jesse.
Yeah.
Good teams, fan favorites, big characters. They'll be going home today, tomorrow, and onwards. If you were flying into Paris to watch the Six Invitational and you were hoping to see both G2 and M80, well, bad luck. You're going to have to do it from the comfort of your own home or wherever you may be. That's over on the A stream, and we should now be back in action.
We thank you for your patience.
I did not.
But it's time.
I did not say thank you.
To load into round 12, Parker. This is going to be the round that determines, will we see overtime if Heretics can clutch up for this final attack, or are Auction going to steal the map pick away from the Europeans? This is going to be an oh-so-critical round. We fully expect the bomb site to be kitchen cooking and service. That's what it was prior to the rehost, and given that they won it 3 rounds ago and it's going to be unlocked, that would be expected. That is indeed what we see coming through from OXG. They're allowed to change up the site and operators if they wish, and they're going to use that as an opportunity to bring out the clash. Of course, not brought prior to the rehost. Now Force is going to bring it out, and he's just hiding in sinks, Parker. He does not want to get droned on this operator. And a lot of pressure now goes over to the Heretics captain of Skeptic to try to make a game plan. When they attacked this bomb site last time, they went full top down, they ended Bakery, and they got flawlessly defeated, okay? It was the worst round Heretics have played since this match began. If Skeptic can call a new strategy, figure out what the weaknesses were in that previous hold, and not get caught off guard by this clash, it could make all the difference to allow Heretics to push into overtime.
Since round 6, these teams have traded wins back and forth, and yet, since round 7, the second half began, OXG has drawn blood before Heretics. Again, battling back is not ideal. Now, granted, round 10 was a trade, so you didn't really gain a ton from that particular round, but that still means 4 rounds have been OXG in the driver's seat. An improbable and very impressive clutch that came in earlier, if you recall, by Heretics, kind of broke this trend line, and OXG could have been able to put this map away already, but the past is the past. You have to screw your head on correctly and prepare for this final round of regulation.
Skeptic has called for a very similar push, to be honest, Parker. They've got a lot of that soft destruction, the Buck and the Sledge coming back out to try to work these middle floorboards. They've also got the Sens, once again, to try to work their way through. So we'll see if they finish the same way, but they are starting identical to how they started back in round 9 it was. There's no roamers to deal with on the side of OXG, so Heretics can rest easy knowing that there's not going to be any pressure early on in this round. The freezer wall fully opened up, of course. They've got that player inside of VIP, hoping to deny anybody from dropping in through the hatch. That'll be the job of Yaga, who can simultaneously keep that hatch closed with his utility. And you're looking at the hard breach on the side of Heretics. It's not really, there's not a lot of it, Parker. Only 2 can openers being brought by Skeptics, so they've got to be very cautious that these don't get denied in any way. There's no Kaid, but even still, you're a little bit worried about what could happen if Skeptic goes down early.
Yeah, no, absolutely correct. Skeptic has died a bit early for his role as well, Jesse. It's something that we have talked about, so some cause for concern if Heretics lose that Sens. You need those ROU projectors to conceal your push. Typical setup now on this middle floor. Flexi striking first for Heretics. That's the first time in this second half that Heretics have got on the board first, and of course, it's Flexi to get the job done. Far and away the best player in the server for Heretics, and dare I say it, the best player in the server, period, here on Cafe.
Yeah, he gets that opening, and then the C4 misses as well. So the hatch will get opened up without any problems. It will be frozen out, it looks like, for a minute, but no, now it gets opened, and so this isn't going to be a problem for them. They were watching on that 2-brow. They've got to find some way to drop. Probably it'll be Skeptic on the Sens to try to allow that to happen. They're popping Goyos, they're setting up the walls now, and they're hoping to find an angle to get this plant down with just over 30 seconds remaining.
Another Zoto canister will go out, once again freezing the action upstairs. You said it. Very limited time remains for Heretics to pull this one off. Grixer on the roam. What is he doing as a smoke upstairs, but he shuts them down. Oscar and Groovy are in the ground. Good Lord. That might have just broken the round open, and OXG are now poised to take their opponent's map. Skeptic has the cross. He'll huff in some of that gas. Now walking Diffuser down. Time running out. Heretics watching as their own map slips away. They trickle into the bomb site, punished by OXG, and the flame is about to be snuffed. Gomez gets all 3 final kills, and OXG takes Heretics' map.
Pablo Rebelli, Grixer with the most important flank of the entire map, Parker. He comes up when there's 30 seconds remaining. He downs the defuse kit. He gets 2 kills. He eventually gets traded out, but who cares? He did the job he needed to, understanding that it was a man advantage for Heretics, understanding something had to be done. And Grixer, the former player for Sonics and Shopify Rebellion, steps up for his new team, gets it done in round 12, and wins the map for Oxygen.
Jesse, I believe it was Benjamin Franklin who wrote, "Death, taxes, and Heretics losing map 1. The 3 things in life I am most certain of." I am kind of at a loss for words here. This Heretics team is so much better than their map 1 performances. There was a lack of coordination. There was a lack of confidence. They just seem to use their roles inappropriately. And OXG are a team that are reflexive, but they are also very well prepared.
Yes.
You saw it time and time again. OXG knew what was going to happen, and they were ready for it. They said, it doesn't matter what side of this map we're on. It doesn't even matter if it's your map. We will beat you. They take the map, and they are now poised to take this series 2-0. Of course, that is incumbent upon them winning their own map next.
Yeah, of course, Oxygen, they're in the driver's seat, though. They have the next map coming up, of course, in their favor. Clubhouse will be a scary map for them. Yaga actually top scoring the lobby for OXG. It was a real team effort, I would say, Parker. I think even Forrest sitting down there in 5th started the game really strong. Some critical plants that don't get shown on this scoreboard, but were very important for helping Oxygen win the round. For Heretics, a little bit less even. You got 3 players down there on 5 kills, Upor on 6, and Flexi rising high above the rest.
And when we loaded into this series, we said it was top-heavy for Heretics. Everybody at OXG was kind of consistently bad in the middle. And would you look at the EPS? Flexi, number 1. Every player on OXG next, and then the bottom 4 of Heretics. So everything kind of falling into a similar pattern here. Obviously, that doesn't work out very well for Heretics. On your bounce-back map, you are going to go to your opponent's pick. More than Flexi needs to show up. And Flexi did so much of that on his own. He droned himself in. He made space for himself. It was an exceptional play from the Portuguese player. But again, the depth from Heretics was a huge issue. They are going to need to be more consistent and, frankly, more successful, or this will be a 2-0 for the North Americans, and Heretics will be boarding a plane home.
I think Ruby's a big player we got to look at to step up, Parker. He was the second best player on that team heading in through the group stage, even including their first matchup in the upper bracket. So if Groovy can really be that player to step up, he has been in the past. He's got so much Pro League experience. That could be the difference maker going into Map 2.
And Map 2 is Clubhouse. It'll be ready in just a couple minutes for you. Go on over to the A stream to watch M80 and G2 while we're on a break, or stay here and we'll see you when we're back. Well, in keeping with tradition, Team Heretics starts their best of 3, needing a reverse sweep to succeed. On your screen, the upstart T2 squad that has come, I don't want to say out of nowhere, but surprising a lot of viewers, maybe the more casual viewers, not playing at a tier 1 level. They are a good team, but they are now facing elimination. We will be saying goodbye to so many teams today, and it might come at the hands of OXG on OXG's map.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Parker, and that's, I think, why things get so much more difficult for Team Heretics. They're coming to Clubhouse, and this is a map they've played 3 times so far through the Six Invitational here in Paris. Their best result was losing 7-3, okay? They have really struggled on Clubhouse. They lost it to FearX, they lost it to Waybo, they lost it to Furia. No shade to some of those teams, but some of them have not been putting up the best performances recently, right? So Heretics really need to be able to step up their game on Club. Credit to Auction, it's not really their best map either. They have an 0-3 record since the start of Stage 2, but you have to imagine they've been working on it behind the scenes. Obviously, they haven't played it here at the Six Invitational, so they've been probably putting in a ton of work that they haven't gotten to show off yet. Here against Heretics, with the life on the line in terms of the series, this is kind of the best time to bring it out and try to win it over your EU rivals.
It's funny because coming in, OXG were the statistical weaker team, and yet, again, there's a reason why we don't play these matchups on paper. Is it a 2-0 for the North Americans? The community doubted them. You still doubt them. You give the edge to Team Heretics, but it's OXG up 1-0, and they're going to their choice, and a map that Heretics has not been particularly good on. Is this the end of the road for the T2 squad? Let's find out.
Grexer made a hero play to save round 12 on Cafe Dostoyevsky, flanking up the brown stairs on smoke, getting 2 critical kills, stalling out Heretics and stopping them from being able to win that round. Heretics need to be able to shut down plays like that. They cannot have gaps in their attacks if they want to find success on Clubhouse. Just like on the other 2 maps in this series, they will start on the defensive side, and on Clubhouse, that tends to be an advantage. They lose their Mira, they lose their Kaid, so a couple of options to keep the walls closed taken off the board. They will still have Bandit if they want it. For their part, they removed the Thermite and the Ying. We saw just how deadly Oxygen can be with some of those rushes with the blinds. They didn't really rely on Ying as much. It was more so the Blitz that they were trying to use to get in quickly. But on Clubhouse, the Ying can be oh so devastating, especially when trying to clear through that top floor.
Is the Munich Major Bundle still available, by the way? Because I actually wanted to grab it. I love wiener dogs.
Do you?
Yeah, and I just know somebody is going to clip what I just said and cut it off at a very inappropriate time. So don't do that. I know one of you idiots is going to do that out there. Don't do that to me. I love wiener dogs. I think they're excellent dogs. And to see that the Dachshund, or Dachshund, as they are, I have been told are called in Germany, is on a drone. I think it's very cute. I've actually always rocked the standard drone skin because I find it's one of the harder skins to see in the game.
Yeah.
And look, Jesse,
you need that competitive edge in gold, don't you? Make sure your drones don't get spotted out.
I was just about to dunk on myself, but you beat me to it. Not just denying me the ability to dunk on myself, but humiliating me in front of the dozens and dozens of people watching this broadcast.
Listen, I'm sure there's plenty of people here ready to root for Heretics and OXG
and make fun of me in the process.
And they're probably also in gold, Parker, so everybody can enjoy the drone skins. It is Upor to strike first, takes down the Blackbeard of Yaga, but he falls in return. Adam getting a good trade. This is not a dedicated rush, although there are still some extended players from Heretics who are happy to take those early fights.
Quite an extension at the point in time from Heretics. One up in weight room. You saw Gruby was playing inside a kitchen with the Kiba barriers there for protection. But now that they've lost Upor, you need to get back to the bomb site, maybe be a little bit safer. The top floor should be conceded at this point. As Flexi has fallen off from weight room and is now by the breach that was opened up by Gomez at the start of this round. Flexi was the best player in the server on map number 1. If Heretics is to have a fighting chance on their opponent's map, Flexi will need to go as big as he did, if not even bigger, because the supporting cast for Heretics was not, unfortunately, able to compete with OXG on map 1.
Gomez is busy playing on his phone, but Flexi is waiting for him the second that he gets off of it. He's got the castle barricade to keep him safe inside a bathroom, and that's going to really allow him to play here with a lot of favor. They don't seem to know in his current position where he's at. He moves over towards bar for just a moment. They've got a Valkyrie camera inside of stock, which is feeding him some information. Now hiding behind the bar, he's hoping for a bigger fish than just Gomez. It's possible if he plays his cards right, he could get a multi-kill from this spot.
Flexi, what a flick over to Gomez. I would be mighty miffed down in gold if that happened to me, Jesse. 1 minute to go and now an advantage for Heretics. Flexi has still not been taken out on this main floor. This extension with the Azamis in play. Castle barricade there as well. They're not expecting him over on lounge. I'm a bit surprised that Grixer wasn't prepped and ready for it. Grixer, a great aimer in his own right. Not a lot of bullets left for the Roni. A greatly timed flashbang. He doesn't even need to see. Take his glasses, take his monitor. Flexi will frag even when he's flashed. Running into Adam as the cavalry has been called from Oxygen. They'll be able to retrieve Pablo, but at what cost?
Yeah, 30 seconds left, Parker. They don't have time to execute it anymore. Get Grixer up as soon as you can and try to send it towards the bomb site, but this should be read by Heretics. Kitchen hatch is open, and this will be the play.
Gonna scramble in now as a full extension from Forrest. Will buy him some time. A great lineup from these remaining Heretics players inside of this bomb site. Adam looking to hold them at bay. Forrest attempting the plant. Has to get off his position. Down goes Groovy. Adam with 3 kills so far. Wow. Excuse me! A 4K from Adam. A major sell from Heretics. And OXG wins a head-scratching first round.
Adam looking so good in that round, Parker. I mean, they didn't have the time to pull that off. There's no universe where that should be a successful round after what we saw from Flexi playing on that Mozzie just inside of the bar position. Completely misdroned. A really big mistake coming out from Oxygen that could have cost them the entire round, but it doesn't matter when Adam steps up for 4. They rush it through the kitchen hatch. They have just seconds to make a plan and make the execute, and then Heretics, I thought they'd be more ready for it. They didn't seem to have any way to deny that plant with the Monty getting that defuse kit down. Really nice flick from Flexi here, as you called it, Parker. Straight to the head of the Ash, caught trying to get back towards the site, and then it's just the perfect position from Adam. He's not the guy on the hatch. He's down there in the bottom floor, in the midst of it, having fun, finding the heads of Heretics. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're Adam.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
The best performing player on OXG in the very first map, now surpassing Flexi as the best rated player in this series. Adam has been mighty good in the NA League, but he did kind of shrink under the bright lights. This was a point of contention, I'm sure, for OXG, and when you do get into the playoffs, aka the bright lights, when you start playing consistently against the other best teams in your region, aka the bright lights, when you get to SI, the brightest lights of them all in the city of light, Jesse, you need to be able to grow, not shrink. If Adam can stand tall against great gunners, Oxygen's chances soar. And the fact that he entered this series with a -8 KD and not top on the team shows that there is still room to grow for him. A terrific first round to pick up 4 kills, steal what seemed like a surefire victory away from Heretics, and now you are 6 rounds away from taking your map and moving on to face Fluxo W7M later today, knocking Heretics out of the event.
Oxygen have been to 4 invitationals prior to this one, and they have never finished outside of the top 8. They are a long ways away from it still at this point, but they're starting to make a run. Upor, the first one to go down now for Team Heretics. The wall breaching has been going well for Oxygen as well. The Clash does some damage, Parker, but takes a lot in return.
And Flexi's just swinging for the fences at this point in time. He's done some serious damage. Now it's Oscar here for the assist. He immediately gets droned out and thinks better of an engagement. Adam was dropped in that altercation. He will be picked back up as OXG are still right now on the borderline of getting into this top floor. Gomez in a very strong position now, trying to watch the cross between Logi and the bomb site. Goyo of Skeptic will be the one to engage, not with the Vector, but the TCSG in hand, so single shots that can do a mighty bit of damage. And a walloping from Heretics is very much possible. OXG, though, in the driver's seat with a minute to go.
Groovy's going on a little adventure. There's not much to find out here, Parker. Nobody's on the site windows. Yaga thinking maybe he'll take that position up just now, but I think he's looking more so to punish an aggressive play from Groovy.
And Skeptic gets down. That was Gomez looking for the kill. He will secure it. Oscar, the only one on the board so far. That'll be all she wrote. Oxygen using that very first round to motivate themselves, propelling themselves to a 2-0 lead.
We did not see attack timeout from DMC in the first map, despite the 7-5 loss to come through. That's Kizzy gracing your headphones as he yells across to the European squad across the table. Very much getting the energy up. And again, no tack timeout from DMC so far, down 2-0 on their opponent's pick. Starting on the stronger side of defense. Oxygen, a very direct site hit. You know, they didn't worry about clearing through cash. They didn't worry about the east side of the map. They just said, screw it. We know that there's going to be a clash on this side, but he's going to over-peak us. He's going to make some mistakes, and we can just win that duel against him on the Jacuzzi breach. It was maybe over-aggressive to come through with that clash player. Obviously, we got to see Flexi doing his best behind that shield, but he just went down so early in that round, Parker, and put his team into a massive man count disadvantage. You got to wonder maybe if they were able to spread it a little bit more, use some more of those positions, stay alive a little bit longer. Does that defense go a little bit better for them? We'll have to wait until probably round 5 to try it again.
A reminder for everybody here, we will continue to tell you the stakes and the consequences of these games. I don't know if my timing is just off or if there was a lengthy tech pause over on the A stream, but they are still in map 1 of G2 versus M80. Yeah. They were underway when we were midway in our own first map. So again, I'm curious as to whether or not I'm just very poor with my internal clock. That is entirely possible. I will admit that sometimes I do let time get ahead of me. I'll blink and all of a sudden, there'll be 20 seconds left in a round, so I get it. One of those teams will go home. Will it be the defending major champs, or will it be the former SI winners in G2? Head on over to that A stream to watch it, or simply watch it back. Here, though, Heretics and OXG, with OXG up 1-0, and at this point in time, OXG looking mighty good on their own map, attacking on Clubhouse, and they've struck first on this third round.
It's got to be a frustrating death from Groovy, yet to get on the board on Clubhouse, trying to play down below with the safety of those castle barricades, but shut down by Yaga. Now you see more aggression coming out from the Heretics players, feeling like they're in a disadvantage and that they need to make something big happen quickly. Garage Control still firmly under their pressure, but do Oxygen really care? With this Sens wall, they could completely block off Rafters and not even go for the clear with it. It would be a bit of a direct push. It would be very minimal, but they've already got the breach open with Sens in their pockets. They have a lot of options as what they want to do here. And Parker, I don't think they care about Rafters at all.
No, they're going to run right in. Look at that pathway, the runway, lighting the way over towards the Azami. Usually you take Rafters in the other direction. A rotate from Skeptic gets caught by Adam. OXG continuing their winning ways, looking for a 3-0 start on this map. Down goes Oscar, Flexi last man standing, but he gets overwhelmed. OXG win that one flawlessly. Is that their fourth flawless round in this series? Dire straits for this Team Heretics squad. Oxygen off to an incredible and frankly unbelievable start.
And it reminds me of Cafe, Parker. I mean, it's been so clean. The ideas that Oxygen are running with, they know exactly what they want to do on each of these bomb sites. They've got really cool strats prepped for it. They're minimal. They're kind of rush focused. They're being used by the Blitz and the Sens and all that they need just to get in without very much map control. DMC choosing his tack timeout now.
Prioritize the power position and the value of it and make them push that as sort of 5 values, right? That's what I did. I'll give you the rest of the tape.
I mean, then in that case, we should just go basement and we should just do some sort of bunker for our fullback. You know, like don't give them that obviously. Like start above, keep going, fullback, maybe put a mute on Mosaic above, just so they'll take it instantly. I'll take smoke and dirt. We just take shit for sight, you know? Like just take your mind, take the board and shit like that. Like got Cafe to give your mind as well.
Okay, let's get
smoke dirt.
David McPherson, head coach of Heretics. He actually has spent most of his career in Tier 2 North America, coaching teams like Space Tubes and Space Station Academy. So he might have a little bit better of a read on some of these NA teams who they likely were scrimming quite a bit over through last year than some of the other coaches from these European teams. But regardless, he's got to find some way to adapt to OXG's fast-paced style of game. It feels like they need to do something to disrupt them early. Even though they lost round 1, Parker, they were able to force a mistake on Oxygen, having that miss drone, and then taking advantage of that by going in for some of those kills, disrupting the push before they could go for plan A. They have to do more of that. Both in rounds 2 and 3, Oxygen got exactly the push they were looking for. They didn't need map control. They just set it up, went for it, and it worked. Heretics have to throw more wrenches into the plans of Oxygen before things get going, and that's what I'm going to be looking for through the second quarter of this game.
It's been a while since you referenced the quarter bit. I like it. I'm a fan.
It's not a bit. I've said it all tournament.
I haven't heard it in a while.
You don't listen to me.
What?
You don't listen to me.
Once more?
Okay, I understand what's going on now. You think you're so funny.
This is like the audio version of like, man, this would really hurt my feelings if I could read. If I could hear you, I know I'd be mighty, mighty miffed. You could tell from that timeout that there is more than just a strategic dearth affecting this team, right? They were very clearly demotivated. Skeptic did not seem very happy. Vibes on the team are not rock bottom, because there is still hope, but pretty close to. They get a bit of a lift up from motivating, maybe. Heretics with the very first kill. Uper on the run now, and Adam, of all the players to shut down, is a good one. 4K in the first round broke this map open, and now he will ride the pine for the next 2 minutes.
Upor playing at the top of the secret stairs, able to find Adam. That's the send. So what did I ask for right after that attack timeout, Parker? I asked for them to disrupt Oxygen's game plan before they were able to get set up, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. With Upor killing the sends, all of a sudden, I mean, A, they cleared the guy that got a 4K on this bomb site previously, but B, they cleared probably the most important execute operator to come through. Often you'll see sends go through the kitchen hatch, go through the moto hatch, block off certain angles, and even make it a bit of a bait as to where the plant is going down. Now Oxygen have to try to make this work without that extra bit of deception, without that extra bit of site denial. So how are they going to make this push come together? Well, they've already got the kitchen hatch kind of worked on. They've got, of course, secret control where Gomez is right now. So the question becomes, where do they put their players? Where do they put their pieces before going for this execute?
It was a great read from Yaga, as you saw. He was tearing things up to see if the default plant spot, where sometimes you will find a defender ratting in the corner. If you want to open up a church wall to get a takedown there, you need that part of the map free and clear. OXG are trying their best to clean that out as they can. They might have called an audible here, though, as they're now searching for answers on this kitchen hatch. The Buck catching the Warden. Goodbye to Flexi. He's having a devastatingly bad second map, way below his own expectations. And if Flexi goes, I do worry that Heretics will go as well. Upor attempting to retake on that mid floor, gets punished, 30 seconds left. And Oxygen, after losing Adam early, now find themselves in a very advantageous spot. Oscar needs to be worried about Moto, and he second guesses himself. It allows Yaga to run down the corridor, shooting away as best he can. Forrest getting diffuser down, Yaga and Grixter to cover. Gomez has died. This is a great lockout from Oxygen, and Skeptic will now need to emerge from church. Maybe say a prayer or two. They will go unanswered. Yaga gives the 4th round to OXG. Oxygen undefeated on their map.
And kind of a frustrating round, Parker. I mean, in the midst of that, it feels like Heretics have the advantage. They've got the one-man lead. They're playing on that bottom floor. It's a defender-sided site. They're in a strong position to win that round, and then it's silly death after silly death after silly death. It starts with Flexi. He's down under the floorboards. He gets ripped up by the Buck and then caught on an angle from just above him. I mean, clearly on that Warden, finding some struggles in the midst of that. I think was even running the OXG Warden skin. So you could argue double agent. I'm not going to say it, but listen, still an unfortunate first death to come through from Flexi in that previous round. Then right after that, Upor, who got that beautiful opening over on Secret Stairs, pushes back up the staircase and gets hard punished by Auction, who are watching the angle. And then last but not least, Oscar's just standing in the middle of the hallway just outside of church. I get he's in a disadvantage. He's trying to play aggressive. He's trying to play unpredictable to work a pick for his team, but it's just too readable. This is that opening pick from Flexi. That's definitely the Oxygen Warden skin. He does get taken down there. Really
Thanks for your money, yoink.
They've got to find some way to stop this momentum. Oxygen are already halfway done this map, and we're in round 5.
Over halfway done this map. Numbers,
Yes.
boy. They need to get 7, and they have 4. This is excellent for them on their own map. It has been a dreadful day for everybody on Heretics not named Flexi, and unfortunately, Flexi is now having a very bad second map.
Yeah.
The roams are unsupported. They look rudderless through the mid-rounds. Heretics then get boxed in because OXG is clearing this map so effectively, so quickly, and they are winning their engagements. Forrest and Grixer have yet to die. We are almost 15 minutes, if not longer, when you consider all the other things into this map, and they have not died.
15 minutes in, Force has been in one gunfight. He's gotten a single kill, and that is it. Been busy planting and playing shields, of course, but I mean, that just shows how little Heretics have put up for a fight. Here comes the rush, Parker, once again with the Finka.
And I suspect if Heretics are to win a round, it'll be this one. Sometimes rushes are not greeted appropriately. Adam with 1 kill. Skeptic has traded it off as he struck first. Diffuser needs to go down, but Forrest does not have the all clear. Smoke was lingering in front of him. He gets to the halfway point. Do they know this is happening? Right under their noses, 4 of their players still alive. Heretics will now scramble to amass themselves in this post plant, stacked up with one another. Yaga holding this main floor. Groovy taking down the Yog Dog. Now he'll have to head upstairs. Adam dies as well. This is bad for OXG. A great pushback from Groovy. Now it's Grixer to clutch, finding one. But it's just too much heavy lifting inside a weight room. Heretics will sweep through Groovy. An excellent post plant. Heretics will get on the board. Rushes are always a gamble, Jesse. I don't know if I like that decision by OXG, but I have the benefit of hindsight to say that.
I really like the idea of the push, and getting the plant down was beautiful. It was Adam who rushed into Jim. If you saw, he tossed a Capital Firebolt straight towards the con door. That meant that Upor, Groovy, and Flexi basically were irrelevant in that execute because they were playing on the cash side of the map. They were all in con or CC or what have you over towards the east. They could not physically stop that plant if they wanted to, thanks to the Capital Bolt. It was really, really smart from Adam. Unfortunately, the post-plant positioning was so much better for Heretics. They did a great job of reacting to it. They didn't waste their time, right? The danger with a post-plant on a bomb site like Gym and Bedroom is you can often get outside the building very quickly, and you can hold from really long angles that can cover the plant outside the building. Heretics reacted so quickly to that rush. They came back to site so fast after that Capital Bolt wore off that they were able to stop Oxygen from getting back outside the building. Groovy going down below as well was critical because you knew somebody on Oxygen was going to try to play that position to get the plant denial or the disable denial, if you will, from down below. But he read into that. He managed to kill 3 players from that position after rotating back up the main stairs. Really fast reaction time coming out from Heretics, and it saves them from a 5-0 deficit.
Still a lot of time for Oxygen to put this map away. Every single one of the regularly played bomb sites on this map favor the defenders. Bar stage has been played a single time. It was won by the attackers. It was all the way back, and I think the second day of phase 1, and that was it. I would be shocked if we see it appear yet again, but crazier things have happened. If there's a team that's going to go and try to defend Bar stage, it would be Oxygen up 5-1 or 6-1.
Yeah, I could see it. Something clicks in Forrest's brain, and he says, let's do it. Let's send it.
Poor Yaga having to IGL that.
Hopefully somebody at the OXG team gets the ability to say no if that call gets made, but I don't think we'll get there, Parker. Here's the opening from Flexi, trying to take a fight with Gomez, but he whiffs his shots. The Nitro, good for the follow-up, but only 90 damage. That doesn't get the kill either. Gomez in a tough spot, but he's managed to stay alive.
The Roni's got like 12 bullets and a Nitro cell. That's basically how it works. Once the bullets are gone, you have to use the Nitro cell, but you only get one opportunity. Gomez and Flexi almost trading each other out in this position. Flexi's patience now with a super shorty in hand, waiting for one of them to reaggress.
Thought he had made.
No, this happens again, by the way. That bathroom castle barricade has not been working out very effectively for either of these teams. Oxygen demolishing Heretics at this point in time, leaving the EU squad with just 2 remaining. Upor trying to get back to the site with his life intact, but that is an impossible task. Skeptic now on the run, and I think his face says it all. He surrendered control, has a good lineup as he blows the wall open, but Grixer is there to save the day. The only round dropped by OXG in that first half comes with the risky rush strat A 5-1 set of domination from the North Americans, and they are so strongly positioned to take this 2-0.
OXG looking unstoppable on their map pick of Clubhouse, Parker. They've been playing so well so far. Gomez typing, who's Mozzie? Certainly that engagement inside of bathroom, not really going the Europeans' ways, but Flexi, all you can do is laugh at this point. Down 5-1. Attending his first Six Invitational, of course, is one of the young players on Team Heretics. This whole squad had to battle against the LCQ to get here. They aren't a Tier 1 team. They only just got signed by this organization before the event, so played all of the last season, orgless, under the name Project Zero. I think a lot of people, including themselves, should be proud of them for getting here, for getting to the lower bracket, for managing to make it out of groups. But at this point, the experience might just be too much for them to battle against.
I mean, think of the EU teams that didn't make it to this event, that all bottomed out in the LCQ. Shifters, that former BDS squad that rebranded. You know them with P4, with Virtue, etc.
Yep.
They didn't make it. Virtus Pro didn't make it. The best team out of the Middle East, Twisted Minds, they didn't make it. Wild, of course, didn't make it. Mako didn't make it. There are so many good squads that failed on the way to get here. Only one was able to claim that LCQ spot, and it was a T2 team, the little engine that could. And I mean, Heretics still can, but you said it yourself. Their record on Clubhouse is dismal.
Yeah.
The fact that they started on their own map and lost map 1 as they've done all event means you have to go for the reverse sweep. And if you go on map 2 to a place where you consistently lose, things don't look very good. And I mean, you look at the score line, you don't need to be a genius to know that a 5-1 first half with now OXG going to the better side on their own map doesn't look good for this Team Heretics team.
Barring a miracle, Heretics are going to be 0-4 on Clubhouse at the Six Invitational, and 2 of those losses coming against APAC teams as well, so you certainly are hopeful for OXG that they can make that reality happen. They're going to be playing, of course, down in the bottom floor, but it's a very heavy extension up towards Rafters. It's Gomez playing that spot, but Forrest strikes first. He's over in Kitchen, so a different part of the map entirely where we find the opening pick. And Parker, of all the operators you could lose for a basement attack, Habana might just be the worst one.
That is a brutal loss. Skeptic is having a pretty good
Yago? Bro.
I think it'll be a rehost.
Oh,
yes.
It's a rehost. Okay.
I was also really confused.
Oh, that was funny. Wanted his kill, though.
I mean, I was a little surprised at that one. Obviously, frustration will be here on the side of Team Heretics. For those wondering what is going on, the lay of the land on this stream earlier today, D+ Kia defeated Daystar, sending the APAC team home. That was 2 APAC teams doing battle, even if that D+ Kia squad is comprised of a majority of Brazilian players. The next match that will follow this one is Waybo versus D+ Kia. So an APAC team still looks to make a deep run through this lower bracket. Waybo having a bit of an off day yesterday against Furia, but hey, Furia's Furia.
Oh, yeah.
Is it an off day, or is it just a former world championship team finding their footing after some consistency issues over the last 2 events? We'll find out in that matchup. Waybo Gaming and D+ Kia coming up next. The loser of that game goes home. The winner will move on to a deeper lower bracket run. Over on the mainstream right now, M80 and G2 are doing battle. I have to suspect that match 1 is finished, or map 1 is finished. It was taking a long time to complete it. Defending major champions versus the former SI winners of G2. I'm sure that is an electric bout, and one that I'm a little envious that we're not casting. There are some matches where I look at it, I'm like, man, I'd like to do that, but we can't be 2 places at once.
No.
Team Secret awaits the victor of M80 G2. That matchup will also be played today. Team Secret having a bit of a frustrating game against Falcons yesterday. Earlier on the A stream, Shopify Rebellion and Ninjas in Pajamas collided, and the North American team of Shopify Rebellion lived to see at least one more series. NIP, the first Brazilian team to go home. Space Station Gaming gets to play Shopify Rebellion in the next matchup on Stream A. Troy versus his old team. Shopify Rebellion could have picked SSG, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Probably because they don't like that stylistic matchup. Well, guess what? Opportunities come a knocking. Run from it, etc. It's still there. So SSG Shopify Rebellion will be very entertaining. And then, of course, the winner of this game, which right now looks like OXG, will go up against Fluxo W7M to close out our day on this stream.
Yeah, Oxygen looking very good to win this series so far. I mentioned it before, Parker, but they have never in the history of SI finished anything below 8th place at an Invitational. They have to win out both games today if they want to repeat that success. That'll get them into the top 8, beating Heretics here, then beating Fluxo W7M in the late match on the B stream today. If they can win both of those games, then their road ahead still looks pretty difficult. They will play the winner of SSG Shopify Rebellion and then the loser of Furia Falcons in the lower bracket, marching upwards through the standings, trying to get into that top 4 and trying to get into the main stage position, which would be that match versus Furia or Falcons on the main stage.
Who would have thought Wildcard would be the best performing North American team? I mean, they did so at Reload. They did so at Munich. I mean, they weren't the best performing team at Munich, but that was obviously M80 from North America, but Wildcard made a top 4 run.
True.
This is a team that consistently surprises people and is, I think the phrase is better than the sum of its parts.
Mm-hmm.
Each individual player on their own is very good, but together they are excellent. Wildcard going up against FaZe Clan will be one hell of a game. You and I will get to watch all of tomorrow's matches from the sidelines. We have the day off as talent are being rotated around, and then we'll be back in action for the arena casts on this weekend. We don't know which games we'll be doing, but I'm going to want a good one. We've been actually quite fortunate, you and I, to get some very good Phase 1 and Phase 2 games.
Yes.
I was hoping that Heretics Oxygen would be a little better, just as I was hoping that Falcons and Team Secret would be a little better, but we got to open up yesterday with Shopify Rebellion versus Team Falcons, which I think you can credibly argue, while not the best overall best of 3 at this event so far, is definitely in that conversation. Wildcard, FaZe, Furia, and Team Falcons, those 4 orgs all have the day off today. They'll be back tomorrow.
Chat, you survived the yapping. We're back through the tech pause, and we are in round 7.
I just see Twitch chat and all that being, why are they talking so much? Well, I hate to break it to you, but if you're new here, that's our job.
Round 7, Auction with a 5-1 lead here on Clubhouse Map 2. They lead the series 1-0. They ban out Grim, which has been Oscar's most played operator here on the bottom floor of Clubhouse. So he has now flexed over to the Ying instead. It is a full anchor setup from Oxygen. So before the rehost, they were playing very roam heavy. They even brought a Clash to try to lock down top red. But this time, being able to change their operators, of course, they've decided to rein things in a little bit. Heretics have read that, I think, pretty quickly. It doesn't seem like they spent too long droning through these top couple of floors. They are not 100% sure the top floor is clear, as we can see by the crosshair place in the viewport, but they're pretty confident there's nobody up above them, and they are correct. 5 anchors sit down in the bottom floor, and we've probably got a good 60 seconds still before this execute comes through and we see anybody dead in the server.
Cannot surrender that opening pick, as this Team Heretics squad has done multiple times on this map and multiple times on Cafe Dostoevsky. All said and done after 12 rounds on Cafe, Team Heretics were pretty close to tying OXG for opening duels, but the North Americans just had the slight upper hand. At this point, you're actually in a 3-3 for opening duels, so Heretics are doing a little bit better.
Sure.
A little bit better than Cafe.
Sure. Yeah.
Which the scoreline doesn't really show that.
No.
But just from an opening, look, Jesse, I'm trying to find good things to say here. Okay, why don't you cut me some slack?
Well, Parker, I'm not going to give you much slack because this brush is about to come on in. We've got the Candelas thrown by Oscar and Groovy staring into the site. Stop potentially for a moment, but as the shots come through, they need to find a way to make this space.
Candela's going off, Logic Bomb's going off, Adam has been dropped, so Heretics looking to strike first. As you got the Mira of Yaga attempting to slow down Groovy from this position. He's made his way into the back of Church. There goes Forrest. Groovy finally dies to Yaga. They'll take up space in response. Yaga still in this position, trying to outduel from multiple angles. But it's a great lockout as Heretics puts the very first round of this second half into the win column. They desperately needed a shot in the arm. They might have just gotten a small one, but they need a second dose. Will it come in the next round?
Good start after the technical timeout. Heretics doubled their round count, Parker, and it's a beautiful push down to the bottom floor of Clubhouse. It was Upor and Skeptic working together on that Moto hatch, trying to get in through that bomb site, work their way through the church wall, work their way westwards into the bomb site. At the same time, you saw Gruby and Oscar working over towards blue, so that's two different dimensions to that push where the attackers are going to have to look east and west, multiple dimensions, pinching the players inside of church, and then Flexi, the lone player not playing with the rest of his team, he was on kitchen hatch, ended up getting a really important kill in the midpoint through that round. Ended up being a very well put together push. I watched it from the top down POV, and it was very nice to see Heretics have that coordination. It can be difficult sometimes to make those pushes come through, but Heretics put it together beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen looked very much boxed in. There was nowhere near the extension that we had seen. Now, before we went to the rehost at the start of round 7, it certainly looked like OXG were roaming quite aggressively, but then they dialed it back, and they went with almost a full turtle setup. I don't know if that was the right call to make, because while that bottom floor bomb site is quite roomy, you can easily fit defenders in there, especially if you extend out towards blue and dirt tunnel. You get boxed in a little bit, and you can see that Heretics deliberately selected the right amount of utility to punish those offsite players.
Part of me thinks they were just hoping that Heretics, with how this game has gone, mental might not be there. They might stall themselves out a little bit. They wouldn't have to commit so much to their own game. I think if we see that bomb set again in round 10, we will see a more roam-focused strategy from OXG, but not something to think about right now. Of course, we go to gym and bedroom, and the setup looks pretty standard from Oxygen. You've got Yaga, Forest extending over towards that east side. You've got Gomez and Grixer locking down the bomb site, and then Adam, the connector in the middle, just playing construction. Heretics do look like they want to clear in through CC, so these east players of Forest and Yaga may be the first ones to come into contact.
Fearing that breach as there are mute jammers on the other side, you could get some visibility on the Goyo canister as well, but Flexi's actually found a way to get that drone up and over and can assess what sits inside of Cash. Have to clear out this entire top floor, but Skeptic knows something we don't. He's found his way now into weight room, diffuser in hand, using that single reinforcement to good advantage. A jump out from Forest, knocked over by the air jab. Upor will punish him, and now it's Adam compelled into action, but he's blinded as well. Utility from Heretics is still so good. Finally, a kill for Oxygen as Adam punishes Skeptic. That'll be diffuser dropped inside the site. It'll need to be retrieved by the Europeans with half of the round still to go. This is recoverable, but not if Adam is hitting shots like that. He almost gets a third, scampers off as the nade lands in his lap, and he'll now head into construction, building towards a big moment for OXG.
A+ is on me play from Adam. He's been doing so much work for this team so far. He's just tucked up to the windows so they can't get a good angle on him, and if he has to cross the windows, use those Kibas to make yourself safe. They have to try to reform this attack now if you're Heretics, right? They've taken a pause, still a 3v3. They've got two players outside on the windows and then one player over towards the jacuzzi breach. That's Gruby over in that position. Diffuse kit dropped inside of Jim. That has to be where they end, just given the early death they had.
3v3 now, Oscar taking up this diffuse kit, still sitting on that weight rack. Oxygen giving them plenty of time to work with. Not swinging. A tough position for Gomez. Caught by Groomy on the cut. Adam taking down Upor. He's all by himself. Yaga's been down. Is that information in hand for Heretics? Is now Gruby getting far more active. Time for Adam to get Yaga up. It will allow Oscar to get Diffuse Kid down. Adam sees him. Another great round from Adam. Could be the bow to tie up this round and send OXG to series points. A fire out from Adam, but he mistimes his shots, not looking in the right way. Taking him down, a quad kill from Adam. Gruby now on this jacuzzi window, watching the diffuse kit. He's got a great vantage point. He can catch the rotate. He can easily swing over as well and get the hallway. Down goes Adam, no ace. Gruby showing some Polish power, and Yaga dies as well.
Baby, let's go! Come on.
Heretics put two together. This gap is closing in a hurry. Still a great spot to be for the North Americans, but Heretics are fighting back.
A busy round, Parker, with a lot going on. It starts with a fast push in through the gym window. It feels like they've got a plant position, but Adam's very fast to rotate from Con back over to the bomb site. He plays very safe around those windows, hits some disgusting shots to give Oxygen the heavy man advantage. But in the 3v3, Heretics do a couple things really well. Number one, they do show a couple of drones. They show a couple of pressure over towards Cash side. That draws Adam back. As long as Adam is not playing inside a master, tucked close on those south windows, he can't stop stop an immediate jump in through the gym window like he wasn't able to previously. Then the crossfires are perfect. They've got the plant going down inside a gym. They've got one outside the master windows, and then Groovy sitting on the main breach. While their windows player goes down, it is Groovy on the breach who is the absolute hero. Such an experienced player Groovy is, Parker. He's been in Pro League since 2022 when he first signed with Team Secret, was on that squad for 29 months for a brief stint with Fnatic at the start of the year, then dropped down to Tier 2 on this Project Zero team where he has been the majority of this season. Ridiculously good clutch from Groovy. That is the experience that you see shining through from the young player.
Groovy's numbers now starting to go positive after a rough first map, but again, everybody not named Flexi had a bad first map. For Heretics, these are high-impact kills from the Polish player on Heretics. Yaga leading the way from kills on OXG. Worth mentioning because, again, on his role, that's not what he should be doing. He came in as one of the worst-rated players and was the lowest-rated player through several days of Phase 1. Again, getting accustomed to IGLing a team at the biggest event of the year when you manage to make it in through the LCQs is a often thankless task.
Yeah.
So Yaga being able to frag well against Heretics, that's giving some breathing room to OXG.
Yaga's going to have to pull the team back together mentally, Parker. They were up 5-1 in this series. It's been 2 back from Heretics to get themselves into this game once more. If they can win this, they'll force a third, and at that point, you got to imagine the momentum will be with the Europeans. But Oxygen, I'd still rather be them. They've got only 2 more rounds to win, and it's the CCTV Cache tertiary site that's coming up against them for the 9th round of this map.
What the hell is this?
This is a...
No Kiba's FMG in hand for a smoke. Dry holding rafters.
They reinforced the full both walls as well, Parker. So even if they take this, it's not the end of the world. Very much a forest play if I've ever seen one.
Maybe I look like an idiot because I don't understand this, but I am stunned as to what is going on here. Usually you see an Azami in that position with some backup from maybe a Jaeger or Wamai, heavy investment. It's not the case. Very much a forest play are words that strike fear in everybody's hearts.
Well, he's still surviving, Parker. They haven't put much utility over towards Rafters, which could give him a good shot. It's Grixer who strikes first to take down Oscar, and Adam hunting for a jump out. He'll get it if he finds Flexi with timing.
I was going to say, Grixer's still in a really good spot. Flexi needs to cover multiple windows, and anybody who's played on Clubhouse, amateur or casually, knows how tough this can be. Now imagine doing that at a professional level. I know every bullet counts. Flexi will have to be very careful about what he does. That's a missed opportunity by Yaga. He should have had that one. Upor has broken this round open, as have Heretics. Now doubling up on OXG with 30 seconds to go. The attackers are winning way more than you'd suspect on this map. Gomez, the last man standing on Oxygen, as Upor takes no prisoners.
Let's fucking go!
This was 5-1. What is going on?
Heretics pick apart that defense, Parker, and you got to start wondering if Oxygen start to ring the alarm bells anytime soon with their TAC timeout. They'll have to ban a set of operators first, and this is going to be really important. What can they ban to stop Heretics from going with these aggressive little executes where they've really been able to set things up? It'll be the Ying that they choose to remove before the timeout.
And you were spot on. Crank your volume as loud as you can because it's timeout time.
Bottom 2, you know, because you can also close for the second half, they did so I think this play clash, okay, guys, look at our bands, like, we remove all the cheese off, so they gotta finish. So let's close it out with Flash, you know, and for the other side, we can bring more traps, you know, because they're gonna keep trying to do that shit, like jump windows, go higher, you know, so just cheese these guys, bro. Like, you guys still the graph perfectly, everything. You guys got to, okay?
Let's split away back to side, right? Yeah, ban all the XP ups.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That's Kizzy, the 29-year-old Brazilian coach of Oxygen Esports, hoping to give some strats over to his boys to get these last 2 rounds locked down for Oxygen. Heretics have done a really good job of putting together executes, and much like the first 3 rounds when Oxygen were on attack, it feels like the defenders aren't doing enough in the early round to disrupt the execute, to disrupt what the attackers want to do, to put some of these pushes together. In that previous round, it was as simple as Upor walking in the main breach, finding a couple of big angles. It felt like they had maybe made a mistake leaving the fire extinguisher up. Then that said, there was a warden on the other side of things, so maybe it was even just being used to try to bait out a push, try to force them to use that fire extinguisher smoke so that Yaga could then make something happen with the warden. In either case, nothing really works from that play. They end up losing Yaga on a fast pushing through the breach. The coordination from Forrest just not quite timed well enough. And even without control of Raptors, even without control of Jim, these two teams are having a lot of success attacking onto that CC site without any map control at all, really.
I am just stunned at what we are witnessing on Clubhouse. Through 9 rounds, there has been a single defender victory. This is a defender-sided map. I understand that, again, it comes down to style with teams and operator bans, but 1 round on Clubhouse. It really does beg our belief as to what these teams are doing. You highlighted early on how poor Heretics have been on this map consistently throughout the event, and they are putting in a damn good showing with their backs against the wall. Suddenly, this 3rd map of Bank looking more and more likely.
I haven't really highlighted it because Auction chose this map, and I have faith they did it with confidence, but Auction also aren't a good club team historically. In the last chance qualifiers, they lost 3 times, twice to Dark Zero and once to Wildcard, so it's not like this is a great map for OXG, but you got to imagine you're picking it in the lower bracket of the Six Invitational. You have improved slightly since losing to Dark Zero in the SILCQ, so hopefully we can see Auction put together some of these defenses. Hopefully we can see what they've been working on after the TAC timeout has come through. It started with a roam. Both Yaga and Adam were beginning the round on the top floor, but they've made their way back down. You watched Yaga watch down those blue stairs to make it over towards his teammates, and it now ends up being a 5-man hold down in the bottom floor. The utility on Heretics, a little bit light. You don't have the Ying anymore, of course, getting banned out previously. The Grim and the Capitao also both getting removed. I would suspect that this defense should hold from Auction because they don't have very much disruption on the side of Heretics. But if they can work some picks through the vert, if they can find somebody overstepping, if they can get one of those picks early, either with the hard breach or maybe with Groovy making a distraction on the Blackbeard, it is still winnable for Heretics. They just don't have the best tools to make it happen.
A lot of pugilism. Good guns, fragging potential, and I mean, sometimes, Jesse, we can theory craft all the gadgetry in the world, and it still just comes down to who managed to hit their shots a little bit better. Now, they cannot allow the gadgetry of Oxygen to trip them up. It's been an incredible run in this second half here for the attackers. Gomez dies early. Groovy gets traded out. Forrest will eat the dust as well. This is a rough go of it now from Oxygen. Adam gambling what little remains of his HP, and he's good enough for a double. A 3rd is within arm's reach. Skeptic will get the diffuser down, and they will lose the other side of the bomb site. Yaga punished as well. Adam in a 1v3. Team Heretics embarrassing Oxygen on this second half. Skeptic, a massive end of the round, and it's a tie game. 20 minutes ago, it looked like we were about to be out of here with a 2-0, and yet the improbable has happened. The impossible still to come. Heretics tying things up.
Oxygen look petrified. Parker, they're in the bomb site, sure, but they're so far back inside of Armory. They're so far away from the action. There's a lot of fighting happening around blue, and Adam does his best to try to get his team the lead, fighting tooth and nail in that enclosed space. But that whole time, Skeptic just waltzes down the Moto hatch, walks us through the church wall, gets a plant down. Nobody is even aware that this play is happening. Oxygen are so far back inside of Armory, and I like the play with Yaga on the Clash to try to get close, to cross that main hallway so that the bottom of main stairs player can't cut him off. There's good ideas behind that, but it's way too late. Every one of OXG's players is basically behind Adam at this point. Nobody's able to respond to the church plants. It's really just a problem in positioning for OXG, and Heretics, they spot the gap. They adapt to what their opponents are doing. This just feels like what they have done throughout the group stage here at the Six Invitational. Maybe it's a slow start, but once they can read their opponents, once they can find that gap, they power up.
I mean, we've been singing the praises of Yaga so much, but one thing we haven't touched upon is how outside of Adam, nobody is winning their duels on OXG. That was the case on the first half. It is now carried over to the second.
Yeah.
Again, all of the Oxygen players entered this matchup with a negative KD, so there was plenty of time for them to make up for those poor performances. We saw it in map number 1 with, I think everybody on the team actually went positive back on Cafe. I'll have to check my numbers very quickly. But here, things are grim. You picked this map. You're on the better side. You are getting beaten quite soundly as we are seeing European excellence all over the screen.
Another roam clear has started with speed for Heretics. They've got the momentum. They want to run with it very quick to open up that CC wall. Not going to be a problem as these roamers will start to face a little bit of pressure. Oscar over here, along with the ace being played, of course, by Groovy. So these two players can start to work on this side of the map. But at the same time, the jacuzzi wall is being opened up. There is some play over towards the Logi hatch as well. The players on Heretics can start to rotate around this map because they've got control of CC, so the main windows look very comfortable for them. A lot of different angles are being opened up, and it's on Oxygen to keep an eye out for everything. Make sure your head is on a swivel and you don't get caught off for where this push eventually comes.
Who will strike first as we hit the halfway point of this round? And both of these teams, their swords are dry. Is Upor on the previous round to get a, I believe it was a 3K or a 2K? The last time they went upstairs. Groovy struck first on round number 10. Skeptic had also drawn first blood previously in this half. So 3 separate players on Heretics able to punish OXG before there's been a response from the team in green. Now it's Flexi looking for an opening. A Deimos track will go in onto Yaga. I think he's about as good a target as you're going to find, and Upor needs to worry about his life as he's playing by that Khan's window. Adam has lurked there for a long time. His patience yet to be rewarded.
Skeptic is almost in the site, by the way. He's right here outside the door, but shut down by the position from Logi. Gomez gets the first kill, and now it's the 4v2 for Oxygen.
And they are just going to sweep right through them. Heretics with very little they can do. Oscar hoping for the best. Kept at bay by the Flames. Bedroom just out of reach for the time being, and there's still a clash on the board, so his job is mighty difficult. Flames gone, but a Banshee is there to slow him down, giving his position away. Patience from OXG, and Grixer along with the rest of Oxygen will all compete for that final kill. It was a long time of waiting to get to this point, but Oxygen find themselves 1 round away from advancing here in the lower bracket, sending Heretics home.
Just when it felt like it was going to be over, just when the momentum looked too strong, Oxygen do what they need to secure series point, 1 round away from meeting Fluxo W7M in the lower bracket. That push from Heretics, it tries to come from multiple different angles, Parker. We were watching a lot of the pressure happen over towards that construction side of the map, but instead it was the push up the main stairs from Flexi, which resulted in the opening death. Skeptic with the defuse kit was right behind him, hoping his entry player could make some space for him, but instead Skeptic ended up going down from a second angle. Adam and Gomez in towards the site were so ready for that second dimension to the push. They weren't caught off guard by it, and it looks very different from the previous round. Here's a great top-down POV. See all the players in the top left. Groovy, you've got Skeptic, you've got Flexi. These players are all trying to make something happen elsewhere on the map over towards the top left, and no matter where the pressure came from, OXG were ready for it. If they can do that one more time, if they can lock that down for a final round, they'll be moving on and knocking Heretics out of the Invitational.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Waiting for your command. Finally, someone around here.
Yet to say goodbye to a European team. We said goodbye to our first Brazilian team earlier today with Ninjas in Pajamas.
Black Dragons.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
In groups.
I forgot about them.
And kind of Elevates. I count them. You don't have to.
They're an APAC team.
Yeah, they're Brazilian.
They're Brazilian people in an APAC world.
They're a Brazilian team in APL.
I feel like this is just a game of semantics at this point.
Regardless, Brazil's gone home to Black Dragons, okay? Doesn't matter.
I should have known that too because the Black Dragons practice room is directly across from my door, so I should have realized. The sign is still up as of this morning, by the way. So I don't know how long they're staying. First Brazilian team to go here in Phase 2. So Ninjas in Pajamas, we said goodbye to Will we see the first European team go home? The next 2 minutes will determine whether OXG can escape the scare on their map. And I mean, it's a scary result, sure, but OXG still has one more game today should they persevere.
Yep.
If Heretics win here, we go to bank as the decider. All the while, Fluxo W7M is sitting on the sidelines watching these games with great interest.
It's a Jaeger-Wamai setup for Rafters this time, Parker, so no smoke coming through this time from Forest. It's set up a little bit more traditionally. Castle barricades down below could keep someone safe for a late C4. Nobody down there at the moment. The only roamer off the site is actually Adam, currently playing in the basement on that Jaeger position, hoping to be around bottom garage to assist his teammate. No Capitao to be brought. They don't have a great way to move this player out. The nades will do their best, but Forest does not have to move. Stared at by a glass? Who cares?
Flashbangs getting eaten up, nades getting eaten up. Those ADSs will regenerate as well, so you hear them come back online. They're expecting the push over towards stairs, and if they get brazen enough to do that, Adam is there to cover, but he gets shut down by Groovy. I like this read from Heretics so far. They have a big advantage because of it, Jesse.
Yeah, really just good from Forrest. Playing his life, knows he doesn't have to peek until now.
And he's surprised to see half of the Heretics team underneath him.
At least he got skeptic before he went, Parker. That's as good as you can ask for Forrest. He's likely going to get cleared anyways with that util gone. The jump out, hey, might give a little bit of extra time to the attackers, but in the end, he's done at least enough to get one kill.
Yaga might need to be a bit more forward here as his gas canister goes through the ROU projector. Heretics doubling up on OXG. Grixer and Yaga will have to do some serious work. Yaga is down below, or Grixer is down below with 2 impacts in pocket, leaving Yaga to hold against this. But that breach isn't open as much as Heretics would like, and it can be blanketed with smoke. Last one tossed out by Yaga, keeping them at bay. SMG ready! He backs away from the second engagement, reloads in time, can't get through the breach. Grixer now ascending over towards Rafters. Can he get to Upor to shut this down? Yes, he can, and he wins it on time! Poor coverage from Heretics, and a stunning finish to send Heretics home!
That's back-to-back round 12 clutches. That's back-to-back plays.
My goodness, the frustration on the face of Heretics. What a defeating end to their SI run.
Grixer is so ridiculous in these late rounds, Parker, both on Cafe and on Clubhouse. He makes a game-winning play when things look lost, when things look like they should go for Heretics. It's 7-5, 7-5, and the former player of Shopify Rebellion is the main reason OXG win both of those maps.
I am just speechless. I am paid for my words, but right now I'm working for free. That was an incredible map too. It seemed like Heretics were going to claw this one back with overtime. Very, very likely, but OXG managed to pull it off with the late round heroics. And they move on to a date with Fluxo W7M later today. Oh my word, what more is there to say?
Yeah, what a match, ultimately, Parker. Just a ridiculous set of rounds coming out from both Heretics and OXG. Heretics, lots to be proud of at this Six Invitational. A Tier 2 team. They're not competing in the EML in the official Tier 1 region, yet still proving that they're better than a lot of the EML teams playing in the full circuits. Lots to be proud of, but ultimately no more. They will go home after this result, sent packing home from the Six Invitational, and Oxygen will move on.
Numbers a lot better on Heretics' side, but that means nothing if the number above you doesn't hit 7, or in some cases 8, I suppose. OXG, a very scrappy team that you underestimate at your peril. I think Team Heretics, as we now say goodbye to them, joining a growing list of teams whose time at the Six Invitational has drawn to a close, were a lot better than many might have thought. I know that the casual viewers might not have been the most familiar with this Team Heretics squad, but I promise you, they are good, and if they manage to make it to EML, I do think this roster could make some serious noise.
Yeah, I think no doubt about it. We'll keep seeing these 5 names in the Tier 1 circuits in the future. They all have, I think, earned a spot to play in the highest regions. But today, their day is done. You saw Adam getting the MVP start to finish. Adam played phenomenal today, Parker. I think a little bit higher impact plays from Grixer just at the very tail ends of map 1 and 2, but nothing to take away from Adam either. He played so well from the very start of this series.
The main knock against Grixer as a player has always been that he's alive. He's alive at the very end. and maybe doesn't exactly have the same impact on the actual execute as he should, but then you get moments like that and you say you've completely redeemed yourself. So with that said, we're halfway through the day, but we still have to send more teams home and more teams up the lower bracket. We'll see you after the break.
Oh my God, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
Fast mama and fast follower.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the promotion so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
Alright, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah. What are
really
you
big
going
fans.
to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
Alright.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So
Yeah.
really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz. So 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to
Push
come
deep.
here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipok's round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR. He could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just be a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he would be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area, just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Demos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
The biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
explode it.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
I still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Hello there! I literally just finished my belt up. That was really awkward on timing, actually.
I was watching that thinking, this could be a wobbly intro.
Nah, that's a great intro, mate. I can't hear myself now. What have I done wrong? I don't know.
Who knows?
Can you hear me okay? Then that's all that really matters, isn't it? Welcome back to the V stream, and we're going into our second game of the day for this particular blocker games, I suppose you can say. We're looking at D+ Kia coming up against Waybo. Now, we saw D+ Kia, of course, in action earlier on today. Took their 2-0, sent Daystar home, and now these two teams are fighting for the chance to be the hope of APAC. The torchbearers moving forwards, Tim. It's going to be their last hope, but at least this way we guarantee there is an APAC team going into the next round.
Yeah, there will be. Waybo will, Waybo or D+ Kia will move on one way or another into tomorrow's games, where they will have to fight again for their lives at the Six Invitational. But they've got to do it here first. D+ Kia, the lineup that we are very familiar with. We saw them just 2 games ago here on the B stream. If you're looking at who should we be watching in this game, Ace, who's been the big players? Well, today we saw Bullet and Mitty particularly putting up some big numbers.
Yeah, I think Mitty on the first map came back from being 1-4 to like 15 and something stupid, and we had Bullet going 17-5 on the second map. Oh, they were the difference makers. The thing is, on Waybo, Tim, there are a lot of difference makers, and here they are up on your screen now. In particular, Hoven has been having a brilliant time over the last few months with this team. Reaps remains the terror that he is. And then Turd and Ape have also had a pretty good time overall. Even Speakeasy, given his play a lot of shields, Tim, it's pretty much up there in terms of KD. So a very, very capable team. And I think it's fair to say many will favour them in this series.
Yes, I mean, Speakeasy had some big multi-kill rounds, but Reaps is going to be the focus here up against Nears. It's interesting, I don't know if you saw the bit of content about Reaps and his sensitivity on his mouse.
Yep.
His DPI is like super, super high. He moves it about an inch on his mouse mat, and that's a 180.
So when I first started playing Siege, I was very, very same. And that's because of what he comes from as a background. You play like RTS games or MOBAs, you do a lot of mouse movements across the whole screen, but massive sweeping arm motions is too much to do it 24/7, because in FPS, you only tend to flick like once every now and then. It would be far too much otherwise. It's all about the risk in that game, but he does play the most intense sensitivity I think I've ever seen, even for an RTS or MOBA player.
Yeah, it's crazy how good he manages to be with it. But this one is going to be a real duel. Hello. A real duel between these two.
What was saying hello?
Sorry?
What happened?
We just flashed up on screen and said
it's a good thing about weren't done again, weren't it?
Can you imagine?
I was fully expecting us to hit 0 and I'd still be doing it up and I'd just be like, hello there, how's it going? But no, we are all good on that front. So I think we should take a look at our Veto in just a second as well, Tim, so we know exactly where we're heading to. Of course, it is a best of 3, as all of our games are here at SI. This is actually our last cast as well, thinking about it, before we go into the weekend.
For this phase it is, yeah.
And then we're into the weekend where we'll have a game or 2 to cast then, but wow, a nice little rest for us to kick back and watch some games.
It's the thing with Six Invitational, it always rattles around so fast, doesn't it?
I was thinking this on Friday.
We're lining up to go home in less than a week. It's crazy.
Don't, that's so depressing already to think about it being over. It's kind of mad because there is we are out here for another whole week yet, so there's still a lot of time. But I'm with you, I think last week on Friday I sat in my room and I was like, I should savour this moment because we'll be going home before you know it. It does fly by and disappear, as it will do for one of these two teams. It's obviously worth stressing. The loser, it is still an elimination game. We said today was a bloodbath and the 8 teams were going home. That is true. And this will be victim number, I want to say 5, because we're slightly ahead of the A stream. Victim number 5 will be the loser of this game.
Should be. Over on the A stream, we've still got the G2M80 going on, I think.
I think it's over now, isn't it?
Is it? It might be over. We'll get you an update on that one. We won't spoil anything.
Still going.
We'll give you a warning, but I think it is still going. We're going to have a look at where we are going to play. Chalet will be number 1, followed by Border. Those 2 we will definitely see, and then if needed, we will get a little bit of cafe at the end there. D+ Kia have already played once today, so they kind of come in here. They've already had a good warm-up against Daystar. Daystar, some good passages of play there that D+ Kia had to overcome, but they did look pretty good. Very aggressive at times, really controlling of the sites. Really, really good. So Waybo are going to have to be on their A game coming in here to get a result against D+ Kia, but they had a tough day of it yesterday against Fury. It was the first match they've lost so far at the tournament. It dumped them down into the lower bracket, and they're going to be looking for a win here.
And that was the only time they've also lost it to FaZe. So let's see if they can get back to winning ways on Chalet. Let's get into it. Map 1 between D+ Kia and Waybo. All right, Tim, here we are into our operator bans. As I've referenced earlier on, Waybo, until they lost that game, were 4-0 on this map over the last 6 months. D+ Kia certainly no slouches themselves. They are 3-1 with a 71% attacking win rate on this map. However, I will say both teams, of course, have played this interregionally. They've played it inside of their regions. Haven't necessarily played it internationally too much. But it's a good thing it's an APAC versus APAC game, Tim. It's like being back at home.
It's like sometimes with the map bans, you kind of get there's one of two situations you get where the teams allow the good maps through and they both just play on their best maps, both maps that they love. And sometimes you get it where they'll ban away the good maps of the other teams and you kind of go to what's left over. This is certainly the former. Coming into Chalet, both of these teams, really good records here, really capable of playing. So I think we are in for an absolutely cracking start to this matchup. Operator bans that came through, Castle, Malusi, a little bit unusual on the defensive side there. D+ Kia obviously seeing something in Waybo. Malusi is in particular. Hoven plays it an awful lot, so a bit of a target ban coming in there. And then the Castle, of course, you know, a lot of value comes out of those armor panels, the way that you can funnel attackers, the way that you force a utility burn with them. So lots of value from the Castle as well. Monty and Ying, no surprises really on the attacking side. Lots of different options that could have come through, didn't come through, might have come through, but they've gone with the shield and they've gone with the Candelas, and I think that's going to serve Waybo well. There's a lot of excitement on that other stream. You won't be able to hear it, but we can.
That was about 20 seconds of non-stop screaming from Devon Pengu. And I can only assume that's led to a very, very interesting round over there. We won't spoil the outcome for you on here. If you do want to go and check it out, then go and have a look over there. Or mute your stream, and I'll tell you in a few seconds exactly what has gone down. You've been warned. 3, 2, and 1. G2 have taken that series 2-0, Tim.
Ooh, G2-0! Right, we've got that out of our system.
Knocking out their former coach and Fabian as well. That's them out, and G2 progress.
Round 1 then here in D+ Kia versus Waybo. We're going to be in bar and gaming for Waybo's first defense. They've got the clash on side, Speakeasy. We've seen him using that operator before to great effect. So he's going to be looking to hold on to the top floor area. He's just supporting mezzanine up there. He's got, if we have a look at your bottom right hand corner of your screen, you'll see where all of the players are located. Reaps is up there on the library stairs as well, and then they're supporting Ape inside of library itself. So they've got that triple, that trifecta of danger up on the top floor that D+ Kia need to deal with.
The trifecta of doom, Tim. It's like the Bermuda Triangle, but in Siege.
It is on Chalet.
I can't imagine you flying any planes over this, to be fair. A helicopter, though?
Well, there's a helipad right there.
That's what I mean. You fly that over it.
You got to be careful.
Just pray it don't go down. I mean, it's pretty much intact, so I can imagine no one's taking it down just yet. Anyway, this is a bit morbid, and this is also pretty morbid. Ape the first to fall, as Nears picks him off to start things off. That's the first entry of the game. Going the way of D+ Kia, Tim. A good sign for them.
Yep, good opener from the ace there. Just managing to pick up the Aruna. Most important thing there, it's not about the laser gates. They're already deployed. They're already in action. It's about taking that DMR off the board. Big, big weapon for the defenders. Real strong lately. And so having that one gone is going to be a big benefit to them. We can see Fire Arrow has been sent into library box as well to clear that out, and D+ Kia at the minute are doing really well in terms of taking top floor map control.
My beauties are in place.
I'm not playing, Des.
Oh, you're always playing, Tim. You just don't know you're in the game sometimes. Almost be pushed then. Top floor is now starting to look like it's becoming D+ Kia's area. Everyone from the side of Waybo has fallen back down to the site itself. Third, obviously, the one you want to keep a close eye on. As you're on that Solus, can do a little bit upstairs when utility and gadgets start coming out. Reaps across to get rid of Mitty. A good kill to trade it back onto a 4v4. Time now becoming the enemy, though, for D+ Kia. Turd makes it a second. Good start, or I say good start. More coming towards a good close, because now D+ Kia have got to force it in the last 10 seconds, Tim. We saw Lair earlier, and it was pretty messy. Speakeasy getting one. Bullet trading it back on towards Reaps on the other side. That clash is still standing as they push on through. They've got to win out a 1v1, Tim, on towards Oven, and he gets the headshot onto Levy. What a way to start out Chalet.
Yeah, big start there from both teams. D+Kia kind of did everything they needed to. They got that top floor control. We saw Foles able to utilise it, getting the kill onto Turd from there, but ultimately they just left it a little bit too long. I think the clash particularly had slowed them down in getting that top floor, and it just meant those couple of bodies they'd lost along the way, they couldn't replace, they couldn't retake the space, and so it was kind of just a little bit of a Hail Mary towards the end of looking for the kills, and Waybo were able to stand up to it. But how close that round was, I think, is an indicator of how close this game is going to be, and I expect to see plenty of more of that kind of action as we head up to the top floor for round 2.
I really hope so. We were saying earlier on during the break, like a lot of the games we've had recently have been 2-0s. It's been quite one-sided. I'd love to see a proper APAC throwdown between these two to see who, as I said earlier on, carries that torch through to the next round for all of APAC. The hope on their shoulders. That is what is rides on the outcome of this game. We're going to go up to Master and Office for round 2, which means Waybo are very likely to extend out towards Bar and Gaming, out towards the library side of things, and by the looks of it, with 3 players currently out in Bar and Gaming itself, very good chance they're going to try and hold down here for a while, force D+Kia to waste a bit of time. D+Kia can, of course, completely circumvent that, push up in towards Solar instead, look to play on the double window repel. But I'd imagine, knowing just how deadly Waybo can be, they'll want to go and try and push them out of library here.
Yeah, I think you've got to do it. You can't, you've got to be very careful because you're going to get the rotations underneath is the problem there. They're just going to head through dining, through kitchen and try to work up those Solar stairs to cause you a problem from behind. So, looks like D+Kia are well aware of that fact. You can see a couple of the silhouettes on your screen then. I can tell you from the top down, there's 4 over on this library side with Foles heading onto the office balcony. So that is the split at the minute. It is very much going to be pressure onto Reaps, onto Appy, but I'm not sure if they're aware of Reaps underneath just inside of gaming at the minute. That's kind of going to bring the attention to him as the drop comes out. Appy moves away, but it does give library up to D+Kia as well.
They're going to go and hit this one hard then. Smoke's coming on through to give Nears a little bit of cover, and he's instantly hit by a C4 from Reaps. The bait was beautiful, but they do get rid of Appy in the process. Still, Tim, I'd personally take getting rid of the blitz and lose a Thorn in trade. That sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like I said, I didn't think that they were aware of Reaps' position underneath, and they were punished by the Nitro. So that's really well played by Waybo to keep that one under wraps. Leaves us in a 4 versus 4. Hoven from Library Stairs is going to start using those Toxic Babe canisters just to burn a little bit of time out. He's got 2 more of them to go, but this should be reasonably easily circumvented by D+Kia, who can just wrap around on mezzanine. The point is that they can't attack Hoven on the stairs. That's going to be 1 for Turd, 1 for Speakeasy, 1 for Hoven as the Toxic Babe canister does its job. Speakeasy with a second to finish it off, and a quick flurry of kills sees Waybo over the line in round 2.
In match point.
I was going map 2, but I thought it's not map 2. Round 2.
Just round 2, mate. Just round 2. It was really cool because that didn't involve the site at all as well. Master and Office, of course, up towards the northeast on this map. Everything then was focused inside of that library hall. And what I loved was how Waybo played the start of the round. We had Reaps down inside a bar for the vast majority of it. But once they started to realize there was a shield out on the balcony, and I spoke about this earlier, when speaking to Doki the other day, he was saying, look, I can literally hear 1 speeds outside the building, and I can tell you if they're going to rush us or not. Like, you just know when you've played the game this many times over. They heard the shield, so Reaps immediately moves underneath inside of gaming and just waits for those smokes to come out, for the blitz to hop in, and to help Appy out, throws the C4 up, catches out the shield for free. Now, Appy did die to bullet on another angle because, of course, D+Kia aren't going to send just the blitz in. It would be suicide. He would be shot in the back by somebody or shot in the side, whoever it was that he tried to push. So a nice play from D+Kia being met by a nice play from Waybo. Nets out at 1 for 1. Just a really interesting first point exchange, which then we saw Waybo capitalize on by all coalescing around the library hall and punishing everybody else.
Next up then, we've got Kitchen Dining. Let's see what Waybo have got cooking. Sorry, it's too easy. And they're going to... You're welcome. You are welcome, Des. They're going to be holding onto the top floor. We can tell that just by the sheer volume of verticality that has been opened up there. We've heard the shotgun, the DMR ringing out. We can see those floorboards have been ripped up in plenty of places, which is going to allow them those angles down into site itself. We've got electrification on the walls as well, particularly out to mezzanine. Thank you very much. That's, again, another big signal that we're going to be holding onto the top floor for as long as possible.
Speakeasy eating good so far. 4 on 1. And flying across. Come on, Tim, at least acknowledge it. Smile or something.
I'm giving you nothing.
I'm starved, Tim. You're starving me.
Way.
It's one of them. It's one of them. You got to drop some out sometimes. You really do. But like I say, for Speakeasy, it has been a good start. Set up at 4-on-1, and we spoke about him in the pre-game. You know, even though he was negative on KD for the team, it only was by -1. It feels very critical to say he's negative on KD because it sounds really bad. He was 84 to 85, very, very close across the competition. A very rounded performance by all of Waybo. And for Speakeasy, he used to be the go-to shield player. Never mind. Mitsy's tried his best, but the classic bait there, Tim, of walking into some barbed wire and then getting stunned and stuck out by the Thorn. Well, that's going to happen sometimes, I'm afraid.
He's been chopped into pieces, Des, at the end of that one. Leaves us 5.
Carved up.
Some might say. We're
butchered.
We're going to be 5 versus 4.
Finally diced.
All the pressure is coming towards Solar side at the minute. It is becoming a little bit of a pressure cooker out there for Reaps and Horn. You're welcome. Towards there for Reaps and Orban at the minute. But they're holding on well. Look, they're not backing down, and they are certainly ready for the fight. We're going to have another one of those Razor Blooms go off. It's going to do a reasonable amount of damage to Levy. A good bit of chip damage coming on there.
They're keeping D+ gear on ice, Tim. How many can we get in one round?
From some kitchen puns.
Oh, this is unreal. Okay, obviously go. Struggling to even get themselves involved in the round for the most part. Hopping as they might try. Nears is all alone. Served up nicely by the side of Waybo. Will at least get one back, though. It's into a 4 versus 2.
Waybo are eating them for dinner right now, Des. They're having an absolute field day here. Reaps is going to kill onto Bullet. Leaves us in a 4 versus 1. And there is not much doing. Speakeasy picks up Falls for the final kill. Waybo 3-0. And it's looking tasty for them on Chalet.
Being salt and peppered by Waybo. Compose yourself, Tim. Professionals.
I am composed.
Lock in, man.
Mostly.
What are you doing?
Lock.
I'll collect myself for a second.
Yeah, don't worry. Okay, then. We're going to head into round 4. It's going to be after those bans. I'm not sure if we're going to have a tactical timeout just before that. Wouldn't surprise me at all for D+ Kia as well. The bans come through. They've had enough of the Thornders. The Razor Blooms are gone. They're done with it. I think they've been hit by at least 3 of them now. They're not having any more
They're
of
a bit
it.
well done, aren't they?
Yeah. They are. Overdone, some might say, in that round. They were going off one after another.
They were.
D+ Kia just wandering on into them. They lost their life. They lost a good bit of health on Levy. Yeah, certainly a reactive ban, that one, the Thorn being taken away. And as I said, D+ Kia just pulling the time out.
It's again a case of where both sides have had a good plan. D+ Kia with the nut coming up from down in basement off the back of a Dockerby call. It was like, cool, she's going to find someone. They have no idea that she's coming. They can't see her on cams. Only thing, have to go and walk through barbed wire and thinking, yeah, I'll chance that, it's no problem. And then, of course, you hear that, you're like, oh, no. And we saw the outcome. It was a little bit chaotic. And fair to say, D+ Kia got nothing off the back of that phone call coming in, so it's a good way to deal with what is very, very strong utility in the game at the minute. That is the Dockerby, and shock horror, she has been banned away. I think it's the first time we've seen Thorn banned at the competition as well, Tim. I'll go and do a little check for us.
Have a little check, but it's certainly the first time I recall Thorn being banned. And as I say, I think it's very reactive from D+ Kia's side. I think they're just sick of having to deal with it. But Waybo taking the Dockerby away.
No, she was banned once before.
There we go. Somebody else got sick of it.
FaZe versus Fluxo, actually. Yeah, was it on this map? I'll find out and tell you in a second, Tim.
So Waybo taking away the Dockerby.
It was on this map by FaZe.
Signals a couple of things. One is, you know, obviously we know that Dockerby's super strong anyway, so it's never a bad ban. But generally speaking, if you're going to take away the Dockerby, it's because you want to play a little bit wider spread. You want to be able to play that roam game. You want to be able to keep yourself out in space. Maybe, you know, pop up in a little unexpected location every now and again where you're not getting disrupted by those phone calls. So given that the Dockerby has been taken away, I would expect to see Waybo maybe just making the most of those extension opportunities. So when we look at bar and gaming, I can tell you now, Reaps is already off in master. You can see his silhouette up off to the corner there, and this is what I'm talking about. Getting rid of that Dockerby gives you a little bit more freedom to just get that bit further from sight.
It does, and that's why you're now seeing things like the Grim and the Brava being brought along. And obviously the Brava is mainly there to hack away gadgets, things like the 2 bulletproof cameras that have been brought along by Hoven and Reaps. But it's also the fact that it gives you the information. Normally drones you'll see run in, they'll see someone, maybe a second if they're lucky, and then get shot out. It just gives you 2 more bites at the cherry to collect that crucial information and get marching through the map. If they can find the Black Eyes, Tim, that's even better. Because that Valkyrie, I think as we all know, can be a little bit of a nuisance. That's why having Bullet on side is there to give them a hand.
Drones going in then from the attackers. D plus Kia just trying to build a picture of exactly what they're going into. I can tell you from the top there, they're not going into anything drastically unusual. You've got Reaps on library stairs, Appy in library, Hoven on mezzanine. Foles manages to deal with one, Nia's the other, and it starts to fall apart quite quickly for Waybo here, but Hoven, he pumps the brakes and manages to keep them in it, but Mitty is there for the trade. 4 versus 2, advantage D plus Kia.
I did wonder where Mitty was because he really had to be the third angle coming on that push, otherwise they were stuck and he wouldn't be able to get moved off Mez. Now at least Reese gets one back to him. Between him and Turd, they're 7-2 so far, and have got to hold off the 3 on the other side, who have got a hell of a lot of time to work with. So if you're Waybo here, Tim, it's clench up tight and hold on.
Reeps is having a great game so far, 5-1. He's really making a nuisance of himself. We're seeing the utility kills. We're seeing the gunfights being won by him. Certainly always one to keep an eye on, but especially here in this match so far. 3 versus 2 then. 1 minute left on the clock. And D plus Kia just trying to massage sight at the minute. They're using that. They've got the vertical control. They're kind of being cautious. They don't want to expose themselves too much to the hatch because they don't want to get hit with the reverse shot up there. Levy manages to find Reaps, takes him down, and you feel like nowadays it's going to be a downhill slope towards the end of the round. But no, Turd, he has something to say about it.
Oh, not here again. This is where Hoven clutched up earlier. Might be able to get one more. Not again. Same position. Same clutch. And Turd straight in all chat, calling him a bot. Wow. 4-0 so far. Away. I keep wondering why I kept going quiet. My cable keeps catching it and turning me down like that.
Okay.
It's a very, very easily moved dial, it turns out. But yeah, another wonderful, wonderful round for Waybo. It has come down to 1v1s twice now, so D plus Kia will feel a little hard done by. It could be a 2-2 scoreline. Instead, it's Waybo up 4-0 on the attack, on the defense, of Chalet, where normally you see attackers coming out on top. Like I said, D plus Kia historically have a 70% attacking win rate on this map. They have yet to get a single one.
So it's frustrating from D plus Kia's perspective there because I don't know why they both dropped the hatch at the same time. There's 40 seconds left to go. And they've both served themselves up on a plate, and that's not a kitchen pun this time. They've both served themselves up.
Are you sure? We can start again.
Technically it is.
I can find some more, Tim.
Technically it is, but it's not intentional. They've both dropped the hatch together and just given Turd that absolute freebie of a double to put him in a 1v1. There was 40 seconds left. There was no rushing. One of them could have just walked downstairs. One of them could have gone down main stairs, through fireplace. There was so many more things they could have done.
I think after they got rid of Reaps, who, really well played by Levy for a start. He was sat on those stairs, knowing those two could focus on the site. He was watching for a flank out of Reaps and dealt with him. But that's where I really thought, like you were saying, Tim, that's when Levy should have looked to go down those stairs. Get on your drones, for example, or just push in as a 3. Like, that is yours for the taking. And they will be kicking themselves a little bit, but Waybo will be delighted. Now, a lot of focus coming in on this window. Reaps is ready. Knows there's a man on the other side, but no, I think they also know that he is here. He ain't giving too much away, but has got to be careful, Tim, because as you've all just seen, there are 5 blue outlines starting to surround him here. He is hell in a cell, and they want his blood.
And the way the Reaps is playing, you wouldn't go against him coming away with above. 1 or 2 here. That's an important one. Hoven is above for support as well, so they can't jump in the window on him, and Reaps is going to take the opportunity to just move himself away a little bit underneath. Relocates into bar and looking again to just keep this side of the map, and you don't see this too often. This is a master hold, but they are just really fighting tooth and nail for library and game. They don't want to give up any ground here, and I love this. From Waybo.
Reaps' movement has been brilliant. Just keeps on moving himself into really challenging spots and gets a freebie. What a play coming out. Levy falls down despite 3 players trying to surround him. They've got the punish. He might die for it, Tim, but you've removed the Deimos on the other side.
Yeah, that's huge. Mitty manages to take him down. It keeps D plus Kia in the round, but look at the time. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Reaps and Hoven have wasted 1 minute 40 so far, and Hoven still isn't cleared, still can't be ignored, because if they do, he's just going to stroll out of library and he'll read them a bedtime story, Des, because it'll be good night. You better believe it. 4 versus 4, 1 minute left. D plus Kia have got work to do.
Mitty has to know. Oh, surely you know. Reaps is dead. You know that you've got rid of him. The hatch isn't open. He can't really be down here. You'd have heard him drop on the double window. But no, Hoven's still in a good spot. Now being punished onto. C4 comes out. does go off, but nowhere near the line. Nia's backing away just in time, but Hoven uses that as an opportunity to relocate himself. Tim, don't forget the site is master and office. They're still trying to get him, and he's still here. Hoven on for 2 headshots in a row. Let's make it 3, because why not?
Look.
They're making it look easy.
He's so fucking locked in.
We're here praising him. Reeps is like, he's so lucky. He's so lucky. Come on now, he's just had a great play.
Brilliant stuff from Hoven, just burning so much time in library. Absolute masterclass. Yes, we will. We'll sometimes see players start over there on a master hold, but we won't often see players hold on to it for the entire round like that. It was just brilliant. He kept them guessing throughout. They were never confident about his exact position. They knew he was in there somewhere, but they didn't know exactly where. Brilliant stuff. D plus Kia seriously struggling on a map that historically they are better than this on, but they are nowhere near Waybo at the minute.
I've just realised how many plays like that turn me into an owl. So go, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Phenomenal stuff from Waybo, up 5-0, reminding everyone this isn't even their map picked him, but they look extremely comfortable on it. They played the roam excellently well. D plus Kia have definitely left something to be desired with their roam clear overall, but it's hard when players like Reeps and Hoven have had movement like we've just seen over those last couple of rounds.
Kitchen is going to be the next site then.
Kitchen, you say, Tim?
You stare at me, I'm not going down the pun route again. We've had our fun, Des. Round 6, look, a clean sweep for Waybo is going to be absolutely ridiculous here. Kaid is going to be defending that wall, so again it tells us they're going to be holding on. You can stop staring at me. They're going to be holding on to that top floor as much as they can. D plus K got nowhere near them last time on this site.
I really hoped you'd end in a pun there just to delight me. I would have been like a child at Christmas.
I know you would.
Well, the game is on a platter for Waybo to take away. It is on a platter for them to take, Tim. This could be a 6-0 half and then a 1 or 2 attacks on the other side, and the game is done. We're going to Clubhouse to see how things close out there. For now, as you can see, a couple of players on the upstairs. No one out towards Library and Bar and Gaming like we saw last time around. They've dug in that little bit deeper, playing in behind the Kaid, really looking to draw D plus Kia into them.
Okay, let's see if D plus Kia can do any better of a job here to get themselves involved in this round. I was going to say I like this. They're going to deal with Office immediately. However, Turd had other ideas. As the Maverick hole was opened, you know what? There's always going to be somebody behind a Maverick hole, and he made sure that they were no longer. Mitty loses his life. Not the end of the world losing the Ash, but it's about the manpower. We're 1:30 into the round, and still no real progress from D plus Kia in terms of disrupting or displacing Waybo.
Turd just keeps asking questions, and these guys ain't got the answers right now. Finally, they push in, and Nias delivers the answer to the question of what the hell can we do about Turd? Apparently, it's waltz in and kill him after getting that hole opened up. So, onwards they go, Tim. At least in a 4 versus 4, there's a good chance here for D plus Kia. You're starting to see them get control of the right parts of the map. Now there's no threat towards the south side. We can get one player onto the window. 2 kills come on through. Nias hits a double in the round. A 4v2, Tim. Surely they get this done, right?
You would imagine so from here. You would imagine so.
Nice.
Yeah, Reeps gets taken down as well. It leaves it all up to Speakeasy. He's now 1 versus 4, and he manages to bring it back to 1 versus 3. Look, we've seen Clutches won already twice inside of this match, so who knows where this is going to go.
Pick him one more time. Just one more.
Tell you what,
1v1.
if he gets this and it becomes a 1v2, then you start saying it's very winnable for Speakeasy. Next kill does not go his way, though. Levy manages to find it. The big difference in that round, and D plus Kia didn't really figure it out sooner, was the Blackbeard. It was the first time they'd brought the Blackbeard, and it was a magnet for attention. How many bullets did he absorb from Turd? And then eventually he goes round onto Office Park, takes his attention over there, and the Maverick can walk in. Yeah. And then he walks through on Happy, manages to get the kill. There's just so much attention going to that Blackbeard, and kills coming in. It was a really good 6th round from D plus Kia. Great teamwork between them behind that shield to create the crossfires and get the kills, but it's probably already, too little too late. You're 5-1 down.
Ooh, the castle band's really interesting here coming out from Waybo. In towards D plus Kia along with the mirror. That comes as no big surprise. So it is 2 architects being taken away. This sort of category of operator that Ubisoft define. You look towards Azami as being another one. Normally you see the Azami taken away, but here I think that's because they've looked back at previous times that D plus Kia have played this map, seen them use the castle effectively on a couple of sites and think, you know what, it's worth removing. But as always has been the case, Tim, under the old ban system or the new one, there are still some operators that get let through that are very strong, and here it's going to be falls onto the Clash.
Okay, let's keep an eye on Falls through the round then. We'll see just how much attention he can absorb. I think, you know, learning the lesson of how impactful the Blackbeard was in the last round, they are going to double down and go with more shields. They are taking us down to the basement to kick things off. This is a site that we haven't seen so far on this map. Waybo choosing not to defend down in the bottom side. They went kitchen, dining, master office and game instead.
I mean, it worked pretty well.
It did. It certainly did a job for them. Let's see how people hold on to this. Looking at the lineup.
What I really like about it is the Thatcher from Reaps here. Now, we've seen a few really interesting plays using Thatcher when going for an execute recently. Of course, he can spot out a C4 as it's coming through midair, zap it out. It is gone. It's a far more effective way than trying to shoot them out. Although we're on LAN, it is easy to shoot them. Nothing quite beats EMPing it and just shutting the whole thing down. I don't think you bring this lineup if you haven't got a plan to open up the garage, drop smokes in, have the Glaz do his business, have the shield go in and get the plant down with the shield on the back while the Thatcher overwatches, and there's also lion scans ringing out to make sure that they can't easily be pushed into. It is screaming set piece play.
Just going to use the EMP cannon, as I will call it, to get that main breach.
It is a cannon, isn't it?
It is really, isn't it? You know,
it feels like it should fire a rocket, but doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to use that regardless. It gets the main breach open, so that's just, even if it's a little bit of phantom pressure, which it's not at the minute, because Speakeasy's having ult there with the chip. Tell you what, there's a real opportunity for him to go in and plant here. That's what they're thinking about. Toxic Babe Canister will hold them back. The Glaz is just peeking through there at the minute, working through the smoke to try and see exactly what's going on. They've got a ton of smoke to work with and here. 5 on side.
They'll keep on baiting the smokes out of Nias with these, I think, just one at a time there, because he has no choice but to use it because they can't confirm or say that as 2 come through. They're probably going to try and go for it here. In fact, he's going shallow rather than towards the bins where they might expect the Glaz going to try and do what they can, but they just cannot see it, Tim. Even the Warden can't get into spot to help out here. Been EMP'd out, I believe, by Reaps, and now it's a big recovery effort in a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, a great plant there. Well worked from Waybo.
Too easy.
It was just, it's really, you know, it's a textbook play, isn't it? You know, they've planned it out before and they've gone in and they've delivered it, and now all they have to do is just keep raining shots. Because the thing is, there's no long arm option on this. The case is right in the middle of the breach. You're getting nowhere near it. Maybe you could use the clash shield.
They've got nades though, Tim. They've got nades, so they can't even get away with this. They can try, but immediately you'll just have, okay, Hovenstead, never mind. So now they've got an option here, but they've got to do it in the next couple of seconds, Tim. They simply will not have time unless someone's on it right now, and they're not going to get there in time. The round is going to be over. What a great play from Waybo. Textbook execute and showing a little bit of adaptability right towards the end.
Yep, love that from them. Just going in. They knew from minute 1, second 1, that's what they were going to do. Just get that breach open, smoke it off and plant. And there was just no response. There was no answer from D plus Kia. 6-1 now, and you've got to say this first map is all but over. There's always a way. There's always a route back into it. But the way that D plus Kia are playing at the minute, they're just not at the races, Des. They're not involved in this one.
They're getting battered, Tim.
This is the only way to put it.
Smoked.
Got to say it as we see it. You know, we've got to call it.
They are. I mean, look, it's not even like trying to put them down and saying that, but they are categorically being battered 6-1.
Waybo were just playing really well. Like,
they are.
There's a couple of mistakes from D plus Kia here and there. I think, you know, I don't think they always brought the right operators on attack, for example. They didn't do enough to buy themselves space. But overall, it's mostly just that Waybo's plans and strategies are just working really well.
They've done a wonderful job, and maybe they'll have another set-piece play for us with the Ying now being swapped to by Hoven. We've got the shield on side yet again. And then a bunch of destruction to get our way through any shields that might be set up here by the other side. I think more looking in towards actually Mitty and those Malusis. As a team that run a lot on Malusi themselves, Tim, they'll be very, very aware of how powerful that operator can be. And speaking of Mitty, 2-7. We were bigging him up earlier on in the first game of their series. Same story for Bullet with 17-odd kills on the second map. He's 4-60. The 2 players that went massive for them earlier, not yet really involved in this game. It's only Levy that's gone break even. Everyone else is negative, which just goes to show how dominant this game has been for the other side.
Denari just finishing the setup there. We've seen this one before.
It's so pleasing.
It's really nice, isn't it? You've got the triple laser that comes across, covering off master and bathroom door, and then you've got the single that goes all the way through to piano and covers off both windows. It's really nice.
We should get a screenshot, print it, put it in a frame, take it to the Louvre, hang it.
Hang it up.
Hang it in the Louvre! I'm definitely saying that wrong, by the way. Am I?
Louvre?
The Louvre? They don't really say the
There's a little bit of a... there's a little bit. It's
like, we had this debate.
It's like the discussion about quatre, and then Bruno says cat, and so it's kind of, I think kind of the same sound that you'd say Louvre. A soft R on the end.
I'm just not going to say it, and I don't think they'll care. They hide so many letters away that I don't think they'll notice. One little measly R. And the E at the end as well. Why not? Just take 2 letters off.
Well, it's, of course, without boring you about my language learning, but I've been learning a bit of French, and obviously it's a gendered language where British English isn't. So, you know,
I've got a YouTuber that
remembering
I love.
all the l and the la. So I've found what's easiest whilst I'm learning is to kind of just make a sound that sounds kind of like either, and then the French person I'm speaking to will be like, "Oh, he meant la."
Yeah.
Oh, he meant la.
I made the cardinal sin of saying après tout yesterday instead of après toi, which is what it should be, and I was told very, very sternly, it's après toi, and I was like, okay, my bad. All right, well, you've seen already a few Candelas come flying in from Hoven here as the round is well and truly underway. You've got the Deimos of Turd underneath. We've seen this so much throughout this event, Tim, making use of this rod and the buck on the verticals. Just very, very good for, especially when there's a clash on the other side, chasing them down that top floor. Right idea, and actually connects a bullet onto Bullet, ironically named, but not enough damage to get him down. Then Turd is there to finally collect it up off the back of it. It was the warning shot first time, Tim. He's double tapped him and got him finished off. Entry the way of Waybo.
Yeah, 5 versus 4, then advantage Waybo, and D plus Kira have played this as a complete turtle. You're going nowhere. You're going nowhere.
Wow.
That's so well played. An absolutely beautiful set piece play of teamwork there coming in from Waybo. Just gets the job done brilliantly. They've now got to make their way through these Denaris. We are going to see Speakeasy taken down. That's a big response from D plus Kia. Might help them out. But Waybo just cruising at the minute.
I've always heard Niers like to hop bath him, but that might be taking it a step too far. Turd's on for a triple in the round as he hits double digits up to 10 and 3. Finally down and finished off. Speakeasy also on his backside. Falls, trying to save his team into a 2v2, and Mitty has got 1 HP to his name.
This is it. I think, you know, obviously Waybo won't necessarily be aware of that, but if they could just go in there and get that quick, cheap, easy kill onto the Malusi, they could then sort of team up. And Mitty with 1 HP, he might just make it for the ace.
No!
Falls takes it away. Falls takes it away, but they won't care. D plus Kia get a successful defense. It's 6-2.
I know I sound really sad that D plus Kia have just won a round. I'm more upset that Mitty didn't get the ace, because back on day 2, we were saying, oh, is it Mighty or Mitty? It's definitely Mitty, but Mighty does sound cool. And we agreed back then, when he gets an ace, we can go, Mighty, Mighty, at the top of our voices. That was the closest he's been, Tim.
It was a great effort from him. 1 HP.
I'm fuming.
He's played in bathroom the whole round there, and just, you know, I don't think Waybo have actually, and it's not often that I say this about Waybo because they do so well with it. But
oh, man.
Waybo haven't adapted quickly enough to what was going on there. He's kept hitting them from the same angle. He's just been looking through the lines of sight that they've opened, the feet holes at the bottom of the walls they stood in front of. He's got the Blackbeard. He's then got multiple more downed kills. Like, he's just absolutely rinsed them from inside of the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just didn't respond.
Good job, Mitty. Not Mighty.
Will remain Mitty for now.
It was a pretty mighty round from him. 4 kills, definitely going to keep his team in it. But this is one thing I spoke about during the series earlier on, actually, between Daystar and D plus Kia, was between the two teams, they are both at the bottom for multi-kills throughout this event. And multi-kills is 3 kills or better in a round. Now, you might look at that and go, well, does that really matter that much, Des? I would argue it does, because some teams do really lean into their players being able to pop off. Think about the number of times you've seen Shaiko walk a 3K or a 4K or G2 be saved by a magic 3K coming out of someone like Alam out of seemingly nowhere. Those are the things that get the unwinnable rounds over the line. And when you haven't got that in your tank and in your locker, the game tends to play quite predictably, as this one has, except for that last round where Mitty has gone big for them and got them over what looked to be a very, very tough round, because it was a good attack from Waybo. They managed to work their way through the first couple of players. Great utility use on towards Niers inside of the bubble bath, but ultimately Mitty got the business done. Let's see if they can close it, though, in round 9. It is still that 4-round deficit to assemble to a climb over for D plus Kia. It's a lot to ask of them. Keeping themselves alive for now is probably number 1. They've got a bit of a pinch on the downstairs here. Can't see who it is on the outside, but they were waiting and ready. There we go. It's Hoven just lurking nearby. Wasn't in a very aggressive spot. Was more wondering if someone's going to wonder past that breach and try and run out, maybe. But no, it does give Mitty a chance to get back to his team.
Yeah, he's missed his opportunity. Mitty is away. He's back up the library stairs and back into sight, so he's absolutely fine. It's going to be about the top floor clearance. Bullet's really the one to watch here on the side of D plus Kia for later in the round. He's currently snuck himself away into Mastery, gets himself back into Office, but just kind of prepping himself for later in the round. That's going to give him intel if anybody tries to push him from that Office balcony, but he has to be dealt with out here. Otherwise, if you try to take that top floor, he's going to sneak in via mezzanine and cause a problem. Keep that in mind for the late round.
You've got Reitz working up from downstairs as well on that Lion. Probably the man that you want at the front of this team, given how well he's played throughout the competition so far. Maybe a little West main backstab to come up a little bit later on as the first Dockerby call comes out. Still one left in back pocket. A pretty peaceful round though, Tim. 2 minutes have gone by and there's been no shots fired at either team.
Yeah, it's been
pretty chill.
Been very quiet so far. Toxic Babe Canister comes out and just prevents Speakeasy going in through the window. It looks very much like they might actually try for a bit of something here without having that top floor control. Reaps does try to find his man Mitty again, just like in the last round where he was 1 HP. We see him now on about 10 and continues to fight. But look at this. Hoven's been able to just walk in through main door into Fireplace, and he could cause a real problem for them. Mitty onto Reaps though, 5 versus 4. He doesn't care how many HP he's got, does he, Mitty? He just keeps the kills on coming.
One shot, 1 HP in a dream, Tim. It's a classic saying for a reason. It is all you need when you can click on heads and to see opponents fall. But in he goes. Oh, Levy, great shot on towards Hoven, who gets nothing off the back of it. Waybo going to start to struggle to close here. Good two-man pushing towards Mud from Bullet and his ally to go in, but it's a flawless round to follow. Nice and cozy close there, coming out of D plus Kia. Tim, is this what we call a comeback?
It could be. I mean,
3 rounds to go still, granted.
It's still a long way. I think 6-4 is the threshold at the point where we can start really, truly considering it.
Right now it's not panic. Next round, it's panic.
It's full panic after next round. Once you get to 6-4, you start looking at that thinking, this is doable. D plus Kia have certainly turned it on a bit in the last couple of rounds. They've had a much better passage as a player. They've been in complete control of the map, and Waybo haven't been able to break them down. You still have to back Waybo to get around at some point, but we're going to see the Azami and the Ying taken away as our next bans, and the tactical timeout comes in from Waybo.
He does. Good chance to try and course correct a little bit. Gohan with some words of wisdom for his boys from back in the day. Really cool seeing him back in the scene, to be fair.
It is.
Not least because I get to make a bunch of references to Dragon Ball Z, which is what I love the most.
And again, he's going to be very familiar with these players. Gohan from the Brazilian region, of course. So he's going to be very, very used to playing, with people like Bullet, with Foles. They've been around for a long time. So that might just give him a little bit of insight into kind of mentality or, the ideas they might bring to the table.
Just a little fun stat just being shared by Sprabuni is that Waybo are the only team left from Group A, whereas as we remarked earlier on, we've had 3 teams from Group B already make it to the main stage and our top 4 teams in the upper bracket, which is crazy to think that they were all from one group. I don't think Group B was like a massive conversation as the group of death when the tournament started, but I think it certainly proved itself that way. And I point part of that down to probably the underestimation on Wildcard, I think, that many sort of had, play well, probably not going to be a top team here. They've carried on the same form that we've seen across them at their last 2 events, and I think, as I said back at the start, Tim, you probably got to not have a conversation about who are they competing for with a spot at the major. It's more who are they competing with to be number 1 in NA with right now.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. We'll see as this tournament rumbles on. I'm backing Wildcard for having a good run. They're already in that upper bracket semi-final. Wouldn't surprise me to see them win it and move on. I think they're going to be that team that you look at and, people will be like, well, they're against FaZe. It's, honestly,
I don't know if you agree.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
This is probably the hardest SI to call at this point. FaZe have been great. Yeah. Fury have been great. Falcons have hit form. Yeah. Waybo are playing pretty well. Do I think they're going to win? Maybe not. Could they be finalists? Yes. Wildcard look brilliant.
G2 are finding a bit of form.
G2 are definitely finding form. Secret are looking good. Yep. There's probably a good 7 or 8 teams that I could see winning this whole thing, and that is what makes it so hard to call right now. But that's exciting.
It's just World Siege. We've had the pleasure of front row seats over the years, Des, to watch it just improve and improve time after time. And, we were coming to our first kind of majors and international events, 6 invitationals. You were coming along and thinking it's going to be one of these 2 or 3 teams. That's how it was. I remember, the first one I attended as a spectator in 2019 when I went to Montreal. It was always going to be Empire or G2. They both ended up in the final. That's one of them was going to win it. But as the years have gone by, the pool just deepens so much to a point, like you say, where we are now, even over a week into the tournament, there's still 7 or 8 that could easily argue for it.
Well, Turd is hunting down Mitty. It looks like a few players are all now starting to come in. They know exactly where he is, and they are Huntington. The pressure is building, and Speakeasy gets him with the nay. Bullet getting one back onto Ape, but Speakeasy then finds Bullet in response. 4v3, good position to be in as Waybo.
It's almost like Speakeasy has been playing Shields for years, Des.
Almost.
Oh, unbelievable player on the Shields and continues to be so. Doesn't matter what year it is, he continues to put the numbers up.
2055 and Speakeasy just hit an ace on...
Still on the...
Shield operator number 7.
New Shield that's in the game. Don't panic. We don't know. We're not predicting anything. Look, Speakeasy doing really well there. Goes in and gets a big double entry for his team. That's really what you feel Waybo needed. 4 versus 3 now. 1:15 left on the clock. Again, I like this. They're not getting sort of swept away on the current of the round. They've took the foot off the gas. They're getting back on the drones, and they're continuing this top floor clearance, looking for map control.
Yeah. Levy's the one. He's probably the front line of defense here, closer to those that are pushing in from Mez. Right sort of idea. A couple of shots coming in there from Turd, but not finding his man, and out comes the shield. Tim, we saw this back in the first half. It's the reverse roles very much here. How quickly can they get rid of the Thorn? And Nade comes in, pushes him to one side, but Turd carries on his reign of terror. Down goes Levy, a track onto one of the last 2. It's going to be the Malusi, which means Foles is the only unknown quantity right now, and he's inside of Solar.
Some Reaps is going to pick up Nears now. 1 versus 4, as you say. Foles is the last hope here. If he falls, there will be trouble. He's just going to try and sneak his way through bathroom here. Reaps is on the corner. Nitro comes over. Can he find his man? They now know exactly where he is. They are not playing for the plant. They are playing for the kill. Reaps is the one to get it as he peeks his head around the corner. That is going to be Chalet wrapped up for Waybo.
7-3 in dominating fashion as well, and we go into border next to him, and given the gunfights we've seen today, 4 multi-kills coming out from the side of Waybo during that game, just the 1 from Mitty on the side of D plus Kia. Knowing the border can be quite a gunfight-focused map, I feel they can take this 2-0 now.
Yeah, they're looking good. I love the teamwork we were seeing throughout that game. Good example at the end there. The Blackbeard onto office door. Turd then picks up the kills. Great stuff. And the teamwork continues through the stats. Ape a little bit quiet, but other than that, no different. 7 to 11 being the difference in kills from 4th place to 1st. Great stuff from Waybo. D plus Kia, they need a little bit more here.
Yeah, Ape's played a lot of the more supportive roles here. You've seen him on a lot of hard breach, the Ace, the Thermite, the Nomad, the Dockerbee, for example. It's not always expected that he'll be running away with kills, because in rounds where your team win, you do basically nothing. So, forgive him for that one. We'll see how border goes when we get to it, but I hear our break is ready. So, back in a few minutes of border. Don't go anywhere.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure. You have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So, yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game, maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch, what is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it. Mas eles vão arrancar tudo. Tudo deles hoje.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Welcome back then to the Six Invitational 2026.
Sorry, Tim, I threw you under the bus there a bit.
It's
Sorry.
quite all right. You do that quite often.
I'm a badge on, and I had to take it off, so my headset had to get removed first.
We're about to head into map 2 because Waybo, they got a good win on map 1. It was Chalet against D plus Kia. And we can have a look at two of our top players in that one, Reaps and Levy. and see how things are going so far for them. But overall, it is Waybo, certainly not just in terms of the numbers, but feeling on top of this one.
Massively, yeah. I mean, that last map, although the score kind of like maybe flatters D plus a little bit, it being 7-3, it could have ended 7-1. It was very, very dominant. It was a really good showing by Waybo. They just seemed ready for basically absolutely everything coming at them. Now, maybe things will change here on Border. We'll take a look at how this one goes. Waybo, get them shots ready. D plus you too. Let's get into Border. What room can we make puns about on this one? You can't really do the same as kitchen.
A little bit tough on Border.
I think we'll have a rehost.
It's certainly looking that way. We will get everybody out and back in, and then we will get on with the operator bans.
We will indeed. A little rehost there. I think one of the settings was slightly off in the lobby, so we'll get it redone. Happens. All well and good. But seriously, what room? What room?
I don't know. I'm just thinking through them. Workshop could be a good one. There might be some sort of DIY and tool kind of.
We can't get you started on DIY. We're talking about gardens all round.
Otherwise, it's a little bit tough. What have you got? You've got bathroom. You've got tellers. You've got waiting. You've got customs. You've got detention. You've got storage. You've got ventilation. You've got armory on the top floor. Archives. Fountain. Office. This isn't just me flexing my map call-out knowledge or anything. You've got security or CCTV, whichever you want to call it. You've got break room. So there's not really much room for... It's a different kind of building. There's not like those kind of functional like household rooms like there is somewhere like Chalet.
And kitchen, obviously, there's a lot of things that happen inside a kitchen, lots of variety, whereas inside a bathroom, you're there for one thing.
Maybe not too many puns coming out that anybody wants to hear.
Nah, they're a bit crap. You knew that was coming too. Come on now. Come on now, man. If we do get through Border, we do, of course, have a third map waiting, by the way. Which you won't lie, I've forgotten what it was. It's Cafe. We need to get there. That's a really good map for D plus Kia as well. A 5-1 record over the last 6 months. I think they could go into that feeling quite confident they can come away with a win. But that does rely on us getting there, Tim. And as we've already sort of said, map 1 wasn't close. This one needs to be that little bit closer if anything is going to change. Lobby has been recreated. We are loading back in so we can get into operator bans in just a tick.
Yeah, the big problem for D plus Kia is going to be getting to Cafe is the reality. There's if we have a look at their recent history on Border in the last 6 months, they are 0-5 here. It's not been good. They did take Fluxo W7M close. It was 8-7 in overtime. That was here at Six Invitational. They got slammed on it by G2 7-1. So a mixed bag in terms of the last week when they've played Border. I think, and I said this during the break and I'll say it now, I think them going close, going to overtime on Border against Fluxo W7M is more about them playing against one of the Brazilian teams than it is them playing on Border. When they've played G2, they've really struggled. When they've played against one of the Brazilian teams, and the reason I say that for anybody who's maybe not completely familiar with D plus Kia, they are an APAC region team, but they're what we call like an import team, so they've got Brazilian players. So players like Bullet, Foles, Levy, Mitty, Nias, all of them have basically grown up playing this game with the Brazilian teams. So when they go and play against Fluxo W7M, and we saw it against FaZe as well, they came out and had a great performance against FaZe. It's the siege they're used to. They're not going to be overwhelmed by the fact that they've got Cyber running around doing crazy things, because Bullet literally used to be on a team with Cyber at MIBR. They were a duo. They were absolutely lethal. They were unbelievable together. But so I do think that result on Border was more about the fact that it was against a Brazilian team than it was that they had a good performance on Border.
Except for Mitty and Nias, there's a lot of history for these players. And to be fair, for Mitty and Nias, it's kind of the same, but in Tier 2 Brazilian Siege. The others have been on FaZe, Team 1, MIBR, you name it. As you say, they know the region very well, and they've grown up playing against the players that you often see still playing today. Anyway, we digress. The game is underway. We are in round 1. Waybo on the attack, and they have chose Bathroom and Tellers to get us moving. Now, that is cheeky and aggressive, but That is the APAC that we know and love.
How on earth has Turd got away with that? He must have been...
You bot. Here we go.
He must have been...
That's the word
He'll
of the
have been
tournament, by the
signalled
way.
outside during that time, and... Well, there you go. Look, what a start that is, you know.
Hard breach as well, Tim.
Yeah, you don't get to choose them.
Is the hatch open?
You don't
Yeah,
get to choose them, but they would have picked their partner if they could have chosen maybe the Monty. But look, great start from Waybo, 5 versus 4. The round isn't won yet though. D plus Kia have certainly got an opportunity to fight back into this. Where's the Monty going? That's the big question for me. Falls, where's he going to utilise that shield? We would usually see it maybe top east stairs to try and get yourself into that sort of power position and move forward from there into office. It does look like he's kind of heading over there. He's rounding the corner of the building now. So I think he'll be heading out towards where I've suggested, trying to get himself into the top of east stairs, trying to hassle office. He might go in through archives, round fountain, through office that way. But yeah, overall, he's going to be a big factor here. Surely he can't just try to go in through the window.
Oh, they can certainly try, Tim. It doesn't mean it'll work out. Turd hits his second. He is now going really aggressive, just looking to march his way forward and hoping to find someone to take an engagement onto, Tim. But the lights are off and no one's home. They cannot find anything, even with the bait smoke going down. Waybo simply aren't buying what they're selling, I'm afraid. The C4 still available to Speakeasy, who's now dead. That's a bit unfortunate, because that could have been one of their main ways of denial. Reaps, though. A gun works just as fine. Down goes Bullet on the other side, and this round has well and truly fallen apart. Nias couldn't find anything on his waddling towards site, and now he's got 4 players all looking to pad out their KD. Turd hits his 4th of the round. Massive 4K for him.
Yeah, brilliant round from Turd. That, to be honest, it just looked casual. It just looked
effortless.
Casual. You know, he's led prone outside of the map to begin with, jumps up, gets himself a kill, back in. He's taken the Monty down. He's got the final kill. It just looked completely effortless from him. We see that opener there.
You bot.
Yeah, just
there it is.
There we go. I think what he's done there is he's crawled as far as he can under the door without being detected, and that's where he's waited. Just
well, his crouch wasn't in, and has gone for it.
And as soon as he's heard the footsteps, that's when he's then like sprung forward. Just smart play. You know, you can look at it, and D plus Kia shouldn't be falling for that, but. You know,
it happens.
It's one of them where you just... How often does that happen? How often is somebody going to sit there crouched on the threshold of the... ready to... It just doesn't happen. But Turd is one of those players that he is going to do the unexpected. You have to be prepared for it. And D plus Kia were not. So they lose the first round. It's Waybo 1-0.
It does indeed happen, Tim. And you think players would learn. Eventually they do. But then inevitably, if you had to check every possible spawn peak or rat spot, you'd never be able to get anything done in Siege. Sometimes you have to take those risks. And Levy is paying for not having... Oh, my God. Okay. I really thought...
thought he was going
I
again.
thought he was going for it again. I was like, hang on, Ape, slow down. But no, it's just the barb.
Remember, we saw Ape on board back in... It was day 1. It was the first day that we cast. We covered Waybo. And do you remember Ape was just an absolute demon inside of CCTV? He'll play himself between the door and the bookcase. And he was peeking out of the door and getting kills. He was picking them up as they were coming in through break. I think he had 2-3 Ks from that position on the Aruna. So... I just hope for their sake that D plus Kia have watched that back and have got a plan for it.
Bit of a rare pick here on this map in the Kaid as well, being brought along to fully electrify off that office wall, where Reaps is now dancing around inside of office and demanding that they come and push into him. And sure enough, they're going to have to at some point, Tim. For now, though, all the focus is on East Stairs. 4 players out here looking to push their way in. They've got castle barricades and laser gates down inside of the long hallway, an electrified wall. For once, Tim, you're probably going to see that this site is actually quite difficult to push through for D plus Kia. They've got a lot of utility to chew through, and they're all bottlenecked in the same spot.
Yeah, I think they're trying to circumvent CCTV and break here a little bit. I think they have seen that Ape and Speakeasy performance before, and they don't want any part of it. But saying that, Bullet is approaching the break door. We could just see his silhouette off in the distance there. But Office is still fairly secure for now. They have got control of top east, which is a great first step for D plus Kia. But they now need to pay dividends from it. They now need to go in and get themselves an advantage. And that's a big next step. Nice. Using the Twitch drone, get in, take out the electrification and open that wall. That's going to force Reaps back. Turd taken out as well. This is actually a really well organised attack from D plus Kia, and they're just not playing into what Waybo want them to do. But that is the problem in trying to ignore Speakeasy. That's what he's going to do.
I think Turd knew that his number was up and he was forced to push towards the top of office there. And Levy's been sat on that window the entire round so far, just waiting for that moment. Gets rid rid of Turd. It is only one down, but critically, Tim, it's a C4 offline. That would have been the next big step for the denial game out of Waybo, was to wait for Falls to push on through, try and make a plan happen, then to have C4 sailing your way, 2 of them, would have been pretty catastrophic, so that's a big kill to get.
This is pretty good progress. They've got the breach opened into the plant spot. There is a keeper barricade between them before you get too excited. That's why he's not able to see the feet. It's just allowing Speakeasy to keep himself in this position. But if he steps too far forward, he will find himself getting hit. And again, this is really smart from D plus Kia, because once that plant starts going down, if they do push themselves into sight, then Speakeasy is going to want to push up onto that double door.
Not a lot of time to go with, though. Speakeasy goes down, Reaps gets the trade, so a good bit of team play coming up from Waybo. They keep on holding on for now. There's also, I believe, one on the downstairs. I thought for a second, yeah, it's Mitzi who's downstairs inside the server, now working his way up West Main, but they might be out of time here, Tim. Up he goes, hurt on the barbed wire, just a little bit too long to get going. Hobbin with an easy pump with the super shorty to bring him down. It's a 1 versus 3, and Waybo ain't going to lose that one. That's one of the first times I've really seen a team get stalled out by a setup that far away from sight on border.
Yeah, it was really nice. A really good defensive setup from Waybo. I do feel for D plus Kia a little bit on that round, Des, because they did so much right. They went in, they got control of Top East, they recognised that Speakeasy and Ape had that setup in CCTV, they wanted nothing to do with it, so they kind of worked around it. They got the breach open, they had access to the plant spot. It just wasn't enough for them.
And it's a very early timeout coming in for D plus Kia. I can't say I'm massively surprised. PJH stepping in to offer some words of wisdom. See if we can hear a little bit.
Users always free. Whatever the site are, the users always free. So let's progress on from this. Beleza, então só lembra, guys, ó, vocês estão jogando sua parte segunda. Vamos só publicar o que a gente quer fazer e vamos subindo. Mano, não adianta todo mundo querer falar ao mesmo tempo, porque a gente não vai, mano, a gente não vai conseguir entender.
A little bit of work on a breach is what I've heard there about as well. So like we saw that early on when Levy went down, they lost the Hibana. They had no other option of getting walls opened up, and it was always going to be hell for them back in round 1. In that last round, it was even trying to push in towards Office itself that was the real problem for them. They even got Turd as the opener. They managed to get site wall opened up and then couldn't actually get into site itself.
Yeah, look, if I'm D plus Kia after that round, I'm kind of thinking, you know, what do we need to do to win this? Because it was a good structured attack. You know, they hit a number of ticks on the list in terms of getting themselves in and getting that diffuser down, and it still just wasn't enough. And unfortunately, it still looked a little bit casual for Waybo at the end to actually close it out as well. It wasn't like, you know, these big hard-fought gunfights. It was Hoven picking a couple up as they came around corners. It really wasn't a big deal for them.
Once Levy got rid of Turd on the window and towards Office, he really should have come down towards East Stairs to join the rest of his team and get rid of those castle barricades. Part of me is like, I understand leaving them on there, it lets you as the attackers moving towards Office. You can't get shot from 90, but if you know the Azami is sat there the whole time challenging in towards Office, it's like you need to make the move. You need to be willing to step forward and go for the fight. And probably a little bit of a mistake there, I think, in not using that utility to give them more of the map to open up. This is what Border is famed for, is being very attacker-sided, because so much of the map is soft. There's these big, long angles. It favors the scopes of the attackers. But if you're letting the castles stand and short and all of those angles, it just only really serves to benefit the defenders.
Round 3 then. Waybo are going to be defending Ventilation and Workshop this time. I just want to have a look how many they've got upstairs. 4 out of 5. So, serious top floor hold coming in from Waybo. This site is completely defensible from above, by the way. Almost all of the ground up there is destructible. So you can get up there. They've got Speakeasy with the big shotgun on the ward, and he can open up any lines of sight that they need. They've got the Solus of Ape as well, who's actually currently the only one downstairs, which is quite interesting, because you'd maybe want that above so you could use that gadget. But he's just going to be feeding a ton of intel in. He's helping to keep those drones at bay and feed all that back into his team.
Yeah, saw the 2 inside a Workshop as well, which maybe gives a little bit of an indication as to what the game plan might be. Falls has at least got himself inside of Customs and Supply and is starting to put a bit of pressure on, especially off the back of this phone call coming out from Bullet. This is where he should get to be able to move forward. Still stand still for now. I think because they have the idea that someone's also upstairs here, which they are right on. Reaps is still dancing above his head, and they need to move him out. But think back to Bar and Gaming on Chalet. Once he was stuck in there, he was so hard to move because his movement was so good.
Yeah, Reitz is going to hold his position, I think, for as long as possible here. He does have the door open as well, so he's got that easy rotate back to Armory and the rest of his team should he need it. Barricade is on the other side, but it won't take 2 seconds to get rid of that if it gets to that point. But Falls has been forced back out for now. Smoke canister is going to go into Ventilation door. Lion scan as well. You would expect some movement on the back of that, Des. But D plus Kia were just static.
I think because Reaps has dropped Hatch, it's now thrown a bit of a thorn in the plans here that they've got to be respectful of. You've still got Speakeasy upstairs on the Warden. Smoke isn't going to help you. They're doing very much a Hail Mary for a B-site plant here, Tim, inside of Vents, but I just don't think it's going to work out.
Hoven, he's going to be feeding all that back in. He's got the line on the window. They've got the Warden up above as well. They can hear this plant going down. Can they do anything about it? Bullet, he manages a little backstab there. There's no response. 5 versus 3 as the kills start to go down. This is another well-structured attack coming in from D plus Kia, and it's having a lot more success this time. It's all up to Hoven in a 1v5, Des.
Beautiful. I mean, they really should have waited here. Let the plant go down again. Distract Hoven for a second and then go for it. But they're going to rotate over towards Workshop and go for a plant. Hoven might get challenged on this top floor. You can see in towards CC there is one waiting for him to walk down towards 90. I tell you what, Tim, this could get a little bit silly here. Gets a couple of shots down as we get towards the last 10. Are they going to push him? It probably is the right answer. No C4 available to him. Just holds for the one. In comes the second. Hoven, you can't do this. You can't do this, Hoven. And they finally get him on the second push-up metal. But that was very nerve-wracking for a couple of seconds.
It was a good job that they'd sent. It was a good job they'd sent the second man up metal, because otherwise I think Hoven might have won that out. If they'd have kept themselves split as a 2-2 force, that could have been a real problem. But sending 3 up top was definitely the play. D plus Kia, like I said, another good, well-structured attacking round from them. They recognised where the problems were. Their timing was good as well. We just saw the backstab from Bullet again, coming around that corner just at the right moment, as those smokes had gone off, as that plant noise was being initiated, and able to get himself a nice freebie. So well played, good teamwork from D plus Kia. They just need to keep walking in the same direction. The big question is Waybo. We've seen how good they were on those first 2 sites. I'm not sure it's going to make too much of a difference how structured or organised D plus Kia are, but they can only play to what's in front of them, and they've just got to bring their best to each round.
They do. Very nearly gave it away. It would have been heartbreak for them, because we spoke about this so much during the series earlier on today. It was more D plus Kia clutching up against Daystar rather than seeing them giving rounds away, but they had their own moments throughout the game too. That was very nearly one of those. But what I loved really about it was the smokes went down, and yeah, they tried a legit plant, but at the same time they had 2 players suddenly mobilise on that top floor and just crunch. They opened up the sandwich window, they caught Turb when he was trying to come in to get the support on the vertical. Everything was going according to plan, except for at the very end of things almost letting them clutch up. But thankfully they didn't. D plus Kia get one on the board. Really though, Tim, I feel on board you're looking for a 3-3 split. There is still a lot of recovery to do.
Yeah, there is.
Am I being dumb by that? Why is he getting concussed? I've seen that twice now in that exact same spot in Fountain. Am I just being stupid?
No, I'm not seeing anything that would.
Is it just a weird... Oh, it's the environmental, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit close when it's being detonated.
I was just so confused. I was like, it's twice I've seen someone in Fountain on that exact moment we switched to them, and they're concussed, opening up that wall that I'm just like, is that a bug or am I missing something here?
As you said, we often see the attackers having a good bit of success here on border. Waybo will be expecting to do exactly that. So like you say, 3-3 kind of minimum split for D plus Kia here. It still might not be enough, but they can only do the best that they can do. And right now, it's going to have to be slightly better than the first quarter of the game has gone. Ape takes a lot of damage there on the Denari. So again, a good start from D plus Kia. Lion Scan comes in. Again, not too much sort of map control being grabbed on the back of it.
It was very cheeky because, again, he's shooting in towards the entrance downstairs in Passport. Isn't looking to contend onto the break door itself and nearly got away with it. Hoven, though, very rare that you see a Blackbeard winning out a 1v1 like this so easily. We've seen so many Blackbeards die this week going for the opening challenge. But here, he's tried to go in and has found himself going down to Hoven on that Melusi, the operator that he loves oh so much.
Yeah, Hoven has dropped away as well. Nias is going to take a little bit of damage from the barbed wire. Needs to be cautious. Just chip away at that Blackbeard, and Waybo are going to be more than happy with that. But yeah, Hoven got himself that opener, took the Lion out, dropped the hatch, and just escaped into the bowels of the map as well. He's currently lurking around metal and could pop up to be a problem elsewhere.
Time.
plus Kia.
It's time that's getting me, Tim. They're
only
just starting to get inside the map. Now, Mitty getting a kill there is actually really helpful because it does mean they can put more pressure onto East Stairs. Nias can start his march on forward, but if they didn't get that kill, they only had Bullet inside the building, Tim, and there's only 70 seconds left.
I don't think they're aware. He had a look to see if Falls was there, but he was crouched under his line of sight. Man. The shots are missed. Nitro goes out, but it doesn't matter because Nias is there to get the kill onto Speakeasy. 4 versus 3 now in favour of D plus Kia, and they need a big move here to Waybo. They need somebody to get a job done. Hoven is... I thought he was going to take some damage there, but he's luckily escaped it.
I really thought he was going to go for it then, but no, just pops back up the laser gate and sinks back into the bowels of the map. This is still winnable for the side of Waybo, but I've got to give it to D+ Kia. Their attack there, that 3 versus 1 that came in, wonderful stuff and really good team play coming out. My only concern is they're taking a bit too much time to make these plays, Tim, and that means that players like Hoven can start being a little bit ratty. Nears is looking to go in for a plant here, does have a bit of cover on these stairs, but misses out on towards that shot here as well. Great shot back on the other side coming out, and Mitty gets the close. Much better round from D+ Kia. Even with Waybo trying to hit them on the flank, they always had an answer.
Yeah, I think out of the last 3 attacking rounds that we've seen from D+ Kia, 2 of them are the minimum that they deserve. I think you could make an argument for saying they should have won all 3, to be honest. But they do get 2 on the board, and that is big for them. They've looked much, much better. Waybo a little bit off the pace in those 2 rounds. We saw Hoven missing those shots that were really important at top east. That might have just opened the round up for Waybo a little bit, but he couldn't find his man. And it's only going to be small opportunities like that you get. We're always talking about tight margins here on Rainbow Six Siege. So back over to Armory and Archives they go. 2-2 on the scoreboard. Waybo, I think on defense, will be happy with 1 more round, whereas D+ Kia, they're definitely going to be looking for the 2.
Probably would feel a bit hard done by on Waybo's side if they lost these next 2 rounds, though, because they've started so strong and been so effective. Just across these last 2, we've really seen the battle back in from the other side. Certainly no complaints. I mean, even back in round 3, we had Hoven hitting that 3K in a potential clutch, but outside of that, I'd say they have been very, very dominant rounds for D+ Kia. Fable will feel, I think, after their first 2 rounds that they deserve that little bit more, and 3-3 for me at least feels fair, but at the end of the day, Tim, you can only play the round in front of you, and there is still a good opportunity for either side to take both here. Speakeasy was looking out for some drones initially before anyone spawns on through. And Turd is at it again, Tim. Waiting to hear the rundown, and then he'll go for it. You heard that's thrown down a second ago, but no. Lion on drone, I imagine, tucked into quite a safe spot. He's not going to get himself hurt by it.
A little bit of setup continuing at this point. 20 seconds into the round. Turd just going to be putting another one of those F-Nats out around the top of East Stairs. I'm going to be looking to hold that down, but at the minute, not too much immediate pressure coming in that direction from D+ Kia. It's more Levy around office window and Archives door. But saying that, the Hibana of Mitte is on the way over there. We'll see whether they go for East Stairs and kind of breach in through that triple wall, or whether it's directly from the window and onto office wall, which is what they tried last time around.
Indeed. All right, well, they were quite slow to start, so I'll give them until the minute left mark, and then we'll see where things play. The only worry is there's obviously more map to clear here. Last time round, it was get East Stairs, drop down, open up site wall, and plant. And normally the defenders even leave that opened up for you, so they can use it themselves so the rotates in and out of sight.
That's big.
But that's big because look at who they've got, Tim. Yep. It's the hard breacher gone again early in the round.
Yeah, absolute great pick coming in there to take down the Hibana. So there's going to be straight away a message of, you know, they're going to struggle to breach site here. They've got they won't know this necessarily on the defensive side, but there's no hard breach gadgets either available. So yeah, big trouble coming in for D+ Kia here. Levy manages to get Turd as he gets a little bit carried away there.
Hoven.
Levy's just walking in. Reaps manages to get the trade, stop the double short, so he can't get any more. 3 versus 3, a minute 20 left, so plenty of time for D+ Kia, but their big problem is they're going to have to work in through those single doorways. Ape needs to just watch himself as well. He's out in CCTV. He's not had too much of an impact on these rounds so far, and he's not likely to with the positioning of D+ Kia at the minute. He doesn't want to leave it too long to maybe think about getting himself back to site to help that defensive effort.
Really good from Nears as well, by the way. I think to then go aggressively, sorry, it's a line, I think to go aggressively in towards office is certainly the way to go, because as you saw, Hoven didn't expect it. Turned it into 2 if he finds Reaps, and that round is basically lined up to be closed down by D+ Kia. Would have been a 4 versus 2. As things stand, all is equal. There's still a C4 in the back pocket, a Speakeasy. They're looking to try and make a default plan work here inside of Archives. There are only 3 players. Need to get Bullet on the window, really, but he's off around the map, Tim. He's on 90 at this point.
I was just going to say the bulletproof camera was a big problem, a big sticking point for that, but they have got rid of it now. But at the same time, they've kind of dipped away from that plan as well. Niaz is moving aggressively towards Archives door instead, but there is Ape. That's the angle that they wanted him to hold. He was staying out in CCTV to hold down Fountain. He gets the Blackbeard, and it's all up to Falls. He's going to be frozen out quite literally here in the 1v2. No choice but to go for the plant. Speakeasy picks him up, and Waybo, they get that 3rd round they'd have been looking for. If they get a 4th, D plus Kia are in real trouble.
I can see what Bullet was trying to do there. He got himself tucked into the very corner of 90 and was hoping someone would cross in towards Archives to come and challenge these final 2 players pushing in. But as we saw, Oppe was still on the other side of the wall too and got a kill through Fountain, and then he gets killed by Reach from Metal, and the whole thing just falls apart. If he'd been on the Archives window instead, Tim, they can provide that cover. They can shoot out C4s coming on through. They make life a hell of a lot more difficult for Waybo. But as it stands, it's Waybo going up to 3-2. D plus Kia really need this round of field to give themselves some breathing room in that second half. Otherwise, this could be another quick map.
It certainly could be. It certainly could be. D plus Kia need to fight back here and now, realistically. I think third round absolutely essential before they move on to the defence. You know, we would normally look and say, getting onto the defence, it's your own setup. You have a little bit of an advantage there, but that is not really the case on Border. The fight all comes about whether they can keep Waybo out of the map. If Waybo get themselves those beachheads established, then it could be all over before D plus Kia know it. So, Waybo, they're going to take us down to Ventilation and Workshop for this final defence. D plus Kia actually won this site last time around. It was a nice attack from them. They were able to really combine well in terms of timing and teamwork. So we saw the smokes go out. We saw a little attempt at getting the plant down, but at the same time, Bullet was moving upstairs, managing to pick up kills, and Waybo really struggled to focus on what they needed. Hoven did have a good run at it at the end. He was 1v4. It became a 1v2, but ultimately ended up losing it out. So Waybo need to do something a little bit differently this time, and it's going to be a very similar setup. 4 on top floor, Solis underneath. That is identical to what it was last time.
Yeah, no shield on side to play around with because the Monty's been taken away and clearly don't feel fully confident in the Blackbeard to pull off the same sort of thing. And it's also a case of once you've shown a team the strategy once, they kind of learn to expect it. They bring the just-in-case operators, things like the Warden on side here again to help. Still got the C4, the bulletproofs. There's a lot that would make that a difficult plan to work out. And so instead, they might look to try and make something happen inside a Workshop here. Get that vertical control, then you get bathroom tellers downstairs, and then look for an execute through the Workshop wall. Lots of options they can work with, but given where they're all currently stacked up, Tim, it does look to be an east to west play. That's very quick in my head then go north, east, south, but, you know, the classic thing we used to do.
This is why I don't use the compass.
Never eat shredded wheat.
We're going to have the breach going straight onto the Archives wall. And it was a nice combination with the Capitao as well. I'm going to keep praising D plus Kia for this teamwork and the interplay that they have between their operators. They really do use each other and the support of each other to its fullest potential a lot of the time. So good stuff from them. They've got Archives opened up, which forces Waybo to play a little bit deeper, but Ape is going to be the one. Manages to find the kill onto Mitty. He's roaming around in customs at the minute. Got himself to bottom metal. And he's going to be out of danger after getting that one, so there's going to be no response from D plus Kia.
Feels like a bit of a sucker punch, just as they've got down all their air jabs as well. Most of them focus around this top floor, around office itself, admittedly. To then lose a player on a flank, it's just a bit like, oh, it's so hard to lock them down sometimes, especially given how aggressively we've seen players like Turd playing throughout this half. This time around it was Ape. I'm glad to report is a little more involved in this game. Team 3-3 so far, rather than the 2-8 odd or so, was it, on the last map?
Yeah.
So it's good that he's a little more involved, as said, but it's still the same names doing the usual business here in Hoven and Reach, especially really flying.
40 seconds left for D plus Kia. They need to get themselves moving. They're not really well enough established to start thinking about putting a plant down because they haven't been able to take this top floor control. It's all going to be about cover, but it is not possible to cover that. A double kill for Hoven. Make it a triple. It's as easy as that. 5 versus 1. It looks like it's going to be a 4-2 half. Fair play, Bullet. It's going to be a 4-2 half for Waybo.
Yeah, very fair, but out of sync is the way I describe D plus Kia there. 2 players trying to make the plant happen. It's only after the second has died that they've then got the flank coming in from office to try and hit the Fountain player. Just a little bit too late to it, I'm afraid. Hoven going to find a 4K in the round. Certainly no complaints for him on what that's going to do for his numbers. Very good half overall from Waybo, but a good flourish from D plus Kia in the middle to give themselves a little bit of padding going onto their defense inside. I am a bit nervous though, Tim, because as we've said many times, Waybo are the current best attacking team at SI, and they're now going on to the attack of our most attacker-sided map.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for D+ Kia, and it makes round 7 really, really important. I'm not going to leave it to round 9 to have this kind of discussion. I think round 7 is critical for D+ Kia to come out and win. Otherwise, they find themselves 3 rounds behind, but it's also the message that it sends. Waybo come in, get that first attack. They can't hold on to a defense. You start thinking we're on the wrong side of this one. So D+ Kia need to come out strong here. It's going to be top floor, predictably. I think, you know, right choice. Go to your best site. Don't try and play any mind games here. Just make sure that you get one locked down.
So casual from Hoven as well, just collecting all 3
really
for himself. Knows exactly where the next man is going to be. The same as he did in that 1v5 when he got the first 3 players. Just didn't anticipate the second on Metal. He's played this game for a while, Tim. I think he's got the experience required to deal with players in those situations. Here we go for round 7 then. As you said, Tim, it is a very important round. D+ Kia have really got to start this half on the right foot. Otherwise, it is a slippery slope towards defeat. On the last fight, you said that, by the way, a slippery slope, and I was like, is he referencing chalet here because it's in the snow?
I wasn't.
I thought we were about to go into a whole bunch of references about skiing and snowboarding.
I wasn't.
It was. Have you been skiing or snowboarding before?
I have never.
Do you have any interest in doing it?
I can't say as I ever have. I think it's one of those things. I've always had pretty good balance and stuff, so I think I could probably pick it up. I wouldn't like. It's not that I think I'd be rubbish at it or anything. I think I'd probably pick it up just fine. I don't know. I like snow. I like cold weather. It's just never really appealed to me, to be honest. I've never thought about it.
Yeah, I'll get you on the slopes at some point, Tim.
Yeah.
It'd be good fun.
I'll have a go.
I was thinking about golf actually for our next major at some point. Quite nice to go and play around somewhere.
We'll certainly have a little.
We'll find out where that location is soon. Looking forward to that. For this round, though, onwards we march. You've seen the same thing coming out from Bullet with the barbed wire going down outside the same window that we saw Ape doing in the first half. Of course, you're not exposed to a spawn peek. Well, I say spawn peek, it's kind of a reverse spawn peek. It's from the spawn onto you rather than you peeking into spawn. It's a peek spawn. I'm going to get caught up by that either way. And it will give the indication when someone steps onto that balcony and either looks to destroy the barbed wire or walks up to destroy it or nades it or anything, that there are players on that side of the map. It's more about the information than it is trying to slow players down.
Turd knows that there's somebody inside awaiting. He's got the ping in front of him. He's just wanting to step in and challenge. Out goes the nade. That's going to get them moving. Is he in a position to make the challenge? Not really. Oh, no, he does. Nias manages to get Hoven, though, but as he backs away, he had no choice. He couldn't get away from the explosive, so that's a direct trade. That leaves us 4 versus 4, and it's the smoke that's gone. You've got to say, is it a bigger loss? Because they've also lost the hard breach on the other side, so tough one to take for both teams.
And they've only got the 1C4 available to them, so smokes would have been really, really helpful in this round. Instead, they'll throw Pokeballs at them later in the round just to try and finish off a couple of players. That's really turning towards Levy and Mitty on what they can do on the Solus and the Malusi, respectively. Now, Reaps has got eyes on in towards site here. I don't think they know that he's managed to get himself in so easily. Could almost hit the deck and just wait for someone to swing on. Sure enough, someone's showing a little bit of something. It falls on the Warden here, who's dancing around in his line of sight, but neither wanting to give each other away just yet.
Yeah, I think he's got at least a good idea that somebody is in that position. There's going to be a little bit of movement off to his left as well. It's too easy, and he gets himself out of dodge. Beautiful from Reaps. Manages to take down the Solus. Another big loss for D+ Kia in terms of that late round denial. But with only 50 seconds left to go, Waybo are not really in a position to be getting on into sight yet.
Pulled off an absolute heist there to get away with that freebie. Does now start to open things up for his team, though. Tim, same as I was worried about for D+ Kia. There's still a bit of map to cover and only 35 seconds left. 3v3 breaking out. No one set up on that Archives window if that is their game plan. They've either got to go deep here, Tim, and really try and hit them where it hurts and plant on the south side of site itself, or going to have to get someone on that window. And by the looks of it, there's going to be no one on that window. Instead, working themselves way down and out here. They're going towards, I thought sandwich window was the plan for a second then. This is the window I was on about, by the way. Reach has to be here now to cover off for a plant. Where's Uppe going for? He's going to go in through the window itself, maybe trying to go in a little bit deeper. Instead, going to tuck in the back corner. Let's see if they can stop it, Tim.
That's actually a pretty good spot there.
Oh, this is really smart. Look. They think he's on default and he's not. They get him at the last second though, Tim. He'll try again for this one. Has he got the cover to come out? He needs it for sure from Turd, who finds one, but Mitty's going to find his man. Gets the close out, and the first round goes D+ Kia's way. A very critical round to win, as we were saying earlier on.
I believe Mitty had rotated underneath on the Malusi there and was able to get that angle up from below to close that out. Really important round 7 for D plus Kia. Coming in, I said how vital it was that they got that win, because it sends the message to Waybo that they're not going to have all their own way. But problem is, of course, that's your primary site choice. So Waybo now move on to attacking those sites that are maybe a little bit more difficult to hold on to. It was really well played from D plus Kia on the defense. They weren't panicked, they weren't rattled, they just played the game, got the nitro through into the position that they needed. If they didn't have a nitro, then I think Waybo maybe win that round.
Yeah, like I said, they had those 4 Pokeballs available to just go yeeting around towards the late round. And they had the right idea. If that was a default plant, they'd get away with it. But I think that's why it was a good read from Waybo to instead get an alternate, admittedly more risky plant on the go. You have to be absolutely certain no one is inside a fountain or no one is sat inside of the site itself, or they will just swing onto you and you lose your life because you can't be covered from that window. So it was a risk they took. It turned out to be the right one for the most part. But D plus Kia were there just in the nick of time to deny the plant going down. We're heading underneath that site now, Tim, going in towards Vents and Workshop. Might thought we'd go towards Bathroom and Tellers. That is normally the secondary site that most teams step into, but here that has been foregone. We're going to go straight down to Vents and Workshop.
Yeah, so last time around when Waybo were defending this, we saw them with 4 up above. This time D plus Kia are going to have 3 above, and they've got Levitt and Niers playing underneath. Niers playing in the same position he was last time, out by East Stairs, just wanting to prevent any foothold being gained inside of waiting. But I would imagine that we're going to see very much a top floor sided push. It also allows Niers to do that, to prevent the Shield being able to move in and take over East Stairs. But instead, it looks like the Blackbeard might just try to circumvent that.
Yeah, if nothing else, it's the fact that I think they've got the Valkyrie on side. That is the major risk for me when you're looking at Waybo here. Of course, no IQ on side to deal with it, which does mean if they're tucked away, at least in not the most obvious of spots, they should last the majority of the round and certainly do the business for the side of D plus Kia. That C4, of course, in the back pocket of Levy is even more deadly when you've got that information to guide you. Bullet you might look at and say, well, why isn't he playing downstairs on the Soulless here? It's to keep those drones at bay more than anything else. It stops them being droned out on the top floor. It slows them down. Saying that, the Oryx Tim taken down that we were looking at as maybe that go-to shield responder, but no, we won't get a chance to do it in the round.
Speakeasy is actually absorbing a lot of pressure at the minute. There was 3 focusing on him, and whilst that has been happening, Waybo have been able to find 2 kills around the map. The smoke is gone as well. They already used the Toxic Babe canisters, so not the end of the world in terms of utility, but the Valkyrie now being the next targeted out. Ape manages to find Levy, all with that information, all with that team play going on, that communication that Waybo are using. 4 versus 2, full super low health. Waybo looking good right now to take a 5th round.
They've got so much time here, and they've still got like 3 drones alive as well, so if they really wanted to go hunting, Tim, they could go and find out where these players are, but probably feel they've got the information they need. They've seen which players were downstairs. They know who's upstairs. They've got the Deimos track coming out as well. Looking really good here.
Bullet's taken the choice just then to drop down underneath. He is on the Soulless, so could deny the plant from above, but as Falls drops, he does get taken out. Bullet, however, down there for the trade. 1 versus 3, and he's maybe made it a little bit more difficult for them to get into a safe spot to put this diffuser down, because now they know that he's down there. It's like playing with a wasp in the room, but the Deimos track is going to make things a little bit more difficult. I'm not sure you're going to get him at that range with that weapon, Bullet. It's going to be a 5th round for Waybo. 2 more, and they move on through the lower bracket.
I know when Deimos first came out, most teams looked at him and were like, oh, it's really good on the entry. You can hunt down roamers. But you're seeing there a really good use case that we've seen build up over the last, well, however long Deimos has been out for now, the last year or so. It's been coming down to those closing round situations. Having a Deimos on side, you essentially guarantee one player is going to be out of that 2 versus 1 because you know where they are. Sure, they can see you. They don't know where your teammate is the problem. So if you can form a 2 versus 1 onto that isolated player and clear him out, you leave yourself in a 2v1 versus the last. If you've still got tracks, you get the track on him. The round is then yours for the taking, easy as pie. Really effective use there of it in the 3 versus 1 to see the round over the line. Waybo, a crucial round we're stepping into though, Tim. We speak about round 9 all the time. Waybo take this one. They've got a 3-round gap that D plus Kia need to close. And fair to say on a map like this, we're not expecting them to do so. If D plus Kia win this one, they're within 1 round touching distance of Waybo, and it doesn't feel so far away that they could claw their way back into this, at the very least take us to overtime.
10 seconds left.
Someone actually popped up earlier and said, You guys haven't said the line the last couple of days.
We haven't had much overtime the last couple of days.
We haven't had much overall, I'd say, throughout the group stage. In
think
other
two.
series, yes, but not a lot for us.
Yeah, I think we've maybe had 2 overtimes. It's like I say, you know, a lot of our games have been great on paper, and then we've had good games, but they've been kind of 2-0 and a little bit one-sided at times. We've seen some big plays, but yeah, we've not been blessed with the 35-40 round games this time.
That we're renowned for, yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm sure it'll make its way back to us, don't
Oh,
you?
yeah. Once we get towards playoffs, everything can change, sure. Now, Mitty is across onto the Vigil, an operator that many would often describe as selfish. Plays for itself, is out there with the boss G, often trying to get cheeky kills. He's running around the K1 in this round. But it's more the fact that when you know there's a lot of drones coming on through, and of course his ability to evade a number of gadgets that would otherwise track him down and hunt him out, it does mean that Mitty can be quite slippery around the map. And when paired up with Bullet on the Solus, the two of them are an intel nightmare for Waybo to work through. So on a map like Border that normally is quite heads up and quite pacey, I think actually it's a really cool way to try and slow things down without leaning into wars like a Mute and a Mozzie.
Lucy now being targeted out by the Deimos. Levy is currently behind half wall in Armory. There's not going to be any opportunity to challenge onto him on the back of that track, but 2 kills come in elsewhere. Speakeasy and Reach managing to get Mitty and Bullet. So 5 versus 3, and they know very well where Levy is positioned, and that's where the next point of pressure comes.
Oh dear.
Turd moves in and gets that kill, and that's another fascinating use of the Deimos there. They use the track, not always using the information immediately, just keeping it in the bank and making it the next on the list. It worked well. This time they will know that Falls has had to drop down the hatch to back out. Reaps manages to take him down as he works his way back upstairs. It's Nears. He's got to make a move. He's 1 versus 5. It'd have to be an ace clutch. He's got a freebie on at least one, but now they know where he is, Des, and there's very little chance that he gets this done. Speakeasy manages to find his man, and that's going to be Waybo moving on to map and match point.
Quite a little bit of target blindness there, I think, literally, because the Speakeasy was also there on the Blackbeard. If he got the Blackbeard, I suddenly start thinking that might be winnable. But up against a Shield in a 4 versus 1, good luck. It's certainly going to be a fight. And as you say, they've won that round. They've got a 3-round lead now, Tim. It feels like Waybo, as we said back at the start of this series, are going to be APAC's last hope, the torchbearers, carrying the team forward, carrying the region forward into the rest of Six Invitational. They won't have made main stage just yet. They need to go on tomorrow and beat, I believe, it's the winner of G2 versus Secret, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. What happened to bringing the Alder, Des? I know what happened to bringing the Alder, and I know the reasons that, you know, Maestro's pick rate, he was overpowered at a point, and he kind of got brought back in line, and now he's still super powerful in the right circumstances, which is kind of what you want from siege operators. So I think Maestro's actually in a really good spot. But I miss the Alder, because I just look at that situation, and it's just made me think, I feel like a lot of the time when defenders are in clutches now, they often have the SMGs. They're like in there with the SMGs, and you think you've got maybe 18 bullet mags or thereabouts, and you've got, you know, really wild recoil, and it makes it really difficult for them. And you were actually talking interestingly earlier, saying that Mirror's stats are really good for clutches at this tournament, and I think that's part of the thing, because Mirror's got a really good gun, the Vector, and so
that fire rate,
when that is in a clutch, you get kills. But I just look at that situation, I think he saw 3 of them in Fountain. Imagine the Alder there. It'd have just been like, you just chewed through the entire wall. You'd have got a few of them.
I was going to say, why have we come onto the Alder exactly? Because
of that, it would have just been a great opportunity, wouldn't it? You see 3 of them like that through a softball. You'd have just held mouse 1 and just gone through the lot of them. But as it is, he has to, you know, he's got to pick his target. He's got the SMG. It's, you know, he's going to get a massive spray on it. He's got to control the recoil. He's got limited bullets to be able to take all those fights. There's going to need to be a reload at some point. And it just made me think that I think a lot of the defensive clutch misses that we see, they often have like the SMGs and things like that, because it's maybe the secondary to the shotgun, or, you know, what have you.
Well, are you saying bring on the Maestro and don't place down the Evil Eyes? Because they often get hacked away, and teams don't have enough utility later in the round to clear them out, and they're an absolute terror, Tim. As Turd is.
Certainly is. Manages to get the opener onto Mitty. 5 versus 4. And it's going to leave D plus Kia seriously on the back foot now. They are facing elimination, let's not forget. If they lose this round, or one more, any other on Border will do the job, and they will be going home. And it will be Waybo moving on. Reeks picks up Levy, and it looks like it's very possibly heading in that direction.
It looks like it's only going one way to meet him unless we see something magic out of Bullet. We spoke about him earlier on. What a brilliant map that he had in the earlier series. We haven't seen him deliver at the same level in this one just yet. It could be Niers, one of the newbies who hasn't seen the big stage before, or Falls, who's got a bit of experience and knows what it takes to keep yourself fighting. But Waybo might just be a little bit too much for them to overcome. I say that as Turd is picked off by Falls. He steps on forwards, gets rid of the one, but needs to find at least a couple more here to give his team a fighting chance.
I like this aggression. They're not going to expect him to be approaching the breach like that, and sometimes you've just got to make a move, which Bullet does, managing to pick up Ape. 1 minute 10 left to go. Waybo don't need to rush this, but they do spot an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They're going to be successful. There's no way that they can get back at them here. It's all about the post plant. They try to go out of the window. Falls is taken down. Hoven with a 2K. How many times have we said it? He makes it a 3, and he makes it a win for Waybo. They continue in the lower bracket. D plus Kia, a good result earlier today, got them here, but this was a step too far. Waybo will be the continuing hope of APAC.
It's always heartbreak for a team to have to go home, no matter how close a game may, or in this case, may not have been. Commiserations, of course, for D plus Kia, who have definitely entertained him. In the games yesterday, we enjoyed those. Throughout group stage, we've commented on how positive their siege has been at times. But Waybo, looking like a real contender this event, Tim. As long as they can keep up this standard of play, they can beat anyone.
Yeah, I think so. They are an exciting team to watch. I enjoy them every time I watch, and that's that's one of the big reasons we're here. Let's not forget. Yeah, we want to see the best siege in the world, but we want to be entertained whilst we watch it, and Waybo are certainly doing that. D plus Kia have had their moments as well. Shout out to them, and commiserations, of course, on their loss and their exit from the tournament. But I agree, there could still be some upsets from Waybo yet.
Well, Gohan, the final Brazilian in APAC to carry on his march on forward. As we said, Waybo are now the torchbearers for the APAC region. And playing as they are, it is the team that I'd like to see do it for them. Team they've played exceptionally, as we've said. A very well-deserved win, 7-3, 7-3. Let's not smooth it over. That was a dominant performance.
It really was. Waybo came out on top from the very beginning, really. With I think it was 3 rounds back-to-back they started with, wasn't it, on map 1? And it kind of just continued from there. We see Hoven, well-deserved MVP. I think there was 3 separate 3Ks on border there from him. Brilliant stuff. He comes out 21-9 overall. Only 9 deaths across 2 maps. Absolutely crazy stuff. Really, really good. But you look across the rest of the team, and they're all up there with him. Great performance from Waybo.
It was a 3K, a 4K, and a 3K coming out from Hoven. He's played exceptionally well, and as I said, coming into the tournament and earlier today, over the last few months, throughout the stages and throughout the major, he has been the top-rated player on this team, and I know everyone's very excited about Reitz because of his sensitivity, and he's a brilliant player, of course. But if they're going to run deep, they need strong players. Hoven's been brilliant. Ape was quiet today, but has had a good tournament so far as well. The pieces are coming together. I just hope it comes online before their game later because they've got Secret or G2 waiting for them.
Yeah, that's going to be, I won't say the biggest challenge yet because they've already played Furia, but it's going to be a challenge of that sort of level is the reality.
Well, the fun and games are very much over for D plus Kia, and they may well be for Waybo as well, as they've got some real big competition coming up later. Well, tomorrow now it's going to be, but I can't wait to see how that game shakes down. We'll go to a break. When we come back, your last game here on the Beach Stream will be ready. Back with you in a little bit.
Stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
my god, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had two people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well?
Colin.
And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to, you know,
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole
it for
wall.
you. All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire east stairs in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really, really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes. They're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit.
Okay.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really, really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR. You could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he would be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
Like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally place our jabs and rotate out for the dart to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help, but if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game.
Like making the Capital fire over there, and then explode it.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
Hey, you go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, is just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure, you have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go.
The day of doom continues apace, and Oxygen has yet another opportunity to stay alive. Fluxo W7M were shoved down to the lower bracket yesterday, and they've been very patiently waiting for their adversary. OXG prevailed in a 2-0 victory over Team Heretics earlier today and are hoping to stay alive. Fans of the Bee Gees will know the song very well. Fluxo W7M have been in the shadow of the Titans of Brazil for so long, and though the org has lifted a hammer and most recently won a major in Montreal, this is a new look to the squad and a new name to boot.
That's right, Parker. Fluxo W7M coming in here likely as the favorites for a lot of people. They've been successful at past events, the Montreal Major champions, of course. But this is a new challenge for them. It's the Six Invitational. They didn't get a very good result last year. They ended up going out one of the first rounds of playoffs. Now they're coming back, hoping to redeem themselves. But already in the lower bracket, before we get to the top six, before we get to the live stage, that's kind of been an issue for them. They're going up against an Oxygen team who are no strangers to this lower bracket. For their fifth international appearance, this team is looking to get top 8 once again, as they have been at every Six Invitational before.
And it was really quite a surprising matchup against Team Heretics. Some names that we don't usually say maybe overperform their numbers. Overperform is, I know, not the most charitable way to describe certain players, because everybody here has an opportunity to become a world champion. Yaga, who has taken the reins of this team, IGLing in a live situation. Forrest taking more of a back seat. Both of their numbers obviously not particularly good, but Yaga had a great series against Heretics, as did Adam. One of the biggest marks against this team was whether Adam could show up and grow under the bright lights. Well, the lights of Fluxo W7M sure are a lot brighter than Heretics. Can he stand up to an aggressive Brazilian team?
Coming into this series, coming into today, not a single player in auction had a positive KD. Adam has broken that streak after his very good performance in the opening game against Team Heretics. Now +2 up against Fluxo W7M. He's going to be going up against Paulu today, another one of Siege's most historic players in Rainbow Six. Obviously, Paulu just moving on to the Fluxo W7M core this season after being on Liquid for his entire career. And frankly, he's having a lot more success than the Horsemen were. So a tough opponent to go up against, but this young auction team...
Whoa. He made the grand finals and lost them many times with Team Liquid.
You're right, Parker, and maybe he can do so once again, but it's a long lower bracket road to get there, and Oxygen are standing in their way.
There are some really formidable gunners on this Fluxo W7M team. Loban, Paulu, and Dodez were among, Volps, Paulu, and Loban. Dodez has snuckily crept up the standings as well.
Oh, yes.
But Volps, Paulu, and Loban were among the first wave of players to hit 100 kills here. Now, partially because Fluxo W7M have been terribly inefficient at winning maps. Prior to their matchup earlier today, OXG had played 97 rounds. Fluxo W7M played 191 rounds.
Wow.
So a massive difference between these teams. That also doesn't account for the fact that OXG was getting blown out in a number of maps. And speaking of We've got them on your screen for you.
Yeah, if you'll recall, Fluxo W7M and Oxygen took a battle against one another in the group stage, Parker. It was a 2-1 win for Fluxo, and this is a very similar map pool. Both Nighthaven Labs and Border return to the series, so a lot of familiar ground for these two teams. Of course, W7M starting here. Nighthaven Labs going to be one of those maps where things get really, really dangerous for a North American team.
I'm excited to see Labs. Look at how beautiful it is. We go to Singapore?
Yes, sir.
You're the GeoGuessr, not me. What a beautiful interior. How does this go between these two teams? Map number 1 with their lives on the line. Fluxo W7M versus OXG.
Nighthaven Labs was the dish best saved for last in the first best of 3 between these two titans. That was, of course, the decider matchup where Fluxo W7M walked away with the victory in the group stage. Now they want to serve it up first. Of course, the map that they won first ended up being banned by Oxygen, so they can't go back to a map like that. But instead, Nighthaven Labs was one of the 2 maps that Fluxo were able to win in their previous matchup, so they'll bring it back out. Oxygen haven't played Nighthaven Labs since that loss, so they've been avoiding it. They know it's not been their strongest map so far this tournament. Forced to go back now against the Bulls.
We're still seeking clarification, by the way, as to whether or not we can call them the Bulls. For all intents and purposes, they are half Bull, half Flux.
They're still Bulls.
I don't know what a Flux is.
Oh, they're Fluxy Bulls.
Maybe like a Centaur. Maybe they're Bull from the top half or the bottom. I don't know.
You know what? I can kind of get behind that.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Though, historically, you don't want to be behind a Bull because they can kick you and they can kill you. So maybe you don't.
Noted. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write that down. Thanks,
You are from Alberta,
Thanks.
which is widely considered the Texas of Canada, and I know that there are bulls there. I used to live there as well.
I've seen a lot of bulls.
I have seen bulls there too. So maybe, Jesse, though you are a city boy, you might want to stay out.
You might not know this about me, Parker. I know I don't really give off that vibe, but I'm not exactly a go outside and work with animals type of guy. What? I know I seem like one, but I am more of a stay inside and work on Microsoft Excel type of guy.
You cable knit that sweater with your own bare hands. I know it. I know it.
Well, outside is where Fluxo W7M spawn out. Of course, here attacking onto the top floor. And actually, I say that. It's not top floor. We begin basement for Oxygen. Almost every team chooses to start on the top, so I got caught off a little bit there. But Oxygen Esports are going to change things up a little bit, starting on this bottom floor, a bomb site they've defended 3 times at the Six Invitational and only won once.
For just a quick reminder before we actually get into the cut and thrust of this series, today being the day of doom means every single matchup will send one team home.
Yep.
The loser will be with us no longer. Oxygen were probably not the favorites against Team Heretics. If I remember correctly, with both of those social polls, they had the European teams. But I mean, what is more universal than dogging on North America? I get involved in that quite frequently. Fluxo W7M will be a major hurdle for the team on the right side of your screen. And while they had struggles against that Heretic squad, I think Fluxo W7M are a bit of a cut above. They will punish you far more effectively when you commit mistakes.
I mean, they're former major champions, Parker. There's no doubt that the skill this team has is through the roof. Have they been able to put it all together? Not so much in recent months, but everybody knows just how deadly this team can be. That was last season when they lifted the major trophy, and of course they did it without Palu on the squad, but many people have considered the addition of Palu an upgrade for this roster, and I would agree with that assessment coming out from a lot of our analysts. This push from Fluxo W7M has been very limited so far. It is really only happening around Kitchen Cafeteria, but it's Palu who strikes first.
The upgrade that you said was the player that I suppose they needed. Thatcher running that new DMR. That thing hits so hard. Down goes Gomez. Gomez had a pretty good run of it, and Loban destroys Yaga. Loban and Gomez merged together, almost like a centaur of both of these teams. What a portmanteau. They've got Adam on the run now. He can hear the Monty. He has an opportunity to get back towards this bomb site. Oh my goodness. Dots was very successful at shepherding these remaining defenders into a line of fight, and they have every single angle covered right now. Down goes Adam. Fluxo W7M, Jesse, are looking for a flawless start. All they need is Grixer, who will deny it, but with a two-piece in a desperate attempt, he gets swept away, and the round goes towards the half bowls.
There's no doubt Grixer still got it, Parker. He ended both maps 1 and maps 2 against Heretics with an insane game-winning play, winning both of them in 12 rounds to give OXG a spot here in the lower bracket round 2 up against Fluxo W7M. It's a beautiful attack to come out from the Brazilian team. It looked like they wanted to go direct just with Cafeteria. It seemed like they didn't really want that same full map control, but Oxygen were wanting those gunfights. They wanted the smoke. We saw Gomez playing around bottom garage, hoping to get into a gunfight. We saw another early gunfight happen with Yaga going down, and so once these players started to fall, Fluxo, I think, saw it as an opportunity. Let's go take the rest of this map. Let's go clear Adam out of bottom garage as well, force him to drop. I think what Adam was doing, if you remember, just around the boxes, was he was trying to get behind the Monty in the midst of that round. Almost got away with it, but was a little bit too early just in that position our observer's watching right now. So unfortunate that Oxygen couldn't get that aggression to work for them. They will have another chance to go down to the basement likely in round 4.
Well, we'll be watching which of the maps get played the most throughout this entire event. There's been a pretty wide spread amongst them all. Nighthaven Labs is perfectly in the middle, the 5th most played map. And like all maps except for Border, it skews in favor of the defenders. Now, it tends to be a bit more defender-sided as of late than it has before. The fun fact that I always love to bring up on the broadcast is that for a couple events, it was almost perfectly balanced. We're literally talking 50-50 on both attackers, defenders. Now, those numbers are always deceptive, Jesse, because while the map might be defender-sided, it might just be because one bomb site is incredibly defender-sided, and the rest fall in favor of the attackers.
Yeah.
That's kind of the case with Nighthaven Labs, and we'll get into that more as we see more bomb sites played by these teams.
Yeah, we kind of expect top floor to be the strongest site for most of the squads, and a lot of that comes down to the strong operators like Mira that you can use to keep these walls closed. Forrest actually doesn't use his Mira window on the IT wall. He's going to put one here for Gomez to play inside of Rafters, and then the other one is going to be looking into Connector, currently being played by Yaga, who swings out from it. Doesn't get the kill, tries to get the Selma, but misses that one as well. Really under pressure. Yaga trying to find some kind of success here, tucked in the corner. Has the hatch open if he wants to drop, but this is an awkward spot for the captain.
He's got that Scorpion in hand, a gun that has seen so much play across Ella and Denari. Denari, strangely absent. I remember OXG running that operator in the NA League, if you recall. Forrest will blow the chances of Fluxo W7M into hell with a double Nitro Cell kill onto Dotson Palu. Immediately, the Brazilians down by 2.
That is perfect. We were watching him down in the bottom floor. I was about to mention it before action got breaking out with Yaga. So really nice position from Forrest. It wasn't being expected at all. And now W7M got to go for broke.
And Dota's taking damage from the barbed wire as he's watching his teammates continue to die. Adam goes for the swing based on that intel. Not a bad decision by OXG. But they will surrender their very first pick in this round. Yaga and Grixer connected at the hip as the Clash will now try to protect Yaga as best as he can, completely blind, but the dog uses the power of smell to determine the last position of that Fluxo W7M player. A nice closeout and enthusiasm and vibes high on this OXG team. They do tend to get stuck in the mud from time to time, especially if things go bad. So having a hype man keep the team in it is mighty, mighty good. Tie game between these two.
Yeah, really hype round coming out from OXG. I love the strategy coming through with the Mira once again, using that just to try to get a bit more information, and then it really lends Forrest to that Nitro Cell because that calling was there. They combine it with the Clash, so even after they pop open that Mira position, you've got some really good opportunities to swing around and find some of those picks on the side of OXG. So nice little way to work that aggression into their playstyle up on the top floor. It's a good start now to bounce to answer back and bounce back against Fluxo W7M. We were kind of worried that this could be a stomp, just given how good Fluxo W7M have been in the past, but I really do think Oxygen are here to play.
I completely agree. I mean, I don't think that what we saw earlier against that Team Heretics team was an aberration by any stretch of the imagination. So I expect this one to be quite competitive. I mean, you don't make it to the point where, at this point, I guess you're top 12. You don't make it to top 12 if you don't deserve to be there. I know one thing that you like to say about this OXG squad, and the desk talks about it too whenever they discuss Oxygen, is that this org has a history of success at the Six Invitational. So if you are used to finishing in a very high spot, doesn't even matter if 2 of your most legendary players are now our desk analysts, you still expect them to get there, you got to get over these tougher opponents. And boy, oh boy, Fluxo W7M is going to be the toughest opponent that this OXG team will square off against, at least to this point in Phase 2.
An early entry into the bottom floor as Lobin on the sledge, trying to get a little bit of space for his teammates. Oftentimes, OXG will try to go down into this basement to get a vert denial from down below. I don't think that's their current strategy. The only nitro they have is on Grixer. Could make a move later on, but without a Valkyrie or a Pulse, it's going to be kind of awkward to make something like that happen. They do have the Solus, of course, being played up here by Forest, but it really depends on how the rest of this round goes. Even still, it's a good position for Lobin to be. He can start to work up one of these staircases if he needs to, but the pressure, of course, is primarily focused on the top floor. We've seen the Monty trying to get in. Dots is focusing the pressure here on the top rafters, and he will meet the clash as the shoe shields face off.
Oh my goodness, what a nightmare for Dots. The deed comes out to finish off the deed. This is great play from the Clash. 2 rounds in a row now where you see how much value you can get from this shield operator, and they've rebuffed this advance from Fluxo W7M.
You could see the fear in Dots' eyes. The second he saw the Clash, he tried to retreat, but just couldn't make it back far enough. Now Lobin has crept his way up the cargo stairs in a very strong position. His teammates are falling on the top floor, so it puts even more pressure now on one of the best players on Fluxo to be able to perform.
Down goes Adam, so playing a little loosey-goosey. Too much goosey, I think you could say, on that particular one. And Adam yet to find a kill through these 3 rounds. This is unfortunately the Adam that tends to shrink against tough opposition. This is a marathon, not a sprint, so he's got time to turn it around. Now it's Fluxo W7M, after having equalized, needing to work this clock so effectively. Lobin chased off of his position as he looked like Yaga would take matters into his own hands. He will actually, decides to re-engage.
Wow.
Down goes Lobin, a nice trade, keeping things equal. Volps and Palu, the last 2 left for Fluxo W7M. Those are very formidable competitors. I'm a little bit worried if I'm a fan of Oxygen.
Clash play's been so good from Yaga, but he needs to continue to be strong. Grixer, the only one who'll have a gun up during this last second defense. So with 19 seconds on the clock, what can they do to stop the Fluxo aggression?
Well, they charge right at the Clash, and this is a really poor engagement for Yaga, an easy pick for Volps. Now it's all up to Grixer to clutch out again. Very familiar territory, but it's much earlier in the round. This angle now being held by Volps. A flash goes out. Grixer succumbs to it. Nitro cell toss, not able to hit Palu. Pre-firing over to Volps. These 2 colliding in the door frame. Pre-firing away. Super Shorty is out. Palu is there for backup. Grixer must know that Palu's gotten into this position, so he has to play it safe. But a good follow-up from Volps as they turn the tides on that round. Things got scary for Fluxo W7M, but they managed to hold it together. Yaga left all on his lonesome, was a troubling spot to be in, and the lead goes back to the Brazilians.
Volps and Palu working together so well in that round, Parker. The youngest and the oldest members of Fluxo W7M coming together in the 2v2. They rush down the Clash. They make sure Yaga is no longer going to be a threat. They will ban it out so it's not a threat any longer here in the server. And I mean, it's really just a great job to stop Grixer. That plant from Palu didn't start being put on the floor until like less than a second in that round. So it was a 1v1 between Volps and Grixer for so long, but his use of flashbangs was perfect to stall out Grixer's ability to get that kill. Every time Grixer wanted to step up and get the frag, Volps chucked a flash at him and he goes full white. That happened twice in that very extended gunfight, about 10 or 15 seconds. By the time he's finally able to engage, well, at that point the time is up and Fluxo W7M regained the lead.
And I mean, Volps could have played that a little bit more patiently, but he opted not to, right? You had Palu still inside the site, far enough back, waiting. Palu was in a great spot. Volps could have also waited for Grixer to bring it to them, because I honestly think Grixer had a very disadvantageous fight there. But ultimately, Volps read it and said, I've got the flashbang, I can use it, let's not waste any more time. Absolute worst case scenario, Volps dies, leaving Palu to go up against a very weakened Grixer. And don't you forget, Volps knew that he had landed some shots on Grixer, so at that point in time, Palu could whisper some nice words and it would have taken down Grixer. So ultimately, A great play by Fluxo W7M. Credit to Volps for that one. And now OXG will look to tie things back up here on round 4.
You see the Monty band from Auction as well. Both teams choosing to remove the biggest shield that their opponents have, so it might be a bit of a rush strategy. Dots in through Cargo, and he's going to go right down the stairs, try to get a plant down pillar.
We don't see Finka very much, Jesse, so when she's on the board, you know hell is all about to break loose, and it is breaking inside of the server. Forrest detonates Dots. Dotas trades it right back, but the guns from OXG have been mighty good. Gomez against his fellow countrymen now simply out-dueling them, but hey, you've got an infinite amount of bullets in that LMG. Why not use them? OXG still with the numbers advantage. Diffuse kit almost planted, but Dodes falls off as he and Palu need the all-clear. They've allowed OXG enough time to get close back to the bomb site. Adam still without a kill at this point in time, slaughtered by Dodes, who will find his 6th. Stark contrast between these fragging players.
Really good play from Gomez to put a break on that hold. Of course, coming in as well as Forrest, stopping that initial line of aggression. But now Dodes and Palu with site control. They're in an awkward spot, Parker. They want to get it down, but they don't have top control.
Yeah, they've forfeited this floor above them, and you know how serious this can be. The shotgun blasts ultimately missing. No more adrenal surges. Only one smoke in pocket for Palu, but I guess Dodes is just going to kill everybody. Grixer is the last player on OXG remaining and the only one that will stop this Dodes assault. Palu's still there for backup, by the way. Grixer running on in, taking some damage from 2 separate angles. Pick your poison, but you're still poisoned no matter what. How about every single player dying at the hands of Dodes? An ace for Fluxo W7M en route to an incredible round. Their lead grows by 1 more, and boy, is he excited.
Dodes so good working in behind his blitz.
We're trying to hear the timeout, Jesse. Please stop talking.
I also think we can play yeah, so let's play yeah, but I'm gonna like do the wall and fuck the high and I think you play trap. You play trap something. Next round, you should understand the movement. Yeah, we're fine.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, Parker.
You know what I did want to say, though? I could hear Troy better than anybody on OXG. On the other stream right now, Space Station and Shopify Rebellion are doing battle for their lives at this event. One of those North American teams will go home. You might lose oxygen, too, if this Fluxo W7M reign of terror continues. But, yeah, we try our best, but sometimes you just can't hear them, and OXG was decently quiet in that one.
I mean, it all comes off of that ace from Dodes, Parker, and once again, Dodes continues to prove himself as one of the best young players in the world. 25-year-old as of last month from Sao Paulo has been really stepping up since joining this Fluxo W7M team about a year and a half ago now at this point. Playing up against Oxygen puts up one of the first aces of the tournament, and OXG, they respond with the TAC timeout. Now, the TAC timeouts from Auction weren't super effective in their last series up against Heretics. When they had to call them, they didn't really find much bounce back from them. Usually the comebacks came from the players themselves in the server. I believe the stat was that they had the lowest win rate after TAC timeout OXG did through this tournament. But Kizzy is still an extremely efficient coach, and sometimes, you know, you need a couple of reps to get things going and to find some way to bounce back after a rough tournament start.
And speaking of bounce back, our eyes are all on Adam at this point in time, the only player on his team without a kill. He's got company with Dots on Fluxo W7M, but, I mean, it's less damning when you are on the team that is currently up 3-1. And as you pointed out before we actually played a single round, Adam is the only positive player on this OXG team. It really is quite stunning that at the start of the day, nobody on Oxygen had a positive KD. Adam being a +2 is as good as it gets. Those are really quite dire numbers, and it was only because of the drubbing that Adam gave that Team Heretics squad, particularly on map 2. So Adam needs a bounce back performance here, because if he can't stand up to the guns on Fluxo W7M. I don't know if there's enough depth on OXG to do the rest of the work.
Adam playing close on the electrical door. They're expecting the push to come through connector side, and I do think that's the correct read. They've got Gomez to lock down Rafters if it doesn't end up coming on that side of the map, but just look at this positioning on the top down from Fluxo W7M. They want to get this meeting controlled. They've already done a great job breaching into connector, making sure that they put a little bit of pressure on this mirror window. Jumping in through the electrical window is probably going to be the next task, but it's so awkward, Parker, with Adam on the other side of things. If he suspects that you're about to jump in, he can toss a nitro cell right over. But we'll wait for the sound cue before he gets that. There it is.
Beautifully done. Eliminating dots in electrical with fire in front of him. All of the elements seemingly lining up on that one. And Adam still technically doesn't have a kill from a direct gunfight. But you know what? We'll take a nitro cell kill.
I'm sure he won't complain about that. Why not two, says Yaga, but isn't able to land it. Instead, it's Adam getting traded out on the electrical door and the mirror window, popped by the ace.
Trouble firing back. Now Forrest is in the ground. Forrest with 4 kills, trailing only Gomez on his team. Now it's Volps under fire. Yaga drops as well. OXG falling and in a hurry. The last 2 players on oxygen, both very wounded, but still upright, still with guns in hand. The man of the hour from the previous round will continue to amass an impressive kill tally. Breaking double digits is Dodez, and he'll get 11 as well. A 2K to seal the deal. No conversion successful from the OXG timeout. Fluxo W7M in full control of this map. 3 rounds in a row for a nice 4-1 lead. A 5-1 still very much on the table.
Dennis Viana, chill, buddy. Dodez 11-2 to start things off. After back-to-back breakneck rounds, he's been really stepping up to make things happen for Oxygen. He was the MVP back at the Montreal Major in 2024, was one of the key players that got them to that successful trophy lift that they really were desperate to find in Montreal. Now, of course, pushing in through that connector side of things, it was a great job breaking down some of those defenses that were being set up by Oxygen. They had a bit of a late push over towards Aqua Stairs as well, where we're currently focusing in on. You don't see that a whole lot. Usually if a team is primarily pushing connector, the only other dimension they'll have to that push is somebody walking in through IT, as that's a great place to try to get a backstab pinch over onto the server rack, but in the end, it was kind of that dual pressure push from Fluxo W7M that was pulling the attention of Oxygen in 2 different ways.
I mean, if you're a singular focused attack, then it's very easy to counter it, but having to spread out your forces can be mighty tough. Now, mind you, this is Fluxo W7M's map, so irrespective of the side, there will be more familiarity here. Oxygen are waiting for map number 2 to finally get underway, where they will have their own leg up. That'll be Border, a map that you and I actually haven't really had the privilege of casting all that much. While doing stats between these matches, the only map that you and I have yet to cast is Lair.
Yes. No, I mean, we've really been treated to most of the maps here at the Six Invitational. I'm hoping we get a Lair at some point through the rest of this event. That second map of Border, of course, the only map that Oxygen was able to beat Fluxo W7M on in the group stage. That was an 8-7 game, so even then, very much could have gone either way. Could have been a 3-0 on the series for Fluxo W7M if they'd gotten one more in their pocket. Gomez goes for a flank top floor, but he does get droned and then is forced to back off. He can't commit to that once his position does become known. Lobin lurking towards the bottom of Garage as his team starts to take up towards the top of Rafters. They want this top floor control, Parker, and I think they're going to have it without too many issues.
Set of logic bombs now go off. Still death marks in pocket for Lobin. Hard destruction happening as well. Dots completely using that breach utility. Still nades, flashes, smokes, all good things in pocket for Fluxo, as this will be a full clear and then transition to a site execute. Halfway point in the round, and really nothing has been gambled at this point in time. Every player still alive. Well, I was wrong. Dodez gets blown up by Forest Nitro Cell. All 11 kills from Dodez now off the board.
Yeah, that's a really important pick to get, Parker. With Dodez gone, the firepower decreases drastically for Fluxo W7M. They're very aware of Gomez's position, but with those Kibas, why move from the top of CC stairs? Not where you'd usually see an Azami play, but he's made himself a home, and he has no intention of leaving here without a kill.
This does feel like the older Azami, right? When teams were starting to figure out this map, oh my goodness, you'd have him positioned up here. He's not long for the remainder of this round. Dots walks in, slaughters him. That's the very first kill for Dots coming in round number 6. about as good a time as any. Not just the first kill for Dots, the first kill for Fluxo W7M this round. Final 40 seconds. Dots still holding that defuse kit. A Soulless lurks in the shadows. You need to be concerned with that.
Uh-oh. I mean, there's no way this works for Yaga. He's right on the other side of the door. Yag will be immediately killed if he tries to go for this flank, Parker, and he doesn't really have time for this.
He seems to have some idea, though, as to where his adversaries are. Now will distract them by opening up this connector wall. But while he's done this, all of his teammates have been put in the ground. He wins the duel against Lobin.
Hold on.
He might be able to stop this defuse plant as it's happening. He's got a line of sight. Can he reach it in time? Fulp shuts him down. A Herculean effort from the Yog Dog. But he's neutered by the Fluxo W7M forces. 5-1 the first half. They are skating through their own map right now.
And you can understand why Yaga wanted to commit so heavily to that flank, Parker. Yes, it cost his entire team the bomb site, but if he's a little bit faster, if he can stop that plant from going down, he is in full control playing on the Soulless. Really nice attempt from the new captain of Yaga, but it's the new captain of Dots over on Fluxo W7M, who really was the star of the show. We didn't catch it on cam, but walked through the bomb site, got a triple kill as he's finding those players inside the site. Kind of an interesting story coming into this game, actually, Parker, is that both teams swapped their IGLs coming into SI. These are the only two teams in the tournament who have brought a brand new IGL in an attempt to shrug off some of the issues that they've had over the last couple of months.
It was Volps, right?
Yes, Dots taking the IGL role away from Volps, and then Yaga taking the IGL role away from Forest.
As we ready ourselves for this second half, we do have a small update as to what's going on the A stream. They are way behind us right now as their second map just concluded. And of course, spoilers, so close your ears here. Shopify Rebellion on this very map, sending that series to map 3, SSG winning map number 1, SR winning map number 2. They will go the full distance. The loser of that series goes home. As with the M80 G2 matchup earlier today, and now that SSG SR matchup, these are good teams that could very easily be playing on main stage.
Yep.
It is a shame to lose them now, but as we get deeper into this event, we will be saying goodbye to a lot of good teams. So if you're a fan of SR or SSG, pull up both and try to watch them. I actually think they're on a break right now, so there's not really that much to watch. Stick with us for the time being. They have one more game today, do they not? They do. They have Team Secret versus G2 to wrap up the day. Ooh. That's another series where you don't want to say goodbye to either of those. G2's got some serious plot armor right now, Jesse. They seem to be on the ropes, and then they always bounce back.
So many regional rivals today. We got the All-American, the All-European, everything that you can have up against one another. The regional rivals are meeting in the playoffs after mostly being held from each other in the group stage.
We have no regional matchups in the upper bracket semifinals. Those will go live tomorrow. FaZe Clan and Wildcard will do battle, and then Furia Falcons will do battle as well. We know all 4 of those teams will make main stage. We're waiting on 2 more, and we will have a clearer picture of that by the end of today, and then, of course, into the matchups tomorrow. But we've got a game on our hands, Jesse. Fluxo W7M now on the favorable side of this map with quite a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Fluxo W7M on the strongest bomb site, too. It's critical that Auction can find a way to break it. They've got Volps playing inside of Electrical. That seems to be the focus for them at the moment. They toss in a little bit of that information. It's a Nomad to be able to get that player forced back, but Volps just retakes the spot. I think they were hoping to use it as flank wash to jump in later. Now they burn him out with the Capitao.
I actually like the fact that he triggered that one so early. Now they'll either have to use another air jab from Adam, and they will do just that, but that means that Volps is now wasting that utility.
It got caught by a magnet, Parker.
I was going to say, now all the air jabs have been used, so only the Flames will be able to stop Volps. At this point in time, down goes Yaga to Dots. I think that was the main breach, wasn't it? Things are not going very well for this OXG assault.
No, without a shield, they're going to have a real tough time getting into the building, Parker. The Toxic Babes are filling Electrical. They've got good information on IT, and with the Candelas of Forest, this is going to be their entry point.
Grixer now taking some damage as they look for an opening into this IT wall. Forest letting those Candelas go, but there's no immediate follow-up. Trying to draw one of these defenders out, but good patience so far from Fluxo W7M. Grixer gets on the board. That's all OXG can muster as they'll lose yet another. Forest taking matters into his own hands. Down goes Loban and back to equal footing as Oxygen so badly needs to pick up rounds in a hurry.
30 seconds. Grixer with the defuse kit is on the roof, so they've got to group up and they've got to hit site fast.
There's a good idea of how quickly those Razor Blooms go off. You see Forest almost dying to it. The nerfed range obviously making a big difference. Gomez shreds dots. Forest is dropped. Again, trading back and forth. Dodes and Volps, the last two remaining for Fluxo W7M. Gomez and Grixer linked up together. Time running out. Diffuse going down at the hands of Grixer. There goes Volps. Dodes will need to clinch this round. Does he have time to stop Grixer into the post plant? Grixer doesn't know he's rotating. Dodes does it again. What an impressive retake from W7M's player, now under that Fluxo name. Goodness gracious, nothing breaking in favor of the North Americans, and it's 6-1 for the Brazilians.
Ring around the rosy, and now I've got 14 kills. That's the game being played by Dodes.
I sing that nursery rhyme all the time.
Teach it to your children. I think Dodes will be. My God, it's just been a ridiculous game, Parker. After that round, he's currently posting a 196 EPS. Unheard of to get that close to 200. If he can maintain that level of play through one more round victory, this will be his best game that he has played since the start of the season in March of 2025. He has been a good player for Fluxo W7M. It's not like this is some sleeper guy who's having a crazy pop-off game. He is known to be the best player on this team, and somehow he is still breaking his own records.
Having to go back a calendar year, Jesse, to find a better scoreline. And let me guess, it probably wasn't at the Six Invitational.
It was against the great team known as 9Z.
I feel like we should look up the definition of the word great after this match here. I feel like you would find it does not mean what you think it means.
Stage 2 group stage matchup.
They finished.
They finished last.
They finished last. Okay.
Yeah, they finished last, I'm pretty sure.
So up against the last place team in Brazil versus a top 12 finisher at SI. Yeah, those are similar stakes.
Yeah. Dodes powering up exactly when he's needed, and I don't even know if there's anything you can do as OXG at this point when Dodes is playing like he is, single-handedly winning by my count at least 3 rounds and heavily contributing to many of the others. There is not a whole lot of gameplay that you can do about this. They will try to go down towards the bottom floor. Already the breaching being done very quickly by OXG, which is a good start. Another opening pick, though, from Fluxo W7M as Loban finds Gomez.
And this is when the finger pointing at Adam is going to return. I hate to say it, but this is where people will turn around and say, see, against tough competition, he shrivels. He's 1-7 right now. You referenced EPS earlier. He is at the bottom with 41 at this point in time. And now playing on a more traditional hard breach role, so maybe he won't be the main point of the spear. Forest is, and boy, that spear is mighty sharp. Nice patience from Dots. Nitro Cell goes out looking for a second kill, will not find it. Oxygen still outnumbered. Grixer out-dueling Dodes, and Palu dies at his hand as well. Suddenly we are on even footing with over half of the round to go. Volps will need to clutch as he's lost Dots. Gishmop Mine goes out. Volps has a good idea of where this player is. I don't like that shot with a Scorpion. Smoke going off. Drone for the follow-up. Volps plays that one so effectively. He's stuck. This is a tough spot to be in. His own team's barricade, his undoing. That is a frustrating place to be in.
Take the risk.
OXG needs this shot in the arm.
We don't care.
Did you pick up on what Adam said, by the way? I didn't hear that.
Take the risk. Always take the risk. That's the lesson being learned by OXG in the midst of this. They know that these are crazy plays they have to make. They're going for a rush in through Animus. They're aware that Fluxo could counter that, and frankly, Dots nearly shut that round down. If this smoke doesn't go out, he doesn't need to shoot this blitz. He can waste even more time, but the smoke comes through. He's forced to make that play, and then he's just a little bit antsy. He feels like he has to move because they know where his position is. Volps, for all that he did, he just couldn't quite find the shot up on the Animus hatch. It is an incredible game of keep away being played by Yaga on the Rara down inside of Animus. Just a really good round to come through in the dying seconds in the chaos from OXG. It is not much, but it's a start.
Dodez's EPS has now fallen by just 20 from that singular round. Again, the high water mark of his career from 190-ish, you said, down to 175?
Yeah, 166 is his current best record.
So he's still above that, but those numbers are falling faster than the, what was it, Bitcoin that you were talking about with G2? And
Hold on, Al might be listening. Hold on.
You were tracking Bitcoin's success in comparison to G2's chances. What is Bitcoin at right now, and how will it impact the G2 team secret matchup earlier today? That's the real question that we're going to ask.
It's shocking how accurate that track can be, but...
Dodez has been a real heat sink for these kills. Outside of him and Volps, everybody else underwater on Fluxo W7M. Everybody underwater on OXG, except for Gomez. Gomez 8-7 right now. So things far more grim. And honestly, you'd suspect that these numbers would be a lot worse. Adam is basically the heat sink for OXG, taking all of the deaths and none of the kills.
Well, last time it was the shot into the back of the blitz that nearly did it for Fluxo W7M. They are hoping to do that again with, of course, Lobin in the rat spot under the meeting desk. There is again a blitz coming through from Force on the top floor, but they don't seem to care about meeting, Parker. They've taken in through top, and they are now moving their way over towards Aqua, trying to get down to this mid floor to convert onto an execute. Yaga holding at the top of that. What sort of flank drones have they set up, or maybe what even cameras have they set up with Grixer playing here on the zero? With all 5 players alive, there might not be anybody watching for the flank to come through, although Grixer certainly seems like he's looking for it.
Logic Bomb goes off, immediately dealt with. It'll knock Palu off of any of the yokais that he might be sitting on. 3 yokais available for Echo now after those mid-season changes went into effect. Palu had 1 in pocket up until recently. I was wondering if he would keep it, maybe for the element of surprise. Oxygen actually was the far and away better team on opening duels in that first half. 5 of the 6 rounds were started with OXG getting kill number 1, and they converted only a single one of those rounds. Now it's Fluxo W7M time. They are undefeated on First Bloods on this second half, and they are stretching their lead as Gomez and Forrest are gone. Mostly the biggest issue, Jesse, no more shield for OXG. This is where things get real tough.
Yeah, now with a 2-man disadvantage, they want to clear out the basement. There are a lot of bodies. 3 players you can see on the outlines still playing inside the site, but Dodez up above. He will start to force this player down Cargo as he retakes the spot but loses the fight. Yaga, a nice shot, but his teammates continue to fall around him. It is Adam and Yog in a 2v4 to keep Oxygen alive on the first map, hoping desperately that they can get another plant down here on the bottom floor.
It's a good read by Yaga. Oh. Beautifully hard shot, but he makes it work. Adam has now found an opening with Yaga for coverage. With the way Yaga's shooting today, I would put my faith in him 10 times out of 10. Maybe not. I changed my mind. Oh my goodness. Palu and Volps shred the 2 final players of OXG just like that. And a Nighthaven Labs that OXG will be soon to forget. Fluxo W7M not really showing that many signs of enthusiasm, but hey, a win's a win. Turn your sights towards border, and a 2-0 is very possible. OXG will now go to their map, hoping to stay alive here in the lower bracket.
And Dodez completes his 2nd best performing map of his season. 165 EPS on the round. I think we'll see where that lands. 165 would be almost good enough, as the 166 was his previous season record. Nice try by
I have
Dodez.
158.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up, but ultimately it's a crazy good game from Dodez, single-handedly dominating against Oxygen Esports.
You got to win your map, and then you got to win your opponent's map. Fluxo W7M says, easy, we've been there before. What happens on border? It's up next.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, is just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure, you have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, c'est ça. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Well, there's the man of the hour, Jesse. An unbelievable performance in map number 1 and pretty close to the best rating in his entire career. An EBS of 165. It is locked in. Numbers boy, where does that put him?
166 was his best performance earlier on in this season. That was in stage 2. That's not necessarily career high. That is for the season, but still 165. You got to give it to him. By far the MVP in this game against Oxygen. If he plays like that again in map 2, I fear it is over.
Yeah. I mean, what more do you say? He was a world beater in that one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be so blunt, but that's just kind of how it is when he plays like that.
I think the storylines will be Dodez performing on the side of on the Fluxo W7M, and then Adam on the side of OXG. You cannot have another performance like that, or else you punch your own ticket home. Does this end OXG's run on their own map? Do Fluxo W7M move forward? Our final map potentially awaits us.
Border was Fluxo W7M's map pick actually in the group stage, and when they played it in groups, Oxygen walked away with the victory. They will now be the ones to choose this versus Fluxo W7M. The victory took 15 rounds. It was not clean, it was not easy, but OXG do have a history of beating Fluxo here on Border, and it happened just 5 days ago. So they know what it takes to get the job done on this map, but they'll have to do it again, and they'll have to do it with so much more pressure. Their life is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you are an experienced team going up against a team that is still working through things. And I think it's fair to say both of these teams are working through some things with their IGL changes, like you touched upon. But I do think I give the experience and that veteran nod to the Fluxo W7M team. Their map pool will likely be a little bit more robust, just like a good cup of Folgers in the morning. And you have to struggle to go against that. Do we even end up needing a third map? I would argue, as of right now, it looks quite unlikely, but we also didn't predict a Team Heretics clawback in this series earlier against OXG. It looked like OXG was going to dominate them and walk away from it. With a huge 2-0 victory, they still end up doing it, but Heretics made it look real competitive, and without that Grixer clutch, I honestly think we go to OT, and then who knows what happens. So, we play these matches in the server, Jesse, not on paper.
I think we're going to need to see Adam stepping things up, Parker. Obviously, we saw it from Dodez. He's the primary entry player for Fluxo. Adam's the primary entry player for Oxygen, and we know how good he can be. Adam, when he is on, is one of the best players in all of North America. I don't take any pause when saying that. He is so incredibly talented as long as he is on his game, but he didn't show up for map number 1. He needs to show up for map number 2. Border can be a map where you let your fraggers fly, and that's exactly what he's going to have to do here for Oxygen. Playing up and towards open area, that's somewhat where Loban is looking right now. He's staring actually through the sight hatch, of which Grixer is about to give him a peek. Deals a little bit of damage across from both sides, but they will walk away successfully.
You watch the player cam of Loban, he literally recoiled in real life as he was surprised from that shot. I'm glad you highlighted Adam because he was the highest rated player in the NAL Season 2 that ended just a couple months ago. Not one of the, which is a nice little bit of weasel words we use, the literal statistically highest rated player. He was above Spoit, he was above Gavin, he was above Newers, he was above Gomez, Diffuser, Yaga, Surf, all of these guys. And here he is, bottoming out in map number 1 and needing to find something here in map 2.
I like the mirror setups from Oxygen. They've got one that goes all the way down the main hallway. This is something a lot of NA teams like to run. They've got a Rooney gate trying to protect that as well, and Gomez on the Warden sitting in behind it. So it's going to be very difficult to get past this mirror utility. And of course, that is where they're trying to come through. Of course, open area seems to be the push from Fluxo W7M. So they have to navigate past these mirror windows. They have to get through Adam playing inside a fountain, and they have to find some way to get a plant down with all of their hard breach.
Mira will be the first one targeted by this death mark.
Oh, the Tuberow will stop it.
They managed to shut it down. They've done this a few times, Tuberow shutting down that death mark. So excellently played. You can use it quite defensively instead of proactively. We still got more from Lobin that he can use.
I mean, it keeps you so safe in that site position. Usually that should be a death sentence with Lobin down below, but he can't do anything if he doesn't have pings.
Nitro Cell goes out by Grixer, the savior of the final rounds. He'll shred dots through the wall as well. Now under fire from below. Lobin taking a beating. They double up on Grixer. They managed to get him in that spot, but a Nitro Cell from Adam. Adam has 3 kills so far in this series, 2 of them coming from explosives. Dota has a good reaction time onto Gomez as Oxygen still hold the numbers advantage. Timer not helping this Fluxo W7M team whatsoever. Adam already matching his kill tally from the previous map, and he could surpass it. He will do just that. You need a bounce back. There it is in round number 1. Immediate smiles across the faces of OXG. They so badly need the mental game to be on their side as well.
That is just what the doctor ordered. It's going to be Adam stepping up from that fountain position, TCSG in hand, hit so many beautiful shots in the midst of that. Parker knew exactly where the pressure was going to come from. A lot of the eyes on Fluxo were trained towards Grixer, and despite all the util they tried to use to work him out of that site position, he was being protected by his 2-brow, and he was hitting some brilliant shots as well to start that round with a nice little 2-piece. His Nitro, and then that shot, such a pretty one to start things off for him. Adam closing things off just at the end there with his own Nitro and his own shots on the players that were trying to flank in from behind. I mean, that is an ideal round for Oxygen Esports. From start to finish, it felt like they were reading that attack. They knew exactly where the pressure was coming from and when, and they were always able to respond to it, no matter what Fluxo threw at them.
10 seconds remaining.
Porter is always such a crazy and chaotic match that I suspect we will see more rounds, like round number 1, where it comes to an all-out brawl. I was a little surprised that they weren't able to net a kill on either of these teams earlier in that previous round. When you think about it, Porter is quite small. It is a lot smaller than you'd think, and you can very easily get kills from outside of the building. A big part of why you see so many defenders taking early gunfights, especially through windows and doorways, is because this map can get so claustrophobic. You are almost playing in a coffin in some of these rooms, and you don't want to end up spawning into the exact same place that you're going to end up despawning from. So if you can catch them off guard, give yourself a big advantage, why not go for it? And Adam just tried to do it on an upside-down repel of dots, loses a bit of Adam's HP in the process, but still is able to persist. So a gamble from OXG does not pay off, but really not that much lost from it. Gomez shutting Dotez down. Some struggles early with Fluxo W7M's entry.
Trying to use this logic bomb to clear in through the top floor, but they are able to take down Dotez, the star player for map number 1. It's a great start in terms of shutting down that problem player that they had to deal with over on Nighthaven Labs. Fluxo W7M, they haven't really committed that hard to clearing the top floor. As soon as Dotez went down, it felt like they're now focused mostly on the main floor. Might have only just wanted Dotez to play up there with the air jabs to stop some movements, maybe catch a player off guard. You've got Yaga playing security. You've got Gomez playing inside of lockers as well. That's kind of the 2-man west side extension. It's really only going to be Forrest and Grixer that are playing down on the bottom floor in towards that site. Forrest tucked into shower, Grixer just at the bottom of East stairs.
It's a very strong position for Grixer to be in, and I mean, it's an engagement that we see quite often, so Volps, who is nearby, will likely be anticipating it. He's got to get through that Surya gate first, and look at how much damage has already been done to him. He might end up dying in Grixer's hands. He does. Gomez finds yet another kill. Right now, this defensive play from the North Americans going so effectively, maybe a bit more successful than the Nitro Cell that we just saw tossed out. Paulu alone to clutch out. OXG poised to go up 2-0. They just need to find the final Brazilian player that will stare them down. Yes, Paulu is usually among the last alive. It's not always a knock about him and his play style, because he's been able to do some pretty crazy things from this position. But this bomb site is small. I don't know what he'll be able to muster up against a team that is really well fanned out and will be holding aggressively on all of these pathways leading him in. To make matters worse, Fluxo W7M does not have this diffuser, so Paulu will just simply be acting on instincts. Nice shot from Yaga. There wasn't even more gunfire than just the single 1v1. Wait till you see this replay. It's a real nasty one.
Yeah, peeking with the pistol, one tap at a time, and they get it done really nice. It's a Fluxo attack timeout.
Really early.
Yep.
Isso. Essa call é principalmente para oficina e arsenal, tá? Tudo que se eles continuarem mantendo essa gameplayzinha guivada, a gente quer tudo que eles guivam. Então, por exemplo, Lobo, eu quero preparar a metal para deixar eles travadinhos no canto. Eu quero ter um ace na porta cozinha para a gente abrir o L, para impedir a ajuda do PC. Eu quero progredir uma killzinha no PC, por exemplo, tá ligado? Então pode testar a kill de demos, na real, no PC, por baixo, chamando essa atenção deles. E aí a gente vai deixando eles sufocados, tá ligado? Eu não quero jogar full andando tipo pela fonte, arquivos, etc. E aí na hora de pegar essas kills, vocês vão pegar e vai ficar sufocando eles dentro do arsenal e do arquivos. E aí vocês splitam com o bang do jeito que você tinha falado, entendeu? Então a gente quer tudo que eles não têm e pressionar eles por isso, com ace, etc.
You know what I'm gonna say.
Say it, Parker.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
That's Norris, head coach of Fluxo W7M. Been with this core of Lobin and Dots and their other guys since 2023. The roster has, of course, changed quite a bit since he first joined in with this team, but it's the only squad he has ever coached professionally at a Tier 1 level. And he's done a well enough job to win a major, Parker, so you got to listen when he speaks, even if it is in Portuguese. Fluxo W7M have got to find some way to work some of these opening picks, I think, be a little bit less obvious on where they're trying to push from. They are playing together in a lot of these rounds, Parker, but it just feels like Oxygen are getting a very early read as to where the push is going to come from. They are not being caught off guard, and then consistently the guns are hot from OXG. If you can't beat them in the raw, 50-50 gunfights, you've got to find some way to catch them off guard. I'm hoping Fluxo W7M can do that in the third round.
He's hunting for drones at this point in time. No, actually, he's not. He's looking for that same rappel that we saw last time. They must have seen some of that break. There was a drone watching him, so Volps is either waiting for a run out or a burst out, but this is a game of chicken at the moment. They've surely relayed this information to Palu, right?
Still watching it.
3 players.
He's gone.
Just tepidly approaching this part of the map.
If nothing else, I mean, it bought a team 40 seconds, Parker. It gave it a little bit of pause to the approach to the building, and it will slow down Fluxo W7M on this approach. So a little bit of time bought by Adam, even though his aggressive play does get spotted out by the Brazilians.
Actually wild how much of the clock went down from just that single play. That's time you have to make up later on in the round. So mistakes can happen from Fluxo W7M because they might feel a sense of urgency that wasn't there before a single set of punches to a barricade kept them at bay by Adam.
He's not done yet, Parker. Still wants a kill over towards this east stairs. He's got Grixer right with him, too. So it's a 2-man roam here on the east side of the map. Bomb site ventilation workshop, don't forget that. So very far from where these players are positioned. But Fluxo W7M want to clear this full map. They want to engage with Adam, and he seems happy to take these fights.
Dots will find a Gumine. Nitro Cell goes out based on sound, but it sounds like it's been shot away at least from what we heard from that bearing 9. Now it's Gomez engaging as Volps is a wanted man. Shotgun goes out and he manages to get away. Very impressive from Volps. This roam right now from OXG is keeping Fluxo W7M from getting into the building. They have looked completely toothless. They are putting many bodies from the Brazilians into the ground. Volp's the only one on the board at this point in time, but OXG have done so much damage, and there's still a minute to go.
There's no disruption operators being brought out, Parker. They don't have a way to surprise these players to give themselves an advantage. It's more 50-50 fights, which Oxygen are hitting some crazy shots to be able to win. It was a nice little flick from Gomez to get a third opening pick on the round win, and now they leave Palu and Volps with an impossible task. Yes, they've got full top control, but with 40 seconds to go and a defuse kit to try to put on the ground, it just isn't going to be likely for them to pull this off. They need some miracle shots to be hit by these two players.
Palu and Volps are very formidable, and they are scary, scary players. I just don't like their odds on a map like this, Jesse. It goes back to what I said in the previous round, right? Things get real closed off real quick. You can just sit and wait and hold these angles, and you are effectively doomed as an attacker if your opponents don't make any mistakes. Oxygen in the previous round didn't make any, but Palu sees the under-dot red sight, annihilates Yaga. Grixer goes down too, but Forrest keeps this one as close as can be, and now Volps will need to make up for lost time. Grabbing the defuse kit, he knows he's a dead man walking. Gomez running all his way in. Will Volps get off in time to shut him down? No, but as good an effort as you could possibly imagine. Probably too close for comfort if I'm OXG, but their lead will continue to grow. Fluxo W7M still held off the board.
Volps and Paulo used to team together back on Team Liquid, and just like that squad, they come so close, but just miss their ultimate goal. Unfortunate coming through from Fluxo W7M. Despite the nice attempt, it's this early aggressive play from Oxygen that has been so successful, taking these gunfights, stalling out the time, forcing Fluxo W7M to take raw gunfights, which they are not winning. I don't know if there's any operator they can ban out which would give them an edge in the midst of this. I think Mira's a good a choice as any. Was used really well by Grixer back in round number 1, if you will recall, but it's going to take more than just an operator ban to turn this game around.
Yeah, I don't think the Mira was really quite that instrumental in that position. Grixer holding a Vector, sure thing, why not? But I mean, they use the Zoto canisters so well.
Yeah.
The real deficiency here for Fluxo W7M seems to be information. They do not really know where to attack against this OXG team. And again, I don't like bringing this up, but there obviously is an issue with the drone counter in the top of your screen. Right now it looks okay, but it does make tracking the drone economy, which is a term that you haven't heard us use all that often because it has been a persistent issue. It makes identifying the drone work far more challenging for us, which in turn makes it harder to relay that to you. But it certainly does seem like drones or no drones. Fluxo W7M needs more intel to kickstart a proper offense on this map.
I'm glad they give it a little demonstration. As you were speaking about that, the drones were dying and coming back to life, according to the overlays. So,
if you're a religious man, droneology is very important. The resurrection of the drones, and it goes from having, well, we were down to 7 drones, and we went up to 9. Now we mysteriously are down to 3.
Despite there being 5 in pocket at a bare minimum.
And presumably some drones still in place before, but you know what?
Oh, well.
Numbers are a scary thing. There's a reason why I didn't major in them.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart, Parker. I can say that as a math major myself. Top floor clear is the goal. Dots punching a window. He ends up finding a Warden instead. Not what he was expecting to see. But now we'll give him a bit of pause. He's looking to potentially jump in here. Of course, if they can get in through the east stairs, that might give them a bit more of an easy entry point to find Gomez. He's playing around here with Yaga just inside a break room. There's nobody actually on the east stairs itself. Often you'll see a player positioned right here where Observer is showing us, but instead they've got Grixer playing down below at the bottom of the staircase, who can provide a similar role of pressuring anybody who tries to jump into rafters while still being a little bit more safe from that passport position.
A minute now elapsed, and boy, oh boy, things have not changed for Fluxo W7M. They called their timeout, and they have not been able to fix these issues. And they're glaring issues right now. There is a giant red flashing sign above this Fluxo W7M team that is real cause for concern. OXG taking advantage of this. They've lost Yaga, but still, they find themselves on even footing. This is a good position to be if you're OXG, especially since you've taken out the ace on Fluxo.
Yeah, and Grixer's been such a problem.
No,
he gets another.
no,
Why not
no,
3?
okay.
All right. Volps shuts it down, and we'll make sure that this stays at an even man count spot. But Parker, again, the time waste from the aggressive players of Oxygen has been oh so good. Grixer has done all that he needs to. They lost Yaga as a security player early on. Adam has actually retaken that position to play beside Gomez and continue to allow them to play the south side of the map.
That Nitro Sill did an incredible amount of damage for how direct it was. Dots and Volps will now limp along for the remainder of this round. Dota is the only one who was healthy, is gone. Like, look at this. You knew there was a guy in security. He hit your air jab, and yet you go in through the window and you don't square your body away against him. I don't know what's going on with this Fluxo W7M team, but Oxygen are in full control. They just need to find Volps, and then the round is theirs. I feel like at this point it's a formality. It is. Forrest goes for the swing. He had him on drone the entire time. The Yokai giving information for his team.
They were in the building, bro. Oh, why were they?
Huge vibe shift for this OXG squad. Smiles across the board. And for good reason. A 4-0 start on their own map. Fluxo W7M are very quickly losing this match.
Safe to say that attack timeout was unsuccessful, and now we are on pace for 7 straight for the North Americans. And I mean, Parker, there were certainly mistakes from Fluxo W7M in the midst of this round. It feels like all game long they have been struggling to get into the building to get that opening advantage. Even in this round where they're somewhat successful in trading things out, the longer it goes, the better it gets for Oxygen. Volps at the very end, finally finding a kill, catching someone off guard, to be able to take down one of those players inside the site. That is what they need more more of. They need to find gaps. They need to find ways into that Oxygen defense that aren't being hard held by angles from OXG, but they're just not able to find them. Oxygen as well are hitting some disgusting shots to keep themselves alive. Grixer towards the bottom of those east stairs, of course, and some beautiful play from Adam retaking that security position, as well as, of course, that briefing player as well. I mean, it just feels like everybody on Oxygen is warmed up. They're hitting the shots they need to. They're stopping Fluxo from getting into the building, and despite the fact that they still have a lot of tools available, I'm not seeing the Capitao being brought. I like the Grim here being brought out by Dodez. The Ying, of course, is banned out, as are the Shields. Something needs to break, and they've got to find some way to get themselves an advantage, because it just keeps being 50-50 fights.
Loban is 0 kills. Dodez almost breaking his own record for most highest DPS in the last year. He's sitting on 1 kill.
Yeah.
It is really quite puzzling what is going on with this team. You wouldn't think that a short break between these maps and then just the comfort of going to a map you know better would make this much of a difference, but here we are.
Crunch time for Fluxo. They've got to find some way to get an advantage in one of these rounds. Bathroom Tellers is the bomb site, and there's the advantage they were looking for. Loban through the hatch is able to take down Yaga and get that one-man lead. A Logic Bomb immediately follows it up, and we can hope that Fluxo W7M can try to get more to add to their tallies. They have yet to find anyone else up on the top floor. It is still Adam, Gomez, and Grixer locking down the top floor above the bomb site. Only Forrest remains inside the site. Most of this push is kind of coming south side. You've got Dots with a fuse kit out in the balcony. You've got players all around the map, of course, for Fluxo W7M. But it feels like this is where the push has got to come for. It feels like they're trying to find Gomez as he dips in and out of security.
The thing is, the numbers show on Border, this is an attacker-sided map. Most bomb sites, attacker-favored as well. Finally, Fluxo W7M have figured this one out. And Loban shreds Gomez and gets the hatch for good measure. Down goes Grixer, and now it's OXG getting punished from angles they're not really looking at. Adam finds one, his position revealed. Now trying to deal with security as a vault out will go. OXG will almost certainly surrender their very first round here. Unless Adam knows something that we don't. If they continue to give him 1v1 engagements, Adam can very easily win this, and he will get now ever closer to this bomb site. Taking steps to address these 3 remaining players on Fluxo W7M. Isolated as the Bees will await him. A trail of devastation leading for him to get to this B bomb site. He actually does have an angle, but his reflexes aren't good enough. Doda's in the midst of the site. Volps and Palu will cover, and Adam has to find another path. Just missing one defender. He gets Volps. Defender of the case, of course. Palu still upright. Dodez had to peel off. Will attempt again. I like what Adam is trying to do here, but it is a really tough job, and he's made his position inside of Customs known. 3 players from Fluxo W7M looking for that final kill. Dodez will get the job done. That's the round. The first round for Fluxo W7M. They have quite the hill to climb if they want to get back onto even footing.
Adam's been great so far this game, but it's not quite good enough in the 1v3. Fluxo W7M, really strong start, and it's all off the back of Loban, Parker. Loban is the difference maker. All 3 of those entry kills came from the bottom floor. Effectively all came from Customs. Loban was taking advantage of all the eyes that were over towards security, over towards break room. Even we were focused on what was happening up on that top floor, but instead of caring about any of that, Loban walks in, he gets 1 kill on the vert player up above through the hatch, he gets 1 kill on the site player horizontally looking into the bomb site, and then a 3rd kill through the other hatch into security. Both hatches into that room were able to find kills for Loban. That gets him on the board. That finally starts him in this match. It might have taken 5 rounds, but the 5th was the most important, and he is now in this game.
You find that there are players who can get quite streaky, right? They'll pick up a couple kills. Loban isn't usually a streaky player. I remember the stat that we trotted out in a matchup they did a couple days ago where we said Loban was averaging a kill a round. That is not a streaky player. If you are consistently getting that 1 kill every round, and in that matchup, if you recall, I think he went all but 2 rounds without a single kill.
Yeah.
That's consistency. That's not streakiness. A fun little quirk of what we are seeing in this matchup is that irrespective of the map and irrespective of the team, the defenders have all but 2 of the opening duels. So map not particularly relevant. Teams, not particularly relevant. Comfort level, not relevant. Defenders are always striking first, with 2 exceptions. That is something that doesn't happen all that often, especially on a map like Border that, again, is one of the few that skews towards the attackers.
Yeah.
That's good news for OXG, but bad news for them when the side swap comes in.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they adapt when they have to go over to that attacking side. As far as the defense goes, they can continue to play their positions, whether that's hiding under a desk in the bomb site or whether that's roaming over towards east stairs. There's going to be a couple different ways for Oxygen to address this push coming out from Fluxo W7M. Looks like it is going to be an east focus clear coming from the south side of the map. Adam is the first one to engage, and he finds 1 toe of dots. Not good enough for more than 10 or 20 damage. Goes for it again, but there's so much pressure to his north that he just kind of has to back off. He's got teammates with him, but they're a little bit farther behind.
Admittedly, I have nowhere near as much footage on Adam as I do other players, but he is far more comfortable here than he was at any point in time on Nighthaven Labs, and you can see it in the way that he's handling these engagements. The man that you tripped over yourself to praise in the previous round, and a key part of that only round that Fluxo W7M has won, Loban, is dead early. They are also trying to figure out dots on Blackbeard. That was Adam's engagement that you highlighted. But Dots is still able to continue to trudge forward. An all-out assault, but Adam is the gatekeeper of this top floor. Down goes Volps as well. Volps, with the most kills on his team, will not be able to influence this final round of the first half.
Fluxo, they need to find some way to crack this egg. It's just looked like the first 4 rounds over again. Grixer from below. Its angles are not even aware of. Parker, a 5-1 split seems all but inevitable.
Adam was tucked into the corner waiting to get Paulu, and then Forrest said, nope, it's my Nitro Cell that is going to take it instead. It would be a hell of a statement to take this first half flawlessly. They won't make that statement, but a statement will be made either way, albeit a bit weaker. Adam closing out the first half. A triumphant run from him, a triumphant run from OXG. 5-1 the scoreline.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that they lose that round as soon as Loban goes down, Parker. Loban was the only one to find success back in round number 5. He's shut down so early by Forrest, who, remember, was just hiding under the desk inside of ventilation. He kills him on the vent's window. He was ratting inside the site, and I think they were expecting Loban to do similar things. Loban killed Forrest in the bomb site in round 5. That was a big part of the reason why Fluxo W7 were able to win that round. It's really good adaptation coming out from the former captain of Oxygen to stop that play from happening once again. The top floor clear, just abysmal from Fluxo through 6 straight rounds. And they will now not have to deal with that again as long as they can hold on to these defenses.
Trying to pick up some of the comms that were happening there, but not really much to be gained. For those that are newer to the broadcast, we will repeat ourselves. Today is the day where we say goodbye to half of the remaining teams here in Paris and go down from 16 to 8. Only 8 teams will remain with a shot at lifting the hammer, some of them for the first time, others looking to add more to an already growing trophy case. We know 4 of the teams that will be competing on the main stage. We just need to get to the remaining 2. We'll get there tomorrow. But this lower bracket run that we are witnessing will continue on this channel once this matchup concludes. Team Secret and G2 will be the final on A stream. We are done. That means we'll be going over there. On the A stream right now, Space Station and Shopify Rebellion are doing battle. Shopify Rebellion was successful in their matchup earlier today, knocking Ninjas in Pajamas out of this tournament. Troy Jaroslavsky, a.k.a. Canadian, he's lifted a few hammers in his day, will go up against the team of SSG that he lifted one of those hammers with. From what I hear from the player booths, just next to our casting booth, it sounds like quite an electric affair. The winner of this matchup will go up against the winner of Shopify Rebellion and Space Station. It could be an all-North American derby if OXG succeeds here and then is successful on Cafe, but they will need a reverse sweep as Map 1 went to the Brazilians.
Looks like Oxygen are setting themselves up for a pretty nice attack. They do not have the Glads available to them. That's something that Yaga has run a lot of for Oxygen on this map, and particularly attacking that top floor bomb site. Goes over to the Dokkaebi this time around in an attempt to try to give his team some information when they go for the clear. It's always a question, do you go for a rush, your very first attack on Border? I'm not seeing it yet, but given the position, it could be a late rush coming in from them. Capital Bolt stopped those players inside of security from retreating back, but it's a Nitro that shuts it down.
It sounded like that was the right call. Jesse and Dots is prepped for it. These rushes from OXG, they did not work against Heretics, and they are not working against Fluxo at all. 1:20 into the round, and we are done. Stop doing this if you're OXG. It doesn't work. They know it's coming. They're prepped and ready for it. The Brazilians get handed a second round on a silver platter. You can't let your opponent back in the game. You cannot. OXG might have just done that, Jesse.
Actually fully gave up East there, but like he telegraphed hard or something. I should have said cancel. That's my bad. I could have literally just taken East for free.
There was some conversation whether Yaga was actually IGLing or not. Some people couldn't believe it when they first heard it, but we've got it confirmed by the team multiple times. And I think you've got confirmation in the comms there as well. Yog saying he should have said canceled that rush because it had been read by Fluxo W7M. What Yaga said there is that they were fully vacated East stairs. There was nobody playing off-site over towards East. The only reason Fluxo W7M wouldn't have somebody in that position is because they knew it was going to be a rush. They called everybody to come back towards the bomb site, and Oxygen still went for the rush anyways. It's good to be able to reflect on that. It's good to say, hey, I understand why we lost that round. Somehow they got a read on us and we still went for it. We shouldn't have done that. Shows that there is still growth from this Oxygen team and they can still pull things together despite the fact that they have a brand new IGL.
I mean, that was a great point that I was just going to bring up, Jesse. Both of these teams dealing with adjustments to their roles and the way that they call. There will be growing pains here.
Yeah.
Oxygen succeeded during the NA League regular stage. They fell flat during the playoffs and ultimately did not have the run that they wanted at Munich by not even making it. Then they didn't make SI either until the LCQs came around, and they were able to clearly beat the rest of the field. So Oxygen have had struggles. They learn from them, they grow, they improve. That's really all you can ask for. And even if they don't win this event, there's more majors coming up this year, so you have to be ready for those. This can be a great learning experience.
Oxygen currently battling for their 5th consecutive top 8 at a 6 Invitational. That's what they will get if they can win this series. It starts with an opening pick onto Lobin. All 3 of his kills coming back in round number 5 when he was the key player to get Fluxo their first round in this game. It's a really good start from the captain of Oxygen to be able to get that team, that kill for his team. Now they can start taking a bit more space over towards the southeast part of this map. You can see Adam already getting control of East Stairs. You can see Dodez worried about players that might be approaching from his south. They can start to put pressure on the southern players. Once Dodez starts feeling that pressure, once he starts getting flashed out and shot from the different angles, it starts to open more and more map control for the North Americans.
So many of these rounds have been defined by getting shot from angles you are not looking at. And again, that's just border. It's hectic. It's chaotic. Soft walls, reinforcements. It means that you can get punished from ways you are not expecting. Adam, inside a break room, does not give Dodez a break. He was under fire for oh so long, and the numbers for Fluxo W7M get worse. OXG 3 kills away from taking us to map point.
Lobin died alone, Dodez died alone, Palu, the last man upstairs, still also alone, as Oxygen will be trying to hunt him down for their 3rd frag of the match. Yaga, seemingly aware of his position, knows that he's dropped the hatch now, though, as he will fall back down with a Nitro cell. Could find a good way to get a free kill if he knows Grixer's position, but I don't think they have any information up there, Parker. It could be a playoff of sound, but Palu puts the Nitro away, hoping to save it for a rainy day with 35 seconds to go.
I mean, at this point in time, you got to save it for the plant, right? That is the right call from Palu. Shotgun, SMG juggling between the two. It's now up to him and Dots as they've lost yet another player on the side of Fluxo W7M over towards jail. Gomez will be chained to that cell. And a missed opportunity. You count your lucky stars of your OXG. Dots just letting them slip through his fingers. Now Palu is called into action. A nice shot onto Grixer, but the timer will run down as a successful plant from OXG will make this even harder for the defenders. Fluxo W7M have been a terrific team for clutching. Can they pull it off? It's all up to Palu to go positive. He's not used to being here, Jesse. He's not used to these numbers being so bad for him, but OXG has been beating them every step of the way. Adam, with a team-leading 11 kills, will die. Where are the remainder of OXG. Where did these other two players go? They have fired off the defuse kit. Palu only has 3 seconds left. Nitro Cell will go. I don't think it'll work. No, that'll be the sound of the round being over. And Yaga will get the job done from above. Something the timer had already done a few seconds before OXG moves to map point.
Why not give him the hat trick? Yaga with 3 for the round. The well played coming in the chat because it was over with the Capital bolts making that disable completely impossible. Such low HP from Palu. Really felt like the same rounds that we saw for the first 6 of this match, Parker, when Oxygen were getting those kills early without Fluxo W7M being able to trade. It's always going to be players on W7M that aren't looking the right way. Oxygen are winning some of these individual 1v1 duels as well. Border is a fragger's paradise, and Oxygen have consistently been the better team when it comes to isolating players, finding them on angles they're not expecting, and winning those 1-for-1 duels. Oxygen doing, once again, so much good work of just playing the basics. They don't need to go for any crazy rushes. They don't have to cheese this against Fluxo W7M. They are beating them 1-for-1, man for man. You've got 4 more chances to do just that, and Fluxo W7M have not had an answer all night on Border.
Adam was not very good in map 1. Let's not mince words here, but his EPS right now rivaling that of what we saw out of Dodez in Nighthaven Labs. All the praise that we gave to Dodez now has to go to Adam. And I honestly think Adam's bounce back is even more impressive because of what I just said before. It's a bounce back. It is so easy for a great fragging player to have a terrible map and let it affect them through a series. But again, best rated player in the NA League, Stage 2 is Adam. You cannot count him out, and he is starting to grow. That is a worrying thing for this Fluxo W7M team, though I imagine there's probably other things they're worried about too.
Adam's been so good. He will take the DMR now in his hands, the 417, to try to find these last couple of players. He's got Lobin trained down his sights inside a break room, watching him potentially on this Solus, and then Volps on East Stairs playing alongside his teammate to try to get this pinch onto Adam. A lot of the players are, of course, down here on the south side of the map for Oxygen, hoping to get part of this map control before they go for a full clear across the top floor. Adam has been so patient just in this position. None of his teammates have made too much of a move either at the moment. They have brought Force out on the Monty, who will start to make his way towards security, where Dodez is positioned, and he finds the entry onto Yaga.
The team split this bomb site in the first half. This will be the first attempt for Fluxo W7M to defend it, and they start off really, really well, punching these two OXG players before they can get in. I mean, obviously you have to be concerned if you're OXG, as Dodez is now starting to warm up. But you've got so much more to do. Could he do it again, Jesse? Could he do it in back-to-back maps?
Surely not.
All he has to do is find Grixer. Palu gets to him first. Back-to-back aces would be almost unheard of, but Dodez will settle for 4 kills. And a third round now goes on board for the Bulls.
Be careful you don't wake the dragon. He's fallen asleep on Border, but with a 4K in round 9, exactly what they potentially need to get them back in this game. Dodez, clean shots being hit from inside security. That's all you have to do on this map, Parker. It really is a map where gunfights reign supreme. He hit some great shots in the midst of that. They were hoping to clear him out with the Monty, but he ended up just having 2 strong angles coming in from the 90 position and inside of security.
We got a small glimpse of what they were saying. I don't know if we could hear it. I was too busy listening to you, something that I do on occasion.
Really?
What?
Okay. No, you're doing the thing again.
I got you so good.
I'm catching on to your tricks.
I got you so good. Your powers are, they don't work on me, man. Your powers don't work on me at all. We're introducing new bits, chat. We got that. Couldn't have said it better myself. We got the wake up motivation coupled with Folgers, which I'm going to keep trotting that out. I know there will come a point in time when somebody at either Blast or Ubisoft will be like, stop mentioning another brand. They do not sponsor our broadcast. But I'm going to keep doing it until they tell me not to.
Well, we're on the B stream, so they're probably not going to say it to you today, Parker. I'm not going to lie.
Well, there are currently almost 100,000 people watching across all different channels. The Rebellion versus Space Station game, which is now in overtime of map 3. Either Fluxo W7M or OXG will be going back to watch that game because the winner of Shopify Rebellion and Space Station plays the winner of this game in the lower bracket tomorrow. The winner of that match will go to the main stage. So you've got a 1-in-4 shot if you're Shopify Rebellion, Space Station, Fluxo W7M, and Oxygen of making it to the main stage in Paris.
For another attempt to stay alive, Fluxo W7M have brought the Denari out from Volps. Has a cool setup that we saw just briefly in the prep phase inside of security. It goes from that position across the outside of the map, as well as this one in through break room. This one goes into lockers as it goes through the open doorway and through some of these footholes shot open as well.
Now, I don't have a photographic memory, but this is an identical operator lineup from the last time that Fluxo W7M defended this back in round 7, but I distinctly remember seeing these little door lasers, so
yeah,
I
really
have
cool.
to wonder. It's very, very good. And Denari is a newer operator, Jesse. Teams are still trying to figure out the tech, and you, the viewer, get to use it in your own games.
Auction's lineup will not be the same. Forrest being brought out here on the OSA, hoping to get a plant down likely inside of Archives, a plant that I have been critical of in the past, but with OSA's buffs, it can be a little bit more powerful this time around to try to get that shield down, get a plant under it. You're always worried about C4s, though, and 3 of them have been brought on the side of Fluxo W7M. Frankly, Dot seems to know exactly what is going on. If there is a pulse back here, your chances in OSA are almost null.
Osa can deploy her shield a lot faster now, so that will make a big difference. But again, a little bit too early for OXG as they are very quickly removed from the building and the diffuser drops with them, so it will need to be retrieved. Oxygen have now spent 2 of these attacks trying to be a little bit quicker and a little bit more linear than I think you'd like, and that is a bit of a problem. They can still salvage this round. Grixer is trying his best. Gomez is also attempting it too, but the damage has been done by the Brazilians, and now the North Americans will limp through this final minute of the round.
They've got the Sens wall, but I'm not sure what it's going to be worth. With the pulse, you can see through it anyways. The heartbeat scanner will tell you exactly when someone enters. They use that info for Loban to be able to get that pick, make it a 2v4 advantage, and even the Candelas might not save you here.
They've grabbed the defuse kit, and amidst the sound of the Candelas bouncing away, not to mention the strobing light show, they're attempting it. But again, this Pulse of Dots has so much power, Jesse. If you cannot flush him out of this spot, you are going to get absolutely nothing accomplished. Dots quarterbacking this entire defense and winning the round with intel. He pays for it at the hands of Gomez, but outside of the building with very limited time means that I think this is curtains for this round. On the side of OXG, Volps draws the shades, and it's still a lead for Oxygen, but very quickly the gap is closing. Fluxo W7M up to 4 rounds. What is happening with Oxygen?
We're spiraling. Potential for attack timeout now from Kizzy if he wants it, but doesn't seem like that's going to come through. So we will continue on here for Border with Oxygen on map point. You gave all the credit to Dots on the Pulse, Parker, and I have to agree. I think he was so good in that position playing on the Pulse. He just had every bit of information as to what was going on from Oxygen. That is the perfect defense to have when you're going up against an OSA Archives plant. The C4 has never been easier to deny a plant like that, and I would say almost every single kill, maybe barring the last one after he had died, is at least partially credited to Dots for feeding that intel to his teammates because they were all clustered around that Archives door. Dots came into this game leading the tournament with deaths. He had 140 deaths before the start of today's matches. That may have changed before this game as we've had a lot of matches earlier today. But even still, that's a ton of deaths to have. But when you're making good information plays like that, when you are the IGL calling for your team, the impact that you have even in the server cannot be quantified with numbers. So don't let the stats fool you. Dots has been an exceptional player for Fluxo W7M so far at this tournament, and that is a very good example of how strong he can be.
Just to contextualize this for you, the viewer, Fluxo W7M have played among the most rounds of any team up to this point in the tournament, 191 rounds. That means that Dots only survived 51 rounds of those 191. Wow. That is brutal numbers for those that can do any bit of arithmetic. So yeah, I mean, if Dots is dying a lot but still doing his job, maybe not the end of the world. His EPS is not that bad despite how terrible his deaths are, so that does go to show you he's providing some value.
Yeah.
But you can't be happy with his performance so far. Fluxo W7M 2 rounds away from sending us to overtime. If needed, there will be a third map on Cafe Dostoevsky, but if you're Oxygen, you're hoping it gets there. If you're Fluxo W7M, you want this stream to continue. And would you look at that? It's going to be another quick one. OXG liking these quick strikes. They used the Aurora to cut off potential rotates. 3 rounds now, Jesse, that OXG have done these cheese strats, these quick rushes. I understand that it's part of the identity of any team that Forest is on, but I have to question, why don't you go for a more conventional full clear and execute with operators that are more in the meta, that are more akin to a typical border attack?
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen might like these pushes, but I sure don't. It feels like when they were playing more traditionally, when they were taking their ones and taking it slowly, they were finding success. Now with the cheese, I mean, it's just not the way that they want it to go. Palu gives up a freebie to Adam, but he's got 3 more to find Parker. Almost downs 1, but shot in the head by Dodez. It is another round win. 6-5 will be our scoreline. And you just got to think, when does the attack timeout call out? When do we slow down if we're Oxygen?
I honestly don't know. I mean, there's creativity on their side, and I do really appreciate that. Oxygen will burn their timeout as 1 round separates them. Let's see if we can listen in.
Go in for the drum hole, you know, to bait them, they're gonna shake, they're gonna move, and we take it away. We can just take demos, we can take this in the board, like Pablo said, just play slow, and you guys have to be scared.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I said I couldn't have said it better myself. We are trying to listen in, but obviously it is very tough. It is quite striking how clear that Fluxo W7M timeout was. But Kizzy and the rest of this OXG team, again, they're muttering, and you don't want to potentially risk your opponents hearing what you're saying.
I mean, this is the devastating spot for Oxygen to be in. They were in such strong control of this map. Of course, it was a 5-1 half. They looked dominant on the defenses, and it was, what, 6-2, I think, that they had, even with their attacks, finding some success here in the 3rd quarter, but now that we've gone deep into border, it just feels like Fluxo W7M have wrangled control. Oxygen have gone for rush strat after cheese strat, and it just hasn't been working. Fluxo W7M are always ready for these plays. Adam has had a great game. Grixer has had a great day overall, including back when he was one of the star players in their match up against Heretics. They have done some incredible stuff today, surviving so far in this tournament, but they need to lock in and win their own map pick if they want to keep this train going.
Yeah, they have completely lost the plot on this map, and this is the worrying sign. The jovial nature of this OXG team has evaporated. They are nowhere near as animated or as electric as they were in that first half, and for good reason. The defenders here on border are doing something that the numbers suggest really shouldn't be happening, and that's winning all of these rounds. Fluxo W7M, 1 round 5 on attack. OXG went on to map point on round 8, and since then they have languished. A lot of these attacks have been quite unique, but unfortunately not as well structured as they want. Very linear executes that are getting read by Fluxo W7M and going nowhere. This looks like it might be a bit more of an orthodox style of execute.
And Loban's so smart, Parker. He's using this scanner to see what the passport push is actually going for. He's been able to deny that utility by using the impact to get the Selma charges off of the wall. This is the information that Fluxo W7M have had over and over again to stop the rushes, to stop the game plan, to get an idea of what Auction are doing before they do it. It is happening again. The intel advantage is with W7M. They just need to find the kills to back it up.
Forest is a little slowed down by the debuff of Thorn's Razor Bloom. He's over by that security window. Palu firing as many shots into him as he can. And it's Yaga now to get dropped. Is there some retrieval to be had? Dodez knows that there's another over by the window. Down goes Gomez. Palu to the rescue! Killing half the server! OXG reduced to rubble. Grixer in the final moments of these maps has been sensational. Mr. 12 round himself, but boy, oh boy, does he have a lot of work to do. Maybe he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew. A 1v5, and it sure looks like he might pause, which means he's not going to attempt to contest this round. To overtime, they will likely go unless Fluxo W7M throws their brains out of their skull. We will need extra innings here on OXG's map.
I mean, and Fluxo W7M are playing so smart on this defensive side, Parker. Grixer essentially will just extend the tack timeout that they previously had. You saw how smart it was with Lobin using that scanner to spot the pressure coming in towards Passport. The second he uses those impacts, he stops it from happening. And then Palu sees there's a Monty coming his way inside of lockers. He doesn't throw his impact at the Monty. He doesn't try to run out and fight the Monty. He uses his shotgun to open angles from security so the Monty cannot walk forward without being in a crossfire. It's so smart. At every opportunity, Fluxo are making the correct decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, Lobin highlighting it. He pushed them over to another area where it was very disadvantageous for them to fight. Things not good right now. Vibes bad for this OXG team. Full control at the moment for Fluxo W7M. They have a incredible amount of wind at their backs. When you take those pseudo timeouts, what do you usually do? You talk.
Yep.
Not a single player on Oxygen was speaking in the final 40 seconds. Our observers cycled through the player cams, and it was almost as if it was a photo of those stoneheads on Easter Island. All 5 of the players looked exactly the same in their player cams. Forrest wasn't talking. Yaga wasn't talking. Their coach can't talk to them. What are you using that time for? Why are you not working through these problems? OXG will now need to attack twice, which conventionally sounds great on border. But stats-wise in this map has been terrible. The defenders have dominated. Fluxo W7M did it. OXG have done it. And now it's OXG on the statistical better side, but in this game, the practical worse side. And with their faces being what they are, I really worry for this NA squad.
Map 1 was a shellacking with Fluxo W7M walking away with the victory easily 7-2 on Night Haven Labs. Map 2 looked like it was going to go the same way. 6-2 lead for Oxygen has evaporated to 6-6 overtime. Volps with a spawn peak gets punished for 50% of his HP. Is not able to control that Scorpion and so has to retreat to playing inside of East Stairs. I like the defensive lineup from Fluxo W7M, Parker. They've got Dots back on that pulse. That was the critical factor that allowed them to win Archives last time they came here in round number 10. He's able to use a little bit more of that shotgun this time around, extending in towards Office, giving his teammates over towards East a little bit more room to play with. It's going to be Paulo and Volps locking down that side of the map as we continue to have this strong south pressure happening from Dodez and Lobin.
On the run to reposition themselves, better to receive this OXG attack as you see a late reinforcement going up. That should be the last one. No, there's still one remaining in pocket. Lobin will make his job a little bit easier, reinforcing off that fountain wall. So if the assault comes from Office side, you have a little bit more staying power. It will force either more drones or more gadgetry from Oxygen to punish Fountain and clear that very integral part before you can then push to the bomb site.
Adam just entering East Stairs. This was given up by Volps almost a minute ago, Parker. This is ground that Oxygen could have had a lot earlier. I'm very worried about a stall-out potential. If they are mentally in their own heads, if they're not able to speed through this clear, that could spell disaster for their chances in OT.
I think the mental is chalked on this team at this point, Jesse. Not that I've ever competed at this level, but even as a viewer who's fans of different sports teams, my mental gets shocked watching people compete. I can only imagine what it's like to be the actual competitor in the server. A reminder that 3 of those 6 attacking rounds for OXG were those cheesiest rush strats.
Yeah.
You can't really hinge yourself or hang your hat on them. So now we see things a bit more conventional. Not that they were any more successful, and this round is no different. Yaga is the first one dug out by Fluxo W7M, an advantage with 45 seconds to go for the Brazilian team.
How is Dots allowed to exist here? I think they know that he's in this position, but even still, you've used both your Capital bolts finally cleared up, but there's a flank from Volps.
And he takes down Adam as the attention was all on that one part of the map. Fluxo W7M have had a rough go up border, but it sure seems like they are about to move to series point as a scramble will occur in the final 20 seconds. Fluxo W7M with a one-man advantage over this OXG team. Grixer retrieving the diffuser means that if objectives happen, Gomez will be all by himself. He's trapped Palu in a corner, but Dones is there for the assist, and down goes Grixer to Lobin. A miraculous comeback for the Brazilians, and it's series point for Fluxo W7M.
In the history of Oxygen as an organization, they have never finished worse than 8th place at a Six Invitational. A loss over either of the next 2 rounds will guarantee 9th place for OXG, a new organizational low for them at SI. They have to find a way to dig deep here, Parker. They have to find a way out. That round, frankly, looked like better than a lot of their attacks. Their trades weren't too bad. Their pressure over towards Office was a focused push. Their util, while not perfect, was good in theory and was dealing with the problems presented to them from Fluxo W7M. Ultimately, though, it just doesn't matter. Fluxo are playing so incredibly well. Dodes has woken up to the exact same form he was in map number 1. Palu and Volps have been really lighting things up as well. And even though it's been a slow game from Lobin, the one round where he got his triple kill was the start of the end for Oxygen. That was the first round that Fluxo were able to win on this map, and it feels like it's made all the difference.
Well, I mean, you've used your timeouts. Your mental is likely shot. You get a brief reprieve. The defenders have looked really good on this map, and this will be the only attempt in overtime for Oxygen to hold down the puzzlingly, but unsurprisingly in the nature of our game, better side. I have to step back and look at those 3 rounds. I have to, and I'm not going to stop looking at them. I could only imagine what the co-streamers are thinking. I can imagine Tom J. Sherlock's voice being gone at this point in time. The head shakes from the former pros and the former coaches who are watching this. I mean, OXG are a cheesy team. We know that. But with shields and with these rushes, they didn't look particularly good against Heretics, and I feel like a bit of a Nostradamus here because I said before even a single round was played, if you're making mistakes as OXG, Team Heretics will punish you, Fluxo W7M will bury you, and that's exactly what has been occurring. So, a small breath for OXG as they get to defend, but can they keep their head in the game? That's the real question.
Gomez and Grix are under heavy pressure here on the southeast side of the map. Gomez knows one's just outside his window. That's Dodes, the highest rated player in this lobby through both maps. He's just playing on the other side of the break door. He's got teammates with him as well. Dots on East. The Nitro shot out with the DMR. That's not an easy shot to hit, but he flicks down and denies the utility from Gomez.
There's been so much we've been focusing on. Jesse, Dodes has got up to 14 kills out of nowhere. There's just so many things that we can't even talk about. Palu takes care of Adam, the best statistical player on the side of OXG. Now Grixer will need to pick up the pace. He's getting very close to that number. Mezzanine still being held by Gomez, who's doing double duty, harassed by this death mark, and he gets Palu taking some damage from this position. An nade goes out. He's not able to deal with Lobin. Fluxo W7M now snatching the lead, leaving Forrest and Yaga to keep their team in this. They go home if they fail. OXG knows what pressure is, and with just a little bit over a minute to go, they've now got the advantage right back. The current IGL, the former IGL working together, and of course it's all up to Dodes in this pivotal round, as if anybody else on Fluxo W7M could clutch out. Just under a minute to go, the North Americans holding their breaths for the final 45 seconds.
He's been so good today, Parker. He's been insane in every moment when he's been asked.
He hears something. Zoto canister will go, slowing down his push towards this B-bomb site. He could have had a read. Force is making an awful lot of noise. Dodes reveals himself to Yaga. Oh, and you can let out that air that was filling your lungs. Deep breaths, boys. We will go all 15. A good defensive hold. Some light in the eyes of these OXG players. We are either 3 minutes away from a conclusion or an hour plus away Do we need the final map? It will really come down to OXG on attack. They have struggled. Do they fix it? This is their last chance.
Parker, it was a 2v3 that just got away from Fluxo. They had everything they needed to end this series and send Oxygen home. But with over a minute on the clock, they got antsy. They took 1v1s. They opened the door for Oxygen to get back in this series. One round is all that will determine where we end up, if this is the final map, if Fluxo can go to bed with smiles on their faces, or if we need a full another map of Cafe to decide who will be the champion and who is going home. Almost nobody thought Oxygen could take down the former major champions in a series like this with everything on the line, despite the strong game against Heretics to start this day. I mean, so much has been asked of this Oxygen squad with how long they've had to play today. It took 12 rounds on both maps to win that 2-0 earlier. Map 3 and the third one that they played against Fluxo, their first of the series, was a disaster. They choke out their 6-2 lead. Now it's 7-7. Is there any way that they have the mental to bring this one home?
I've seen enough. Welcome back, Dark Zero. My goodness. And OXG still have a whole other map to go. You're talking like this is map number 3. No.
It feels like it.
This is just to survive at this point. This could be a long road to walk for a team that had a tough group and immediately found themselves in the lower bracket. And yes, an improbable 2-0 victory over Heretics earlier today. But they are the more experienced team. They are a T1 squad, even if they made it through the LCQs. This OXG team is a bit of an enigma. What happens now? 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Settling in now outside of the building. Oxygen, quick, again, going with a bit more conventional of an execute. They have shed that cheese, but my, Adam dying to a nitro cell is probably not part of the plan. Very quickly, OXG will need to retrieve that diffuser surrendered outside of the building. That's a good start for Fluxo W7M.
Doss just in customs is able to toss it over the wall, get that first pick, and that's a huge one for him. A second is forced, is down through the window. Now they could pick him up. Dots inside the site is not able to capitalize on that full clear. They toss a Toxic Babe out to try to get the cure on the kill, but Forrest has crawled away far enough that he should be safe to pick this one up, but this is wasting so much time, Parker.
Gomez gets on the board. Forrest is retrieved. What could have been bad to worse has somehow managed to get a little bit better. A logic bomb will go out, so the remaining Fluxo W7M players now heard if you're close enough. But OXG struggled to get into the building. Just a little bit over a minute left. Utility will go out. Isolating these roamers upstairs will be a focal point for Oxygen as they work their way towards this AB bomb site. Forrest here with a potential backstab. He's got a good read, but he gets baited in by Paulu. Finished off, and now it's the Brazilians with another advantage.
They're all towards east. They're all grouped together for OXG, and W7M know exactly where they're coming from. The crosshairs are trained in the right position. It's just about hitting the shots.
And Gomez is doing this against his own region, a Brazilian who's played in North America for most of his career. He's making quick work of these defenders. Fluxo W7M, great patience right now. Gomez finds a third, and he is willing his team into map number 3. He has an opportunity for a fourth. Paulu wants the engagement. Dots also from far away, but he's left Paulu inside of the bomb site all by his lonesome. What can Paulucifer do? Yaga getting diffuser down. Dots now retreating through the top floor. The timer running away. OXG finding their footing here on attack. And we might just have a third map in front of our very eyes. They know exactly where Dots is. Now they defend the bomb site. And the interloper, the last man standing for the Brazilians, has his work cut out for him. He sees the defuse kit. He doesn't see Grixer. And we will have a third map. The relief sweeps through OXG. Inhale. Exhale.
Oh my God.
What more can be said, Jesse? I couldn't have said it better myself. A third map between these two teams as OXG gets the job done in the 15th and final round.
Me too, man. Me too. What a game that they just played. Still a third map awaits us in this one. Grixer top fragging for the team, but frankly, Parker, it's Gomez who needs to put on that cape. The hero of round 15, a triple, pushing in through the E stairs, finding the bodies of W7M exactly when they needed to. Just like last time, we will head to a third map between Oxygen and W7M.
I mean, it's a team effort, but you gotta be regretting all of those attacks if you're OXG. Don't make those mistakes. Center yourself. You came back mentally for map 2. Do it again for map 3. Fluxo W7M could taste that 2-0, but they'll have to wait for map 3 up next.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Up the skies, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you.
Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
Fast mama and fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
Right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah.
What
What are you going to do with it?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will
I've
sign
got a
it
whole
for
wall.
you. Right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long. Box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really, really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
would reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR. You could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he would be rotate. If your zombie really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help, but if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
The two-barrel playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played, so it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know?
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
exploded.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana?
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close, though.
Yeah.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is he? Where is he? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. But what is that?
You have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. We win today against them. I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think then right now they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3-maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Quando eles marcam tudo, tudo deles hoje.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game, and no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you. Well, I'm human just like you, like you. Into the night, every shadow hides a
Thank you so much for your patience amidst that longer than expected delay. We are ready to see what happens in this very pivotal third map between these two teams. They've had some time to sort through some issues and get themselves on the same page. So now, a best of one will separate these two teams. It'll be on Cafe Dostoevsky. Jesse, one of these teams will go onward, the other will go home. An impressive comeback from Fluxo W7M fell just short. Do they have what it takes to close it out, or does OXG continue on their miracle run today? Map 3 is ready.
Fluxo W7M enter this third map on a 4-game winning streak when playing on Cafe. That includes beating FaZe Clan back during the SAL finals at the tail end of last year. And then Secret, SSG, and D+ Kia all fell to this Brazilian squad here at the Six Invitational. They know what it takes to win on this map, and it'll be up to Oxygen to problem solve, to dig deep, and to find the answers that very few others could find on this map. They go through the operator ban phase and remove a double shield comp for Fluxo W7M to play with. That'll be targeted towards Dots, who will not be allowed to play those shields anymore, and Fluxo W7M removing the oh-so-powerful Mira and Valkyrie to start this game.
Well, some time for these teams to get themselves back in the game. Fluxo W7M definitely seemed to capture lightning in a bottle on that second map, ultimately falling short in a very critical 15th and final round. And boy, oh boy, was that a thrilling one. So what happens here on Cafe? These two teams decently evenly matched, but I would obviously give the nod to Fluxo W7M just over the course of those two maps that we saw. Jesse, not all maps and not all results are created equal.
That's true, but they all have equal results, Parker, and that is a win in the series. And this one, I guess this one's a little bit more important than winning the last two maps. You could make that argument. The decider, always the one that will determine who the victor is. It's going to be a top floor defense from Auction to start things off, and some good drone hunting to begin from Gomez will start to hurt that drone economy that Fluxo W7M were using oh so well back on border. It's something we touched on briefly with this team. The information they seem to have on both sides, in fact, maybe even more so on the defense, was a big reason for their success. And it once again delivers them an opening pick with Volps finding Gomez on the mid floor.
Walks in, kills Gomez, leaves, refuses to elaborate. I mean, hey, if it wasn't for Gomez's 3K in that 15th and final round of border, we do not get here.
Yeah.
He was incredibly good at keeping things together, finding opportunities on that final round. Now he will not be able to have any influence whatsoever. And dying on the Soulless, that is a purely active gadget. So it's not even like you've set down your gadget somewhere. You are just completely ineffective. That is a devastating loss for this OXG team.
Well, the job is still far from over. Fluxo W7M hoping to clear through Piano. They almost naded out Yaga playing here on the Clash. Combined with the Kiba barriers, Piano control is going to be really difficult to take for the Brazilian team. They've already gotten control of top red, and they are here inside of Cigar. There's nobody going in for a flank, so Loban is watching for nothing, but really the threats are Paulu and Yaga and Forest playing in this defensive side up inside of Piano, inside of Bathroom. Often you'd see teams playing this with a mirror window, but of course with it banned out, the Clash is the next best thing.
Absolutely agree with that. So, a minute and a half now off of the board. You bought yourself a reprieve with that first pick. You've got the Clash there to quarterback and give information because, as you pointed out, you wanted a Soulless to do that. Now it's Yaga as he moves along with Grixer with that Lion Scan going off. Volp still has one more remaining, and this attack getting ever closer to this side of Cocktail. All right. Dot's getting Diffuser down. Clash is still there. Loban removes the problem that was Yaga. The obstacle is now gone. Dot's got choked out by that gas, so he will have to attempt yet again. If he even finds an opportunity to do so. There's a possibility that Fluxo W7M kills all of OXG before we get to that point.
Yeah, hoping to go for a plant. Volps gets a third, though, so Forest will fall. Still one more Toxic Babe being held by Grixer. This is their only opportunity to deny a plant. It gets thrown out in towards Trash and opens the door for Dots to maybe get a plant default.
And Grixer's last man standing now. He will find a single kill, and that will be all she wrote. Garbage time, garbage kills, as they're referred to in traditional sports. We can import that term over here. Jesus.
The energy being felt by Fluxo. They're trying to get themselves hyped. It was a long break between maps 2 and 3, so they've got to keep that energy rolling. Potential for Gomez and Kizzy to understand that as the two Brazilians on the roster for OXG. Everybody else might be a little lost on them. Nice little clear, Parker. Honestly, it comes back down to that information, an early gunfight onto Gomez, and then a very direct take. Yes, Paulu was trying to hit the back at the end there, coming in through the white window, but in the end, it was just that forward push coming in largely off the back of Lobin and Volps, who were able to make that space, get themselves into a plant position. Didn't plant in the end of it, but got themselves close enough that Oxygen felt like they had to make their moves, felt like they had to step up. Really clean round to start from Fluxo W7M. OXG cannot afford to go down early on this first half.
No, of course not. And again, the stakes for those of you that have not watched any of the previous maps between these two teams, the loser of this series goes home, meaning the loser of Cafe goes home. It makes it actually quite easy for you to follow along.
Yes.
Win Cafe, you move on. Lose Cafe, you join a growing list of teams that have now been eliminated here at the Six Invitational. While we were in the middle of our second map, while Border was still underway, we did get a conclusion on the other stream of who the winner of this series will play tomorrow. If Fluxo, W7M, or OXG advance onwards, and fans of both teams will want that, they will go up against Space Station Gaming. Shopify Rebellion beaten by their rivals in North America. SR's run is finished. SSG will do battle with whichever team is successful here, with Forest dying early. Fluxo, W7M are hoping it's them, and within their graphs, a second round might even be possible.
Opens the door for Grixer to overtake his former team if they can get the victory against Fluxo W7M. Now I'm sure that would feel sweet after being dropped at the beginning of this season and being moved over to this Oxygen squad. They've lost their opening body, though, for the second time. Forest goes down without a kill, and this Sens wall will make it very difficult for the VIP player of Yaga to stop this plant from going down through Freezer. Now, he is on the Tubarão, so likely has some options to still see through this and potentially stop somebody dropping through that Freezer hatch. It's what he's currently watching for. The Sens walls can be powerful, but they get stalled out by the Zoto canister before anyone's able to drop. They go back up, though, down once more. It's been a game of juggling.
Zoto canisters have been really strong for this OXG team, being used to deny some more information and deny pushes and gadgets from Fluxo W7M. Paulu huffing in an awful lot of gas, as now it's the Brazilians on the wrong side of this 3v4. But Dodez is always a scary player. He's dropped double digits in both maps. He's already got 2 kills yet to die so far throughout this cafe. And Oxygen will lose the advantage that they had, leaving Adam and Gomez in this spot. Adam just off site, Gomez still tucked in the bomb site. Technically not, as he's in prep, but a few steps away. You gotta give me this one.
Yeah, I'll give it to you, Parker. They're hunting for these kills without playing together. They've got to find a way to get the pinch onto the site players. Dots is in a position for a plant. There's a nitro cell in the pocket of Gomez. That's their only tool to stop it other than 2 impacts from Adam. Misses the first shots and now is ready for the nitro.
Gomez's position by those rack and rolls inside a kitchen has been spotted. So where is Adam to be the question mark for this Fluxo W7M team? They don't know Adam's positioning. He's now made his way out of coat check over towards Whiskey and might find an opportunity through Freezer. Dots has been dropped, but Adam will find some urgency now as Dodez attempts the plant. Paulu will cover. Dots still down. Adam looking for the vault over, finishing off. Dots getting Paulu for his troubles. He will need a 4K. The fire will now work against him, as his own Goyo canister keeps him from getting closer to the bomb site. He sees the red dot on the wall, so he has an idea of where Dodez is. Waiting for that fire to now disappear. Dodez playing this one so patiently. It's Adam who has to respond to the timer, making an awful lot of noise over towards Whiskey. Dodez playing this so well, running out of time. He just needs to prevent Adam from getting there with the clock being what it is. Dodez will shut him down. Either way, I don't think if Adam had won that duel, he'd have enough time to get to the kids. Those are forceful words from Palu, and I don't even know what he's saying. I feel like it's slightly targeted. Fluxo W7M up 2-0 and an immediate timeout by OXG.
It's like our bar defense, but instead the bomb is above, like the bomb is down. So let's do like Castle and Azami, you know, play like Avengers, but we're gonna spend time and go down, you know.
Yeah, what do you want to ban? I'm gonna play Azami. We should play. I can play Ward. I can play Ward next week. Alright.
Attackers need to locate.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
There it is. Oxygen, a pretty quiet tack timeout. We did hear the game plan, though. Castle and Azami is what was called for by Coach Kizzy. Likely on some of the other bomb sites where they want to play around that top floor, when they want to play up around Piano, that's probably going to be their game plan. They did use the Azami alongside the Clash back in round number 1. Frankly, it looked like a successful strategy, but ultimately it was cleared out by Fluxo W7M, even if it did manage to buy them some time. Asking for a final operator ban at the end there. Sounds like something happened on the A stream, so I didn't hear what they were hoping to ban after round 3, but we won't have to wait long to find out. It is, I think, very fitting, very telling, very iconic that final round ended with a 1v1 between Dodez and Adam. These have been the star players throughout this series, with Dodez going crazy on map number 1 to take over and win it for Fluxo W7M. Adam starting map 2 extremely hot. These are the two primary entries from both teams. I think most would tell you that these are the two most talented individual players, at least when it comes down to just raw mechanics on each of the two sides, and it's going to be on both of them to step up big for their squads if they want to win the decider here of Cafe.
Absolutely. And I mean, to call a timeout so early, a lot of teams do admittedly call a timeout after round 2 to get ahead of that round 3 ban. The chart that you referenced, I think it was in the first game we saw earlier today when you referenced the efficiency of timeouts and when they get called. It really is quite a good graph, and I don't know if it's been shown on the A stream at all with the desk segment. I
don't believe so. We got our hands on a graph that basically showed when tack timeouts get played, and the most common tack timeout so far through SI was just after round 3. Just before round 3 was actually relatively rare, but I mean, typically these early couple of tack timeouts after round 2, round 3, round 4 is when a lot of them are getting used. Partly just because games don't always go so deep into rounds 10, 11, 12, and beyond.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great graphic and a good asset, as there will be a Russian now from Fluxo W7M. OXG tried this a few times. They are waiting to bait out all of that gas. Dots gets destroyed. Yokai blasts, gas, bullets, everything going his way. A real death magnet on the side of Fluxo W7M, and that will be 90 seconds that have been burned, and the defuse kit dropped, which might be the bigger issue here. So now Fluxo W7M will have to retake that part of the map. Dodez on the board, continuing his great play. He is averaging over 1 kill a round. He's 4-0. Down goes Palu. Volp's on the board now. These teams trading back and forth. Dodez will finally die, and it's all up to Loban to win a 1v2. He's got a good read on the Echo, but Grixer's sidearm does the job. The North Americans will blunt the momentum of the Brazilians as they finally get on the board.
It's really that support duo coming in clutch for Auction to get their first round here on Cafe. It's Grixer late round to clean up those couple of kills, but it's, I think, the smoke from Forest who really comes out clutch to start that round, deals so much damage over to the Blackbeard. And the second that the fuse kit goes onto the floor, Parker, without being planted, everything kind of falls to pieces for Fluxo W7M. Credit to Dodez for killing the smoke midway through that round, but he needed that frag a little bit earlier to keep his Blackbeard alive. This play by Dots, going down to this Toxic Babe, then on a sliver of HP, it's Yaga who finds the shoulder in the end, and then chaos of kills. Loban doing his best there to backstab from behind, but just not quite enough. OXG Esports saved themselves after their attack timeout from going down 3-0 and are still very much in this early game.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall of that SSG SR game, by the way. I do want to come back to that a little bit. We've had so many good games through our 2 phases here at Paris. There's always a question of what the best and most competitive SI has been. And I mean, I don't know if you can immediately put this one in the conversation. I think it will really live or die off of that phase 3, because there are sometimes where we have amazing group stages and then we don't really have the best live stage, and then other times we'll have incredible live games. And then the group stage was a bit of a snooze fest. This has been a bit of an interesting event. We've had some absolute blowouts. We've had some incredible matches. This one going all the way. Right now, G2 Secret on the other channel. That one will likely be an incredible match. I suspect as much, at least if the hooting and hollering that I hear is any indication. It should be a good one too. G2 now starting to find their footing. Team Secret slowly losing their grip. That probably has to be the storyline. At least if we were casting that, it's probably what we would lean into. But again, here we are with our own storyline. And that's OXG backs perpetually against the wall, going through this run, looking to continue their streak of finishing top 8. In order to get there, they have to overcome this Fluxo W7M team, which is far from a given. It almost looked like we were going to have Fluxo W7M win it 2-0. On border did not come to pass. Now they have an opportunity to seal the deal.
Well, this OXG team almost got grouped, Parker. If you'll remember, it came down to the final match of the group stage, the final game on B Stream, where they played against Enterprise Esports for the final spot in playoffs. They were successful in a pretty dominant win over the Australian team, so that was a lot of success coming out from Oxygen. Then they proved even more people wrong by beating Heretics earlier today, and a win over Fluxo W7M would certainly silence some haters. Here comes the utility briefly into Piano. They start to open up onto this top floor, and you can see that the players on Oxygen haven't really committed to contesting Piano side. I was wondering when they called for both Azami and Castle if this is where it was going to be used. We haven't seen the Castle be played since the TAC timeout, but the Azami so consistent from Yaga, not banned out after round number 3, which has allowed them to continue to play up on this top floor, stalling things out with Toxic Babe. Strong utility play from Oxygen Esports, but everybody's still alive almost 2 minutes deep.
A very slow round for both of these teams. I mean, hey, we're used to the breakneck paces of OXG on their attacks, so now we have to get used to settling into slightly slower but more calculated aggression from Fluxo W7M.
We're not on border anymore, Parker.
Wow. What? When did that change? Dots will walk in, assert himself. Down goes Gomez. Yes, a lot more needs to be done to figure out Cafe. Absolutely correct. A far more strategic map, but one that still allows for lots of strong gunplay. And right now, it's been Fluxo W7M to start that off. Yaga will answer back. Admittedly, 30 seconds later, so no trade to be had. No advantage anymore either. This top floor looking to be cleared out, but there is a belated flank after his kill. Yaga now getting a little bit more aggressive on red stairs. Those track stingers being a bit of a hurdle for him to go over, a spiky impediment. Oh no. Not expecting Forrest in that position. The smoke getting under the skin of Dodez as Paulu strikes as well. These two teams with 6 players alive, 3 apiece, 5 seconds left. They need to get Diffuser down. Dots will attempt it. He's managed to kill all of them except for Yaga, who's now making his way over towards the bomb site. He won't be able to shut this one down. Oh! No, he does! Through the drone hole at the last second, a creative play by the young North American, and a stunning finish to that round. My God! He almost missed it.
We answer back in Portuguese.
You could see it in his head. Wait, hold on a second. No, there's a drone hole there. I should check that.
Yeah, I honestly, it looked like there was somebody on his team that made the call, like, hey, you can get him through the drone hole. Nearly ran right past it, and it looked like he was going to. Then in the 1vX, it would have been really awkward to try to secure that kill, but he barely finds the foot through the drone hole. The plant spot betrays Dots in the midst of that. He was already so low HP from earlier in the round. Such a smart play from Yaga. Clutches up in the 1v3 to win it for OXG and tie this game. I really thought the clock was going to do it for Fluxo W7M, and I guess in the end it did. Failing on time after the plant gets denied. It took them ages to push through that top floor, largely because of the utility play that was coming out from OXG. Toxic Babes, Kiba barriers, so much utility was used to stall them on that top floor clear, and it all paid off in the end.
Unbelievably quick thinking by Yaga as the wheels turned in real time. Fantastic stuff from the Somewhere in America player. Oh, that's your thing if you want.
Marion, Iowa, our best Iowa player ever in Rainbow Six history. The only one, to my knowledge.
Goddess was from Iowa.
True. I will go on record saying Yog is a better player than Goddess. No shade thrown.
Goddess now a full-time streamer, last affiliated with Sonics, if I recall correctly. And a fun little tidbit here when we were talking about the efficiency and immediate translation and success of these timeouts. The original graphic we saw at SI a couple years back, Goddess was actually the most successful coach.
Yeah.
After timeouts when she was on that Sonic roster. She retired a while ago. I don't know if she's still affiliated with the Rainbow Six scene at all. I do know she streams on her own personal Twitch channel. Goddess is really quite a lovely person, and we hope that she is doing well in her retirement. She is, as we like to call it in the business, free. So
escaping the Rainbow Six Esports ecosystem, but frankly, there's no place I'd rather be, Parker. We're here on Cafe for round 5. This is still map 3 to figure out who's going to move on through the lower bracket. The Twitch drone causing havoc inside the site. Cleared a couple of those Goyo canisters to make things a little bit easier when Fluxo get into the execute part of the bomb site. Volps was very close to finding the head of somebody down beneath him. Could have been able to work one of those earlier picks, but not finding the value yet.
Buck with, of course, 2 good guns. DMR's leading the way. Every single game we see a good DMR. We always tell you, the viewer, go into your game, equip DMRs. You will gain ELO, I promise you. You're playing Twitch and you run the F2? Not smart. Run the 417. It's the best statistical gun of the game at the moment. You just need to make sure you're clicking or pulling the trigger a couple times. Shaping up for this death drop now inside of Freezer. And, I mean, Fluxo W7M not getting cold feet here whatsoever as they now have an opportunity to go for that plant. They just need to worry about Yaga in this position. Surveying the wreckage of that wall. Dear God, look at that. Yaga punished from above, not really expecting Loban in that position. ROU projectors going out. Volps now still holding from above. This top floor control will be a major thorn in the side of OXG. 25 seconds remain. Dots attempting the plant. Loban finds his second kill. Volps with coverage from above, choking out this oxygen defense. Now it's all up to the 2 remaining players on the side of OXG. A 3rd kill for Loban and a flawless end of the round for Fluxo W7M, blunting the momentum of OXG and regaining the lead for the Brazilians.
Really good push coming out from Fluxo W7M. They had full top floor control, Parker. I thought the Sens play coming out from Dots was absolutely phenomenal. They didn't know where that plant was going down on the side of OXG. Grix are just at the end trying to put that defuse, or trying to smoke out the coffee plant position, and it very well could have been going down over there. Because of the Sens wall, they had no idea where plant was happening, but it was just tucked up close on the bomb chassis, and that is good enough for Fluxo W7M to get it down. Everybody scrambling on the side of Auction after that happens. They failed to stop them on the freezer drop. They failed to stop them with the Toxic Babes, and it ends up just being a really clean start to finish from Fluxo W7M.
I mean, this is one of the big issues with that bottom floor bomb site, right? It is, to many, the coveted site on this map, but if you don't roam, or if you fall off the roam too early, or if you get killed on the roam, if you lose control of that middle floor and they still have soft destruction, a Ram, a Buck, a Sledge, even a Deimos or a Jackal with his secondary shotgun, you are going to have a really, really hard time. I mean, Gridlock's an operator that's getting locked in right now. She also has the super shorty.
Yep.
I remember way back in the day when casters would get clowned for saying that Jackal was a Buck substitute on certain maps because of his secondary shotgun, and now look at us.
I mean, Jackal in 2026 would be a sight. I'll say that, Parker.
I'm not saying he's a good option. I'm just saying he exists as an option.
Let's go take a look. Second lowest pick rate of all attackers of the Six Invitational. Only Yana has a lower presence than Jackal at the moment. 3 wins, 2 losses for Jackal. It's before today.
Honestly forgot Yana existed.
Yeah, most people do at this point in the meta. Shaiko may be the one holdout that still likes to bring her from time to time. Very much a comfort gun for him, but util-wise, there are always better options when you're making an attacking lineup. Fluxo W7M will bring some of those options. Grim has been, I believe, the highest presence operator here at SI so far, and Dots has jumped onto that operator to try to make some space for his teams. It will be a top floor clear. Top floor take, I should say, as this is where the bomb site is at, but watch out for Forrest. We just saw him down in Bakery. If he gets information to somebody on the piano windows, Parker, he could run out the bakery door and stop somebody out on the window. It could be a devastating play if they're not ready for it.
Fluxo W7M have been leading the way on opening picks, but again, they have been the ones setting this pace, so of course, if they get that opening pick, they go on to convert pretty well. They almost get it. My goodness, Gomez suffering through this. They'll get Yaga for their trouble, so the intended target is not the one to go. A run out from Forrest, and it's a nice lamp fixture, but it's not actually a player. So Forrest is miles away from this bomb site. That means that the rest of these OXG players dropping like flies will have even more work on the bomb site. Can you buy enough time for Forrest to get up? No, you can't. Loban is on the flank watch. Down goes Forrest. Things going from bad to worse. Another flawless round incoming for Fluxo W7M unless Adam can muster anything. And no, he cannot. They flawlessly do it yet again in the first half. 4-2 for Fluxo.
There's the castle we were hearing about in the attack timeout, Parker, but it doesn't stop Fluxo from making that push in through the top floor, in through Piano. Dota has some beauty shots as he pushes through Piano into the bulk of the OXG defenders. Force on that bakery runout, you know, I really like the idea, but it happens way too late. There were players on those windows for so long that he could have spotted on the runout, but in the end, by the time he's out there, everybody has gone back in. Everybody's already pushing through the top floor trying to find those kills. They left an impossible task for Adam and Grixer trying to stall things out with the smoke, but in the 2v5, there's just not a lot that you can do from that point. They lose their defensive half 4-2. They now move over to the attack. This is starting to get awkward, Parker. This is where we'd expect Fluxo W7M to run away with it. OXG need to upset expectations.
Cafe Dostoevsky enters as the second most played map in terms of rounds played, but
protect your bombs from being
technically tied for second, I suppose, and most picked. I guess technically Clubhouse has the small advantage, just eking out. I guess these are stats from before the previous series, so either way, second, third, doesn't really matter. A very popular map across all regions, and an incredibly defender-sided map. Not the most defender-sided, but it is in the top 3 for a defender win rate. Again, I don't really see any of these operator bans that I think will change that. Mira and Azami are staples on this map because of their ability to allow you to roam. They also allow you to hold down that cocktail bomb site upstairs that a lot of teams aren't going to these days relatively well. I like Fluxo getting rid of both of the shields. We have not really seen a lot of success from the shields in the hands of OXG. Now they are limited to 2 options, Blackbeard or Fuse Shield, should they go there. And I mean, you and I cast the NA League, we could literally do a, what's the opposite of a highlight reel of Forrest trying to make a Fuse Shield work on this map. Unfortunately, he is just a poor substitute, and I like that we are not seeing a shield being forced into this OXG lineup.
We saw it earlier today, actually, in their game against Heretics, where they used a Fuse plus Sens combo to have a really cool execute down onto the bottom floor. As they dropped in through the freezer hatch, it could have done something very similar, but obviously Fluxo would have seen that game. They were watching it earlier today, and they should be aware of that, as OXG are playing Cafe for the second time in 24 hours. So instead, it's pretty much just a direct take, Parker. I don't think they care about the top floor control. They are just going for Bakery, trying to find a way to work a pick, even though they're staring down Paulo in the Clash.
And I do worry about too much of a linear take. I worry about the time for OXG. We saw 3 rounds on Border. I know it was a long time ago, but people with longer memories will recall how cheeky they could get and how it didn't work. Adam, the leadoff pick, And that'll give OXG an opening. Shield goes down as Palu is waiting for an engagement, and because of his position, he can very easily pick off that hard destruction, negating Adam and anybody else that wants to push towards that wall.
Doda's creeping upstairs, but I think Forrest is ready for this. He's been playing inside a train for ages. He calls the logic bomb now and is starting to hunt for something that he might expect with this flank being played by the Goyo. Here's the top down, but Forrest is going towards red. That's not the way the Goyo went, and if he's not careful, the flank from Doda's could work out despite the Dokkaebi.
He's broken double digits in all of these maps so far. He's 1 kill away from doing it again. Doda's a real sensation here. And he's been the raid boss that OXG have been working together to slay, but there's been some issues. Now it's Forrest to hunt him down. No more logic bombs remaining, just gun in hand. 1 minute to go. The more Forrest stays trying to deal with Dodes, the more work the two other players of OXG will have to do, especially with the clash on the board. Forrest wins the engagement, will immediately steal intel. This is a big opening for Oxygen.
Double his kill count, gets that Dokkaebi hack. That could be an absolutely critical kill to tilt this round in the favor of OXG. They've dropped the fuse kit outside of Bakery. It will need to be recovered at some point in this round, but with Palu still holding on to that part of the map, I'm not sure if they're going to have the ability to grab it. There we go, Yaga picking it up now. In the 1v1 with Palu, neither of them have teammates very nearby to trade this.
Palu knows somebody is still there. He sees that underbarrel red dot sight on the wall. Grix are taking a bit of damage, and they are running out of time. A walk on in. Palu easily dealing with that. He will have his work cut out for him now as it's a push in from the gridlock. Grix are on a single point of HP. Palu will need to clutch. Forrest does it instead. A beautiful 1v1 and a terrific round for OXG.
You see it,
The 26-year-old from Tucson, Arizona, Forrest. What a round. I was so worried on that Dokkaebi when he didn't spot the flank from Dodes. He somewhat allowed his teammate to go down on the top floor for Gomez. But then once he's able to get that trade back, once he has full top floor control once again, he works his way down those main stairs, finds an angle into the bomb site, and with a sliver of time left, he's able to win that clutch. Don't forget, he had hacked the cameras, Parker, so that Bakery cam was being watched by the dead players on Oxygen. They had a ping on Palu that whole time. It's why Yaga felt so confident walking in Bake all by himself. Even if he wasn't able to win that duel, the trade was so fast and so clean from Forrest. He gets a triple kill in round 7, and he gives Oxygen a little bit of life on this second half.
And they need it. They really, really do need it. Adam doing okay. None of the players right now currently positive on the side of OXG, which really is quite striking given the scoreline. You'd figure 1 or 2 players would be there, but everybody not named Gomez have been somewhat active dealing with these players. Volp's going for a spawn peek now, 2 rounds in a row. Oh my goodness, he's so close. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he's doing it to
They're
us.
both droning. One
Stay.
is Forrest, one is Adam.
Observer, listen to my words very carefully. I don't care what else is happening. I want to see what happens here. Stay here right now. Oh, and it pays off. Down goes Adam. Volp's patience rewarded. And my, that's the ying off the board. Fluxo W7M with a big opening pick.
Spent longer than 30 seconds holding that angle, Parker. I mean, most players will back off far before then.
What are you doing?
Dots caught the fuse shield on the scanner, but unfortunately the shield blocks almost all the damage from the nitro cell, so that's the one thing with Pulse, Parker. You might know who is there, or you might know someone's there. You won't know who specifically it is. With the shield being on the other side of the window, there's not a lot you can do for it, but hey, they have still started themselves off so strongly on the side of Fluxo W7M. I think Oxygen wanted to go for a rush here. They've got the fuse, they've got the shield, they were supposed to have Adam on the Ying, but without those Candelas, they kind of have to adjust their plan, and now a top floor clear looks like the idea, but it's not going to be easy without proper utility.
Don't say it. Don't say the 2 words.
Don't say what? For a shield?
It's close enough. Fuse shield.
Ah.
I go into psychosis. I completely lose my mind. You know this.
Hey, he's found some success with it already today, looking to maybe make that 2 rounds now as he clears through this top floor. Everybody's given him some respect, too. They've started to fall back, not wanting to mess with the fuse shield that barrels down towards them.
Loban's got a big opening and...
All right, never mind.
Jesse, it's not getting better.
Maybe write this round off if you're OXG. The spawn peek didn't work. Forced by himself on the fuse shield. Isn't able to do much.
Nothing is really going here. Another flawless round for Fluxo W7M. Say it ain't so. Incredible go of it. They've already got 2 so far on this map. Gomez will not let that happen, but...
No time.
What can he really do? 30 seconds to go. The Malusi still upstairs. Dota's breaking double digits for the 3rd map. All 3 maps. That is quite the tally. Gomez still... You have death marks. You have death marks.
Not sure it would have made a difference, Parker.
I think the big reason why is that he doesn't want to give his position away, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if you think that your opponents are well coordinated, if you use the death mark, they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
And when you're in a 1v4, that means you're getting intel on the 1, but that means that there are 4 players who know where you are, and they can very easily prep for that. So the death mark in that instance would work against you. Still could have tried it. 12 kills for Dodez here on map number 3. Again, quite the tally. Let's go all the way back to Nighthaven Labs. It was several hours ago. Dodez, 14-5, almost breaking a year-long streak of a high of EPS. Let's go to Border. It was about an hour ago. Dodez, 14-8. Now here on Cafe, 12-3. Those are just world beater numbers up against this OXG team. What do you even do?
And Parker, at the start of this match, at the start of Cafe, I said that it was going to come down to the 2 entry fraggers, Dodez versus Adam. Both have been heroes for their respective teams, but only one of them has shown up in a massive way, and that's, of course, been Dodez. Adam 5-7. He's still top fragging his squad. It's not his fault necessarily that they're losing, but because OXG so commonly relies on Adam to be that pop-off player, to play out of his mind as he has so many games before, it really does put them at disadvantage when he can't put up those same numbers that we're used to seeing from him. A couple more rounds to get back in this game is far from over, but as Fluxo W7M load up on that bottom floor site, it will be Oxygen coming in with the same attacker lineup they used against Heretics earlier this day.
We're looking for an early pick through the window yet again. I mean, we saw Shaiko do this. We've seen many teams do this. SSG does this on this map. The one thing the devs have tried to fix when they've gone to Cafe is the ability to get to the building without getting shot. I mean, it's obviously a part of this game, and I know the community is actually quite divided as to whether this should be a thing. My personal opinion is that while I think spawn peaks are neat, I don't think they should be in the game. I think they should be working to make it so you can get to the building pretty safely.
Good map design should discourage it.
I think discouraging is the right way to put this. Dodez is spotted. They knew where he was. Kill number 13 as he fades away.
I mean, Gomez all alone, Parker. There's no hope for a trade as he's just clearing through bar all by himself. They have a shield. Forrest was up there. If they were able to trade, there'd be no trade back. Dodez was all by himself. Ugh, and even on the white stairs, the trade remains impossible for Oxygen.
Well, very smartly, they moved Palu to that position, so that'll negate any advantage Grixer had. Grixer, if his reflexes were a touch faster, could have potentially netted a kill onto Dodez, especially with how low Dodez's HP is. A single shot from that 417 would have almost certainly felled him.
Yeah.
Does not come to pass. There go the cluster charges. A longer life expectancy for Forrest in this round, but there's not a lot of time left. 1 minute to go. A deceptively quick round, and Fluxo W7M, if they prevail here, they do have the numbers advantage, will move to series point.
Fluxo will expect a freezer drop, and that's likely what we're going to see from OXG Esports. With Yaga on this Sens, they've got a couple different options where they could put the defuse kit down. Sinks is a strong option when you've got this Sens. Of course, tucked on the bomb chassis is what we saw previously with this operator being brought on this bomb site. They're trying to force something out of Sinks. There's no player position down there, as we can see with the silhouettes. Rice as well, a spot where they might need to worry about players inside of that site. But right now, it's just about, can you close up these floorboards? Can you find a way to manage to make these players move? The drop will come through from Forrest, and soon the plant will begin.
He's got coverage on white stairs, so that's good. That means it'll be a little bit tougher for Dots to get out of his position. Shield goes down. Palu waiting for the move. Nitro Cell goes out from Dots. Again, he might be paralyzed in this position. ROU projector can go up at any point in time to conceal this plant, but he's running out of time. 5 seconds left, 8 players still alive. You've got to go if you're OXG. You have completely lost control of the clock. You've lost the round now with it. Series point for W7M's former team, now playing under the brand of Fluxo. And you know, Fluxo is an organization that has been around for a while. They might have won a major under W7M, but there's a new sheriff in town, and you best know Fluxo wants something to add to their trophy case.
Things are falling off the rails and fast, Parker. These attacks have not been what Oxygen have needed. One last chance to tilt the momentum in their favor. They will do it by banning the Clash. It's been good for Fluxo, don't get me wrong. They've been running a lot of clashes on these defenses. I don't mind the ban at all. Played twice now by Apollo in rounds 7 and 9. But it's going to take a lot more than that. Back-to-back defensive round wins to come through from Fluxo W7M. The clock, a big problem for Oxygen. And the Fuse Shield, not finding any success across 2 rounds. You start to wonder, what's the next strategy? What's the next game plan? When you've already been playing not only an extremely long series here against Fluxo W7M, but also had a very long 2-map best-of-3 to start the day up against Heretics. And you combine all that with the fact that you've now played Cafe twice in one day. You have already shown so many of your strategies. How deep is the tank? How many more strats do you have to pull out to try to catch Fluxo off guard? And if that wasn't hard enough, you've got to do it back to back to back. So for Oxygen, everything is relying on this. It seems like an impossible task, but they have to do it now.
4 matches will be played tomorrow, 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket, where 2 more teams will go home. From top 8 to top 6 we will go, and those 6 teams will do battle on Friday in front of a live audience here in Paris. Once again, upper bracket semifinals. The North American team of Wildcard will go up against FaZe Clan tomorrow, and you've got Furia and Team Falcons also squaring off, as Furia team has found new life, and Falcons obviously wanting to win the hammer on quote-unquote home soil. Space Station and Waybo Gaming won their matchups earlier today, so they are awaiting the winners of the 2 remaining games. Here obviously on this stream, Fluxo W7M poised to go up against Space Station tomorrow. Not certain, but looking likely. And over on the A stream, Team Secret and G2 are battling. The loser of that goes home. The winner will play Waybo tomorrow. Those will be exciting matchups. You and I are off, but I will be watching them with keen interest.
My thoughts go to Newers on SSG, probably hoping he gets another shot to take down his former organization of OXG, but it's not looking likely at this point. Still 3 rounds to go in order to clutch this one into overtime, and they've got to win there as well. Reading is the bomb site, and Oxygen were successful here in the past. Obviously, we've seen some stalls happening coming out from both teams, but particularly when W7M were attacking on this site, it looked like they were really struggling with the clock. I fear something similar could be happening. We're just starting to open up the castle barricade on the cigar door, Parker, at 90 seconds deep into this round. The Goyo will delay even more time, stalling us out through the top clear. And the majority of players for Fluxo W7M, Loban, Volps, and Dodez all remain on the top floor hold.
And really the story for Oxygen will be the lack of prowess on their attacks. It sunk them, or well, almost sunk them on border. Let's correct our language here.
Yes.
And it is now the big issue on Cafe. Most of the maps in the map pool skew towards the defender, so you've got to be a little bit sharper. Gomez was the reason why we have Cafe, and now might be one of the big reasons why Fluxo W7M takes this map. He goes 3 and 10 as he swings on in. Cannon fodder effectively for Fluxo as they look to lock this one out. Time now starting to tick away. This run from OXG. They've always finished top 8, but at the hands of Volps, that just might end. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Oxygen with 1 kill so far. Grixer with the reload. He and Forrest will need to work this together. Grixer taking some serious damage now, backing away as he's taken. Forrest with the fuse kit. Grixer managing to stay alive.
Oh.
He takes down Volps. They need to translate towards the bomb site. They've got top floor control, but they might as well be miles away, Jesse. They will have to drop a potentially dead drop as down goes Grixer, and now Forrest, the former IGL, will perish at the hands of Loban. Fluxo W7M will move up the lower bracket. Oxygen are sadly done. No more top 8 streak for the North American squad. Their Cinderella-esque run from the LCQ all the way to the top 12 is all they're going to get. An impressive attempt, but ultimately just not enough.
The group stage repeats itself. A 2-1 victory for Fluxo W7M will mount itself once more against OXG, and this time, for the final time, they are eliminated now from SI. They were heartbroken, Parker. W7M, when they lost the Munich Major, they failed to make main stage. They failed to make top 8. They are one best of 3 away from playing in front of the crowd once again. They thrive in that environment. They love the pressure when it comes to it. And they're going to have a banger game against SSG coming up tomorrow.
I am so excited. I love casting games, but I'm also just a fan at heart. So we get to see some terrific matches as we look for a conclusion. They made me take the hat off, by the way. I apologize for my hair, but they told me to take the hat off. I was going to put the hat back on. Here are the stats. The numbers, not very good for OXG. When you only win 3 rounds, I suspect that's what's going to happen.
And can we say Dota's 2 maps in this series above 150 EPS? He again barely fails to beat his seasonal high of 166 in a single map. Comes so close twice, but records or not, he's got to be feeling good about how well he played. There's no doubt who the MVP is of this series, Parker. Dodez took over map number 1, and in map 3 was the best player by far too.
14 kills in every single map. That is incredible. Mr. Consistency, 42 kills total across the series. And I mean, styling, high flying, profiling, just about everything you could ask. The players outside of Dots have all been getting so many frags on this team. And we often talk about the 3 points of the spear. There are 4 right now, and that is scary for a lot of their opponents.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Dodez, former MVP at the Montreal Major, looking to repeat now at the Six Invitational. That would be a hell of a story for one of Siege's newest fraggers over the last couple of years. Has been looking so ridiculously good. Let's take a look at what we saw earlier on here for the B stream. We got to see Daystar taking on D plus Kia in an all APAC side of the bracket, where D plus Kia did come out on top. Oxygen Esports then dueled with Team Heretics, of course, in our second game of the day, and in 7-5, 7-5 fashion, won the battle between NA and EU. Of course, we saw both victors play again, D plus Kia then losing to their regional rivals of Waybo, and in the game we just witnessed, Fluxo W7M taking down Oxygen and making it to tomorrow.
The brackets are mostly set over on the A stream. If you're not already watching both of these shows at the same time, I highly encourage you to do so. G2 fighting for their lives, going up against Team Secret, who honestly both of these teams could very easily make main stage. It's a shame that we have to say goodbye to one, but we said goodbye to 7 other teams today. So what's an 8th? I believe the kids say blood for the blood god. I don't know if they still use that, but an incredible matchup is underway over there. When we conclude here, I'm going to be walking over to maybe get some food and probably watch the conclusion of that one. But yeah, what more is there to say? The Six Invitational is our best event of the year, and teams will always bring their best. OXG brought their best. It ultimately wasn't enough. Fluxo W7M, among the other teams that you saw successful today, they will be in action tomorrow. And then, fingers crossed, if you're a fan of them, you'll see these teams in Paris on Friday. On behalf of the entire B-Stream team, that's it for Jesse and I. Go over to G2 and Team Secret for our final matchup of the day. We'll see you tomorrow.